It's impossible for Tian Xuanzi to keep such a low profile based on his personality. He must be planning something. Lin Yun said. The sect master said there's a possibility that Tian Xuanzi was injured. Zhao Yan said. There's also that possibility, but don't be careless. Lin Yun looked concerned because Tian Xuanzi was a tough opponent. The moment Tian Xuanzi was determined to get something done, he would get it done no matter what. His appearance was deceptive. After all, who could imagine such a gentle-looking person was plotting the annihilation of Sword Sect's golden generation 18 years ago? But someone like him was also cruel to his own people. After all, he could stop Jian Jingtian from causing a massacre in the Profound Sky sect if he wanted to 18 years ago. But he watched and waited for this matter to blow up before forcing the Radiant Sword Saint to take a step back and imprison Jian Jingtian in the fleeting Cloud Sword sect. If Lin Yun didn't have the Firmament Saint cloth, his master would have lost his life and the entire sword sect would have been doomed outside the ancient barren battlefield. Senior brother, I'm more concerned about you rather than the sword sect. We're all concerned about you and waiting for Flower Burial to return to the sword sect. Zhao Yan said. There will be such a day, and the sword sect will return to being a holy land sooner or later. It will be done in our generation. Lin Yun smiled. I believe it. Zhao Yan nodded. The two then chatted for a long time. But Lin Yun couldn't stay long, so he bade his farewell before daybreak. Senior brother, you must come back alive. We're all waiting for you. You're the hope of our generation, and we will welcome you with a grand ceremony at that time. Zhao Yan said, looking at Lin Yun's silhouette. As the first gleam of dawn overlapped with Lin Yun's silhouette, he briefly paused before leaving the Sword Sect's residence, making his way back to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. The Lu Saint clan within the Vermilion Bird District was welcoming a distinguished guest whom the Wind Edgelord had to welcome himself. As the Wind Edgelord listened to what the guest said, he sent a curious look at the person. This person was Zhuge Qingyun, the most outstanding disciple under Tian Xuanzi. Before Jian Jingtian made his breakthrough, Zhuge Qingyun was said to be invincible beneath the Saint Realm. This meant he had reached a high level of cultivation, maybe at the pinnacle Nirvana stage or quasi-Saint Realm. After listening to what Zhuge Qingyun said, the Wind Edgelord was calm and even had a hint of mockery on his face. This made Zhuge Qingyun ask, the Wind Edgelord doesn't believe it? If you're saying Lin Shao is Flower Burial, I believe it because there's a possibility. But it's impossible for the Heavenly Origin Mirror and Dragon Pulse ranking to make a mistake at the same time. The odds are close to none. The Wind Edgelord smiled. Even if just having the Azure Dragon Saint physique doesn't mean anything, he still grasped the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. There can't be such a coincidence in the world. There is at least a 30% or even 50% possibility that he's Lin Yun. Zhuge Qingyun said with his brows locked together. The Wind Edgelord was a shrewd person. Despite his hatred for Lin Shao, he didn't show it on his face and replied, since that's the case, why isn't Tian Xuanzi doing anything? Profound Sky Saint Sovereign, invincible in the ancient Baron. I have even heard of his name within Heavenly Domain City. His tone was filled with mockery because many people in Heavenly Domain City looked down on the ancient Baron domain. It was true that Tian Xuanzi was a genius, and he was the only one who had a high chance of becoming an emperor in the past millennium, not to mention he was still young. But after boasting about being invincible in the ancient Baron for so long, this naturally made everyone think he was bragging, not to mention that the Radiant Sword Saint was still alive. Zhuge Qingyun wasn't furious with the Wind Edgelord's tone, but said, he has a special identity. There's a possibility that he's a genius of the Azure Dragon's lineage or a disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain. Those two identities were troublesome, and they couldn't afford to offend either of them. Even Tian Xuanzi would have to weigh his options well. It was naturally good if they killed the right person. But if they killed the wrong person, the consequences would be dire. The Wind Edgelord simply smiled because he already guessed Zhuge Qingyun would say that. If my master makes a move, there will be no chance of turning back. But if I make a move, there is room for maneuvering, even if I make a mistake. Zhuge Qingyun said softly, carry on dreaming. If he's really Lin Yun, Don't forget that he has the firmament saint cloth that can even kill a great saint. The Wind Edgelord said. Zhuge Qingyun smiled when he heard that. I do hope that he can still use it. There will be a price to pay for using such a treasure, and he'll die once it's over. The Wind Edgelord kept his silence, so Zhuge Qingyun continued. The Wind Edgelord doesn't believe me? Actually, I don't believe it either. But as long as there's a 30% possibility, I can't let it go. The Lu Saint clan and Tian Xuanzi are loyal to the Empress, so we can cooperate in this matter. I don't think there's even 30%. There's no way he can be Flower Burial. You're telling me he can become first on the Dragon Pulse ranking in a year? I don't believe it, the Wind Edgelord indifferently said. Zhuge Qingyun merely glanced at the Wind Edgelord and quietly shook his head. It was great if he could receive the help of the Lu Saint clan to deal with Lin Yun. But it didn't mean there was no way even if the Lu Saint clan refused to help. I'll be taking my leave then. Zhuge Qingyun stood up and was about to bid his farewell. But just when he was about to step out of the door, the Wind Edgelord raised a cup and said, Brother Zhuge, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let me finish. Oh! Zhuge Qingyun was surprised, and he asked, You believe he's Lin Yun now? As the Wind Edgelord wore a sinister smile, he replied, I don't. But it doesn't matter to me at all. What has his identity got to do with me wanting him dead? Zhuge Qingyun was taken aback before he figured it all out. He was dwelling over whether Lin Xiao was Lin Yun. But the other party didn't have to consider that. The Wind Edgelord simply wanted Lin Xiao's life, and it was that simple. Seeing this, Zhuge Qingyun smiled and came back. It's easy to kill him. But that woman within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion has the Imperial Dragon Order. If not for that, I would have killed him a long time ago on Thunder Island, the Wind Edgelord said, gritting his teeth. But the Imperial Dragon Order is useless if he's Lin Yun. Even if he's not, my master is willing to bear the consequences. Zhuge Qingyun said. The Wind Edgelord grinned because he was waiting for Zhuge Qingyun to say that. After returning to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Yun briefly met with Yu Weiwei before he began stabilizing his cultivation. Aside from that, he had to practice the Azure Dragon Sword Art and Divine Firefly Sword, Firefly Radiance. The Divine Firefly Sword was profound. The Firefly Radiance might seem to be a sword, but there were over 900 changes in it. The greatest weakness of the Firefly Radiance was the difficulty in executing it, and it was hard to execute it in a short time. Every second counts in a fight between two experts, and your opponent wouldn't give you much time to prepare for your attack. But as Lin Yun became more proficient in it, this sword was becoming increasingly terrifying, and the power was also undergo a drastic transformation. Just by relying on this sword alone, he could easily slay enemies who had a higher cultivation than him. While Lin Yun went into seclusion within the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Heavenly Domain City broke into an uproar as those within the top 10 subsequently made it to the Samsara Edict realm. The Divine Phoenix Mountains Jilingfeng, Ming Cult's Yuanxiu, Heavenly Flamesex Yan Qihua, Divine Dao Pavilion's Lin Qingyang, the Autumn Mountain Lord, and even the Wind Edgelord made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. In fact, they could have made a breakthrough into the Samsara Edict realm a long time ago, and they were even strong enough to fight some experts at the Profound Life stage. The reason why they held back was that they were coveting the first place on the Dragon Pulse ranking. This was the reason why they had been accumulating. But Lin Xiao's appearance crushed their hopes and even made them feel despair. As long as Lin Xiao was around, no one would be able to obtain first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. So they couldn't wait any longer. This was why they began to start making a breakthrough. There were rumors that Ji Lingfeng reached the third stage Profound Life stage in his breakthrough due to his accumulation. The Samsara Edict realm was divided into the Profound Life, Profound Death, and Nirvana stages. Regardless of the Profound Life or Profound Death stages, they each have 7 minor stages. After experiencing 7 Profound Life and 7 Profound Death stages, they would reach the Nirvana stage, grasping the Nirvana aura. Every breakthrough was a great boost in strength for them, and their dragon origin would undergo a transformation. The fact that Ji Lingfeng reached the third stage Profound Life stage in his breakthrough was enough to prove how much he accumulated within the Dragon Pulse realm. Ordinary people would need years to reach the third stage profound life stage because the profound life stage was on a whole new level in comparison to the Dragon Pulse realm. Putting it in a nutshell, they didn't want to play with Lin Xiao any longer. Since they would be suppressed by Lin Xiao if they stayed at the Dragon Pulse realm, they might as well make a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm so that they were one realm above him. So even if Lin Xiao's Dragon Pulses were 10,000 feet long, he was still at the Dragon Pulse realm. Aside from these people reaching the Samsara Edict realm, a phenomena kept appearing at the Black Tortoise Void Sea, strumming everyone's heartstrings. But under this whole turbulence, Lin Yun was still stabilizing his cultivation. Half a month later, an unexpected guest interrupted Lin Yun's seclusion. It was Gu Jun of the Law Enforcement Hall. They could be considered acquaintances, and it was almost time for Lin Yun to end his seclusion. Thus, he wasn't furious that he was interrupted, but asked with a smile, "What brought you here? Are you looking down on me just because you became first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? You didn't even come to see me when you returned." Gu Jun questioned. "That's because I'm in seclusion. You know that I have to stabilize my cultivation or my next tribulation might arrive at any moment." Lin Yun smiled, taking out a jar of wine. "Show off." Gu Jun glanced at Lin Yun in disdain. But when he saw the wine Lin Yun took out, he immediately wore a smile on his face. "Dragon Clan's wine. This is much better than the wine in the Heavenly Star Pavilion." This made Lin Yun furrow his brows because he instantly knew this old man went to the Heavenly Star Pavilion to eat and drink again. Covering the jar with his hand, Lin Yun said, "Speak if you have anything." Gu Jun was furious when he saw Lin Yun covering the jar just when he wanted to take a mouthful. He raised his head and smiled. "You think I want it? That lass told me not to go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea." "Oh," Lin Yun asked in surprise. "Why?" Raising his brow, Gu Jun smiled. "The Fire God General of the three God Generals is there. Because of what happened to the Lightning and Wind God Generals, the Blood Moon Sect's higher hierarchy is furious. The Black Tortoise Void Sea won't end peacefully." Lin Yun's face changed when he heard that. Then he asked, "What is the origin of this Blood Moon Sect? Why are they becoming so arrogant in recent years?" "You want to know?" Gu Jun smiled with his eyes squinted. When Lin Yun nodded his head, Gu Jun nudged his lips to the jar, signaling for Lin Yun to move his hand away. This naturally made Lin Yun unhappy, but there was nothing he could do, and could only move his hand away. "How fragrant!" Gu Jun clicked his tongue after taking a mouthful of the wine. After Gu Jun drank the last drop of wine, he shook the jar heavily before he explained, "Speaking of the Blood Moon Sect, it's a powerful foe of the Divine Dragon Empire." "That I know," Lin Yun replied. "Say something I don't." "Take it slow. Do you know about the Dark Era?" Gu Jun smiled. After Lin Yun nodded his head, Gu Jun continued, "Tell me what you know then." Glancing at Gu Jun, Lin Yun said, "After the Battle of Deities 100,000 years ago, all the gods fell, the Dragon Gate was destroyed, and the Golden Era was gone. Thus, darkness descended and heroes rose together to fight them. It was a time when the world was devastated, and mortals could only live pitifully like mere ants. But the 9 emperors appeared, ending the Dark Era and founding the Divine Dragon Empire. This was something many people knew about. There were still other secrets, such as the death of the Southern Emperor, but they seemed doubtful. Some say the 9 emperors wanted to re-establish the Dragon Gate, but they established the Divine Dragon Empire in the end. As a result, this created a crack between the Southern Emperor and the Empress. Sword Emperor Yu Qingfeng parted ways with the Divine Dragon Empire, while the Demon Emperor remained indifferent. No one knew exactly what happened during that period, but what did it have to do with the Blood Moon Sect? Did you know that 3,000 years ago, aside from the birth of the 9 emperors, there were also the 3 monarchs? Gu Jun asked. He continued, "The 3 monarchs are close to deities in their strength, and they're also believed to be able to end the Dark Era. They're the Demon Monarch, Blood Monarch, and the Nether Monarch. The Blood Monarch is the ancestor of the Blood Moon Sect, and the 3 monarchs cannot be truly killed. Even the Southern Emperor only managed to heavily injure and seal the Blood Monarch, but could not kill him. So it's just a matter of time for the Blood Moon sect to make a comeback. Not to mention the Divine Dragon Empire is in trouble recently because the source of the Dark Era is showing signs of returning. The Demon Spirit Clan? Lin Yun asked. Nodding his head, Gu Jun explained. The Demon Spirit Clan is extremely terrifying. They weren't eradicated 3,000 years ago, but have been secretly infiltrating into the various forces. Lin Yun furrowed his brows when he heard that because he had come in contact with the Demon Spirit Clan in the past. He never expected the Demon Spirit Clan to also be outside the ruins. Because the Divine Dragon Empire has to face a lot of enemies recently, the Blood Moon sect has been showing signs of reviving. There have been rumors that the Blood Monarch is awakening. Gu Jun said with a grave expression. It's no wonder why the Saint Elder said that the appearance of the Blue Dragon record might not be a piece of good news. The Golden Age will reappear, and that means darkness will reawaken. Lin Yun muttered to himself. This is why I said that the Black Tortoise Void Sea will be chaotic, and it's best for you not to join the chaos. Gu Jun warned. What are they going to look for in the Black Tortoise Void Sea? Lin Yun asked. The Black Tortoise Saint Cannon. Gu Jun placed the wine jar down, then raised his head. The Azure Dragon, Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise are powerful divine beasts in ancient times. Their cultivation and secret techniques are passed down through bloodlines, and they're all divine cultivation techniques that only pure-blooded divine beasts can practice. When divine beasts take on humanoid forms and marry humans, their descendants will possess that divine beast's bloodline. Thus, they changed their inheritance to suit humans. They're the Vermilion Bird Saint Cannon, Azure Dragon Saint Cannon, White Tiger Saint Cannon, and the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon. Gu Jun briefly paused before he continued. This is how your Azure Dragon's inheritance has been passed down, but it's not the genuine Azure Dragon Saint Cannon. It can only be found in the Azure Dragon ancestral land. Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts when he heard that because he also heard the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion's Pavilion Master mentioning it, and his Azure Dragon's inheritance was only a small portion. But after the Golden Era collapsed, all the pure-blooded divine beasts in the world disappeared. No one knows where they went, and the bloodline purity of their descendants isn't high. Their bloodline purity can no longer be compared to ancient times. Those with the divine beast's bloodlines became a target in the Dark Era. Their descendants were either slaughtered or went into hiding. Then again, there are also those who rose, because there are many people in the Divine Dragon Empire possessing the Dragon Clan's bloodline. Gu Jun sorrowfully explained. Why do you look so sad? Don't tell me that you also possess a divine beast's bloodline. Lin Yun smiled. Gu Jun was briefly stunned before he glared at Lin Yun. Don't bullshit. Lin Yun smiled but no longer dwelled on that. He asked, does the Black Tortoise Void Sea really have the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon? They're just rumors. Perhaps there are some scrolls or secret techniques, but no one knows where the complete Black Tortoise Saint Cannon is located. Gu Jun said seriously. Lin Yun pondered about it and found it pretty reliable. But even if they're just some scrolls, they're extremely valuable. If you can find clues of the complete inheritance, it will be worth it. Gu Jun said. Lin Yun thought about his divine tortoise transformation and fell into deep thoughts. And Liu Yan's mission should be to find similar scrolls. I have to go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea no matter what. What's wrong? Why maintain such a high profile? Aren't you first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? Do you know how many people's eyes are on you? If you go there, no one can protect you. Gu Jun said unhappily. But Lin Yun took out the tortoiseshell and said, because of this tortoiseshell fragment, if I go, there's a high chance that I can find something. MHM? It's really a fragment of the black tortoise. Let me see which lineage this belongs to. Gu Jun's eyes lit up, but just when he wanted to grab it, Lin Yun already stowed the tortoiseshell. You really have a lot of secrets, Gu Jun said furiously. You're not simple either. Lin Yun smiled. He was just probing Gu Jun. But he was practically sure this old man possessed a divine beast's bloodlines. Lin Yun was pretty interested in the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon. He might not necessarily cultivate it, but he could use it as a reference. He would definitely walk his own path after becoming a saint, creating his own sword technique and inheritance. If he couldn't learn from other strengths, it was practically a pipe dream to create his own path. After a brief consideration, Lin Yun said, "Don't tell An Luyan about this." Lin Yun then went to bid farewell to Yu Weiwei. After this farewell, he probably wouldn't return to the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, and they might have to part for a long time. After Lin Yun left, Yu Weiwei looked at his silhouette and dazed off. She knew that this day would come sooner or later, and she was already mentally prepared. She was worried about Lin Yun's safety after leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. "Senior sister, there's a high possibility that Big Brother Lin is heading to the Black Tortoise Void Sea." Yu Weiwei turned to look at Mu Shuling. Mu Shuling naturally knew what she was thinking, and she replied, "There's a restriction at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Those with a higher cultivation have a higher chance of triggering the restriction, so it's practically impossible for those at the profound death stage to enter. He can protect himself well. Not to mention he also knew it wouldn't be an easy path when he decided to be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. So don't worry about him." But Yu Weiwei bit her lips and said, "What if he leaves the Black Tortoise Void Sea?" Seeing how pitiful Yu Weiwei looked, Mu Shuling ultimately sighed. "Speak. What do you want me to do?" Yu Weiwei smiled and embraced Mu Shuling. I know senior sister is the best." After leaving the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion, Lin Yun immediately headed to the edge of Heavenly Domain City. If he wanted to go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea, he had to take a ship if he wanted to go to various dangerous places. Heavenly Domain City had 4 piers, and each pier had multiple massive ships, and the port was crowded. At this moment, 1 month had passed since the Martial Dao Tea Party, and everyone already knew that Lin Xiao had obtained first on the Dragon Pulse ranking and defeated 2 god generals. Lin Yun could hear a lot of news related to him, the Blood Moon sect, and how Ji Lingfeng and others made a breakthrough in the Samsara Edict realm as he walked around the port. He was calm and composed. He entered a tavern, wanting to inquire about the latest news about the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The moment he stepped into the tavern, the surrounding discussions far surpassed his expectations. Lin Yun wore a bamboo hat to conceal his identity and sat down in a corner. He ordered a cup of wine and casually drank it. The bamboo hat was pretty effective, and no one would recognize him if they didn't take a closer look at his appearance. "Hey handsome, do you mind if I sit here?" Not long after Lin Yun sat down, a person sat down opposite him. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Mei Zihua, whom he hadn't seen for quite a while. Him again. Lin Yun's pupils flashed with a hint of loathing under the bamboo hat, because this person was a little too friendly. Placing the cup down, he asked, "Don't you have anything better to do?" "What is it?" "You can just be direct about it." He wasn't acquainted with Mei Zihua to the point that they could be so casual. This was the 3rd time Mei Zihua showed up, so he must have had a scheme of some sort. Mei Zihua squeezed out a smile, but wasn't too bothered about it. He asked, "Have you seen the vermilion bird's jade slip I gave you?" "I did," Lin Yun said, brushing it away. How could he possibly have the time to take a look at that? He wasn't too interested in music Dao. The reason why he learned music Dao was to conceal his identity and enter the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion. "What do you think about it?" Mei Zihua laughed with a smug face. "Not bad," Lin Yun replied. "Thanks for your compliment." Mei Zihua smiled confidently. "Since that's the case, why don't you come with me? I have a lot more vermilion bird jade slips at home. I wonder if you're interested." "To where?" Lin Yun asked in a surprised tone. "The Divine Dragon Empire, Mei Clan," Mei Zihua said seriously. "Mei Zihua, just tell me what you want. I have already agreed to almost all your requests, haven't I? I loaned you the spike fiddle and even gave you the scores for it. Don't tell me you're after the 3 lives fruit or—" Lin Yun placed the cup down, and his facial expression became vigilant. He was wondering if Mei Zihua had seen through his identity. "The 3 lives fruit? It's true I'm a little interested in it." Mei Zihua smiled. "What if I don't agree to come with you?" Lin Yun asked. "Then, I'm afraid I can only think of other ways," Mei Zihua said confidently. He was very sure that Mei Zihua was only at the Dragon Pulse realm. With a baffled look, Lin Yun said, "You're present at the Martial Dao Tea Party. so you should know my strength. I'm first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. First on the Dragon Pulse ranking only proves you're invincible in the Eastern Desolation, not the Kunlun realm. Mei Zihua smiled. Why don't you give it a try, then? Lin Yun said indifferently. Mei Zihua simply smiled and gently placed his cup on the table. The wine in the cup fluctuated, and the tavern instantly became quiet. Looking through the bamboo hat, Lin Yun could sense an invisible sound wave spread out from the wine that isolated them from the outside world. Great Saint Tune. Lin Yun raised his head to look at Mei Zihua. He asked, since you possess the Great Saint Tune, why didn't you use it at the Nirvana banquet? Opening up his fan, Mei Zihua smiled. I'm the descendant of one of the 10 musical clans, and I have my pride. If I have to rely on the Great Saint Tune to defeat you, then I have already lost the fight. So, you're not after the 3 lives fruit? Lin Yun asked. He couldn't tell what Mei Zihua was planning now. Of course not. I only want to invite you to the Mei clan in the Divine Dragon Empire, Mei Zihua said with flames blazing within his pupils. So, you already know of my identity? Lin Yun asked. Your identity? Of course I do. Mei Zihua smiled. Wasn't Lin Xiao a disciple of the heavenly fragrance Divine Mountain? He already discovered it long ago. But before he could finish, Lin Yun gently tapped his finger on the table, causing the cup to shatter. As the surrounding noise returned to normal, Lin Yun's face changed under the bamboo hat because he was sure Mei Zihua didn't have any killing intent against him. He wasn't sure if Mei Zihua shared it with anyone else. Most importantly, how did Mei Zihua find out about his true identity when even a saint couldn't see through his disguise? Could it be a powerful artifact of the Mei clan? Let me tell you, Lin Xiao is Flower Burial Lin Yun. This is what the Wind Edgelord said at the Martial Dao tea party. Right then, a radiant voice resounded from the tavern, instantly captivating everyone's attention. Are you serious? Isn't this news too explosive? Did the Wind Edgelord really say that? The Wind Edgelord seems to have said that, but he was soon refuted by someone else. Not to mention Lin Xiao even taught him a lesson, and the Autumn Mountain Lord apologized to Lin Xiao on his behalf. Someone responded immediately. The blue-robed youth who spoke initially smiled. If Lin Xiao isn't guilty, why does he have to injure the Wind Edgelord? None of you thought about that before. It does make sense if you put it that way. But even the Dragon Pulse Rankings Dragon Spirit acknowledged him as Lin Xiao, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's Heavenly Origin Mirror couldn't see anything. Seeing that someone responded to him, the blue-robed youth smiled. The Dragon Spirit is only an artifact spirit. Who knows if it's fooled? As for the Heavenly Origin Mirror, don't tell me you guys don't know that there's an adulterous relationship between Lin Xiao and the Saint Elder. Are you serious about that? I thought there was a relationship between Lin Xiao and the Profound Fairy. What's going on? The atmosphere within the tavern became heated when they heard about a gossip between Lin Xiao and Saint Elder, and they quickly gathered. After all, who wasn't interested in gossip? Not to mention Mu Shuling was a famous ice beauty within Heavenly Domain City. So everyone's blood naturally began to boil when they heard there was gossip between Mu Shuling and Lin Xiao. Ha ha ha! I bet you don't know about that. The blue-robed youth was satisfied when he saw the surrounding reactions. He smiled. Back at the West Garden banquet, Mu Shuling came to save Lin Yun with the Imperial Dragon Order. You guys weren't around, so you don't know how nervous Mu Shuling was and how gentle her gaze was when she looked at Lin Yun. Holy shit! This piece of news is too explosive. Lin Xiao, that damn bastard is really lucky to have 2 beauties. An exclamation resounded from the surrounding area, but everyone was envious. The blue-robed youth smiled. Hee. No beauties can resist the charm of a hero. Not to mention Lin Xiao is Flower Burial, a peerless genius in the sword. Everyone practically went insane, and this explosive piece of information caused an uproar. Don't bother being envious of him. He's Flower Burial. Without him defeating the 2 god generals, the Martial Dao Tea Party wouldn't have been able to continue to go on. The blue-clothed youth didn't forget to link Lin Xiao with Lin Yun. He continued with a smile. At the Martial Dao Tea Party, Lin Yun is really arrogant. saying that the Blood Moon sect is a bunch of garbage with their strength. In the corner, Mei Zihua was briefly shocked before he turned to look at Lin Yun. Brother Lin, no wonder you're not interested in my 9 maids. You believe it? Lin Yun asked. Hee. Gossip doesn't start without a reason. Not to mention we're both men. So I can understand you. Mei Zihua gave Lin Yun a wink. This sort of rumor was lethal, containing half-truths and half-lies, mixed with a hint of love gossip. Once it spreads, no one would be concerned about what the truth was. I'm just talking about it casually, and we can't imagine this feeling. Just imagine the sleeping profound fairy and the gorgeous Saint Elder. The blue-robed youth got even more exaggerated with what he said, detonating the atmosphere in the tavern. When he saw the crowd being excited, the corner of his lips curled up and the effects were better than he imagined. Right then, he could sense a huge danger as a bamboo hat flew over, hitting his chest and making him throw out a mouthful of blood with his face pale. Before he could even react, a person already appeared before him with a sword pointed at his forehead. This instantly made him terrified because it was Lin Xiao. The person standing at the wine table looking at him was Lin Xiao. The surroundings immediately became quiet because they didn't expect they would run into Lin Xiao here. Who instructed you to spread those rumors? Lin Yun asked coldly. The blue-robed youth tried his best to maintain his composure, and he sneered. What? You're feeling guilty now? Flower burial. How almighty. Not going to say it? Lin Yun repeated. The blue-robed youth smiled. Go ahead and kill me, if you have the guts. If you kill me, you're feeling guilty. Everyone, flower burial is trying to silence me. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered to waste time with him and pierced his heart with his sword. He questioned coldly, Last chance. Are you still not going to say it? The blue-robed youth was instantly enveloped in fear, but he still gritted his teeth. Kill me then. I won't say anything even if you kill me. Good. As you wish, Lin Yun said before wanting to pull his sword out. But halfway through, the blue-robed youth finally panicked, and he murmured, Don't kill me. I'll talk. Who is it? Lin Yun asked. The Wind Edge Lord. The blue-robed youth briefly struggled, before he continued. The Wind Edge Lord asked us to spread the rumors, regardless if it's true. At that time, those coveting the firmament Saint Cloth will come after you, and he even asked us to provoke you and the Blood Moon sect, using the Blood Moon sect to deal with you. An uproar broke out from the surroundings because no one expected the Wind Edge Lord to be so vicious. The rumors were lethal. When Lin Yun heard that, a murderous aura rose within his pupils because the Wind Edge Lord really got on his nerves. He says you'll surely go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and he has 100 ways to kill you at that time. The blue-robed youth then begged for mercy. Spare my life. You're first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, so you can't go back on your words. I have said everything I know, so you can't kill me. He was feeling aggrieved because he never expected he would run into Lin Yun, so he completely panicked. It's true I am a man of my word, but I don't remember saying that I won't take your life. Lin Yun drew the sword out indifferently. As blood splashed out, the blue-robed youth's heart shattered. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun swept his gaze around before coldly saying, I know his accomplices among you. Go back and tell this to the Wind Edge Lord. Come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea personally if you want my life. Otherwise, you will never be able to find me. When Lin Yun finished, he left the tavern with Mei Zihua closely following behind. Mei Zihua said, That Wind Edge Lord is really vicious to spread rumors about you being flower burial. Hearing that, Lin Yun turned around and asked, Don't you already know my identity? Of course. You're clearly a disciple of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain, and I won't be wrong. Mei Zihua said confidently. Lin Yun gave Mei Zihua a strange look before he said, You don't have to follow me. I won't be going to the Divine Dragon Empire anytime soon, but I will go there in the future. I'll contact you again if there's a chance. So don't follow me. Before Mei Zihua could say a word, Lin Yun already turned around and left, leaving behind the depressed Mei Zihua. Mei Zihua looked at the departing Lin Yun. He couldn't figure out why Lin Xiao seemed to be avoiding him. This made him pretty sad because he always felt good about himself, and he had never been disdained by others before. This makes no sense. What went wrong? Mei Zihua held onto his chin with his brows furrowed. The inheritance in the Black Tortoise Void Sea is just a rumor, and it's more or less comparable to the Vermilion Bird's jade slip I gave him. But he's not interested. Young master, is there a possibility that Lin Xiao didn't look at the jade slip at all? A maid asked. But Mei Zihua quickly denied it. That's impossible. The jade slips are personally recorded by me, so how can he not look at something so precious? The maids smiled wryly and were speechless. They were already accustomed to their young master being so narcissistic. The Vermilion Bird's inheritance isn't as good as the Black Tortoise's inheritance? This makes no sense. Logically speaking, the Vermilion Bird Saint Canon is stronger than the Black Tortoise Saint Canon. Or does he not want to cooperate with me? Mei Zihua was still dwelling in his own world. Young master, are we going to the Black Tortoise Void Sea? The maids asked. That place is dangerous. So let's not do that, not to mention we've been out for so long. Wait, I have to go there. That fellow is trying to shake me off. But I won't let him go so easily, Mei Zihua said, and the depression on his face was replaced by determination. Near the port of the Vermilion Bird District was a gorgeous palace. The heir of the Lu Saint clan, the Wind Edgelord, looked at the few who came back with the news. There were 4 people around him. They were the profound life stage elders of the Lu Saint clan. Even in powerful sects, profound life stage experts could be considered elders and the pillars of a sect. If saints didn't appear, the profound life and profound death stages were the highest fighting prowess of a sect. For there to be 4 profound life stage experts following the Wind Edgelord was enough to show how powerful a saint clan was. Aside from that, there was also a quasi-saint behind him, hidden in the shadows. There wasn't a single profound death stage because experts with that cultivation couldn't go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. If the Wind Edgelord decided to go, the quasi-saint wouldn't be able to follow him and could only wait outside. Lu Hai! That bastard actually ratted me out? How can he possibly live after falling into Lin Zhao's hands? The Wind Edgelord was furious after hearing the news brought back to him. It was fine if Lu Hai died, but he just had to rat him out. This way, the lethality of the rumors would be greatly affected. As the Wind Edgelord stood up, he sneered. But isn't he a little too bold to challenge me? Are you sure he's alone? The Wind Edgelord didn't believe that Lin Yun dared to head to the Black Tortoise Void Sea by himself. He's alone, but Mei Zihua seems to be behind him. But judging from the looks of it, Mei Zihua and Lin Xiao seem to have parted ways in the tavern. Someone reported. As ruthlessness flashed across the Wind Edgelord's pupils, he briefly pondered before saying, "He dares to be so arrogant? Does he really think that I don't dare to kill him? If it was not for the Imperial Dragon Order, I would have killed him on Thunder Island. That fellow probably really thinks of himself as a disciple of the Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain to act with such impudence at the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea. The Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea doesn't belong to him," an elder of the Lu clan said coldly. "I thought he was a smart person and would keep a low profile. Since he dares to be so arrogant, is he really not placing the Lu Saint clan in his eyes?" The Wind Edgelord smiled. "Young master, are we going to the Black Tortoise Void Sea? Of course. Since he wants to play, I'll play with him, then. Issue the Demon Feather Order and place a bounty on his head. Let me see how he's going to play with me. Does he really think he's invincible after being first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? He's simply courting death," the Wind Edgelord said coldly. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was a forbidden zone in the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea. It was massive, and there were many mutated demonic beasts. In the ancient battle between gods, the entire Heavenly Domain was shattered. So even after 100,000 years have passed, there were still many forbidden zones in the Heavenly Domain's Unholy Sea with the remnant of the deity's power. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was one of them. The higher one's strength was, the easier it was to detonate the remnant deity's power. Those at the profound death stage would detonate those energies if they entered. If it was detonated, anyone under the Saint Realm would die. Aside from that, the space in that region was unstable, and it was hard to pass through it. The only way of getting over was through a saint-class worship. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was famous in the heavenly domain's unholy sea, and the demonic beasts there were tainted by the deity's energies. There's a high chance of saint crystals being born within their bodies. The saint crystals were useless for those at the Samsara Edict realm, but they're effective for saints. So this was why a lot of people would normally head to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. A saint-class warship heading to the Black Tortoise Void Sea would set off every half-month, and the next departure was 3 days. 3 days later, Lin Yun was standing on the deck of a saint-class warship, reading a scroll of bamboo slips with much information about the Black Tortoise Void Sea recorded on it. Not far away, Mei Zihua kept a certain distance from him. In the end, this fellow ultimately followed him. When Lin Yun put down the scroll, he glanced at everyone on the deck. He knew that half of the people here were coming for him. 3 days ago, someone issued the Demon Feather Order and placed a bounty on his head. As long as anyone killed him, they would be able to obtain the Demon Feather Order. Thus, all the demonic cultivators in the heavenly domain's unholy sea became excited. The Demon Feather Order was something personally refined by the Demon Emperor himself, and only those with a special friendship with the Demon Gate could obtain one. One could use the Demon Feather Order to exchange for resources, saint elixirs, treasures, and even dragon spirit martial techniques from the Demon Gate. One could even have a chance at a Glory Saint artifact. As long as it wasn't a request to become a saint, the Demon Feather Order could fulfill almost any request. Lin Yun speculated that the Demon Feather Order was probably obtained by the Wind Edgelord because it was impossible for anyone else to possess it. Even if they had it, no one would waste something so precious on his life. But his feud with the Wind Edgelord was at the point where only one person could live. So it was understandable that the Wind Edgelord would use it to place a bounty on his head if he had one. But not everyone here was after him. Some were here for Saint Crystals, and some were here for the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon. As for Holy Land's geniuses like Ji Lingfeng, they had already set off for the Black Tortoise Void Sea half a month ago. You don't seem to be panicking at all, Mei Zihua said curiously. Anyone would be afraid to have a bounty on their heads because there were many bloody legends about the Demon Feather Order. This was because those with a bounty on their head by the Demon Feather Order were dead. Lin Yun merely brushed it off with a smile. If he was in the outside world, he might have his concerns. But he didn't have many concerns about the Black Tortoise Void Sea. On the contrary, it was safer for him in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. His objective in the Black Tortoise Void Sea was the Black Tortoise Saint Cannon and try to make a breakthrough in his cultivation to the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. So he had a reason to go there, and he wouldn't allow his plans to be disrupted by the Demon Feather Order. Right then, a group of people appeared on the Saint-class warship, and Lin Yun recognized the person leading the party. It was the Wind Edgelord of the Lu Saint clan. The Wind Edgelord had 4 profound life-stage experts behind him as he calmly walked towards Lin Yun with a smile on his face. But he didn't care about the uproar in the surroundings, acting as though it had nothing to do with him. His gaze was only on Lin Yun. The Wind Edgelord's appearance naturally caused an uproar on the deck. Everyone knew Lin Xiao and the Wind Edgelord had a feud, and it practically reached the point that only one of them could live. Their feud started at the West Garden banquet before proceeding to the Martial Dao Tea Party. After all, the Wind Edgelord provoked Lin Xiao twice and had his face slapped instead. With the Wind Edgelord's influence within Heavenly Domain City, anyone would have been dead a long time ago. In fact, everyone was curious as to why the Wind Edgelord hadn't made a move. It wasn't until rumors began to spread that they realized how vicious the Wind Edgelord was. As for the Demon Feather Order on Lin Yun's head, many people suspected it had something to do with the Wind Edgelord. But surprisingly, Lin Yun was relatively calm, as if he didn't see the Wind Edgelord. Thus, this made the surrounding atmosphere weird and oppressive. Right then, 3 people appeared on the deck, and many demonic cultivators had fear in their pupils when they saw the 3 of them. The leader of those 3 was a person wearing a white robe, carrying a massive blade on his back. When everyone saw that blade, they had roughly guessed his identity. This person was Bloodhand's butcher Ko Tianhua, ranked in the top 300s on the demonic ranking, and there was a bounty on his head in the various holy lands. Everyone quickly figured out that Ko Tianhua came for the Demon Feather Order, and this meant their chances would be slim. If they made Ko Tianhua unhappy, he might even slaughter them along with Lin Xiao. The reason why Ko Tianhua dared to challenge the Holy Lands was that he had a huge background. His master was a powerhouse of the demonic path, the Whitebone Blade Saint. The two people beside him also had a huge background. It was a man and a woman. The man was called Yuan Henjing, with a pale complexion and a handsome face. His skin was so white that it looked as though there was no blood, but he had a pair of sharp eyes like an eagle. This person was rumored to be a disciple of the Heavenly Flame sect. He took a saint as his master, but he violated the rules and was expelled from the sect. He followed Ko Tianhua after he was expelled. The woman looked gentle, and she had the title of Stone Lady, a famous killer in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. She had a fiery figure, and her entire body was wrapped in black cloth, revealing patches of her skin. But anyone who knew her name wasn't willing to mess with her. Lin Xiao is doomed. All of them are experts at the profound life stage. The Demon Feather Order is pretty powerful. The Wind Edgelord is also here. If I were him, I definitely wouldn't go to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The Saint-class warship could house thousands of people on the deck, and it was filled with people. Ko Tianhua, who wore a white robe, quickly walked towards Lin Xiao without concealing the murderous intent in his pupils. Champion of the Nirvana Banquet, Lin Xiao? Ko Tianhua asked. That's me. Lin Yun put down the bamboo scroll and calmly looked at Ko Tianhua. It looks like you don't know what the Demon Feather Order means. We have no feud between us, but I'll be taking your head, Ko Tianhua said, and he swept his gaze out on the deck. The warning in his gaze was evident. Get lost, Lin Yun said. Ko Tianhua was briefly stunned before his gaze turned colder. This fellow was prey to him, so he never imagined that Lin Xiao would be so arrogant. I hope you can maintain your arrogance after we arrive at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Since it was forbidden to fight on the warship, Ko Tianhua ultimately endured it and left with his two companions. Lin Xiao, you seem to be facing some trouble. Do you need help? The Wind Edge Lord looked over and wore a playful expression. Anyone could tell that the Wind Edge Lord was just shedding crocodile tears. But Lin Yun merely gave the Wind Edge Lord a glance before he turned his gaze back to the scroll. This naturally made the Wind Edge Lord furious, since he was being ignored. Young master, have some patience. We'll deal with him after we arrive at the Black Tortoise Void Sea, the profound life stage elder said. An hour later, the Saint-class warship finally flew away from the Vermilion Bird District's port, heading towards the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was located at the far west of the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea, and was far away from Heavenly Domain City. Even without mentioning the twists and turns of the dangers, it would take half a month, even for a Samsara Edict Realm expert to fly over. Furthermore, cultivators needed to rest. If they ran into some trouble, they would have to take an even longer time. This was the reason why they could only rely on a Saint-class warship to travel. A Saint-class warship was a powerful Saint artifact. At full power, it could even unleash a power comparable to a Saint. Only the Mo clan and Sacred Alliance knew how to forge a Saint-class warship. So other forces, including the Divine Dragon Empire, could only buy from them. Then again, it wasn't easy to forge a Saint-class warship. It would need hundreds of years to forge, consuming immeasurable resources in the process. When the Saint-class warship took off from the port, it flew to the clouds and continued to climb. In the end, the Saint-class warship broke through 18 layers of heaven before it stopped rising. The Kunlun realm had 36 layers of heaven. With 3 layers being heaven, it could also be called 9 heavens. The 18th layer was equivalent to the 6th heaven, and the environment here was harsh. Even those at the profound life stage wouldn't be able to stay here for long. The entire warship was surrounded by an energy barrier, looking like a huge fireball and emitting a powerful radiance. The radiance was dazzling, and no astral beasts dared to attack the ship at the 6th heaven. This also meant that the journey that should take half a month would only take less than a day. When the Saint-class warship broke through heaven once more, it arrived on an island. This was the Profound Spirit Island, and the Sacred Alliance's stronghold was built here. The Sacred Alliance was a special existence in the Kunlun realm. They were absolutely neutral and no one knew about their origin. But there was no question that the Sacred Alliance was extremely powerful, and no one dared to provoke them. There was a powerful spiritual array enveloping the entire island that totaled 101 layers. So even if a holy land attacked the stronghold, it would take some time for them to break through the arrays. As an upcurrent blew up, the Saint-class warship landed on the profound spiritual island's port. "We're here. Everyone can find the Black Tortoise ship after disembarking. It will bring you to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The space in that region isn't stable, and only the Black Tortoise ship can remember the sailing route. If you go alone and anything happens to you, the Sacred Alliance won't be responsible for what happens." An elder from the Sacred Alliance said, "The Black Tortoise ship will set sail when 8 golden slips are gathered, and it will set sail automatically. When you guys return, the Black Tortoise ship will bring you guys back, and we will check your golden slip when you return. So please remember to abide by the rules and don't casually disembark." The golden slip was equivalent to a ticket, and the value of a golden slip was 150,000 divine astral pellets. There were roughly 6,000 people on the Saint-class warship, so this meant the Sacred Alliance would make 600 million divine astral pellets from this alone. Then again, the Saint-class warship would also have to consume Saint crystals as energy. So only the Sacred Alliance would know how much they could earn. There was a stone tablet when they got down, and they had to verify the authenticity of the golden slips through it. "Young Master, Lin Xiao has disappeared," an elder from the Lu Saint clan said. "What's going on?" The Wind Edge Lord furiously roared. "Don't let him run." Lin Yun was still reading the bamboo scroll just a moment ago, but he suddenly disappeared. When they looked around, Lin Yun was already in front of the stone tablet while they were stuck in the crowded flow of people. The Wind Edge Lord looked annoyed, but he didn't dare to move after glancing at the guards on the warship because the Sacred Alliance wasn't easy to deal with. On the contrary, Ko Tianhu, Yuan Henjing, and Lady Stone were fairly calm. Lin Yun scanned his golden slip on the stone tablet before he quickly disembarked and walked to the other side of the port. There were complete tortoise shells by the shore floating on the water, and there were saint runes engraved on the surface of the shell. These were the Black Tortoise ships. Lin Yun casually jumped onto one, and it didn't take long for 3 people to come on. It takes 8 people to activate their golden slips to move the ship, so they weren't in a hurry. Soon, there were 7 people gathered in the Black Tortoise ship. They only needed 1 more person. "Wait for me. I have yet to board the ship." A figure ran over. Mei Zihua lightly gasped for breath and jumped onto the Black Tortoise ship. The moment he jumped on, everyone activated their golden slips, and the Black Tortoise ship shot out like an arrow. "That was close. I nearly missed it." Mei Zihua wiped the sweat on his forehead and sat on the tortoiseshell with a smile. "He escaped. Chase after him." The Wind Edge Lord became furious, and they jumped onto another Black Tortoise ship to activate it. But their Black Tortoise ship remained motionless, and this naturally made them furiously stomp their feet, because they could only watch as Lin Yun slowly disappeared from their sight. "Young Master, we need to gather 8 people before it can move," the Lu Saint clan's elder said anxiously. "Why didn't you tell me earlier?" The Wind Edge Lord glared at this elder, so the elder kept his mouth shut. The Sacred Alliance made themselves clear, but the Wind Edge Lord was the one who didn't listen to it. The setting sun was like blood, and the sea was boundless. This was a magnificent scenery as the Black Tortoise ship rode the waves and slowly approached the Black Tortoise Void Sea. There were 8 people on this ship. Aside from Lin Yun and Mei Zihua, the remaining 6 were 5 men and 1 woman. Since Lin Yun now had a bounty on his head by the Demon Feather Order, he naturally had to examine them well. Amongst them, there were 3 who were friends often coming to the Black Tortoise Void Sea to hunt Saint crystals. So Lin Yun was practically certain they were harmless. The leader of this party was Chun Tong, who used to be a disciple of the Heavenly Tao sect until he left when he became old. This was commonly seen amongst sects because once a person exceeds a certain age, they would lose their value to be nurtured by the sect. If they still wanted to stay in the sect, they could either be a deacon or become the leader of a subsidiary force. If it was in the sword sect, those reaching the profound life stage could stay behind to become an elder, and the treatment of an elder wasn't at all inferior to some disciples. But the Heavenly Tao sect was once the strongest holy land in the Eastern Desolation, so they naturally had a stricter requirement. The profound life stage could only allow him to be a deacon at best. It was natural that this person wasn't willing and left the stage. The remaining 3 were pretty suspicious. One was dressed in black clothes with his face covered. Only his eyes were exposed, and he wore his bamboo hat after boarding the Black Tortoise ship, which made him look even more suspicious. When he boarded the ship, his gaze was on Lin Yun for a long time, as if he was confirming something. The second person was an old man, dressed like a beggar with tattered clothes and gave off a stench. He was sitting there, drinking his wine, and minding his own business. The last woman was the weirdest because she was too beautiful. She had delicate and bewitching features, donning a white dress embroidered with golden threads. Looking at her, this woman reminded him of a grown-up version of Yu Weiwei. She shared an uncanny resemblance with Yu Weiwei's temperament. It's just that she was older and had a noble temperament. This was a pretty high evaluation because there weren't many people in this world who were as beautiful as Yu Weiwei. But this person was comparable to her, it's just that they each have different temperaments. At the forefront of the Black Tortoise ship, Mei Zihua was in a pretty good mood as he played his flute by the wind. The melody he played was beautiful and grand. Everyone was soon engrossed in it without knowing it. "Brother Lin, why don't you play something? You're the champion of the Nirvana banquet, and you're definitely not at all inferior to him." Cheng Tong smiled. His 2 companions also looked pretty excited and said, "Brother Lin, play something." As for the man with a bamboo hat and the woman, they also turned their attention over. But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, "The Black Tortoise Void Sea is strange, and music might attract the unknown. We have yet to reach the Black Tortoise Void Sea, so you don't have to be worried." Cheng Tong smiled. "A flower only blooms for a tree. This is a rare opportunity, and I'm curious about how breathtaking the Nirvana Banquet's champion's music must be." The woman smiled, but Lin Yun merely glanced at her and shook his head. When Mei Zihua heard what everyone said, he was unhappy and raised the sound of his melody. This instantly captivated everyone's attention, and a voice resounded from afar, responding to his melody. This made Mei Zihua even more excited, and he became even more focused on his melody. A brief moment later, he lowered his flute and excitedly said, "Lin Xiao, someone is responding to my melody, and it might be a beauty. Why don't we go and take a look?" But the faces of Cheng Tong and the others gradually changed because this voice sounded like the legendary ghost mermaid. "Holy shit, what the hell?" Mei Zihua suddenly shivered and saw a transparent woman in the water at the far end. She had crimson eyes and was enveloped in resentment. She instantly captivated everyone's attention, and they could feel a chill running down their spines. "It's the ghost mermaid, also commonly known as ghost merman," Lin Yun said. "In ancient times, there were mermen living in the unholy sea, and their tears were treasures. Thus, many mermen were being hunted by the other races. After their death, their resentment lingered and formed into a vengeful spirit as time passed. Their song could lure people over before devouring their souls. They were a form of terrifying monsters in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Even someone at the pinnacle of the profound life stage wasn't willing to face them. Their appearance made the faces of Cheng Tong and the others pale. Since they were often here, they naturally knew how terrifying the mermen were. Most importantly, they were vengeful spirits with no physique. So many means were ineffective against them. But they wouldn't be tough to deal with if there was a spiritualist here. Cheng Tong and the others turned to look at Mei Zihua with resentment. Not only did the latter play his flute, but he just had to show off and lure so many mermen over. "We won't be able to escape. There are too many of them," Cheng Tong muttered. But the woman didn't panic and wore a deep smile. "This young master's flute skill is too high. I bet those mermaid sisters love it. Lin Xiao, what should we do now?" Mei Zihua turned to look at Lin Yun. He didn't have time to waste with the woman now. "You lured them over, so you deal with them," Lin Yun replied indifferently. "Lin Xiao, Aren't you being a little too ruthless? Mei Zihua complained. Firstly, you're the one who lured them over. Secondly, you have the strongest mental energy amongst us, so only you can resolve the problem you created, Lin Yun said. When he glanced at Mei Zihua, it made the latter feel a chill run down his spine. You're ruthless. Mei Zihua still had a sense of responsibility. He swiftly soared to the sky before playing the flute and luring the mermen away. Mei Zihua rose to the sky, luring the vengeful spirits away. This made Cheng Tong and the others let out a breath of relief before they asked in a worried tone, "Will anything happen to him? This place isn't safe, and he'll be in danger if he loses his way." "Don't worry. He might not seem reliable, but he's strong," Lin Yun said casually. "Who is he? His attainment in music Dao doesn't look simple, and his name should be at the Nirvana banquet, right?" Someone asked curiously. "Mei Zihua," Lin Yun replied. This instantly made Cheng Tong's group of three surprised. He asked, "He's Mei Zihua?" Everyone quickly turned their heads over and saw a crimson radiance being emitted from Mei Zihua, forming into a vermilion bird beneath his feet. No matter how the vengeful spirits chased after him, they couldn't catch up no matter what. "He's a descendant from one of the 10 musical clans?" Cheng Tong asked in a shocked tone. When Lin Yun nodded his head, Cheng Tong exclaimed, "He doesn't look like one at all." There were rumors that this descendant of the 10 musical clans had a foul temper, was arrogant and would make a move if anyone disagreed with him. But before Lin Yun, he seemed to be in a weaker position, so it was quite different from the rumors. This instantly made everyone curious about Lin Yun again. There were rumors that he was a descendant of the Azure Dragon's lineage who went to the heavenly fragrance divine mountain to cultivate. Perhaps that was all real, since only someone with such a status could suppress the descendants of the 10 musical clans. Who knows, he might be the descendant of an emperor. Otherwise, it would make no sense as to why Mei Zihua would show such a weaker side in their friendship. The three frantically brainstormed and became even more respectful towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun naturally had no idea what they were thinking about, so he changed the topic. "Brother Chang, do you know the Black Tortoise Void Sea well?" "More or less," Cheng Tong said modestly. "The three of us will come here 4 to 5 times a year. The demonic beasts here have a chance of possessing a saint crystal within their bodies. Saints need saint crystals, but they can't come here. So this gave us an opportunity. The saint crystals were valuable, born in the bodies of demonic beasts that lived in the battlefields of deities. This was a mutation after the demonic beasts were tainted with the deities' energies. Coupled with several other unknown factors, the descendants of demonic beasts would have a saint crystal within their bodies. Saint crystals could be used by saints to temper their saint origin, physique, and martial intent. If they were fortunate, they could even be able to comprehend the power of deities. But it was impossible for experts at the Samsara Edict realm to use them because the energy contained within them wasn't pure. Not to mention the energy contained in the saint crystals was too powerful. But saint crystals were treasures to saints, and even the most ordinary saint crystal would be snatched in the outside world. Not to mention a saint crystal with a high grade could be sold for high prices. This was also why the Black Tortoise Void Sea was filled with people, and Samsara Edict realm experts would often come here for an adventure. But recently, it hasn't been peaceful since various people have been coming here. No one knows what will happen. Cheng Tong looked nervous, and there was a trace of anticipation in his tone. But his words were enough to state that the Black Tortoise Void Sea wouldn't be peaceful, and they might run into great opportunities. "I read from a scroll that this place isn't the same and that there are many unknowns," Lin Yun said with his head raised up. Nodding his head, Cheng Tong said, "This was the battlefield for deities, so there are many taboos here. Just try not to touch them. Take those vengeful spirits, for example. Don't be confused by their singing or you'll be lured to the Dead Sea and killed. In those places, even saints might not be able to come back alive." The Dead Sea was located at the depths of the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and there were many legends revolving around that place. Lin Yun also read from a scroll that one had to be careful there. "A lot of people died here, so we just have to be cautious," the old man who was dressed like a beggar said as he took a sip of wine. Mister, you've not stopped drinking ever since we boarded this black tortoise ship. It looks like you have good alcohol resistance. Chung Tong smiled. You want some? The old man smiled. No, it's fine. Chung Tong pinched his nose and quickly took a few steps back. Ha ha ha. You don't know wine, and this is my best one. It has been accumulated for 1,000 years, so it naturally tastes special. The old man smiled and turned to look at Lin Yun. He asked, Young lad, do you want some? But Lin Yun didn't say a word. This made the old man smile before passing his wine to the man wearing a bamboo hat. But that man emitted wisps of his killing intent to state his attitude. This made the old man awkwardly smile, but he wasn't too bothered about it. Give me some. I'd like to try, the woman said. The old man was briefly stunned, but he did not get close to her. On the contrary, he even shifted himself away from her instead. Am I that scary? The woman smiled. No, no. The old man was clearly frightened, but he quickly handed the wine over with his hands trembling. When the woman took the wine, she didn't drink it but smiled. Instead, sure enough, it's the incineration moon. I'll be accepting this then, thanks. She immediately pocketed the wine, but the old man didn't dare to utter a word. Old man, come and sit next to me. We can have a good chat. I have a lot of research in wine. The woman smiled, but her smile made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. No, it's all right. The old man was flustered, and this made Chung Tong feel weird. Come over to me. Lin Yun pulled the old man over beside him, and this made the old man feel relieved. Big brother Chung, some of my friends are coming, so I'd like to ask you and your friends to leave first. Lin Yun said, looking at Chung Tong. We've not reached the Black Tortoise Void Sea yet, the person beside Chung Tong said. But Chung Tong interrupted him and asked, Young Master Lin, you're in trouble? Don't be too sure about that. Who knows? Perhaps these friends are the ones in trouble instead. Lin Yun smiled. The two people beside Chung Tong still wanted to say something, but Chung Tong could sense that something was amiss. He immediately dragged the two and jumped off the Black Tortoise ship, heading towards the Black Tortoise Void Sea by themselves. This place wasn't far from the Black Tortoise Void Sea, so even without the Black Tortoise ship, it wasn't a problem for the three of them, since they were proficient with this place. Not long later, Lin Yun suddenly stood up. He said, You two should get going as well. My friends will be here soon. The woman and the man wearing a bamboo hat didn't say a word, and this naturally made the atmosphere tense. Right then, the old man smiled. Since your friends are coming, I'll get going first. I'm pretty faded with you, so you can stay behind. Lin Yun placed his hand on the old man's shoulder, stopping him from getting up. This made the old man want to cry and feel depressed. Suddenly, the woman broke the silence and smiled. Since your friends are here, I'll not disrupt you guys, then. She slowly stood up and took 2 steps forth. Right then, a huge wave rose from the sea, swaying the Black Tortoise ship. This caught the woman by surprise as she fell towards Lin Yun's direction. When she accidentally placed her hand on Lin Yun's chest, Lin Yun quickly reached out and grabbed onto her wrist. When her hand fell onto his chest, he had already circulated the divine tortoise transformation to conceal the blue dragon bone. Thank you. The woman smiled apologetically before distancing herself. But when she parted, there was disappointment flashing across her pupils. Lin Yun nodded before slowly releasing his grip on her wrist. Right at this moment, the man also stood up and turned around to look for the friends Lin Yun mentioned. He swiftly jumped off the ship. But when he brushed past Lin Yun, a sharp gaze shot out, to which Lin Yun coldly glared back at him. Champion of the Nirvana banquet, your courage is impressive to remain so calm, even when you're about to die. Your courage is similar to a friend of mine, the man said. Taking a deep glance at the other party, Lin Yun said, You can stay behind and see how much I resemble your friend. Let's talk about it after you survive. The man said coldly, his face changing under the bamboo hat. He no longer stayed behind and left the Black Tortoise ship. Young master, take care. The woman smiled before she left, chasing after the man and rushing towards the Black Tortoise Sea. When the old man turned back, he could see a black tortoise ship swiftly approaching them. Lin Yun executed the divine dragon eyes to look, and saw the Wind Edgelord standing on the black tortoise ship. Aside from him, there were 4 profound life-stage experts from the Lu Saint clan there. Seeing them, a cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, and he wore a faint smile. He then turned to the old man and said, "Stop pretending. I can already tell who you are with one glance. Don't bullshit. I don't know you at all." The old man said, "Drink it along the way." With a smile, Lin Yun took out a Dragon Clan's wine and handed it to the old man before he soared to the sky. He executed his movement technique and headed in the opposite direction. "What are you trying to do?" the old man asked in shock. As Lin Yun traveled on the surface of the ocean, he replied, "I'll look for you later." The old man held onto the jar and fell into deep thoughts before he breathed out a sigh. Lin Yun moved away from the black tortoise void sea's direction before retrieving the divine indigo bamboo flute and started playing it on a reef. His melody wasn't as fancy as Mei Zihua, but it was filled with an unimaginable murderous aura. An hour later, the Wind Edgelord arrived with the 4 profound life-stage elders. The black tortoise ship they rode was like a gust of wind and stopped 1,000 meters away from the reef Lin Yun was standing on. The Wind Edgelord was holding onto his fan, looking extraordinary at first glance. Seeing Lin Yun, who was playing the flute on the reef, he smiled. "Lin Xiao, who are you playing this funeral song for?" As Lin Yun lowered the divine indigo bamboo flute, he said, "Well, I'm not exactly certain who this funeral song is for." When the Wind Edgelord heard what Lin Yun said, his face sank with a murderous aura flashing within his pupils. He was furious that Lin Yun dared to be so arrogant despite facing death. If they were outside, he might not openly dare to do anything to him. But he didn't have much reservation when he's at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was a forbidden zone, and it was normal for people to die. Since Lin Yun dared to come alone, he naturally had his confidence in doing so. But he was only at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, so there was no way Lin Yun could escape from his grasp. Thinking about this, the Wind Edge Lord immediately calmed down. He smiled. "Lin Xiao, you're a smart person. You won't put your life at risk if you don't have any confidence. But smart people often die faster. Do you know why I chased after you? Despite knowing that you have trump cards. I don't care what a dead person thinks," Lin Yun said, putting away the divine indigo bamboo flute. The Wind Edge Lord's face sank when he heard that, and coldly said, "Lin Xiao, you're too arrogant. You're too bloated just because you obtained first on the Nirvana Banquet and Dragon Pulse ranking. You're only first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. You're not invincible at the Dragon Pulse realm. Not to mention when facing someone at the Samsara Edict realm." "You're right," Lin Yun replied. As the Wind Edge Lord squinted his eyes, he eerily smiled. "Your indifference is really getting on my nerves. I suddenly don't want to kill you now. I want to torture you and make you beg before me, while I slowly break every single bone in your body. Young master, why waste time with someone like him? He's just a small fry at the Dragon Pulse realm. I'll deal with him." A profound life stage expert stood out from behind the Wind Edge Lord. This person's name was Lu Hai, an elder of the Lu Saint clan. Lu Hai was tall and robust, wielding a spear as he jumped off the Black Tortoise ship to charge at Lin Yun. The Wind Edgelord's face changed a little. Lu Hai was over 100 years old, and his cultivation was at the 2nd stage profound life stage. Empowered by his profound life aura, Lu Hai's dragon origin underwent a transformation, and it had far surpassed a mere cultivator at the Dragon Pulse realm. Even if Lin Yun was talented, he was only at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. He might be able to face someone who had just stepped into the profound life stage, but it was practically impossible against Lu Hai, an expert of the Lu Saint clan. So the Wind Edge Lord decided to let Lu Hai test Lin Yun's strength and see his trump cards. As Lu Hai stomped his foot on the sea, a huge wave was created as a crater appeared. When he flew forth like an arrow, the collapsed region on the sea bounced back up and created a 1,000-foot wave. The dragon origin within Lu Hai's body was terrifying. Not to mention it was further empowered by the profound life aura. So he simply dashed forth with the spear in his hand. As the myriad rune saint artifact began to light up, it released a dazzling brilliance before he swept the spearhead forth. This created a terrifying current, wrapped in seawater, forming into a wave that charged at Lin Yun. The wave wall was powerful, emitting a faint radiance, and slammed against Lin Yun. The huge wave knocked Lin Yun a few hundred meters away. When Lu Hai charged out from the wave, he sneered, "Do you know how powerful a Samsara Edict Realm expert is now? This power is way beyond your imagination." He dashed over and shot his spear forth when Lin Yun landed. But Lin Yun dodged his attacks and managed to regain his footing after 10-odd moves before using the flower burial sword to block Lu Hai's spear. When the spear and sword collided, an explosion swept out. Lin Yun took the initiative to retreat. Swinging his sword, the sword ray he unleashed manifested into a dragon's claw that charged towards Lu Hai. As a powerful gale swept behind Lu Hai, he shook his hand. 9 heavenly gale quake. His spear produced afterimages of his spear. When the afterimages overlapped together, the spear was thrust forth. When the saint's spear flew over, it easily shattered the azure dragon's claw. But that wasn't all. Lu Hai was still emitting a terrifying, majestic aura and dashed over. Lin Yun raised his head and stomped his foot on the ground before he retreated back by 3 feet and spun in midair with the flower burial sword. When his sword moved, an azure dragon wrapped around him. In a split second, the azure dragon condensed with dragon origin shattered, and Lin Yun was sent flying away. When Lin Yun descended, his heart throbbed violently with fine cracks appearing. Many of the dragon runes on his chest shattered because he was injured. Fortunately, his injuries weren't serious. When the blue dragon bone emitted a faint blue energy, the cracks around his heart swiftly recovered. "Lin Xiao, do you now know the drastic difference between you and the Samsara Edict realm? So what if your dragon pulses are at 10,000 feet? You're not much different from an ant before the profound life stage." The Wind Edge Lord smiled. Lu Hai stood proudly with the spear in his hand. He was confident in winning. Facing a genius at the Dragon Pulse realm, his sword intent was useless even if it was strong, and it was meaningless even if he had strong attainment in martial Dao. Just the difference in one realm alone was enough to crush everything. Indeed, the second stage, profound life stage, is stronger than I imagined. Lin Yun said softly, "You know now, but it's too late." Lu Hai said indifferently, "That's not necessarily the case." Lin Yun's face changed. His gaze became sharp, and he released his sword heart. Very quickly, Lin Yun's sword intent began to rise, and all the spiritual energy within the surroundings was drawn by his sword heart. A dazzling silver radiance shone on his chest, and his invisible sword heart formed a shape. Lin Yun's aura swiftly broke through the restriction of the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, soon reaching the profound life stage. Ever since he grasped the sword heart, he had yet to reveal it before anyone. By releasing the sword heart, not only could it empower his sword intent, but it could also multiply the coverage of his sword heart. Sword heart. Lu Hai's face changed with shock in his pupils. The Wind Edge Lord and the others were also shocked because this wasn't possible. He now knew why Lin Yun could hold his ground facing Ji Lingfeng, Xiao Yuanqi, and the Autumn Mountain Lord. At times, he even looked as though he could see the future. The Wind Edge Lord recalled the scenes back at the Martial Dao Tea Party and woke up from his shock. When he looked at Lin Yun, his pupils were filled with shock, and his murderous aura became denser. He had to kill Lin Yun no matter what, or it would be troublesome in the future. Grasping the sword heart was even more terrifying than grasping the heavenly dome sword intent. After all, Lin Yun could be called a sword saint after reaching the saint realm now that he had grasped the sword heart. But Lin Yun already grasped the sword heart at the Dragon Pulse realm. So how heaven-defying was his talent in the sword path? So what if you've grasped the sword heart? You're still a mere insect at the Dragon Pulse realm. Lu Hai's pupils radiated with hostility. When he came to his senses, he summoned his constellation, and the pressure he gave off became even stronger. When he got close, his terrifying dragon origin swept out and emitted a powerful aura. Lu Hai's spear techniques became even more ferocious, causing the sea within 10-odd miles of radius to tremble. But Lin Yun easily faced it because there were more openings in Lu Hai's spear techniques. Under the empowerment of the surrounding spiritual energy, Lin Yun's sword aura became even more terrifying and easily blocked the aura given off by Lu Hai. His sword heart was like a vortex within his body, attracting the surrounding spiritual energy and converting it into sword aura. 10-odd moves later, a cold light suddenly flashed within Lin Yun's pupils because he saw a huge opening. As Lin Yun soared to the sky, he executed the divine sun-chasing art and was like a bright sun. Under the dazzling radiance, Lu Hai was forced to shut his eyes. When Lin Yun turned around, his 100,000 dragon runes manifested into a massive azure dragon before he landed on the azure dragon's head. At this moment, Lin Yun's sword aura completely merged with the azure dragon, and Lin Yun divided into two, swinging his swords out. He executed the azure dragon sword art, unrivaled thunderstorm slash. When the two sword rays intertwined, the surrounding space was split into four, and the spot where the sword rays intertwined was fixed onto Lu Hai. As Lu Hai's profound life stage aura began to crumble, Lin Yun loosened his sword before gently pushing his right hand forth. The glory spirit within the flower burial sword was activated. Before anyone had the time to react, a streak of light pierced through Lu Hai's chest, creating a huge hole. When Lu Hai fell into the sea, he could no longer get up again. "Come back." Lin Yun pressed his right hand down and grabbed onto the flower burial sword. Just like that, a second stage profound life stage elder of the Lu Saint clan died. The Wind Edge Lord's heart trembled, and he had not yet come to his senses. When Lin Yun descended once more, the azure dragon disintegrated into dragon runes while returning his body. As for the flower burial sword, there was blood dripping down from it. This was the power of the sword. The Wind Edge Lord stared at the flower burial sword and could sense the sharp and murderous aura coming from it while emitting a terrifying power. This was a sign that the flower burial sword was a Glory Saint artifact far stronger than the Netherman Saint armor. So it wasn't an injustice for Lu Hai to be killed so quickly. When the Wind Edge Lord came to his senses, his pupils were blazing with flames. A Glory Saint artifact. Ha ha ha. Lin Yun, you do not just bolt. The Wind Edge Lord looked at the flower burial sword with greed radiating within his pupils. After all, a Glory Saint artifact was something that could even tempt saints. The eyes of the three remaining elders behind the Wind Edge Lord also greedily looked at Lin Yun's sword. They suddenly realized that Lin Yun was full of treasures. "You want it? Sorry, but you're not worthy," Lin Yun replied. The corner of the Wind Edge Lord's lips curled up, and he smiled. "It's fine. A dead person like you doesn't have to care if I'm worthy or not. You still have other treasures on you, right? I'm looking forward to it now. Lin Xiao, you have given me a great surprise." The appearance of the Glory Saint artifact instantly made Lu Feng, Lu Yunfei, and Lu Cheng's faces become greedy behind the Wind Edge Lord. The three were elders of the Lu Saint clan, and they had high treatment. But their weapons weren't even at the level of a 100,000 rune saint artifact. 100,000 rune saint artifacts were extremely rare, and it would be great if a Samsara Edict Realm expert could possess one. But even a 100,000 rune saint artifact was incomparable to a Glory Saint artifact. If they had a Glory Saint artifact, they could even compete with experts at the Profound Death stage, and this meant that their strength would rise by leaps and bounds. The Wind Edge Lord's pupils flickered with greed, and he was determined that Lin Yun had to die today, no matter what. Even if they didn't have a feud before, just the Glory Saint artifact was enough of a reason for the Wind Edge Lord to kill him. "Go! Kill him and I'll reward each of you with 100,000 rune saint artifact," the Wind Edge Lord said coldly. Upon receiving his command, Lu Feng, Lu Chang, and Lu Yunfei jumped off the black turtle boat and headed towards Lin Yun from different directions. Even if Lin Yun possessed a Glory Saint artifact, he was only at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Lu Hai didn't know about the Glory Saint artifact, and this was why he inexplicably died. So the three weren't afraid of Lin Yun, not to mention they were ganging up on him. Most importantly, the three were at the 3rd stage Profound Life stage, and they were stronger than the deceased Lu Hai. The difference between the second and third stage profound life stages might only be a stage, but the actual difference was more terrifying than one imagined. If they fought, they were confident that any of them could easily take down Lu Hai within 10-odd moves. The strongest among them was Lu Chang, and he had reached the pinnacle third stage profound life stage. He was only half a step away from the fourth. He charged at Lin Yun head-on, while Lu Feng and Lu Yunfei sandwiched Lin Yun from the sides. They wanted to interfere with Lin Yun's Sword Heart's judgment capabilities. Lu Chang might be strong, but it was an issue for him to deal with Lin Yun, who brought out his Sword Heart and Flower Burial Sword. In a frontal confrontation, Lin Yun's sword aura fell into a disadvantageous position, not to mention there were two others harassing him. So he could only retreat quickly. Lu Chang had a myriad rune saint artifact, and it was a black blade. He also had solid skills with the blade. Even if he only grasped the firmament blade intent, his blade technique was extraordinary throughout the century. A casual blow from him could cause heaven and earth to shatter, fully displaying the power of the profound life stage. As his blade ray flashed, heavy rain fell onto the region, and this made Lu Chang grin as he firmly suppressed Lin Yun. At this instance, he unleashed 9 blades. This was a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. Whenever he swung his blade, a huge crack of over a few thousand meters would appear on the sea. As 9 sword rays intertwined, the sea was sliced into pieces with unstable fluctuations spreading out in the surrounding space. On the other hand, Lu Yunfei and Lu Feng supported him from both sides. They didn't get close to Lin Yun and launched remote attacks to tangle Lin Yun up. Lin Xiao, that glory saint artifact is a waste in your hands. You can't bring out its full strength. Concede and surrender it to my young master. Lu Chang laughed as he swung his blade down once more. This blade was fast, brushing past Lin Yun's face. Lin Yun dodged, while Lu Hai merely stood there swinging his blade around, unleashing countless blade rays. Although Lin Yun managed to resist the attacks, he still retreated to 10 miles away before he regained his foothold. But before he could catch his breath, 2 fingers streaked over to him, one aimed at his forehead and the other at his back. They were from Lu Feng and Lu Yunfei. They both unleashed their strongest attacks from a distance. This was a high-grade ghost spirit martial technique. In the hands of a profound life stage, it could unleash terrifying power. This technique was called the Dragon Tribulation Finger, a martial technique of the Lu Saint clan. The 2 rays were powerful, causing the surrounding space to tremble with a faint dragon roar echoing out. The trajectory of those rays was tricky, and he would fall for them if he wasn't careful. With their cultivation, Lin Yun would be heavily injured if he took their attacks head-on. Lin Yun released his sword heart. He could see the incoming attacks, and carefully unleashed multiple sword rays to block the attacks. He had a strong talent when it came to the sword, and the sword heart allowed him to sense any changes in the surroundings. But the harassment had tied his hands up, and his sword was like a trapped dragon. He had to find a way to take those 2 down first. His eyes began to flicker, and he swiftly searched for a solution in his mind. "Brat, take another blade from me." Just as he was figuring out a solution, Lu Chang already dashed over. He had appeared behind Lin Yun with his blade slashing down. But Lin Yun reacted as though he had a pair of eyes behind him. He turned around and pricked with his sword, hitting the opening of his blade and dissolving this dangerous strait. This is the power of the sword heart? The Wind Edgelord was anxious as he watched the battle from the Black Tortoise ship. If he could grasp sword heart, who at the Samsara Edict realm could compete with him? It was simply a waste for Lin Yun to have it. He could sense Lin Yun's glory saint artifact, but not the sword heart. This instantly made the Wind Edgelord feel irritated. He made up his mind to torture Lin Yun later after the elders captured him. Using a sword ray to dissolve the blade ray, Lin Yun ignored Lu Chang and ran away. He pushed his movement technique to the limit, turning into a golden streak of light. "Run? You think you can get away?" Lu Chang laughed and closely followed behind him. Lu Feng and Lu Yunfei, who were responsible for harassing Lin Yun, also exchanged a gaze before they chased after Lin Yun as well. This scene made the Wind Edgelord wear a smile upon seeing Lin Yun fleeing for his life. But did he think he could leave? Since he decided to make a move, he was confident that he could kill Lin Yun today. As Lin Yun ran, he would occasionally turn around and use his sword to block the incoming blade rays. Half a stick of incense later, Lin Yun and Lu Cheng were already thousands of miles away. The two were so fast that they shook Lu Yunfei, Lu Feng, and the Wind Edge Lord away. When Lin Yun suddenly stopped, Lu Cheng snickered. "Can't run any longer? A Dragon Pulse realm like you wants to compete with someone at the profound life stage in terms of stamina? How foolish you are." Lin Yun suddenly turned around and said, "The profound life aura is mysterious, and it's not something someone at the Dragon Pulse realm can resist. It's good that you know. It's futile no matter how strong your movement technique, sword technique, or foundation is. Without reaching the Samsara Edict realm, you're nothing. Even if you can run, you can't shake me off." "Maybe, but I had no intentions of running to begin with," Lin Yun said. As the corner of Lu Cheng's lip rose to a mocking smile, he scoffed. "That's what everyone says when they're at their wits' end." But Lin Yun's face was calm and composed. When he moved, he took the initiative to charge at Lu Cheng, traveling across 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. He even circulated his dragon origin and poured them into the 9 lotus diagram within his body. As a golden radiance burst out from his body, a scroll flew out. "Finally going to summon your constellation?" Lu Cheng sneered, but he soon noticed that something wasn't right. When the scroll unfolded, Lu Cheng could immediately sense an extremely dangerous aura enveloping him. But it was already too late for him to do anything. When the scroll unfolded, Lin Yun sheathed his sword and executed the 9 lotus saint seal. As he began to form seals, beads of sweat covered his forehead, and he was struggling. But the painting created with divine runes ultimately opened up. When the painting opened up, Lu Cheng, who jumped 1,000 meters away, was suddenly pulled over with a powerful suction force. As he slowly got close to the 9 lotus diagram, he was soon sucked into the painting. "Phew!" Lin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and grabbed onto the painting. "What is this place? Lin Xiao, let me out. Let me out." Within the 9 lotus painting, Lu Cheng was horrified while standing by the lake and executed various martial techniques to attack the surroundings. Lin Yun could feel the painting trembling and knew that Lu Cheng was on the verge of breaking free. He instantly knew that it was still somewhat forceful for him because he hadn't grasped the 9 lotus diagram entirely. This was because the 9 lotuses in the painting have yet to undergo a transformation. But it was enough for him to deal with someone like Lu Cheng. "Inside there is a treasured place, so you can enjoy your time there," Lin Yun said before ignoring Lu Cheng. The 9 lotus diagram was truly a treasure, and Lin Yun didn't lie to him. But it was a pity that Lu Cheng didn't have the blue dragon bone. So once the 9 lotuses got close to him, he wouldn't be able to last long and would have his vitality sucked dry. Back then, when Lin Yun entered the 9 lotus diagram, the inside was eerie, and who knew how many people died inside there? But in order to control it, one needed the 9 lotus saint seal, and he couldn't be disturbed. This was the reason why he lured Lu Cheng over. It was to shake off the other two so that he would have enough time to execute the 9 lotus saint seal and deal with Lu Cheng. Right then, 2 figures descended from the ground, Lu Feng and Lu Yunfei. "Where's Lu Cheng? Bastard! Where's Lu Cheng?" The two swept their gazes around and roared when they couldn't see Lu Cheng anywhere. They could faintly see Lin Yun bringing out a treasure and Lu Cheng disappearing. So this naturally made them feel uneasy. "It's fine. You two will accompany him soon." Lin Yun stowed the 9 lotus diagram and looked at the two. "You're courting death." Lu Yunfei and Lu Feng released their killing intent before executing the dragon tribulation finger. This caused billows to rise on the sea, raising multiple water screens. "Sword!" Lin Yun placed his right hand before his chest and formed a seal. When the flower burial sword flew out from the sheath, it flew towards Lu Feng. This made Lu Feng's face change, and he quickly dodged the incoming attack. But even after he dodged the sword quickly turned around and flew over. Then the flower burial sword summoned Lin Yun over, and he disappeared. When he reappeared, his hand had grabbed onto the sword. "Lu Feng, watch out!" Lu Yunfei exclaimed, and he rose to the sky before pushing his palms forth. In the next second, he unleashed hundreds of rays forth, raining toward Lin Yun and sealing the area he was in. Lu Feng took this opportunity to retreat. When he saw Lin Yun struck by the rays, he immediately rejoiced. But his face soon changed in the next moment after watching Lin Yun shatter apart with no blood splashing around. It's an afterimage. Lu Feng quickly turned around and saw that Lin Yun had somehow appeared behind Lu Yunfei with the flower burial sword in his hand. His pupils immediately squinted, and he yelled, "No!" When a sword ray flew past, blood splashed with a decapitated head falling in the sea. As Lin Yun descended, he swiftly ran into the sea and approached Lu Feng. When the latter descended, he turned around and ran for his life without any hesitation. He had lost his fighting spirit after witnessing how Lu Yunfei was killed. But the moment he turned around, Lin Yun already appeared before him. Lin Yun, donned in his white robe that was fluttering in the wind, slowly sheathed his sword. The sword was still covered with blood when he sheathed it. As he slowly sheathed his sword, a hissing sound resounded with blood dripping down from the sheath, falling into the sea. "What's going on? He's clearly behind me earlier. Wait!" Lu Feng's thoughts were a mess, and he couldn't figure out what just happened. A streak of blood suddenly appeared on his forehead, flowing downward. Turned out that he had already died when he turned around. When Lin Yun completely sheathed his sword, Lu Yunfei's body was vertically split into two. Not long after Lu Yunfei died, the 9 lotus diagram within Lin Yun's embrace began to tremble again with a terrifying fluctuation spreading out, and the fluctuation was so great that the 9 lotus diagram nearly flew out. "Lin Xiao, let me out! Let me out! What is this place? Let me out, you bastard!" Lu Cheng was already in despair because he could feel his vitality swiftly being devoured, and this naturally enveloped him in fear. Lin Yun formed the 9 lotus saint seal to completely seal off the 9 lotus diagram, and he muttered, "One man's meat is another man's poison." The 9 lotus diagram was a powerful treasure to him, but it was a living hell for Lu Cheng. Or maybe even hell wasn't so terrifying. He might be holding on now, but it wouldn't be long till he loses his life. "The Wind Edgelord is coming soon," Lin Yun muttered to himself. With a few flickers, the Wind Edgelord finally caught up. Just earlier, he saw Lin Yun killing 3 people except for Lu Cheng. He had no idea about what happened to him. He had witnessed the death of the other 2, and he was completely dumbfounded by what he saw. "They're all trash." The Wind Edgelord became furious. When Lu Hai died, it could be said that he was careless, thus giving Lin Yun the opportunity to kill him with a Glory Saint artifact. But he couldn't accept the failure of Lu Hai, Lu Feng, and Lu Yunfei, who were prepared. Not to mention that they were fighting 3 against 1. In the end, he could only blame it on the experts nurtured by a clan that lacked competition compared to a sect, and those 3 were garbage. As the Wind Edge Lord's face changed, a cold, murderous intent began to radiate from him. He wanted to know what treasure Lin Yun used to deal with Lu Cheng. The latter was at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage, profound life stage, not to mention he often fought with enemies with his life on the line. The other 3 were different, but Lu Cheng was an expert among the Lu Saint clan's elders. But someone like that was so easily suppressed by Lin Yun. This made the Wind Edge Lord feel a chill run down his spine. The thought of fleeing crossed his mind, but it only appeared for a moment before it disappeared. Lin Yun had to die here no matter what. Even if those 4 were garbage, they were still elders of the Lu Saint clan, and they were nurtured with a great amount of resources. Not to mention the time they used was measured in centuries. The losses today were great, and he wouldn't be able to explain to the clan when he gets back. So he didn't exactly have a choice. The Wind Edge Lord coldly looked at Lin Yun, as expected of a genius from the Azure Dragon's lineage. "Lin Xiao, I have to admit that I underestimated you. But it has come to an end now. I already guessed that you wouldn't immediately run away, but it doesn't matter now. Even if you run, it would just take a longer time for me to kill you," Lin Yun said, raising his head. The Wind Edge Lord was furious when he heard those words, and he furiously roared, "Lin Xiao, you're really arrogant. Have you not wondered as to why I'm still standing here after seeing how you killed 4 of my elders? Do you think I don't have the confidence to stay? Oh. Lin Yun indifferently looked at the Wind Edgelord. You're a frog in the well. I might have been powerless against you when I was still at the Dragon Pulse realm. But do you still think we're on the same level after I reached the Samsara Edict realm? The Wind Edgelord said coldly. My foundation in the Dragon Pulse realm far surpassed those elders. They can't even make it into the top thousands when they were on the Dragon Pulse ranking. But I was in the top 10. Are you comforting yourself? You don't have to do that because you can never understand the power of the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. The sword technique I used when facing the tribulation also isn't something you can comprehend. That wasn't something that can be grasped at the Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun said, You're too confident in yourself. Let me show you my confidence for chasing after you. The Wind Edgelord sneered. When a constellation appeared behind him, the painting unfolded and revealed a silver dragon. That was his divine dragon constellation. That was a powerful constellation, and all the spiritual energy within the surroundings started pouring into his body when the divine dragon appeared. The Wind Edgelord's cultivation was at the second stage, profound life stage, and he could unleash a terrifying suppression under the empowerment of the constellation. The pressure that he gave off was even stronger than Lu Cheng's. He was only at the second stage, profound life stage, but he was even stronger than the 4 elders combined. This was the Wind Edgelord's foundation, and it wasn't something the elders could be compared to. Not to mention the Wind Edgelord grasped the Dragon Clan's martial techniques. Regardless of the Divine Dragon Overlord Fist or Silver Dragon Saint Physique, it brought him a drastic transformation after reaching the Samsara Edict realm. As their power combined together, it allowed the Wind Edgelord to give off a horrifying pressure. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. The Wind Edgelord began to pour his dragon origin that was empowered by the profound life aura into his fist. When he threw his punch forth, a dragon roar condensed into a ball before flying towards Lin Yun. Before his punch even arrived, the sea beneath Lin Yun's foot already sank in with terrifying cracks appearing in the surroundings. At this moment, it felt as though the entire world was within his control. But Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless. He let go of the sword, and the flower burial sword flew over like a beam. Lin Yun also circulated his heavenly dome sword intent, and the flower burial sword summoned him over. He instantly appeared behind the Wind Edgelord and grabbed onto the flower burial sword. What's going on? The Wind Edgelord exclaimed. He had seen similar scenes before multiple times. Back then, he thought Lin Yun's speed was too fast. But he never expected that it would still be so shocking, even after he reached the Samsara Edict realm. The moment Lin Yun held onto the flower burial sword, he circulated the Azure Dragon intent with a thunderstorm rising up. His sword ray radiated the horizon, and he roared, Unrivaled Thunderstorm Slash. The Wind Edgelord was a strong opponent, so Lin Yun didn't dare to be careless. He unleashed his strongest attack the moment he made a move. His body was divided into 2, one wielding wind and the other wielding lightning before swinging their swords. When the 2 sword rays intertwined, the violent thunderstorm energy caused the surrounding space to distort. At such a close distance, there was no way the Wind Edgelord could block his attack. The point where the 2 sword rays intertwined landed on the Wind Edgelord's heart, and the flower burial sword attempted to pierce into his chest. But when Lin Yun's sword came in contact with the Wind Edgelord's chest, it caused sparks to fly. This made Lin Yun surprised with doubt flickering within his pupils. He was certain that he had already used the glory metal spirit within his flower burial sword. He exhausted nearly 1/3 of his dragon origin, but it only caused sparks to fly. He couldn't even touch the Wind Edgelord's body. When the Wind Edgelord was knocked away, he pushed his palms forth. Multiple dragons flew over, simultaneously landing on Lin Yun when the flower burial sword fell onto him. The attacks shattered the dragon runes on Lin Yun's chest, and this made Lin Yun spat out a mouthful of blood before he was sent 1,000 meters away. The Wind Edgelord was at the second stage, profound life stage, but he had an even stronger foundation than Lu Cheng. Under the empowerment of the Silver Dragon Saint Physique, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying, even if Lin Yun had a powerful physique. Under the difference in their cultivation, Lin Yun instantly suffered severe injuries. Lin Yun fell into the sea, causing a huge wave before he soared into the sky. When Lin Yun was in midair, he threw out a mouthful of blood and his face became pale. His internal organs were torn under the massive power, and his body was like a sculpture that could collapse at any moment. The injuries he suffered weren't something he could recover from, even with the blue dragon bone. Glory Saint Artifact? Lin Yun had no fear in his pupils as he stared at the silver dragon coiling around the Wind Edgelord. The Wind Edgelord looked at the heavily injured Lin Yun and smiled. Not bad. Now, do you know where my confidence comes from? Don't think that you're the only one with a Glory Saint artifact. Your sword is incomparable to my myriad scales armor. As the Wind Edgelord circulated his dragon origin, multiple silver dragon scales appeared on the surface of his body. The scales were engraved with ancient runes, emitting a powerful dragon aura. This was a saint armor forged with dragon scales, possessing the power of dragons that wrapped around his body. At this moment, the Wind Edgelord looked like a mighty god. The myriad scales armor was forged with the actual scales of pure-blooded dragons along with dragon skin, tendons, blood, and the dragon clan's unique forging technique. Putting it on, it could merge with the flesh and bestow a powerful defense. The dragon scales also contained great power, and this Glory Saint armor was even more powerful than the two god generals' Netherman Saint armor. Lin Yun was calm because what the Wind Edgelord said was right. Even between two Glory Saint artifacts of the same grade, a defensive artifact was naturally more valuable than an offensive artifact. Even if the weapon was at a higher grade, the value of a defensive artifact would be higher if they were placed on an auction. The difference might be several-fold or even tenfold. After all, you only have one life no matter how many people you kill. Good stuff. Lin Yun's pupils were blazing with flames when he looked at the myriad scales armor. It was a defensive Glory Saint artifact, and wearing it was equivalent to having another life. He just didn't know if it was forged with the scales of divine dragons or true dragons. If it was forged with the scales of divine dragons, he couldn't imagine how valuable this Glory Saint artifact would be. The Wind Edgelord's pupils were full of pride, and he said, "For this Glory Saint artifact, my father practically used life to exchange it. With it, you can only dream about injuring me as long as I stay here. My silver dragon Saint physique can strengthen all my aspects, and you should have sensed that earlier, right? He was in the top 10 to begin with. After reaching the profound life stage, he was even stronger than the elders. Now that he even had the myriad scales armor on, he was practically invincible against those of the same cultivation. Even someone at the pinnacle of the profound life stage couldn't injure him. With the myriad scales armor, he was confident of even leaving when facing a pinnacle nirvana stage expert. If he unleashed the true power of the myriad scales armor, he could even fight them. Is a Glory Saint artifact really invincible? Lin Yun muttered. His dual sword souls then began to glow. When he raised his sword to the same level as his brows, the dual sword souls immediately empowered the flower burial sword. As a golden azure dragon coiled around the sword in his hand, the flower burial sword flew out. This made the Wind Edgelord wear a grave expression, and he didn't dare to be careless. After all, Lin Yun was a monstrous genius with the sword, and his sword was a Glory Saint artifact. So he couldn't afford to be careless, even with the myriad scales armor. The Wind Edgelord circulated his silver dragon Saint physique and dashed forth with his right fist. As a powerful dragon aura spread out from him, each of the scales on the myriad scales armor emitted a dazzling light. Shortly after, multiple silver dragons flew out and sent the flower burial sword away. Lin Yun remained where he was and controlled the flower burial sword with his right hand. The sword drew countless sword images in the air before the flower burial sword broke through the silver dragons and arrived before the Wind Edgelord. As sparks flew around, the Wind Edgelord was calm and the incoming attacks were blocked. He didn't even stop Lin Yun from attacking him because the latter's attacks could only cause sparks to fly on his body. Divine Dragon Overlord Fist. As a dazzling silver radiance shone from the Wind Edgelord, His punch manifested into a silver meteorite that bombarded the incoming swords. When a powerful shockwave swept out, all the swords were shattered, and the flower burial sword was sent flying away. Wielding the flower burial sword, Lin Yun took 3 steps back before he managed to stabilize himself. When he looked at the myriad scales armor, the flames within his eyes blazed even stronger, and he couldn't help wearing a smile. Even if he had a lot of treasures, he still couldn't help feeling heated when he saw the myriad scales armor and wanted to keep it for himself. Lin Yun simply put the sword back into the sheath and stood with his hands behind his back. What the Wind Edgelord said was right. He was practically invincible with the myriad scales armor. It was close to impossible if he wanted to injure the Wind Edgelord with the flower burial sword. Perhaps he might be able to injure his opponent with the divine firefly sword, but there was no need. This was because this sword technique would consume a lot of vitality, not to mention his injuries weren't light. Even with the blue dragon bone, he couldn't recover anytime soon. As for using the 9 lotus diagram, it was too unrealistic. Firstly, it takes time to cast the 9 lotus saint seal. Secondly, Lu Chang was still inside, and he didn't know if that fellow was dead. But he had an easier method to deal with the Wind Edgelord. When the Wind Edgelord saw this scene, his pupils flashed with contempt, and he sneered, "I thought you're strong and would choose to fight to the death. But even if you offer your sword to me and beg for mercy, I won't let you off." When he saw Lin Yun putting away the flower burial sword, he thought Lin Yun was about to beg for mercy. He slowly walked towards Lin Yun, and the myriad scales armor radiated brightly. The runes on the scales were also activated, creating a melodious sound like wind chimes, and the dragon aura he gave off grew increasingly more powerful. As majestic spiritual energy poured into his body, he was like a true dragon, and every movement could make the world tremble. Just the aura he gave off alone was terrifying. No one could imagine how powerful his attack would be when he unleashed it. Just from the aura radiating from his attack, even someone at the 4th stage profound life stage would be killed under this attack. When he got close to 100 meters around Lin Yun, the massive pressure came crashing down and left fine cracks on Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent. Seeing that Lin Yun's sword intent was about to collapse, the Wind Edgelord stopped and smiled. "I'm curious. What treasure did you use to seal Lu Cheng? If you're willing to offer it to me, I can consider changing my mind." "You're dreaming." Lin Yun smiled. "It doesn't matter. I'll just have to help myself," the Wind Edgelord contemptuously said, before stomping on the water. When an explosion occurred on the sea, cracks that were tens of miles long began to spread out. The power he gave off was terrifying, and it felt as though he was stepping on the entire world beneath him. "Kneel." When the Wind Edgelord landed, he gave Lin Yun a palm. As silver light surged from his palm, it made his palm look like a massive dragon claw descending from the sky. But something unbelievable happened. He was sent flying away when he got close to Lin Yun. Even the constellation behind him shattered, and his dragon aura began to collapse. The Wind Edgelord threw out a mouthful of blood and was sent 10 miles away. When he landed, his pupils were filled with disbelief because he couldn't believe that this was real. Lin Yun slowly walked over under the splashes. When the Wind Edgelord raised his head, he saw Lin Yun wielding an umbrella that he couldn't recognize. This naturally made the Wind Edgelord furious, and he slammed his palm on the surface of the sea. He roared, "You're courting death." As a golden radiance shone from him, the powerful dragon aura began to gather from the surroundings. "Oh, Azure Dragon, help me!" Lin Yun raised the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and began to pour his dragon runes into the umbrella. The umbrella was completely opened. Beyond the 36 layers of heaven, the Azure Dragon constellation opened their eyes. A gaze of eternity crossed through the great distance and fell onto the Wind Edgelord. The Wind Edgelord reacted as though a huge palm slammed against him, and the dazzling silver light he gave off extinguished like a firefly. When he raised his head to look at the umbrella in Lin Yun's hand, his pupils were filled with disbelief. He couldn't believe what he saw. Everyone in the world knew that the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella was in the hands of Lin Yun. Throwing out a mouthful of blood, the Wind Edgelord could feel his scalp going numb, and he couldn't believe what he was seeing. He yelled, "You're really Flower Burial?" Although he did spread rumors that Lin Xiao was Lin Yun, he never believed it himself, even when Zhuge Qingyun told him that there was a slight chance that Lin Xiao might be Lin Yun. He even wanted to ridicule Zhuge Qingyun for it. After all, when the Heavenly Origin Mirror, Dragon Pulse Rankings Dragon Spirit, Azure Dragon Sword Art, Nirvana Banquets Champion, and the Saint Tune labels were placed on Lin Xiao, no one would believe that he was Lin Yun. But the reality was placed before his eyes, and he had no choice but to believe it. Are you surprised? Lin Yun held onto the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella and coldly looked at the Wind Edgelord. Lin Xiao, no, Flower Burial, please listen to me. The Wind Edgelord's heart was enveloped in fear, and he began to beg for mercy. As Lin Yun fell from the sky, he simply thrust the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella like a spear at the Wind Edgelord's chest. There were no cracks on the Myriad Scales armor, but the Wind Edgelord's internal organs suffered a great blow as a majestic force penetrated into his body. This made the Wind Edgelord spit out blood and his face distorted with pain. "What a good treasure," Lin Yun commented. As he spoke, he slammed the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella against the Wind Edgelord. The Myriad Scales armor was powerful. Even without covering the head and legs, the Saint Runes would protect every inch of the wearer's body. But Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella was a genuine sovereign saint artifact, not to mention that it had fused with a dragon soul not too long ago. So the power of this umbrella naturally far surpassed what the Wind Edgelord could imagine. As the umbrella continued to fall on him, there was no damage to the Myriad Scales armor, but the Wind Edgelord's body was gradually crumbling. Each blow would make the Wind Edgelord let out a miserable cry, and he could only try and dodge the incoming attacks by crawling. "Lin Xiao, please spare my life. I can give you this armor, so please stop." The Wind Edgelord begged for mercy. When Lin Yun finally stopped, sword intent exploded from him before the Wind Edgelord could catch his breath. Empowered by the Heavenly Dome sword intent, Lin Yun thrust forth with the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella and shattered the Wind Edgelord's heart. Even in his death, the Wind Edgelord couldn't figure it out. Lin Yun had risked exposing himself using the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella, wanting to kill him, so how could he be spared? When he spread the rumors about Lin Xiao being Lin Yun, he had already thoroughly offended Lin Yun. Even if he didn't come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea, Lin Yun would find ways to take his life. The waves were calm on the sea. The Wind Edgelord's corpse was floating on the sea, and the radiance given off by the Myriad Scales armor gradually died down. Lin Yun stood on the sea and stowed the Azure Dragon's Sun Moon umbrella before heaving out a breath. His act was risky this time because his identity might have been exposed. If the Wind Edgelord wasn't dead and escaped, it would bring endless trouble to him. But after so many times, there was no need for him to keep bearing if he couldn't. The Wind Edgelord already came right at his face, and it would make him seem afraid if Lin Yun continued to bear with it. Not to mention that the risk he took this time was worth it. After killing the Wind Edgelord, he would be safer in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Aside from that, he also obtained a Glory Saint artifact, and that was something Lin Yun hadn't expected. The Myriad Scales armor was composed of silver dragon scales that could merge into his flesh upon wearing it. Not only could it increase his defense, but it could also increase his cultivation and speed. To a certain degree, the value of the Myriad Scales armor was higher than the Flower Burial sword. Then again, the Flower Burial sword could still be upgraded. In the end, it might end up being a Sovereign Saint artifact or Divine artifact, and that was an uncertainty when it came to the Myriad Scales armor. When he placed his hand on the Myriad Scales armor, a warm sensation flowed up. Each scale seemed alive, emitting a terrifying aura. Aside from that, each scale was engraved with a saint rune, and each rune was a miniature spiritual array. This meant there were tens of thousands of spiritual arrays interlocking to form a complicated array to maintain the operation of this Myriad Scales armor. It's really the scales of pure-blooded true dragons. Lin Yun was pleasantly surprised. Pure-blooded true dragons were equivalent to quasi-divine beasts, and they're already extinct in the Kunlun realm. At the core of this Myriad Scales armor was a silver dragon scale, greatly increasing the value of this Glory Saint artifact. Glory Moon Spirit. Lin Yun briefly observed it and found a Glory Moon Spirit engraved on the core scale. The 7 Glory Spirits were of different attributes, and he initially thought that Myriad Scale's armor had a Glory Earth Spirit. Since it was the Glory Moon Spirit, it was no wonder why this armor could greatly boost his cultivation and speed. With a single thought, 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes locked onto each scale, and he roared, "Come!" With a roar, the Myriad Scale's armor was ripped off the Wind Edge Lord's corpse. When the armor was ripped off, the Wind Edge Lord blew apart and died without even a complete corpse. Aside from the Myriad Scale's armor, 2 items fell from the Wind Edge Lord's corpse. One was his interspatial bracelet, and the other was a black metal. Lin Yun only skimmed through the bracelet because similar spatial treasures all have restrictions. If he tried to forcibly get past the restriction, the bracelet might explode and he might injure himself because of it. There was no doubt that the Wind Edgelord's bracelet definitely contained a lot of treasures and a large number of divine astral pellets. So it would be a pity to just abandon it. After a brief pondering, Lin Yun picked up the bracelet. He couldn't open it, but Lil Purple might have a way. As for the black metal, it was weird and contained a cold, baleful aura. Just by looking at it, he felt as though he was going to be sucked into it. He didn't come in direct contact with it and pulled it over with a suction force. But when he saw the demon feather engraved on it, his face changed. The demon feather order. Lin Yun's lip twitched with a cold light flashing across his pupils. This proved that the bounty on his head by the demon feather order was from the Wind Edgelord. Furthermore, this metal was special, and he couldn't keep it in the bracelet. This metal had caused him a lot of trouble, and all the demonic cultivators in the Black Tortoise Void Sea were here for him. Even if they couldn't find the Black Tortoise's inheritance, getting his head was a huge opportunity for them. Lin Yun pondered for a long time, but had no idea what to do with this metal. He ultimately decided to put it away for now because he could make any request with this demon feather order, aside from being a saint. This meant he could even exchange it for a Glory Saint artifact. After putting the demon feather order away, Lin Yun examined the Myriad Scale's armor. He could sense that there was a powerful seal on it. This seal should be left by the Wind Edgelord's father, and anyone who wanted to keep it for themselves had to erase the seal. Lin Yun's face was calm because this was within his expectations. Every Glory Saint artifact would have a seal left behind by the owner. If someone took his Glory Saint artifact, they would have to erase the mark left behind by him. It will be mine sooner or later, Lin Yun muttered to himself, and he wasn't in a hurry. Right at this moment, a wave of exhaustion swept over him that made him feel dizzy. He fought several profound life stage experts in a row, not to mention he was severely injured, especially after that attack from the Wind Edgelord. If I don't use my trump cards, I can barely fight with multiple profound life stage experts. But this Black Tortoise Void Sea is filled with profound life stage experts. Lin Yun stabilized himself before muttering, "Let's heal my injuries first." He sat down and used the blue dragon bone to treat his injuries. As a blue radiance bloomed, the blue dragon runes coursed through his body. He opened his eyes an hour later. He then opened the 9 lotus diagram and immediately entered it. Lu Cheng had long disappeared after so long. When he gently landed on the pond, the 9 lotuses began to approach him. He hadn't been there for long, but he could sense the 9 lotuses missed him a lot. This brought a smile to his face, and he gently caressed the white lotuses. He had a deep impression of these white lotuses because they were like bashful girls when they first came in contact, and they even retreated. But after they became familiar with each other, the lotuses became more intimate with him. Lin Yun observed, and could tell there was a long way for the lotuses to transform. He came here to verify if Lu Cheng was dead, and he also wanted to go into seclusion here for some time. He was only at the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm now, and he had to expose multiple trump cards to fight Lu Cheng. If he ran into those with a higher cultivation or those who were in the top 10 like Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi, his situation probably wouldn't be great. Those people were stronger than the Wind Edgelord, and he heard some even reached the 3rd stage profound life stage. If he didn't want to expose his trump cards, he might not be able to defeat them. It's up to you now. Lin Yun took out a golden dragon bone from his interspatial pouch. This was the one he dug out of Qin Tian. He dug out the golden dragon bone from the Qin brothers, Qin Tian and Qin Song. He used the golden dragon bone from Qin Song to brew soup, and it was a waste. But he planned to use this golden dragon bone well to strengthen himself. If possible, he even wanted to make a breakthrough to the ninth pulse dragon pulse realm and merge the two saint bodies together. He intended to let the 9 lotuses devour the golden dragon bone to nourish him. This was how he could make the best out of it. After all, he didn't have any method of refining the golden dragon bone, and he couldn't brew another soup with it. The woman who rode on the black tortoise ship with Lin Yun finally stepped on the black tortoise void sea with the young man wearing a bamboo hat. The woman smiled. "Young friend, the black tortoise void sea is filled with danger, and it won't be easy to find the black tortoise's inheritance. Why don't we search together?" But the youth merely glanced at the woman before he replied, "I'm not interested." No one knew if he meant he wasn't interested in the black tortoise void sea or the woman. When he landed on the ground, he swiftly disappeared. After his departure, the woman looked in the distance, and she muttered, "It has been a long time since I was last here, but everything has changed." The woman sighed before she swiftly disappeared. Right then, a figure descended from the black tortoise ship that Lin Yun's party was previously on with a flute in his hand. This person was naturally Mei Zihua, who lured the vengeful spirits away. When he saw the empty ship, the corner of his lip twitched. "They're all gone. Can't they wait for me?" The boat was pretty lively before he left, but it was empty when he returned. With his strength, he managed to safely lure all the vengeful spirits away, and he was fairly proud of that. He wanted to brag about it to everyone, but everyone left when he returned, and this naturally made him feel uncomfortable. What should I do now? Mei Zihua was depressed, looking in the direction of the black tortoise void sea. It was fine if others left since he wasn't familiar with them, to begin with. But Lin Xiao also left. He thought he had a fairly good relationship with Lin Xiao, so it made no sense for him to suddenly leave. The Demon Feather Order. Mei Zihua suddenly thought of something, and smiled. That fellow should have a bounty on his head by the Demon Feather Order. He didn't want to drag me down. So this was why he left in a hurry. This was a reasonable explanation. But that thought hadn't crossed Lin Yun's mind at all. He had simply just forgot about Mei Zihua. Don't worry. You've yet to go to the Divine Dragon Empire, so I won't let you die to the Demon Feather Order. Mei Zihua smiled as he flew over toward the Black Tortoise Void Sea. A month later in the 9 Saint diagram, Lin Yun was enveloped in a golden radiance with a heavenly dragon and divine phoenix coiling around him. Behind him, his dragon pulses were fluctuating like monstrous waves. If one closely looked at them, one would notice that each dragon pulse had reached a terrifying size of 17,000 feet, close to 20,000 feet. They might be incomparable to Jian Jingtian, but he was heaven-defying in the Kunlun realm. The 9 lotuses surrounded Lin Yun were emitting pure golden vitality into his body. Over the past month, the 9 lotuses were refining the golden dragon bone and replenishing the vitality back to Lin Yun. His cultivation also improved by leaps and bounds in all aspects. Suddenly, Lin Yun opened his eyes with a devastating radiance shining from the depths of his pupils. A terrifying aura swept out, and he had now reached the pinnacle of 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. He couldn't even make a wisp of progress in it. Lin Yun let out a breath and felt great. I'll probably have to face my tribulation if I go out now, right? Lin Yun murmured to himself. He could no longer suppress his cultivation, and he was curious about how terrifying his tribulation would be. Compared to the fear and uneasiness from before, he only considered this to be the life-death experience of a swordsman. My heavenly dome sword intent has long reached greater mastery, but I haven't experienced enough life-death trials, and this is why I can't make a breakthrough. Lin Yun stood up, giving off the demeanor of a grandmaster. Lin Yun stood on the pond within the 9 lotus diagram with 17,000-foot-long dragon pulses behind him. My heavenly dome sword intent has reached the limit of lesser mastery, and it can reach greater mastery the moment I make it through this tribulation. The heavenly dome sword intent was divided into 4 masteries: initial, lesser, greater, and complete. The difference wasn't that great from initial to lesser masteries. But going from lesser to greater masteries would be a huge explosion in strength. As for complete mastery, Lin Yun still couldn't imagine how powerful it would be. Aside from that, this might be an opportunity for me to fuse the Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Blue Dragon Saint Physique. Lin Yun pondered to himself. He had a feeling that as long as he didn't die under the tribulation, his physique would undergo a transformation. No treasure could be compared to the tribulation tempering his body. It was just that most people's faces would change after hearing a tribulation, not to mention trying to temper their physique through it. Lin Yun took out the myriad scales armor and briefly looked at it before helplessly shaking his head. If he could put this on, the odds of him making it through the tribulation would greatly rise. But because it's marked by a saint, he couldn't. If he couldn't erase the saint's mark, he wouldn't be able to put the myriad scales armor on. It's a pity. Lin Yun stowed the myriad scales armor, and his gaze sank before he swiftly left the 9 lotus diagram. When he appeared on the sea, he waved his hand and the scroll rolled up before returning to his hand. The next moment, Lin Yun would feel great pressure crashing down on him. When he raised his head, the sky was slowly changing. Everything progressed just as he had expected. His tribulation was descending even when he did nothing. The main reason was that his cultivation already reached the limit of the 8th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, and his body could no longer accommodate any accumulation and thus, attracting the attention of Heaven Dao. So there was no alternative aside from reaching the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. The divine tortoise transformation could conceal his aura, but it couldn't hide from the Heaven Dao. Come on! Lin Yun gritted his teeth with a flash of ferocity in his pupils. He then stomped his foot on the sea. He faced his tribulation head-on and dashed towards the thunderclouds with dragon pulses appearing behind him. When all 8 dragon pulses bloomed, the thunderclouds began to overlap. 9 lightning bolts descended from the sky. The lightning was terrifying, and they took on a humanoid form when they got close. They appeared to be alive, and their bodies were made of lightning that looked like magma with lightning flames blazing in their pupils. As a series of explosions came from the sky, Lin Yun could hear roars reverberating within his ears. But ferocity flashed across Lin Yun's face. He drew the flower burial sword and charged at the 9 lightning figures. When he fought, lightning continued to fall onto him, covering his body with flickering lightning. The lightning shattered the dragon runes on the surface of his body, but his blue dragon bones soon replenished them. Get lost! Lin Yun swung his sword, unleashing a sword ray that shattered the 9 figures. Blue dragon sky-breaking art! Lin Yun roared, and 100,000 blue jade dragon runes appeared on his body, wandering around his body along with the golden-purple dragon runes. As a loud explosion resounded, the lightning covering his body broke apart, and the 2 dragon runes left his body. Then, the blue jade dragon runes manifested into a blue dragon, while the golden-purple dragon runes manifested into an azure dragon. When the 2 dragons hovered beside both of his shoulders, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the core of the vortex of the tribulation. Over there, the magma of lightning had formed into a terrifying space. His goal was to charge over before using the magma of lightning to temper his physique and use his sword intent to confront the tribulation. After all, passively defending wasn't a solution, and a swordsman must have their own pride. Even when facing the dragon tribulation, they must have the courage to face it with their sword. An hour later, Lin Yun was covered in blood and finally reached that magma of lightning. That was the dragon tribulation pool, and the tribulation power contained within it was 10 times more powerful than the outside world. He stood on the cloud and briefly hesitated before he jumped into the pool. The moment he jumped in, his face immediately became distorted under the pain, and he couldn't help letting out a ferocious roar. The lightning magma was as scorching hot as magma, and it didn't take long for him to be completely submerged in it. Lin Yun crossed his legs and closed his eyes before using his heavenly dome sword intent to resist the power contained within the lightning magma. When a golden radiance shone from his forehead, this represented his fangs as a swordsman. This tribulation was a lot more terrifying than the tribulation he faced back at the Martial Dao Tea Party. This tribulation lasted for 7 days, and the waves would roar on the sea with lightning occasionally descending from the sky. 7 days later, an explosion echoed from the sky, and a sword vibration dispersed the thunderclouds. When the thunderclouds scattered, darkness resided and light returned to the world once more. Lin Yun was seated on the white clouds in the sky. When he opened his eyes, he exhaled a long breath. But compared to the past, his eyes radiated with exhaustion, and his face was terrifyingly pale from the blood he lost. I finally made it through. Fighting with heaven wasn't easy, and Lin Yun took a deep breath before closing his eyes once more. Circulating the blue dragon's sky-breaking art, blue light flickered on the surface of his body. They were the blue jade dragon runes. His aura soon stopped declining, and his life force exploded like spring after the snowfall, bringing life to the grassland. When Lin Yun opened his eyes again, 9 dragon pulses bloomed behind him, and the size of each dragon pulse reached about 20,000 meters, and they looked massive because they covered the sky. He might be incomparable to his senior brother, Jian Jingtian, but he was definitely the most outstanding one amongst those of the younger generation. I wonder how senior brother managed to hold on with his dragon pulses reaching 100,000 feet. Lin Yun muttered to himself, and his pupils were filled with admiration. He could already sense that his physique was reaching a limit after his dragon pulses reached 20,000 feet, and it was dangerous when he underwent his tribulation, facing life and death. But his brother held on for 18 years. If Lin Yun hadn't taken a step into the Samsara Edict realm, he would have probably fallen because there was no way his physique would have accommodated his 70,000-foot-long dragon pulses. There was no way Lin Yun could follow Jian Jingtian's path because he couldn't afford to wait for over a decade. Furthermore, his physique couldn't contain his dragon pulses if they reach 100,000 feet. The reason why Jian Jingtian was able to do it must because of his own opportunities, and there was a high possibility that it was related to the 2 missing peaks of the sword sect. But Lin Yun had his own path, the extreme of each realm. He wanted to reach the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Back in the Heavenly Pool Manor, he had already reached the 10-star Elysium Core realm, thus laying down a solid foundation for him to reach the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. When Lin Yun flicked his finger, the flower burial sword flew out and a massive sword intent burst out from him, soaring to the sky. His sword intent tore through 13 layers of heaven. This meant he had finally made a breakthrough in his heavenly dome sword intent to greater mastery. The flower burial sword didn't weaken even after traveling 10 miles away from Lin Yun. Scenes began to appear within Lin Yun's mind. They were the sceneries seen by the flower burial sword. 70 miles later, the flower burial sword stopped, and this brought joy to Lin Yun's face because the range had expanded by 7-fold. How did senior brother manipulate his sword from 10,000 miles away? Lin Yun still remembered that day when he was pursued by the demon domain after playing the flute to kill his target. His brother manipulated a sword that flew all the way over from the fleeting cloud sword sect and helped him clean up his mess. This meant Jian Jingtian's sword intent far surpassed his imagination. Jian Jingtian's cultivation might not have increased over the 18 years he had imprisoned himself in the fleeting cloud sword sect, but his sword intent had been improving. 6th grade? Or 7th grade? Lin Yun muttered to himself. Jian Jingtian's sword intent shouldn't be at the 7th grade because the sect master, Mu Shenkong, was only at the 7th grade. Then again, perhaps it wasn't as unbelievable as Lin Yun had thought. The flower burial sword could still barely fly after traveling 70 miles. It's just that it was a lot slower and weaker. There was a risk of the flower burial sword being interrupted and seized from him. Or perhaps his senior brother took the risk and manipulated his sword to extend the distance just to save him. Come back! Lin Yun waved his hand, and the flower burial sword returned to him. When it flew back to him, his sword wandered like a dragon around him. The higher his cultivation, the stronger he felt how strong his senior brother was. It was no wonder why everyone said Jian Jingtian was the hope of bringing a sword sect back to a holy land. Lin Yun suddenly reached out, and the flower burial sword jumped around. Have you also become playful? Lin Yun smiled. The flower burial sword reacted as if it had heard him and slightly vibrated. It emitted a faint blue light as if it was responding to him. Lin Yun reached out 3 times before he finally grabbed onto the flower burial sword. When he held onto the sword, his body trembled with his body filled with horrifying sword intent. As his hair began to flutter, he radiated an immense power that could even cause space to shatter with a simple gaze. As the flower burial sword trembled, the glory metal spirit was like an abyss emitting a piercing aura. If I activate the glory spirit now, it should be able to tear apart some defensive glory saint artifacts. Lin Yun muttered. He could sense that the flower burial sword's edge had become sharper after his heavenly dome sword intent reached greater mastery. He also wouldn't have to exhaust that much dragon origin if he activated the glory metal spirit. When he previously activated it, it would exhaust at least a quarter of his dragon origin, and he couldn't even unleash 1/100th of the glory saint artifact's power. When Lin Yun poured his sword intent into the glory metal spirit, his vision suddenly opened up, and he found himself in a vast starry sky. In this starry sky, there was a star cluster shining brightly. There were 7 stars shining brightly. The glory metal spirit consisted of 7 stars. The surface of each star was engraved with tens of thousands of saint runes. It was no wonder why it felt so exhausting to activate the glory metal spirit. After all, this meant he had to activate all the saint runes on those 7 stars, and just looking at the sheer number alone could make his scalp go numb. I probably didn't even light up a star in the past, Lin Yun muttered to himself, and finally knew why all saints would go crazy over a glory saint artifact. Even experts at the profound life stage couldn't fully unleash the power of a glory saint artifact, and those at the Dragon Pulse realm could barely use it. When Lin Yun looked around the space, he noticed there were some blurred stars in the surroundings, but they were all dull. He tried to extend his sword intent over, but failed no matter how much he tried. These should be the glory spirits still hidden within the flower burial sword. If he wanted to continue upgrading the sword, he would have to light those glory spirits sooner or later. He couldn't imagine how powerful it would look if he lit up all the glory spirits, and he was filled with anticipation for it. But that was still too far away for him. Lin Yun pondered that he could only light up a star of the glory metal spirit cluster. But if he gave it his all, regardless of the price, he might be able to light it entirely. He immediately gave it an attempt when he thought about it. When his sword intent retreated from the flower burial sword, the dragon origin within his violet palace rumbled. When his dragon origin started pouring into the glory metal spirit, the saint runes on a star began to shine, and that was after exhausting 1/10 of his dragon origin. The surface of the flower burial sword began to shine with sword rays, and the glory metal spirit emitted a dazzlingly chilling light. This was already his limit, but Lin Yun knew that he only lit up a small portion of this star, and he had yet to reach his limit. After exhausting 1/3 of his dragon origin, the star finally lit up. The flower burial sword radiated with great power within his hand, and it began to struggle against him. As waves of terrifying power spread out while the flower burial sword vibrated, the surrounding space began to shatter. The power contained within the sword had reached a limit and he had to unleash it. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun swung his sword. A sword ray that spread over a few hundred miles appeared, and it looked as though the sky was split into 2 from afar. When the sword ray landed on the sea, it was split into 2, and the crack reached 3 feet in length. The depth of this ravine was terrifying, reaching a few thousand meters deep before he could finally see the huge gulf. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun couldn't help shuddering. In the next moment, the ravine within the sea closed up, and the huge impact spread shockwaves to the sky. When the shockwaves swept over, Lin Yun couldn't help trembling because of them, with this entire region quaking. When the ravine completely closed up, a massive vortex appeared before a water pillar of a few thousand feet soared to the sky. This scene even shocked Lin Yun because he had just activated a star. This meant he only unleashed 1/7 of the glory metal spirit, and he couldn't imagine how terrifying it would be when he activated all 7 stars. For the first time, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling weird when he looked at the flower burial sword in his hand. The sword ray shining from the flower burial sword had dimmed by a lot, but it was pretty proud of what it did. Because of Lin Yun's strong connection with his sword, he could sense the pride the sword gave off. It was like a child showing off its accomplishments, and this brought a smile to Lin Yun's face. He knew that he had let it down in the past. All right, I'm the one at fault for not being able to break apart the myriad scales armor, and it's not your fault. Lin Yun knew what the flower burial sword was thinking, and he comforted it. Only then the flower burial sword was satisfied. This made Lin Yun smile before he sheathed his sword and landed on the sea like a drifting leaf. The power of the sword intent was still around. Just the lingering energy was enough to make anyone terrified. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to leave, so he decided to take a brief rest. Although he failed to merge the Azure Dragon Saint Physique and Blue Dragon Saint Physique after tempering his physique in the lightning pool for 7 days, it gave him a lot of insights. He could now use the Sovereign Dragon Seal to forcibly merge his 2 Saint Physiques for a brief moment. During that time, he could come in contact with the threshold of the Divine Azure Dragon Physique as long as the Sovereign Dragon Seal existed. There were many disadvantages to this method, and this was only a small trick. But since he could allow his strength to undergo a great boost for a brief moment, it was definitely worth a try. When Lin Yun's fingers crossed together, he began to form the Sovereign Dragon Seal. As he formed the seal, golden purple and blue jade dragon runes began to merge with his body and became engraved in his flesh, blood, and bones. Bone-cracking sounds could be heard from all over his body, and his physique was undergoing a certain transformation from inside to outside. The dragon aura he gave off suddenly burst, and there were 7 divine radiances blooming on his hands. In the next moment, a horrifying dragon aura exploded from Lin Yun with a loud explosion, accompanied by a shockwave that could be seen with the naked eye. Lin Yun's body swelled up by 1-fold, and his figure became a lot more robust with flames flickering within his pupils. One of his pupils blazed with golden purple flames, and the other was blue jade flames. In the depth of his pupils, the Sovereign Dragon Seal bloomed. Under the guidance of the Sovereign Dragon Seal, his Blue Dragon Saint Physique and Azure Dragon Saint Physique were forcibly being merged together. This brought a huge explosive power from Lin Yun's body, and his gaze gave off a powerful pressure. Even the dragon origin within his violet palace had swelled up. When Lin Yun threw another punch forth, a piercing dragon roar echoed and reverberated within this region. The sea below began to billow with a wave, and the wave continued to rise under a huge current that swiftly reached a few hundred feet in height. As the huge wave roared, the shock wave traveled for a few thousand meters, causing the sea's surface to violently fluctuate. This was the power of a casual punch without any martial technique. When the power spread out, the huge wave exploded before a violent rain fell on the sea. How powerful! Lin Yun was excited because the dragon origin within his body was like an erupting volcano, fluctuating and coursing throughout his body like hot magma. This power far surpassed Lin Yun's expectations, and he discovered his dragon origin had become more powerful. This is the Azure Dragon Divine Physique? Lin Yun muttered to himself. He wasn't familiar with the energy coursing through his body, but it contained a wisp of the Azure Dragon's energy. It gave off a surging, violent, and ancient aura. At the same time, a new variety of dragon runes appeared on the surface of his body. The dragon runes were generally black, with a wisp of a crimson thread in the middle. Just like that, Lin Yun performed the Divine Solar Lunar Fist while getting familiarized with the power. Whenever he flashed on the sea, he would be accompanied by howling wind and crackling lightning. His movements could easily summon a thunderstorm, making the sea violent under this power. When he clenched his hands together and vented all this power out, waves reaching a few thousand feet covered 1,000 miles in radius. When a thunderstorm raged in the sky, the flames within Lin Yun's pupils gradually died down, and the light from the Sovereign Dragon Seal became dim. He exhaled a long breath and was exhausted, but his pupils were shining brightly. This is really powerful. But this still shouldn't be the true power of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Lin Yun's pupils flashed with excitement. This was only an outline of the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Since he could forcibly achieve it with the Sovereign Dragon Seal now, how powerful would the Azure Dragon Divine Physique be once the merge was complete? Lin Yun was more confident now, and he knew he made the right choice in not choosing the Divine Azure Overlord Physique. Let's give the Flicking Divine Finger a try. Since my Heavenly Dome Sword intent has reached greater mastery, I should be able to make a breakthrough in the Flicking Divine Finger. After reaching the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, Lin Yun still hadn't calmed down from his excitement. The Flicking Divine Finger was a secret technique left behind by the Iris Sword Saint, and Lin Yun had been practicing it for a long time. But even so, he was still stuck at the 3rd stage for a long time. The Flicking Divine Finger had a total of 5 stages. The first stage, Flashing Aura, Flicking Fingers. The second stage, Graceful Moment, Absolute Hit. The third stage, Heart Connection, Spiritual Sword. The fourth stage, Pinnacle Finger, Great Disaster. And the fifth stage, Fingers Flick, Descending Stars. When he was still in the profound Amber Realm, he felt that the description of this secret technique was a little too exaggerated when he obtained it. But now that he looked at it again, it might not be an exaggeration. The fifth stage might not literally mean destroying a star with a flick of a finger, but it might refer to a certain phenomenon. He kept practicing on the sea, and there were sword rays bursting from his finger and lingering in the surroundings for a long time. After a few thousand attempts, Lin Yun finally had a general idea in his mind. He calmly closed his eyes and immersed himself in the profundity. He also circulated the mantra of the Flicking Divine Finger through his meridians. When he opened his eyes again, his forehead became burning, and his Heavenly Dome Sword intent at greater mastery spread out. Raising his right hand, the Iris Saint Seal appeared on the back of his hand, and his thumb pressed down on his middle finger. As his dragon origin began to accumulate, the Iris Saint Seal circulated, and the Azure Dragon Sword Soul flew out from his sword ocean under the manipulation of the Golden Human. Not long later, the Azure Dragon Sword Soul was infused into the Iris Saint Seal, causing the seal to radiate with the profundity of thunderstorms. This made his right hand become heavy, and his entire hand looked as flawless as white jade. As his fringe fluttered, he gave off an elegant temperament. When a sword vibration echoed from within his body, swords manifested with seawater beginning to rise from the sea. While those swords were emitting a faint radiance, each sword contained the powerful Heavenly Dome Sword intent, and the swords all looked beautiful. Lin Yun controlled the long swords, and the thousands of swords began to tremble. The swords were like straws growing from the ground and rushed towards him. He was instantly surrounded by thousands of swords before they condensed into a dragon that soared high into the sky. As a terrifying sword intent exploded from Lin Yun, his Heavenly Dome Sword intent at greater mastery radiated with a terrifying power. When his sword intent climbed to a limit, Lin Yun flicked his finger, and the dragon flew away. This wasn't the Azure Dragon. It possessed the profundity of a thunderstorm, but the bone structure was forged with swords. It was a massive dragon of a few hundred feet, and it created a huge hole in the sea from 10 miles away. When seawater rushed towards the crater, the sword aura lingering in the hole continued to vibrate, and an abyss appeared. The sword intent lingered for a long time. Even after half a stick of incense, the crater still hadn't closed up. Fourth stage, Pinnacle Finger, Great Disaster. Lin Yun withdrew his hand and his gaze became deep. The Flicking Divine Finger was a secret technique, and it was comprehensive despite being a finger technique. Not only could he infuse the Azure Dragon profundity into it, but he could also infuse nether energy or the phenomenon created by the divine sun-chasing art into it. This technique contained a lot of varieties with one flick. Lin Yun began to cultivate the Azure Dragon Sword art while using the Heavenly Dome Sword intent. As his cultivation and sword intent improved, his strength had also undergone a comprehensive boost. But this was mainly thanks to the improvement of his sword intent. The Heavenly Dome Sword intent at greater mastery was his greatest treasure, and the Azure Dragon Sword art and Flicking Divine Finger were methods to excavate this treasure. After all, it was futile to have a treasure if he didn't have enough means. 10 days later, Lin Yun finally stopped practicing. He had tried using his Heavenly Dome Sword intent at greater mastery to perform all his martial techniques, and he could control them as he wished. After he finished resting, he slowly got up and muttered to himself, "It's time for me to leave now." When the flower burial sword flew out, Lin Yun smiled and soared to the sky as well. He flew beside the flower burial sword and turned to look at it. His sword was also looking at him, then flew even faster. Seeing this, Lin Yun smiled. "Shall we compete to see who's faster?" Just like that, the sword and man began to chase after each other. This was an interesting feeling. They were like two people, companions who shared life and death together. Even on this massive sea, Lin Yun wouldn't feel lonely with the flower burial sword beside him. When he had enough fun, he stood on the flower burial sword. When he flew out, he had become one with the sword, and his sword underwent a drastic boost. His speed was fast, and it was even faster than when he used the divine sun-chasing art. This was the genuine art of sword manipulation. If he didn't grasp the heavenly dome sword intent, he wouldn't be able to fly, even if he stood on the sword. This was because he couldn't be one with the sword but two separate entities, and he would fall from the sword the moment the sword moved. Even if someone could try to forcibly bind themselves to their sword, their speed wouldn't be able to compare to movement techniques, nor could this be maintained for long. So there was no significant meaning in doing it. But Lin Yun was different because he rode with the heavenly dome sword intent at greater mastery, and he could become one with his sword. He now truly understood the meaning of the heavenly dome sword intent. When he stood on the flower burial sword, he had merged with the sword. The speed of his sword intent was equivalent to his actual speed, and he was enveloped in a massive sword aura. If there was someone standing before him, they would be shredded into pieces before they could even get close. Even if there was a mountain standing before him, he could pierce through it. Lin Yun returned the same way he came, and he discovered many black tortoise ships along the way. When he was about to get close to the black tortoise void sea, he could hear a melody entering his ears. It was the great Saint Tune. This person was definitely showing his skills on purpose, and only those with a certain degree of attainment in music Dao could hear it. Lin Yun stopped. He wouldn't have cared if it was any other great Saint Tune, but he had to stop no matter what because this was the sound of Eru, and only 3 people knew how to play it. When he flew over with the sword, he soon saw the person playing the Eru. It was the old man who came with them on the black tortoise ship. When he stopped, the flower burial sword left his feet. After he elegantly landed on the ground, he removed the sword sheath and sheathed the flower burial sword. Since he was donned a white robe, this made a drastic difference between him and the tattered old man. "Old man, you seem to have improved your skills with it." Lin Yun smiled. He had already recognized the old man's identity on the black tortoise ship. It was Gu Jun of the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. "Still all right, I guess. But it's a pity that it's not Saint Elder's spike fiddle, nor can I perform the Dao rhyme." Gu Jun placed the spike fiddle down before taking a gulp of wine. "Why are you here so late? I've been waiting for you for over a month." "Where's the Wind Edgelord's party?" Gu Jun asked. "Dead," Lin Yun replied indifferently. Gu Jun raised his brow when he heard that, because he thought Lin Yun shook them off. The concept of Lin Yun killing them never crossed his mind. After all, those were 4 profound life stage experts. Not to mention a monstrous genius like the Wind Edgelord definitely had treasures on him. Otherwise, the Lu Saint wouldn't have let him come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. "How did you manage to do it?" Gu Jun asked in exclamation. "Let's not talk about that for now. How's the situation in the Black Tortoise Void Sea? I saw a lot of black tortoise ships along the way. Why are there so many people here?" Lin Yun sat on the ground and placed his sword to the side. "2 reasons, and one of them is the Demon Feather Order." Gu Jun smiled. Lin Yun instantly knew they came for him, so he asked, "What about the other one?" "The Black Tortoise's inheritance has appeared." Gu Jun sighed. "The Black Tortoise's inheritance really appeared?" Lin Yun was surprised. All along, there were only rumors about the inheritance in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Some people even managed to obtain some incomplete inheritance, but no one saw the actual inheritance. Thus, many people considered it a legend, and Lin Yun wasn't too bothered by it. So he was naturally shocked when the inheritance appeared so smoothly. Nodding his head, Gu Jun replied, An underground palace rose from the Dead Sea, and all the phenomena on the Black Tortoise Void Sea recently came from it. Everyone is on Profound Thunder Island now. It is the island closest to the Dead Sea. Further ahead is the forbidden zone of the Dead Sea. Lin Yun raised his brow and asked, "What's the meaning of this?" "No one dares to enter the Dead Sea." Gulping down a mouthful of wine, Gu Jun smiled. "That's why everyone is waiting for something to happen. Since the underground palace appeared, there's a high chance it will allow everyone to enter." Lin Yun felt more suspicious when he saw Gu Jun's confident tone. He asked, "Speaking of which, why have you come? I remember you're at the pinnacle of the Samsara Edict realm, and you can enter the Quasi-Saint realm at any time. Isn't it a little too dangerous for you to be here?" The Black Tortoise Void Sea had the lingering power of deities, and it might detonate if someone with a high cultivation showed up. If they revealed their strength, those with a higher cultivation would die faster. It's the Black Tortoise's inheritance we're talking about. The inheritance here should be the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage, and there will surely be a lot of good wine buried in the underground palace that isn't at all inferior to your Dragon Clan's wines. As a light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, he questioned, "Thunder Black Tortoise? Why are you so knowledgeable about it?" "Old man, don't tell me you're a descendant of the Black Tortoise's lineage." Previously, when they talked, he could tell Gu Jun had done a lot of research on the Black Tortoise's lineage, and he even knew the origin of the Black Tortoise's lineage. He was already suspicious at that time and even asked about it jokingly, but Gu Jun immediately brushed it off. He didn't put it in his mind back then, but Gu Jun sounded so confident and even said it should be the Thunder Black Tortoise's inheritance. He had never read about it before on the bamboo scroll he bought. As for wines hidden in the underground palace, there was also no trace of them being mentioned. "I'm not." "Don't bullshit." Gu Jun immediately became nervous and quickly denied it. "All right, let us pretend that you're not. Let me ask you, have you heard of the Black Turtle Ancestor?" Lin Yun smiled, and Gu Jun's reaction further confirmed his speculation. "Why are you asking about it?" Gu Jun immediately became vigilant. "Nothing much. I'm only asking about it casually," Lin Yun said. The Black Turtle Ancestor once told him that he could go look for him if he was interested in the Black Tortoise's inheritance, but Lin Yun didn't even know where the Black Turtle Ancestor was located. Gu Jun turned his gaze away and didn't dare to look Lin Yun straight in the eyes. He said, "I do know something, but I heard the Black Turtle Ancestor is outside the Eastern Sea, in the Black Tortoise ancestral land. I heard there are pure-blooded black tortoises there." "What's with the Thunder Black Tortoise, then?" Lin Yun asked. "Didn't I tell you before? The Black Tortoise clan are descendants of the Black Tortoise after uniting with humans. They aren't the only Black Tortoise's descendants. The Black Tortoise's lineage has 7 branches. Each branch is of a different attribute. There's the Thunder Black Tortoise, Flame Black Tortoise, Ice Black Tortoise, and the strongest are the Heaven Black Tortoise and Earth Black Tortoise. It sounds pretty complicated." Lin Yun sighed after hearing what Gu Jun said. "Well, there's no other way. Amongst the 4 divine beasts, the Black Tortoise has the strongest lust." Gu Jun flung his lips to the side. As he spoke, he immediately stopped when he realized he had a slip of the tongue. When Lin Yun sent a weird look at Gu Jun, the latter's face turned red, and he argued, "Don't look at me. I don't have the Black Tortoise's bloodline. That's not important. Let's get to the Profound Thunder Island first," Lin Yun said. He knew that everyone must have gathered there, including those from the demonic path. With the appearance of the Demon Feather Order, it would naturally attract a lot of demonic cultivators. Aside from that, the Blood Moon sect was also hiding in the dark. The 3 god generals have gathered together, wanting to take revenge for the shame they suffered. But everyone gathered there was interested in the Black Tortoise's inheritance, since this was a huge opportunity. If they had a harvest, they would be able to rise. But the Dead Sea was too dangerous, and they wouldn't dare to enter even if they had 100 guts. So they were now waiting for a reaction from the underground palace. When Lin Yun and Gu Jun came to Profound Thunder Island, their appearance immediately caused a commotion. "Isn't that Lin Xiao, the champion of the Nirvana banquet? He has a bounty on his head, and he dares to show up here in public." Who's the old man beside him? He looks so wretched. Lin Xiao is too bold. He's only first on the Dragon Pulse realm, but everyone here is an expert at the profound life stage. Isn't he courting death to come here? Lin Yun and Gu Jun's appearance attracted a lot of attention, but most people didn't dare to make a move against him out of his identity as a genius from the Azure Dragon's lineage. At the very least, not blatantly. But the experts on the demonic ranking didn't have that much consideration, and demonic cultivators would soon arrive. You really have dragged me down. I told you to put on a bamboo hat. I just want some wine, and I don't want any trouble. Gu Jun lowered his head with his pupils flickering, wondering if he should sneak away now. There's no need. Lin Yun replied indifferently. The Demon Feather Order was a headache, but he couldn't keep hiding from it. At the very least, he had to resolve it here somehow, and the best way would be to make an example out of a few people. The reason why he didn't wear a bamboo hat to conceal himself was that he didn't think anyone here could kill him. He could even put up a fight against an expert at the profound life stage. At the very least, no one could leave him behind if he wanted to leave riding on his sword. A group of people appeared, immediately blocking his way. There were over a few hundred people, and they were all demonic cultivators on the demonic ranking. Those who could make it on the ranking weren't afraid of death, and their hands were drenched in the blood of Holy Land disciples. 3 people stood out from the crowd, and they were the ones Lin Yun met back on the Saint-class warship. They were Ko Tianhua, Yuan Henjing, and Lady Stone. Behind them were several demonic cultivators on the ranking as well, and they were all at the 3rd stage profound life stage. But because Ko Tianhua stood out, they had no intention of standing out. Ko Tianhua's master was the White Bone Blade Saint. Aside from that, he was also ranked in the top 300s on the demonic ranking. His cultivation was at the pinnacle of the 5th stage profound life stage. He belonged to the top of the food chain, even in the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and no one would dare to provoke him. Ko Tianhua, I already asked you to get lost on the Saint-class warship, and yet you still dare to appear before me? Lin Yun said indifferently. The surroundings broke into an uproar, and they were shocked by what Lin Yun said. After all, Lin Yun acted as though the Demon Feather Order had nothing to do with him. Ko Tianhua was stunned, standing in his white robe for a while. Before he laughed, Lin Xiao, you're really arrogant. I have been waiting for you for 2 months, and I thought you were already dead, but you're still alive. Good. I won't die even if you do. Get lost. Don't block my sight. Lin Yun said coldly. He wasn't polite with Ko Tianhua, since he didn't have a need to be. The demonic cultivators were here for his life to exchange for the Demon Feather Order. So he would only make himself seem weak if he spoke with a soft stance. On the other hand, Gu Jun was terrified because he came here after sealing his cultivation. If he fought and the power accidentally exceeds the profound life stage, he would instantly attract the power of deities. Others might be able to come out unscathed, but he would take the blow head-on and die. Brother Ko, I don't know this brat well. You can just go after him, since it has nothing to do with me. Gu Jun even addressed Ko Tianhua as a brother for someone of his age, which was eye-opening for Lin Yun. Get lost, Ko Tianhua said, and a murderous aura swept out from him. For so many years, no one dared to speak to him in this manner. Senior Gu, you're being too modest. Didn't you tell me the White Bone Blade Saint was just a dog? So why are you being so polite now? Lin Yun smiled. We previously agreed that we'd kill all the demonic cultivators on Profound Thunder Island and use their heads to exchange for money. Everyone was shocked when they heard that. They began to wonder about the origin of this old man, and many demonic cultivators turned to look at Gu Jun with fury. Before Gu Jun could refute, Lin Yun pulled him behind and smiled. I understand. This garbage isn't worthy of you to make a move. Ko Tianhua, come and kneel if you want an easy death. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer worse than death. Behind Ko Tianhua, Lady Stone and Yuan Henjing looked at each other with strange expressions. After all, wasn't that their line? Young master, there's something weird about this brat. Why don't we get someone to probe his strength first? Yuan Henjing whispered. You think I'm afraid of him? I'll crush him to death now. first on the Dragon Pulse ranking? He's nothing before me. Ko Tianhua roared, unleashing a terrifying murderous aura. As a boundless crimson aura spread out, everyone could hear the resentful howls coming from it. Everyone's faces changed, and they quickly backed away. They had no idea how many people Ko Tianhua had killed for him to possess such a powerful baleful aura. When their eyes fell on Lin Yun, their pupils were filled with sympathy because they knew that Lin Yun was doomed. The Black Tortoise Void Sea was different from the outside world, and demonic cultivators didn't have any reservations here. So it was normal for them to be unscrupulous. Stop! A roar echoed, shattering the baleful aura that was released by Ko Tianhua. As a figure descended on the ground, that person looked around with contempt before he declared, "If anyone dares to touch Lin Xiao while we're on profound Thunder Island, they'll be going against me. Mei Zihua. Anyone who touches him will die." The surroundings immediately broke into an uproar. This was simply insane because this person was even more arrogant than Lin Xiao. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched when he saw Mei Zihua. This fellow showed up at the Martial Dao Tea Party, saying that the champion of the Nirvana Banquet should be first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Now, he appeared again and disrupted his plan to intimidate the demonic cultivators. Simultaneously, a person wearing a bamboo hat was hiding in the dark, staring at Lin Yun. This person was someone who was on the same Black Tortoise ship as Lin Yun. They had all unknowingly gathered together, aside from the mysterious woman. Ko Tianhua, I'm determined to protect Lin Xiao, so give me face and don't bother him, Mei Zihua said indifferently. But the response to him was a huge palm that even shattered the sky, and Ko Tianhua roared, "Who the hell do you think you are? How dare you speak to me in this manner? Get lost." Mei Zihua was surprised when Ko Tianhua suddenly made a move against him. After all, he was the descendant of one of the 10 musical clans, and no one dared to not give him face back in the Divine Dragon Empire. Even in the massive Kunlun realm, only a handful of people could grasp the Divine Dragon tune, and they were all powerful emperors. But this was obviously ineffective in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. At the very least, Ko Tianhua didn't fall for it. This caught Mei Zihua by surprise. He took several steps back and nearly fell to the ground. After all, he was only at the Dragon Pulse realm, so he couldn't put up any resistance against Ko Tianhua, who's at the profound life stage, without his musical instrument. You want to protect him with this level of strength? Get lost. If I had any intention of killing you, you'd already be a dead person now, Ko Tianhua said coldly. The baleful aura he released was like blood, and Ko Tianhua wasn't bragging. After all, he was the disciple of the Whitebone Blade Saint, and he would have drawn his blade if he wanted to make a move. But he didn't take Mei Zihua's life because of his background. Mei Zihua's face changed, clutching his chest, and couldn't raise his head. "Brother, can you do it?" Gu Jun couldn't help asking. Everyone in the surrounding area was stunned because there was a drastic difference between what Mei Zihua said and his strength. Ko Tianhua looked at Mei Zihua in disdain before he turned to Lin Yun and carried on walking forth with a snort. "Wait!" Mei Zihua reached out, stopping Ko Tianhua while he slowly raised his head. When he slowly pushed his hands forth, he threw out a mouthful of blood. After throwing out the mouthful of blood, he felt more relieved, and he wiped the blood off his lips. He smiled. "Looks like my face isn't effective in the heavenly domain's unholy sea, but I advise you guys not to take another step forth." Ko Tianhua couldn't be bothered to deal with him, and continued walking forth. "I told you to stop." Mei Zihua smiled, and pushed his palm forth. His palm looked like an ordinary palm, but it swept over with a boundless aura as a palm descended. When he shook his wrist, it formed into a powerful gale, forming into some sort of melody-wrecking chaos between heaven and earth. As a ruthless light flashed across Ko Tianhua's pupils, he clenched his fist, and his baleful aura formed into a demonic cauldron. When the demonic cauldron emitted a crimson radiance, it flew forward. He only wanted to teach Mei Zihua a lesson. But since Mei Zihua was so stubborn, he didn't mind giving him another lesson to show that the 10 musical clans were nothing in the heavenly domain's unholy sea. But when the demonic cauldron landed on the hurricane, it stopped and there was an invisible wind blocking the cauldron like a towering mountain. Amidst the huge buzzing noise, Ko Tianhua's demonic cauldron shattered, and astonishment was written on Ko Tianhua's face. After resolving the demonic cauldron, Mei Zihua took a step forth and came before Ko Tianhua. The two exchanged over 10-odd moves, and the explosions they created in their fight turned into a musical note hovering in the air. Mei Zihua didn't move, but Ko Tianhua took 10 steps back before he stabilized his foothold. He could feel his arms becoming numb with a humming sound in his ears. His sea of consciousness was in a mess, and his mental energy suffered a huge blow. "Great Saint Tune," Ko Tianhua said with disbelief. But Mei Zihua merely stood there and calmly said, "Ko Tianhua, you have some abilities, but you still can't beat me with your cultivation. I'll be honest with you. If I'm willing, the three of you together won't be my opponent." Everyone in the surroundings was shocked as they looked at Mei Zihua. The fact that he could grasp the Great Saint Tune meant he was at least an 11th grade Saint Spiritualist. If he paired it with ancient scores, even those at the pinnacle of the profound life stage wouldn't be able to touch him. Mei Zihua was confident and arrogant, just like how he was when he arrived at Dual Moon Lake. After intimidating everyone, he turned to Lin Yun and smiled. "Brother Lin, no one will dare to touch you with me around, at least here on the profound Thunder Island." But Lin Yun had no change on his face and had an ill premonition because this person was full of himself, which made him a little unreliable. As Ko Tianhua's facial expression became dark, he coldly said, "Great Saint Tune, impressive, but I have yet to draw my blade. Do you think you can protect Lin Xiao? Don't bother with him and slaughter Lin Xiao. Whoever kills him gets the Demon Feather Order." His words were instigative. All of the demonic cultivators were here for the Demon Feather Order. Even if Mei Zihua's Great Saint Tune was strong, could he possibly block all of them? When a group of people approached, the surrounding atmosphere became oppressive, as if a terrifying war was about to break out. When Mei Zihua saw so many people charging over, his arrogance disappeared, and he took several steps back. It didn't take long for him to retreat to Lin Yun's side, wearing an embarrassed expression. Gu Jun's face was ugly because he was afraid of this situation, and began to roll his eyes around trying to find an opportunity to escape. Lin Yun also sighed in his heart because this wasn't what he wanted to see. But there was nothing he could do now, and he couldn't blame Mei Zihua's goodwill for it. "Who dares to make a move?" A roar echoed, and everyone felt as though there was a dragon's roar in their ears, which made them stagger. As a graceful black figure descended from the sky, she held onto a fan with a white dragon coiling around her. She looked bewitching yet heroic at the same time. She was naturally An Luyen. After An Luyen arrived, she waved her fan down, and the fan flew out like a white dragon, causing 4 heads to fly with blood splashing around. With a wave of her hand, An Luyen recalled the fan back to her. This act intimidated many people. This scene immediately made many people retreat. "Bosun, are you also here to compete for the Demon Feather Order?" Ko Tianhua squinted his eyes, but he had a wisp of fear within his pupils when he looked at An Luyen. He didn't dare to be so casual any longer. An Luyen's identity on the surface was the young pavilion master of the Heavenly Star Pavilion, and this alone was enough to intimidate many demonic cultivators in the Heavenly Domain's unholy sea. But according to the rumors, she even had another identity as one of the 9-star demon venerables in the Eastern Desolation's Demon Gate. If that was true, it would be too terrifying. But An Luyen didn't care about Ko Tianhua and said, "Give me face and ignore the Demon Feather Order while you're on profound Thunder Island. In the future, if you guys need any help, you can look for me at the Heavenly Star Pavilion. But it's fine if you guys don't want to give me face because I have ways to dig out everything about you." The surrounding demonic cultivators' faces changed, and they began to hesitate. They could not give Mei Zihua face, but An Luyen was a different story. She gave a threat and benefit at the same time. The demonic cultivators here could ignore the Holy Lands, but they would have to reconsider when it came to the Demon Gate. After all, the Demon Gate didn't have that much reservation when compared to Holy Lands. Since Boss An already said it, we naturally have to give you face. Bossin, don't worry about it. We won't touch Lin Xiao on Profound Thunder Island. But it's a different story when we're out. The surrounding demonic cultivators spoke out. They had to give An Luyen face no matter what. A brief moment later, the demonic cultivators all left. Only Ko Tianhua and a few others stayed behind because they were placed in a difficult position. Ko Tianhua wasn't afraid of An Luyen, but he wasn't confident about dealing with Lin Yun's party now that An Luyen came. Bossin, we'll wait and see. Ko Tianhua was a decisive person, and left after letting out some sinister laughter. With that, the tension in the surroundings disappeared. Young master, I'm late. And Luyen came forth. Let's leave this place first. Lin Yun could sense many gazes on him in the dark, so this wasn't the place for them to talk. He had long discovered the man with the bamboo hat, and this person didn't even bother concealing himself. Aside from him, there were some people hidden in the dark, but he couldn't detect much, even with the sword heart. The aura those people gave off were strong, even stronger than the demonic cultivators on the demonic ranking. Yeah, I know a place. And Luyen nodded. Lead the way then. Lin Yun followed behind An Luyen. When the old man saw An Luyen, his face was immediately plastered with a smile before following behind them. After all, he obtained a lot in the hands of An Luyen, and he had a better impression of her than Lin Yun. Meanwhile, Mei Zihua was left in an awkward position because no one called him. An Luyen glanced at Lin Yun, but Lin Yun merely walked quietly. This made Mei Zihua even more anxious because he wanted someone to give him face and invite him over. When he saw that Lin Yun's party was already far away, he quickly chased after them. It didn't take long for him to catch up to Lin Yun's party. When he saw Lin Yun suddenly coming to a stop, he had joy on his face because Lin Yun at least had some conscience to wait for him. Young master, what's the matter? And Luyen asked doubtfully. Someone is following us. Lin Yun turned around and looked at the youth wearing a bamboo hat following behind them from afar. When their gazes bumped, the other party finally retreated. Who's that person? And Luyen asked. He thought he had hidden himself well, but I already know who he is. There's no need to care about him for now. Lin Yun said with a cold light flashing across his pupils. After Lin Yun's party left, there were 3 people standing on a mountain on Profound Thunder Island. If Lin Yun saw them, he wouldn't be unfamiliar with them because they were the 3 god generals of the Eastern Desolation's Blood Moon sect. The leader of the party had long red hair with fringe draping down on his forehead. In his eyes behind the fringe, there were flame runes revolving within, emitting a terrifying aura. While looking in the distance Lin Yun left in, he asked after a long time had passed, He's Lin Xiao, the Nirvana Banquet's champion? That's him? Ao Feng and Yen Songming nodded their heads with ugly expressions. They were both at the Samsara Edict realm, reaching the 3rd profound life stage. But they were trembling in fear and didn't dare to raise their voices before the red-haired youth. This was because the red-haired youth was the strongest of the 3 god generals, the fire god general. It's interesting that he dares to come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea when he's not at the Samsara Edict realm. The fire god general wore a playful smile. He's strong, especially his sword intent. Lightning god general Aofeng said with lingering fear. I can see that. It's no wonder why you 2 lost to him, bringing humiliation to the god general title. The fire god general said. God generals have a high position in the Blood Moon sect, and one has to pay a great price to become one. After all, this meant that they had to eliminate everyone to obtain it. The Blood Moon sect only had 108 god generals in the Kunlun realm. Only 3 god generals were active in the Eastern Desolation. This didn't mean that there were only 3 in the Eastern Desolation. When the 2 god generals crawled out of the Martial Dao Tea Party, it was a great humiliation to the Blood Moon sect, causing a great uproar. This also meant Lin Zhao's name had spread out in the Blood Moon sect. What should we do now? Should we make a move now? Ao Feng gritted his teeth. There's no need to hurry. He's only a small fry. The fire god general said with his eyes squinted. Lin Yun's group of 4 executed their movement technique and arrived in a secluded forest an hour later. Young master, is there anyone still looking at us? And Luyen asked. Not for now. Lin Yun sensed with his sword heart, and most of the people have already left. The sword intent was sensitive to gazes from others, and it would ring his senses. After that youth wearing a bamboo hat left, Lin Yun could sense most of the gazes disappearing. Is that the person we saw on the Black Tortoise ship? Mei Zihua noticed the youth's existence, since the latter didn't bother concealing himself. But Lin Yun shook his head and replied, "There are others, and they might be from the Blood Moon sect." He had interacted with the two god generals, and he was pretty familiar with their aura. But even so, he didn't dare to be certain about it. It should be the Fire God General, and Lu Yen said nervously with lingering fear in her pupils. Is the Fire God General that terrifying? Lin Yun asked. This was the person Lu Yen was worried about, and this was the reason why she didn't want him to come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. The Fire God General is strong, but it's still not that terrifying if he's alone. And Lu Yen explained, I'm worried that they will take revenge for what happened at the Martial Dao Tea Party. The Blood Moon sect is powerful, and their branch in the Eastern Desolation alone has the power to resist Holy Lands. Not to mention that they have the 7 Saint Acolytes, and then there are the Holy Sons above them. Lin Yun didn't understand much about the Blood Moon sect, but he did hear about the Holy Sun before. The Crimson Moon Elysium was a subordinate force of the Blood Moon sect in the profound Amber Realm, and the Blood Moon sect had 7 Holy Sons. Only the Holy Sons had the qualifications to compete for the position of the Divine Sun, and they would become servants to the Divine Sun for eternity the moment they failed. I don't think the Holy Sons will show up here, Lin Yun said. The Holy Sun's cultivation was definitely above the profound death stage, so they couldn't come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea unless they sealed off their cultivation. But the risk in doing so was too great. What should we do now? And Lu Yen asked. Wait and see what other changes appear from the Black Tortoise Underground Palace. If it's still in the Dead Sea, we might as well just leave. Lin Yun wasn't afraid of death, but he wasn't stupid. He wasn't stupid enough to barge into the Dead Sea for the Thunder Black Tortoise inheritance. Okay. And Lu Yen nodded. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun looked at the demonic clouds a distance away. It was as though there was something terrifying hidden in the darkness that could put even saints in danger if they entered. After all, that was the forbidden zone, the Dead Sea. Over the next few days, Lin Yun and his party went into seclusion, and the profound Thunder Island became even more bustling. Those who could make it here weren't weak because those weaker ones wouldn't even have the qualifications to come here. As more profound life stage experts arrived, profound Thunder Island became even more chaotic. Many of them were demonic cultivators, and there was some feuds amongst them. So, while waiting, there would occasionally be fights taking place on profound Thunder Island. Many people lost their lives in just a few days, which was weird. This was because no other place would have people dying before the opportunities appeared. But it was normal in the heavenly domain's unholy sea, and the heart of the Eastern Desolation didn't have an actual ruler to suppress everyone. Thus, fights would occur throughout the world, and there were no rules outside Heavenly Domain City. After 7 days have passed, Lin Yun slowly opened his eyes to see a tree. When he raised his head, he could see countless people heading in that direction. The entire profound Thunder Island was like a slumbering beast that woke up, emitting various powerful auras. Something seems to have changed with the underground palace. And Lu Yen said, Let's go and take a look. Lin Yun stood up and gave Lu Yen a smile before he dashed forth. Mei Zihua had been sleeping quietly. He quickly opened his eyes and dashed over. Seeing this, Gu Jun smiled before taking a mouthful of wine and closely followed behind them. Young men are really energetic. After he flew out of this secluded forest, it instantly captivated many people's attention. But their minds were on the Black Tortoise Underground Palace. Not to mention Lu Yen was beside him, so they continued their journey to the Black Tortoise Underground Palace after taking a few glances. After a while, Lin Yun's group of 4 stopped in midair beyond profound Thunder Island. When they raised their heads, they could see a massive underground palace appearing at the far end of the horizon. The underground palace was shrouded in different colored lightning, and the bolts of lightning were like huge palms lifting the entire underground palace into the air. As lightning roared in the distance, It could be heard even from more than 100,000 miles away, and this made everyone's hearts tremble. It seems to have left the Dead Sea, and Lu Yen said. Lin Yun nodded his head. The underground palace was hovering above the sea, so it could barely be considered to have left the Dead Sea. But it was still hovering on the edge. If they wanted to reach it, they would have to take some risks. And Lu Yen, Mei Zihua, and Gu Jun turned to look at Lin Yun, waiting for him to make up his mind. Without them knowing it, Lin Yun had become the pillar of this group. Let's go. Lin Yun's eyes flashed brightly, and he soon made a decision. When the four executed their movement techniques, they turned into 4 streaks of light that flew across the horizon, shaking everyone behind them. A long time later, when sonic booms echoed, everyone then raised their heads and could see lightning rumbling in the sky. It wasn't at all inferior to Lin Yun's tribulation, and this made everyone feel terrified. Occasionally, bolts of lightning would fall from the sky, causing huge craters on the ground with lightning flying around. It's really the Thunder Black Tortoise's inheritance, Lin Yun said with a grave expression, and he couldn't help turning to look at Gu Jun. I'm just making a random guess. Gu Jun smiled awkwardly. Under the lightning, countless people flew over, approaching the Thunder Black Tortoise underground palace. Lin Yun briefly stopped before he charged into the depths of the Dead Sea. He could see many people heading in the same direction. The lightning there is too terrifying, Mei Zihua said with a pale expression. His cultivation was the weakest, and he also didn't temper his physique. Not to mention that his tribulation was the easiest amongst everyone here. Thus, he had never seen lightning of such a scale before. Lin Yun also nodded his head, acknowledging what Mei Zihua said. He had just undergone his tribulation, and the energy here wasn't any weaker than his own tribulation. If they weren't careful, everyone heading towards the Thunder Black Tortoise underground palace would lose their lives on the spot. Even without thinking about it, many lives would be lost. But even despite knowing that it would be dangerous, it didn't stop everyone from heading towards the Thunder Black Tortoise underground palace. After all, who wouldn't want to rise and become the center of attention in martial Dao? There's no need for you to come along with your identity. This place isn't suitable for you, Lin Yun said. Mei Zihua was the son of one of the 10 musical clans, so he didn't have to put his life at stake for this opportunity. After all, the opportunity here might not even be comparable to something casually given to him by his clan's seniors. It was brutal, but it was very realistic. What do you mean? Are you looking down on me? Mei Zihua questioned. In this world, there are some people who are destined to stand at the top of the pyramid from birth, standing where everyone fights for their entire lives and could never reach. This is normal, and there is nothing unfair about it. I'm only speaking the truth, Lin Yun said. And Lu Yen, let's go. Be careful. Lin Yun traveled with Lu Yen. When he saw Gu Jun, who wanted to sneak away, he grabbed onto the old man's shoulder and said, Senior Gu, you don't have to be humble. No one is more familiar with this place than you. Don't bullshit. I'm really not a descendant of the Black Tortoise. Gu Jun struggled. Black Tortoise's descendant? And Lu Yen asked in shock, to which Lin Yun merely smiled and did not say anything. Seeing this scene, Mei Zihua was conflicted. He was stronger than most people here, and he also had a lot of treasures. But he had never seen something like this before. Or rather, he never experienced life and death, so this naturally made him afraid. After all, he could rely on his face to resolve many issues in the Divine Dragon Empire. Who in their right mind would offend the descendants of one of the 10 musical clans? But he ultimately made up his mind to follow and gritted his teeth. Isn't it just a region of lightning tribulation? What am I afraid of? The group became cautious and increased their speed before they finally arrived in the region where the lightning was the most ferocious. The lightning that fell here was on a completely different level than the tribulation Lin Yun just experienced. But this region was vast, and there was plenty of room to dodge. When 10 bolts of lightning descended from the sky, a 4th stage profound life stage expert was struck by them. That person only lasted briefly before he was reduced to ashes. This scene made Lin Yun take in a cold breath, and his face became solemn. There weren't any safe regions here, and it was a few more times more terrifying than his tribulation. They could occasionally hear people screaming, and some were struck by lightning releasing miserable howls. Even with their dragon origins and profound life auras, they weren't able to last long. After they were struck down one by one, they would attract the other lightning bolts with 10 falling down. "Old man, do you have a way?" Lin Yun asked, looking at Gu Jun. But the old man stared at the underground palace as though he didn't hear what Lin Yun said. He murmured, "Something isn't right. Why does this palace feel like it was forcibly brought out? And it still isn't the time for it to appear." "What do you mean?" And Lu Yen asked vigilantly. Shaking his head, Gu Jun nervously said, "I don't know." His words made Lin Yun stare at him, and he had a feeling that the latter had something to hide. When Gu Jun felt a chill run down from his due to Lin Yun's gaze, he said, "You bastard. Don't look at me. I'm really not from the Black Tortoise's lineage." Lin Yun didn't dwell on that and carried on forth. As the lightning became even more ferocious, they could occasionally hear the resounding screams, and the crowd in the surrounding area greatly decreased. Everyone kept a distance amongst themselves and didn't dare to stick too close. They were all here for the inheritance, and no one wanted to die halfway through. After all, it would be too much of a grievance if they lost their lives without even seeing any treasures. Thus, everyone kept a distance between themselves with rapport, using various means to protect themselves. As dragon origin fluctuated, they practically used whatever they had to face the lightning. Lin Yun's group also carefully avoided the lightning, and they had to decrease their speed because of that. But suddenly, Lin Yun's senses began to start alarming him. "Stop!" Lin Yun stopped and raised his head. He could see the demonic clouds a few hundred miles away gradually forming into a vortex. In the vortex, there were lightning flickers coming from it, and Lin Yun was familiar with this scene. After his dragon pulses reached 9,000 feet, the core of his tribulation would turn into a pool. But this vortex was more than 10 times bigger than the one he faced in his tribulation. The Dragon Tribulation Lightning Pool. Lin Yun trembled with traces of fear lingering within his pupils for the first time. This was because the Black Tortoise Underground Palace was too close to the Dead Sea. But the moment Lin Yun blurted that out, blinding white lightning descended from the lightning vortex, and the lightning split into countless branches that landed on the sea. In just a split second, over 100 people evaporated on the spot, and they couldn't even do anything to resist. They couldn't even scream out, and most of the people who died were profound life stage experts. This naturally scared many people. "Run! Escape! It's the Dragon Tribulation Lightning Pool." The lightning vortex began to expand, launching an indiscriminate attack on this entire region. "Go!" Lin Yun couldn't be bothered by it too much. He held onto Enlioyan's hand before pushing his movement technique to the limit, turning into a streak of light and fleeing. In the next second, the place he was originally at was enveloped by lightning. When Lin Yun turned around, his face changed. "Old man!" Gu Jun had vanished just like that, not leaving anything behind. This scene made Enlioyan take in a cold breath because this was too terrifying. "What are you guys doing? Run!" Just when they were shocked, they quickly turned around to see Gu Jun. That old man had fled the fastest, and he didn't even turn around, executing various means to run for his life. Everyone else was almost dead, but the old man was fine and already threw them behind. This made their lips twitch, but Lin Yun quickly chased after Gu Jun with Enlioyan. His divine sun-chasing art was only at the Dragon Pulse realm, and he didn't have the Samsara Edict realm section. It was enough till he reached the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, but it was a little lacking when compared to the Samsara Edict realm. Not to mention that he couldn't open up the Golden Crow wings, the strongest means of the divine sun-chasing art that could increase his speed by several folds. But fortunately, his sword heart warned him against doing it. "Young master, look at Elder Gu," and Lu Yen suddenly said. When Lin Yun raised his head, he soon noticed something unusual about Gu Jun. The latter's speed wasn't fast, and he could avoid the lightning before it descended, as if he already knew where it would fall. If he didn't look at it carefully, he wouldn't be able to notice it. "That old fellow! Chase after him!" Lin Yun cursed. He quickly chased after Gu Jun and grabbed the old man to his side. "Brat, what are you doing? Don't drag me down." Gu Jun quickly struggled. "Don't think about running," Lin Yun said. Right then, a bolt of lightning descended from the sky, and Lin Yun firmly grabbed onto Gu Jun, preventing him from running. "Brat, let go. The lightning is descending. Don't drag me down with you," Gu Jun anxiously yelled. But just when the lightning was about to descend, it strangely landed a few hundred meters away from them, causing a huge splash. When the water was about to splash over, Lin Yun used his sword aura to block it out. "Nice acting." Lin Yun looked at Gu Jun. Mei Zihua was also an actor, but his acting was poor and he only grasped the essence of drama. But Gu Jun was really an actor that even scared him earlier. Gu Jun's face turned red, and he awkwardly smiled. Maybe I'm blessed by karma, and this is why the lightning doesn't hit me. Carry on acting." Lin Yun did not choose to argue and merely looked at Gu Jun. "Young master, look over there." And Liu Yan's face suddenly changed. When Lin Yun directed his attention over, he saw Mei Zihua struggling to dodge the descending lightning a few thousand meters away. Mei Zihua seemed to be targeted by the lightning, and it would fall wherever he went. The thunderclouds were rumbling in the sky, and lightning magma was like a waterfall trapping him. Gu Jun's face became happy seeing that Mei Zihua was in trouble, and he chuckled. "I can tell from a glance that that brat isn't a good person. Look, even heaven wants him dead. Didn't I tell Mei Zihua not to come?" Lin Yun was having a headache because Mei Zihua appeared just when he was thinking about him. Wasn't this too much of a coincidence? He could roughly know why the tribulation targeted Mei Zihua. The latter grasped the great Saint Tune, not to mention his mental cultivation was higher than anyone here, and nothing could be hidden from the thunderclouds. "Keep your eyes on this old man," Lin Yun said to Liu Yan. With a sword vibration, Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword and manipulated it from afar. As the heavenly dome sword intent empowered his sword, it flew towards Mei Zihua. When lightning and sword rays collided, the lightning was like a river being split by the flower burial sword. Sometime later, when Lin Yun created a safe region, he reached out with his right hand, executing the Azure Dragon Grasp. It was dangerous for him to execute this secret technique because his identity would be exposed if he wasn't careful. But he didn't have the luxury of time to consider that. When a thunderstorm vortex appeared within his palm, a giant palm flew over and grabbed Mei Zihua. When the flower burial sword returned to the sheath, Mei Zihua still hadn't recovered from his fear. After he regained his foothold, he was touched as he looked at Lin Yun. "Lin Xiao, you saved me." But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered about him, and turned to Gu Jun. "Old man, lead the way." "I'm just an old man. I don't have that ability." Gu Jun looked reluctant, but he still led the way. This time, he noticed something unusual when he traveled beside Gu Jun. He could sense an ancient aura being emitted from this old man, and even his blue dragon bone would be drawn when the old man's vitality surged. Yet, the old man was still trying to deny that he wasn't a black tortoise's descendant. Their remaining journey was smooth, but they still had to pretend that they were avoiding the lightning in order to not attract more attention. Along the way, they could see countless charred corpses on the ground, and they didn't even leave behind a complete corpse. An hour later, Lin Yun's group of 4 stopped, and they looked at the thunderclouds in the sky. The pitch-black clouds in the sky had become bright purple. Under the purple thunderclouds, there was a magnificent underground palace hovering in the air being wrapped up in 9-colored lightning. While standing before this palace, they all felt insignificant before it. This should be the Thunder Black Tortoise Underground Palace. The purple thunderclouds covered a few thousand miles, and Lin Yun couldn't help being shocked while looking at it. This should just be the tip of the iceberg, and the Black Tortoise's lineage probably had a time of unimaginable glory in the heavenly domain's unholy sea in the past. Back then, this place still wasn't called the heavenly domain's unholy sea. In that golden age, this place was called the Heavenly Saint Lake. Above it was a complete star that hovered in the sky. But after the battle between deities, this place became the heavenly domain's unholy sea under the influence of the demonic aura. This is the Black Tortoise Underground Palace? This place is grand. And Lu Yen couldn't help saying, perhaps it might be the Heavenly Black Tortoise Palace. Lin Yun nodded. He recalled the Heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, and this palace might be something similar. It's just that it wasn't built underground, and it sank after the battle between deities. That's right. This place was called the Heavenly Thunder Palace in the past, one of the 36 heavenly palaces shrouding the heavenly domain star. Gu Jun sighed. As he spoke, he immediately noticed he had a slip of the tongue again. When he looked around, he saw Lin Yun, and Lu Yen, and Mei Zihua looking at him. Elder Gu, carry on. I'm curious about this Heavenly Thunder Palace. And Lu Yen smiled. I'm just bullshitting, and that's all that I heard. It's not real. Gu Jun's face flushed. Now even Mei Zihua, who was the slowest amongst them, could feel something unusual about this old man. Right then, several figures flew over from the surroundings. Aside from Ko Tianhua's group of 3, there were many others who emanated a fearsome aura, and they were all at the last phase of the profound life stage. This made Lin Yun surprised because he didn't see these people back on Profound Thunder Island. These people were all experts, and they kept a low profile all this time. When Lin Yun looked around, Ko Tianhua also noticed him, and he grinned. Lin Xiao, it's great to see you alive. I was worried that I might not be able to get the Demon Feather Order after you die. It looks like I don't have to worry about that now. He purposely raised his voice, attracting many people's attention. Brother Lin, we meet again. Another group of people appeared, and this person was Yuanxiu of the Ming cult, whom Lin Yun met back at the Martial Dao Tea Party. Not long later, the Heavenly Flame Sect's Yen Qihua also showed up, and the appearance of 2 holy lands made the surroundings lively. But Lin Yun was vigilant, and he didn't respond to them. This was because his relationship with the Ming cult and Heavenly Flame Sect was neither good nor bad. At the Martial Dao Tea Party, these people wouldn't do anything to him because of the rules and their status as disciples of the Holy Lands. But in the Black Tortoise Void Sea it was uncertain now, especially since they made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. Lin Yun took a quick glance at Yen Qihua and Yuanxiu. They were both at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage Profound Life stage. He roughly calculated the time, and it had just been 3 months since the Martial Dao Tea Party. Back then, there were rumors that these people reached the 3rd stage Profound Life stage when they made a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. Now that he looked at them again, the rumors weren't fake. He could sense the powerful dragon origin coming from them, and they were even stronger than the Lu Saint clan's elders he slew. When Yen Qihua looked at Lin Yun, his gaze was complicated. Lin Yun could no longer catch his attention, but he couldn't help feeling some regret. After all, he was forced to make a breakthrough because he had no hope of competing for first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Lin Xiao, I never expected to see you here, and even I have to admit that I'm struggling to contain the temptation of taking your head. Yen Qihua smiled, half-jokingly with a smile on his face. After all, the Demon Feather Order could be exchanged for almost anything, and it was at least a Glory Saint artifact. Not only was he tempted, but even saints would be tempted. But as a Holy Land's genius, he naturally wouldn't be as shameless as Ko Tianhua. But he was probing when he said it in a half-joking tone. If Lin Yun was a pushover, he wouldn't mind making a move. After all, who could refuse a Glory Saint artifact? Haha! This is the Black Tortoise Void Sea. If the Nirvana Banquet's champion dies here, I believe the Azure Dragon's lineage and Heavenly Fragrance Divine Mountain won't be surprised about it. Yuanxiu's cold voice resounded. When Lin Yun raised his head, he noticed Huang Xuanyi was also there. He was insignificantly standing beside Yuanxiu, and Lin Yun didn't notice him earlier. Lin Yun couldn't help being stunned for a moment when he saw Huang Xuanyi, since this was their 3rd meeting. But now that he recalled, his luck seemed to be pretty good whenever he ran into Huang Xuanyi. When he first blinded Huang Xuanyi, he became first on the Elysium Core ranking. During their 2nd meeting, he blinded Huang Xuanyi again and became famous at the West Garden Banquet. This was their 3rd meeting, and he noticed Huang Xuanyi had a black cloth covering his eyes. It appears that he has yet to recover his sight. You're right. On the contrary, I believe no one will be surprised either if the Holy Land's disciples die here. Lin Yun indifferently replied. Yuanxio's pupils flashed with a peculiar light, but he deeply hid it and merely brushed it off with a smile. Lin Xiao, it looks like your head is pretty valuable. So many people are after you. Ko Tianhua laughed when he noticed the peculiar relationship between Lin Yun and the two holy lands. Yan Qihua and Yuanxio furrowed their brows when they heard that. They ultimately decided to ignore Ko Tianhua because of their identity, but they didn't stand with Lin Yun either. Lin Xiao, you can come with us. Right then, a hearty laugh resounded as the divine Phoenix Mountains Ji Lingfeng and heavenly Dao sects Xiao Yuanqi came together. There were many Holy Land disciples following beside them, and they stood on Lin Yun's side without any hesitation when they arrived. It has been a long time since we last met, and you two have made great improvements. Lin Yun was surprised while looking at Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi. After all, they both reached the 4th stage Profound Life stage. They were just at the 3rd stage Profound Life stage 2 months ago. Isn't it because of you? As long as you're around, we won't be able to stand out on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Ji Lingfeng smiled. Strictly speaking, he was first on the Dragon Pulse ranking for 2 years, and he received a lot of benefits during this time. The invisible fortune gave him a lot of help, allowing him to possess a foundation that far surpassed those in the same generation. Although Lin Yun stole his position as first on the Dragon Pulse ranking, Ji Lingfeng didn't hold a grudge against him, unlike Yuanxio and Yan Qihua. Brother Feng, you must be joking. Lin Yun humbly smiled. You ran into trouble? When Heavenly Dao Sect's Xiao Yuanqi glanced at Ko Tianhua, he said, you can travel with us when the palace opens. He won't dare to touch you then. Others might fear him, but not us. That was indeed the case. When Ko Tianhua's group of 3 saw Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng, they immediately shut their mouths. They were especially baffled why as to Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi had no grudges against Lin Yun, especially when he stepped on their heads to rise on the Dragon Pulse ranking. Young master, what should we do now? Yuan Henjing asked. We're not in a hurry. There are too many Holy Land disciples here. We'll find an opportunity in the underground palace. I don't believe we won't be able to find an opportunity, Ko Tianhua said. Right then, the myriad lightning sects Yifeng and divine Dao sects Lin Qingyang arrived. With that, almost everyone in the top 10 was here, and many of them were defeated by Lin Yun. But the situation had changed now because they made their breakthroughs to the Samsara Edict realm. Not only did they undergo a transformation, but they have undergone a great boost in their cultivation and secret techniques. This was how most cultivation techniques worked. They wouldn't have been able to make a breakthrough without reaching a certain degree. A breakthrough in a bigger realm gave them a great boost in their cultivation. After seeing Lin Yun, they all wore weird expressions, and their thoughts became complicated. Lin Xiao actually dares to come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea when he's only at the Dragon Pulse realm? Everyone here has reached the Profound Life stage, and there are so many demonic cultivators here. This won't be a peaceful spar like the Martial Dao Tea Party. If he follows Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi, won't he be a burden to them? Based on Lin Yun's fame, it was inevitable for him to be the center of discussion. After discussing for a while, their eyes fell onto the heavenly thunder palace that was wrapped in 9-colored lightning. Their eyes were full of greed. After all, this place was the Black Tortoise's inheritance ground, and the opportunities here weren't simple. It would be great if they could obtain any harvests. If they could obtain a cultivation or secret technique, they would be able to soar to the sky. As more people arrived, this relatively peaceful place gradually became chaotic. Suddenly, a ripple appeared from the 9-colored lightning that wrapped around the heavenly thunder palace, with a terrifying aura spreading out. This made everyone's faces change, and they couldn't help retreating. The 9-colored lightning was like shackles slowly loosening up. In the end, they intertwined together before forming a lotus beneath the heavenly thunder palace. In the next moment, a loud sound echoed, and the heavenly thunder palace gradually descended onto the sea, and a bronze gate reaching 1,000 feet slowly opened under the lightning. The gates are opened. It's really the Black Tortoise's inheritance. There is a black tortoise engraved on the gates. Holy shit, we're here at the right time now. Everyone had flames in their pupils, and this instantly made everyone's breathing become heavy. They all felt that the dangers they had faced along the way were worth it. After the heavenly Thunder Palace's gates gradually opened, everyone couldn't wait any longer and charged into the palace. This group of people pushed their movement techniques to the limit, and the speed they executed was shocking. Lin Xiao, come together with us. Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi said. No need. I'll be fine with Senior Gu around. Lin Yun declined their offer and even dragged Gu Jun out. Him. Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng looked at Gu Jun suspiciously, but they knew they couldn't force Lin Yun. Not to mention they also had their companions, and they would lag behind just because of Lin Yun. All right then. After everyone left, Gu Jun complained, How am I a senior? And Lu Yen covered her mouth and chuckled. She said, Elder Gu, you don't have to be modest at all. We'll be relying on you in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Let's go or it'll be too late for us. Mei Zihua was excited. He came from a prestigious clan and was pampered since young. So he had never seen such a spectacular scene before, and he already couldn't hold himself down. Be careful, Lin Yun said with his eyes squinted. His sword heart could sense a wisp of danger inside the gates. But they had to go no matter what, with no risk, no gain. Just like that, the group of 4 charged through the ancient bronze gate with shock in their pupils. They swiftly passed through the gate and entered the heavenly Thunder Palace. But the moment they entered, the dazzling lightning made them shut their eyes. Not good. Lin Yun's face changed, and his sword heart was buzzing. He could sense a dangerous premonition. Opening his eyes, Lin Yun executed the divine dragon eyes with a sun and a moon blooming in his pupils with the blue dragon, golden dragon, and silver dragon seals forming into 3 lumps of flames coiling around the sun and moon. He could see lightning condensing into multiple people at the far end of the passage, and those people had a pair of lightning wings behind them. They were all suspended in the air with dazzling lightning flames blooming in their palms. In the next moment, the densely packed people all raised their hands and indiscriminately unleashed the lightning flames. This caused a series of explosions, and the space in this region began to distort with a destructive power sweeping out. The commotion was too great. The first group of people fell for it the moment they came in. They were covered in purple flames, and even the saint armor they wore began to melt under the intense temperature. This made them scream out in pain, but nothing they did could extinguish the flames. The profound thunder sacred flame. Gu Jun was shocked, and his face changed. That's the profound thunder sacred flame. Don't try to resist with your dragon origin because it will enter your body through the dragon origin. Just use your physique or artifacts to endure it head-on. The flames were terrifying, but no one here was a pushover. They swiftly came to their senses and avoided the incoming attacks or faced them head-on. They all executed their various means to deal with the profound thunder sacred flame and carried on. There were those who fell for it, and even top-tiered experts at the 4th stage profound life stage would fall. As for those who were struck with the profound thunder sacred flame, no one cared about them and even knocked them away so that they wouldn't be caught by the flames. I assent this a little too cruel? Mei Zihua could feel a chill run down his spine when he saw this scene. Old man, do something. Lin Yun turned to look at Gu Jun. The profound thunder sacred flame was too bizarre, and he didn't dare to gamble with his life. What do you want me to do? Just hold on for a while because the sacred flames will ultimately extinguish at some point. Gu Jun said, and he took out a shield forged with a tortoiseshell hiding in a corner. Seeing this, Lin Yun and Lu Yen and Mei Zihua quickly followed behind him and hid behind the shield. They had to admit that the tortoiseshell was pretty sturdy because it actually took the profound thunder sacred flame head-on. They hid behind the tortoiseshell in fear, and they also didn't dare to force their way in. Screams would occasionally resound throughout the passage. As the profound lightning sacred flames flew over, the floor became covered in charred corpses, and half of the people who charged in first were dead. As for those who survived the bombardment, their faces were covered with shock because the Black Tortoise underground palace was no different from hell. Charge through the passage. But anyone who could come here wasn't a pushover, and each of them was a genius at the profound life stage. There were even some older generations in the profound life stage amongst them. The chaos lasted for a long time until everything calmed down. Those who could go in have already gone in, and those who couldn't were dead. When everything calmed down, it was just as Gu Jun said. The bombardment of profound lightning sacred flame had come to an end. As a head protruded from the tortoiseshell shield, he formed a seal and the tortoiseshell began to shrink in size after Gu Jun verified that it was safe outside. In the end, it shrunk to the size of a compass upon landing on his hand. Lin Yun and Lu Yan and Mei Zihua couldn't help taking a few more glances at the tortoiseshell when they came out. It's just a small toy not worth mentioning. Gu Jun smiled, fearing that the tortoiseshell might catch their attention. When he swept his gaze at the corpses on the ground, he was thoroughly shocked. Everyone was excited when the gates were opened, and yet so many people lost their lives before they could catch a glimpse of the treasures. Mei Zihua's face was pale, and this was the first time he saw such a terrifying scene. After all, they were still alive just a moment ago, and they were dead now. This had a huge impact on his heart. Life isn't easy, and this is how cruel martial Dao is. Gu Jun sighed before he started searching the corpses. After all, there would definitely be some treasures they didn't keep in their interspatial pouch. It didn't take long for him to be covered in multiple saint armors, leaving Lin Yun and Lu Yan and Mei Zihua shocked as they looked at Gu Jun as he searched through the corpses. But Lin Yun looked at Gu Jun with approval, and he had to admit this old man was a genius. Gu Jun kept the various interspatial bracelets, regardless of whether he could break through the restrictions. This way, even if he couldn't obtain anything in the palace, this would become a decent fortune if he could make it out, making this a worthwhile trip. Let's go. Several people came forth and reached the vortex at the far end of the passage. It was a bizarre vortex that looked like a light screen, emanating a powerful spatial fluctuation, and Lin Yun didn't hesitate to enter it first. A while later, when Lin Yun opened his eyes, the scenery before him opened up. This was a spacious land. There were mountains, rivers, and palaces forming ruins that decorated this barren land. There was a world within the heavenly Thunder Palace. If these ancient palaces and buildings were undamaged, they would probably look magnificent. But the place was tattered and desolate. Lin Yun was a little surprised because the differences between the outside of the heavenly Thunder Palace and the inside were too great. How did the heavenly Thunder Palace end up in this state? Lin Yun muttered to himself. Gu Jun sighed. The fiends came and attacked, and none of the ancient deities could help. Aside from the heavenly Nirvana Pavilion, all the other 36 palaces fell in that battle. Even the heavenly domain star was shattered, and the heavenly domain's unholy sea that we're in was called the heavenly god sea back then. You know a lot. Lin Yun nodded his head. But before Gu Jun could explain, Lin Yun followed up, I know. You only heard about it, and you have nothing to do with the Black Tortoise's lineage. You're really smart to know what I'm going to answer. Gu Jun grinned. Brother Lin, can you even find treasures here? This place is so tattered, and I can't tell if there's anything out of the ordinary here. Mei Zihua looked around curiously. Who knows? Let's just look around. Lin Yun said. The old man still wanted to say something, but he ultimately kept quiet. Lin Yun inwardly smiled because he roughly knew what the old man wanted to say, and he planned to wait till Gu Jun couldn't hold it back. He could even roughly guess why Gu Jun was here at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Young Master Mei might not know, but most ruins are in this state. If no one came here before, there's a high chance there might be treasures here. And Lu Yan said, let's look around first. Lin Yun flew out, and his sword heart swept out, scanning the surrounding ruins. Judging from the state of the ruins, he could tell that there was a battle here, and there was even the aura of the demon spirit clan lingering here. The ancient demon spirit again? Lin Yun inwardly pondered because he had interacted with the demon spirit clan in the past. They had a high sense of presence in the Dark Era. There were rumors that the demon spirit clan the 9 emperors sealed were beginning to awaken, and they were quite active in some places. The Divine Dragon era might seem flourishing, but there were many hidden threats around, and chaos would descend if they weren't careful. MHM? Lin Yun suddenly came to a stop in midair. His gaze fell onto a place, and his sword heart caught onto a wisp of a bizarre saint aura. An hour later, when they arrived in this region, there was a huge totem at the plaza. The saint runes on the totem had fallen off, and there were only 9 ancient corpses remaining. These corpses were weird, and they seemed to be protecting something while facing the totem. They seemed to have instantly lost their lives, leaving behind their still-standing skeletons. Right then, more people descended on this region, searching for something. There's nothing here. This black tortoise underground palace is really poor. There's nothing even after searching for half a day. A bunch of skeletons. Damn it. Someone became frustrated and released their dragon origin, sweeping a violent gale in the surroundings. MHM? There's something weird about this totem, someone said, and everyone's attention was focused on the towering totem. This totem should be a sacred artifact of the black tortoise's lineage. Who knows, perhaps the cultivation techniques of the black tortoise's lineage are recorded on it. There's a possibility, so we don't have to compete for it, and we can just make a copy each. Everyone's gazes became heated, looking at the totem. Not good, retreat. But Gu Jun's face suddenly changed, stopping Lin Yun and Lu Yan and Mei Zihua before they quickly retreated. When the 4 of them retreated, the totem moved, and black flames ignited on the forehead of the 9 skeletons. When a devilish aura was being emitted from those skeletons, they let out a bizarre scream, and the 10-odd people who got close to them were injured by the sound waves. When those 9 skeletons began to move, the faces of everyone in this region changed. This was because they realized that these 9 skeletons weren't corpses of the Black Tortoise's lineage but the ancient demon spirit clan who invaded. They were all killed in a split second. They were only suppressed by the totems. Although they had lost their intelligence, they still contained terrifying power. When waves of demonic aura swept out, they exploded from the 9 ancient demon spirit clan skeletons, making the sky become dark. Pinnacle of the profound life stage. Mei Zihua glanced at the demon spirits before he started trembling. The fact that those skeletons were so powerful even after their deaths, they were probably quasi-saints when they were alive. Everyone doesn't have to be so anxious. This totem must be a sacred artifact of the Black Tortoise clan, and these skeletons are already dead. We don't have to be afraid of them. Just when everyone was horrified, someone greedily said, "Sacred artifact?" Everyone's thoughts began to process this when they heard what the previous person said. They came here because they sensed that something was amiss, and there was a high chance that the treasure here was the totem. Let's go. Someone finally couldn't hold it back, and they began to unleash attacks at the 9 demon spirit corpses. The corpses were only left with skeletons. Although they might possess pinnacle of the profound life stage strength, there was no way they could confront over 100 people that were present. So they had a high chance of winning if they fought. How foolish, Gu Jun cursed. He didn't care what Lin Yun and Lu Yan and Mei Zihua thought and immediately left without any hesitation. This naturally made the 3 briefly stunned, before they quickly followed after him. When they caught up to Gu Jun, and Lu Yan asked, "Elder Gu, is the Black Tortoise totem really a sacred artifact?" Nodding his head, Gu Jun replied, "It's a sacred artifact, but it's used to seal saints, and it's called the Demon Sealing Pillar. It requires a secret technique to be activated, and it's useless even if someone else obtains it." The Demon Sealing Pillar? Does that mean there are more corpses under the totem? Lin Yun asked, raising his brow. You're not stupid. Those 9 corpses are nothing. But if the one beneath the totem breaks out? Gu Jun smiled. What will happen? Mei Zihua asked nervously. Not a single person will be left, and all of them will die, Gu Jun said with a grave expression. When Mei Zihua turned around, a lump of black clouds exploded from that region, killing everyone in that region. This instantly made his face pale, and he exclaimed, "They're all dead. They deserved it. A bunch of idiots who knew nothing. Just don't implicate us in it," Gu Jun said indifferently. Right then, Lin Yun's face changed, and there was a flash of surprise through his pupils. What's wrong? Gu Jun asked when he noticed Lin Yun's unusual expression. You just had to say it. Those things are coming in our direction. Lin Yun indifferently said, increasing his speed. Just a moment ago, even his heavenly dome sword intent sensed a wisp of danger, and this meant the corpse suppressed by the totem must be powerful. Right then, the totem was lifted by a black-robed corpse out from the ground. In the next moment, the black-robed corpse ordered the 9 skeletons to charge in their direction, raising a cloud of dust with a demonic aura covering the sky. Seeing this, the group of 4 immediately sped up. But those ancient demon spirit corpses continued to chase after them, and the demonic aura they gave off was terrifying. "Old man, why don't we split up?" Lin Yun asked when he sensed that something wasn't right. He suspected that those corpses were chasing after them because they sensed the black tortoise's bloodline in Gu Jun's body. Otherwise, it would make no sense for them to chase after them. They did run into other cultivators along the way, but those 9 corpses were fixated on them and ignored everyone else. "Ha! You brat, who knows if it's not because of the tortoiseshell on you? Why don't you throw that away first? They might not come after us anymore," Gu Jun retorted. Lin Yun's heart clenched because there was that possibility. But he had no change on his face, and he said, "Let's try splitting up and we'll know which of us they are after." Hearing that, Gu Jun became nervous, and he said, "Don't. We're both from the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion. If anything happened to me, you can dream about going to the wine cellar. Let me tell you, you might be able to find demigod wine, Mo clan's wine, and even the black tortoise lightning pool there." Lin Yun's face sank, and he instantly knew those demonic corpses were after Gu Jun now. He asked, "Those are rumors you heard again? Let's not dwell on that for now and find a way to resolve those things. We can't go anywhere if they keep chasing us." Gu Jun awkwardly smiled. They naturally drew a lot of attention along the way, but most people were gloating after a brief shock. If they didn't sense how powerful those corpses were, they might consider sneaking up and waiting for an opportunity. That thing might possess the power of the Saint Realm. "Are you sure you have a way to deal with it?" Lin Yun asked. "They're already dead, so your sword intent is effective against them. If you can block them head-on, I might have a solution," Gu Jun said, rolling his eyes. "Block them head-on?" The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, and he replied, "You must be dreaming. Don't forget that I'm only at the Dragon Pulse realm." But Lin Yun was just complaining, and he soon made a decision and stopped. With a cold light flickering within his pupils, he instructed, "Lian, try and find a way to deal with those skeletons. As for the ancient demon spirit's corpse, I'll find a way to deal with it." "Okay," and Luyen nodded. "You, be careful," Lin Yun added. And Luyen immediately felt warmth in her heart, because she knew Lin Yun was worried about her. She said, "I will pay attention to it." What should I do then?" Mei Zihua was nervous, but his pupils were flickering with excitement and his hands began to tremble. "Try not to make a move," Lin Yun replied. "What?" Mei Zihua froze with his mouth wide open. "What does that mean?" "He's telling you not to play your flute. God knows what will be lured over, and it's best if you do nothing." Gu Jun rolled his eyes. The corner of Mei Zihua's lips twitched. Just when he wanted to say something, a huge shadow loomed over them, and they charged out. The black tortoise totem fell to the ground, causing a huge explosion that created a horrifying ravine. This was initially meant to seal the demon spirits, but it was used as a weapon against them now. The black demon spirit corpse was rather complete with flesh, and it had a vertical eye on its forehead that emitted a terrifying demonic aura. This demon spirit corpse swept his gaze through the 4 people. Mei Zihua didn't even dare to take a huge breath, and his body was trembling. In the end, the demon spirit corpse's eyes alternated between Lin Yun and Gu Jun, trying to find the real target. Flicking divine finger. Lin Yun couldn't wait any longer, and his thumb pressed down on his middle finger. As a massive sword aura swept out, it swiftly spread over 10 miles in length. The Iris Saint seal on the back of Lin Yun's hand also began to shine. But he didn't stop there and circulated the divine firmament sword sutra, summoning a nether flower that was a few hundred feet wide beneath him before pouring the nether energy and azure dragon energy into the Iris Saint seal. When an azure dragon's roar echoed, Lin Yun flicked his finger and a massive sword ray shot out from his finger and struck the ancient demon spirit's corpse. This instantly sent the demon spirit's corpse 10-odd miles away. The 9 skeletons were left, and they quickly pounced at the 4. Right then, a blood moon rose behind Lu Yen, and she tossed the fan in her hand. A white dragon appeared and coiled around her, and she flew towards the 9 skeletons like a streak of light. Mei Zihua finally couldn't hold himself down, and took out a jade flute before raising it to his lips. But the moment he raised his hands, he could sense 2 murderous gazes directed at him. This naturally made Mei Zihua feel aggrieved. After all, he was the descendant of a musical clan, a genius who grasped the great Saint Tune. This made his cheeks tremble, but he ultimately lowered the flute. As for the ancient demon spirit corpse that was sent flying away, it grabbed onto the black tortoise totem and soared to the sky, swinging it down like a staff. "I'll have some fun with you, then." A cold light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils. He stomped his foot on the ground before he soared to the sky. As a thunderstorm accompanied him, he raised his hand and executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. With a loud explosion, a massive dragon claw shrouded in a thunderstorm grabbed onto the descending totem. This made his face sink, and he could feel the great pressure because there were fine cracks spreading out on the claw. 3 breaths later, the Azure Dragon claw shattered, and this made Lin Yun feel turmoil in his internal organs. But as a ferocious light flashed across his pupils, he raised his hand and executed the flicking divine finger, attracting the ancient demon spirit corpse's attention over. The ancient demon spirit corpse wasn't hit this time, and it swung the black tortoise totem to destroy the incoming sword ray. But Lin Yun had no change on his face, and unleashed more sword rays through the flicking divine finger. This covered the sky in sword aura with thunderstorms violently roaring along with a series of terrifying explosions. Lin Yun didn't dare to get too close to the ancient demon spirit corpse, but he couldn't get close to it no matter how he tried anyways. As for the ancient demon spirit corpse, it was too terrifying, and was slowly approaching him, no matter how Lin Yun tried to stop it. Very quickly, Lin Yun drew his sword and faced the ancient demon spirit corpse head-on with his heavenly dome sword intent at greater mastery. When the flower burial sword clashed with the black tortoise totem, sparks flew around, and they fell into a stalemate. Lin Yun turned around and yelled, "Old man, don't trick me. Don't worry about it. When have I tricked you? I'm a reliable person, so you should concentrate on your fight," Gu Jun said without raising his head. He was confident in himself, but those words felt unreliable when Lu Yen and Mei Zihua heard them. Shortly after, Lin Yun was sent flying by the black tortoise totem with blood dripping down his lips. The black-robed ancient demon spirit corpse grabbed the black tortoise totem. It coldly looked at Lin Yun and demonic flames blazed within its vertical eye. "A mere ant dares to challenge me?" The ancient demon spirit corpse had just woken up, so its intelligence wasn't that clear. As a result, it couldn't speak its words clearly. But this wouldn't hinder its fighting prowess. This made Lin Yun's face change because the ancient demon spirit corpse's strength was comparable to the profound death stage. If it still had intelligence, he would probably be dead. But even so, the black tortoise totem still made him feel fearful, and the flower burial sword vibrated within his hand. He knew that he couldn't clash with the ancient demon spirit corpse head-on. Before Lin Yun could ponder, the surrounding air began to crumble, and the black tortoise totem flew over once more. The powerful gale accompanied by the totem made the surrounding space distort. Seeing this, Lin Yun didn't hesitate to push his movement technique to the limit and avoided the incoming attack. Faint ripples spread out in the air, and the black tortoise totem was extremely agile, despite being so massive. In the end, Lin Yun was forced to only dodge. But after dodging a few times, the surrounding current became even more violent, and the black tortoise totem nearly shredded this place into pieces. This naturally made Lin Yun feel uncomfortable. If it was someone else, even without being struck by the black tortoise totem, they would be shredded into pieces by the current. But suddenly, the ancient demon spirit corpse used the black tortoise totem like a spear, thrusting it forth. Before it even reached Lin Yun, the sonic boom already made Lin Yun's ears ring, and he threw out a mouthful of blood. He felt dizzy, and cracks began to appear on his sword aura like a rumbling snow mountain. Is this the strength of the profound death stage? When the black tortoise totem came in contact with Lin Yun's chest, this made Luyen, who was fighting the 9 skeletons, exclaim, "No, bossin, don't get distracted." Mei Zihua couldn't be bothered with anything upon seeing this scene and dashed forth, using his flute as a weapon to fend off 3 skeletons for her. When Lin Yun was sent flying 1,000 miles away, the 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes on his body shattered. But it didn't end there. Lin Yun raised his head to see the ancient demon spirit corpse charging over with the totem. Lin Xiao, he's not that powerful. It's not really at the profound death stage. So just try and separate it from the totem. Gu Jun said. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because this old man was really unreliable, and he still hadn't made his move yet. He nearly died from the attack earlier. Taking a deep breath, Lin Yun couldn't be bothered about the old man and raised the flower burial sword when the black tortoise totem was coming his way again. He raised the sword to the same level as his eyes, and the flower burial sword began to glow. The flower burial sword was empowered by 2 sword souls before Lin Yun swung his sword, executing the Azure Dragon sword art, Azure Dragon body. When the flower burial sword flew out, the black tortoise totem also charged over. Lin Yun didn't choose to dodge this time, and an Azure Dragon coiled around him. The more he dodged, the more power the black tortoise totem accumulated. So whenever it became inevitable to take a blow head-on, it was really uncomfortable for him. As 2 explosions rang out, the flower burial sword landed on the ancient demon spirit corpse's chest and was sent flying away. The black tortoise totem also shattered the Azure Dragon around Lin Yun. In the brink of time, Lin Yun spread his hands apart and performed a back flip like a sun rising from the horizon, and he landed on the totem. As he stood on the totem, he leaned his body forth and charged towards the head of the ancient demon spirit corpse. "I don't believe I can't deal with you." But demonic flames suddenly gushed out from the ancient demon spirit corpse's vertical third eye. The demonic flame was like a sword ray, and looking at it flying over made Lin Yun's heart pump violently. Golden light shone out from Lin Yun that made him look like a bright sun, and he leaned forth with his arms behind him, pushing the divine sun-chasing art to the limit. This created afterimages of the black tortoise totem. This was because Lin Yun's speed was too fast. He was so fast that the gust of wind nearly tore his face apart. This was an unprecedented speed, and he broke through the shackles of the Dragon Pulse realm in the divine sun-chasing art at this moment, unleashing an explosive power. This was a bizarre feeling, and Lin Yun could feel that his blood was pumping throughout his body to avoid the demonic flames. Go to hell! When Lin Yun got close to the ancient demon spirit corpse, he used his fingers as a sword to stab the 3rd vertical eye of the ancient demon spirit corpse. In the critical moment, the ancient demon spirit corpse closed its eyes, and this made Lin Yun feel as though he had slammed against a metal wall with his arm becoming numb. Despite failing to destroy the ancient demon spirit corpse's vertical eye, the ancient demon spirit corpse had no choice but to throw the black tortoise totem away before reaching out at Lin Yun. Sword come! Lin Yun faced the ancient demon spirit corpse head-on, and reached out to grab the flower burial sword. Who do you think you are to call for sword? The ancient demon spirit corpse sneered with its eyes flickering with mockery. Demonic light burst out from its hand. When the ancient demon spirit corpse clenched its hand, this instantly made Lin Yun's face pale. When the ancient demon spirit corpse clenched his hand together, Lin Yun couldn't imagine how terrifying the attack would be, judging from the aura emanating from its fist. But as long as he could grab his sword, he would definitely be able to hit the ancient demon spirit corpse. In this critical moment, Lin Yun spread his arms apart and took 3 steps back. He decided to retreat and grab the flower burial sword. But the flower burial sword also flew over. Swinging the sword out, the sword tip came in contact with the ancient demon spirit corpse's fist. The flower burial sword was plunged 3 inches into the ancient demon spirit corpse's fist, causing the latter to scream out in pain. In a wild rage, the ancient demon spirit corpse pulled the sword out from its fist and chased after Lin Yun with his left hand clenching into a fist before throwing out a punch. Looking at this, a ferocious light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils, and he decided not to dodge this attack. He started forming the Sovereign Dragon Seal, and a 7-colored divine radiance bloomed from his palm. As the golden purple and blue jade dragon runes merged together, Lin Yun's body swelled up, briefly entering the azure dragon divine physique. When the ancient demon spirit corpse's punch landed on Lin Yun, the dragon runes on his body didn't shatter, and he also didn't fly back. As power surged within his body, the Glory Sun and Glory Moon spirits bloomed within his pupils along with the 3 dragon seals. Lin Yun had to bring out this secret technique and clashed with the ancient demon spirit corpse head-on, with their punches landing on the other party's body. This scene naturally frightened Mei Zihua, who was clashing with the skeletons. "Get out of the way!" Just when Lin Yun couldn't hold on anymore, a loud roar echoed. Gu Jun finally made a move, soaring to the sky with purple light bursting from his body. There was a mysterious seal blooming on his right palm. 100,000 thunderbolts. Heed my order. 100,000 thunderbolts descended from the sky. As Gu Jun's body flickered with lightning, his hair violently fluttered. When Lin Yun retreated, the 100,000 thunderbolts landed on the ancient demon spirit corpse's chest, causing it to scream with demonic miasma seeping out. The ancient demon spirit corpse's aura began to decline. But the ancient demon spirit corpse naturally wouldn't give up so easily and let out a mournful roar. The ancient demon spirit corpse opened its vertical eye, wanting to break free from the shackles. This scene was something that Gu Jun didn't expect. This was a little terrifying. The ancient demon spirit corpse's vitality was stubbornly unyielding, and it was beyond his imagination. Just when Gu Jun was about to say something, a figure dashed forth and stabbed the flower burial sword into the ancient demon spirit corpse's vertical eye. The moment the flower burial sword plunged into it, the ancient demon spirit corpse's aura suddenly came to a stop like a balloon being punctured. Even the sword ray executed by him froze for an eternity when the thunderbolts descended from the sky. "If I'm not worthy, are you?" Lin Yun's eyes flashed with a cold light, drawing the sword out before retreating. Crimson cracks appeared on the ancient demon spirit corpse, and its body began to sway. The ancient demon spirit corpse only lasted for a brief moment before it began to fall apart. As Lin Yun landed on the ground, he didn't even take a look at the ancient demon spirit corpse, but plunged the sword into the ground before sitting down. When he deactivated the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, he quickly circulated the Blue Dragon Skybreaking art to recover his injuries. Boundless life force began to pour out from the Blue Dragon's Saint Physique, and a blue light coursed through his body with powerful life force blooming out of Lin Yun. An hour later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and let out a breath. When he turned to look at the 9 skeletons, they were already dealt with by An Luyen and the others, and they could finally catch their breath now. Mei Zihua was stumped to see Lin Yun fully recovered after opening his eyes. This made the corner of his lips twitch because this was too unbelievable. "Young master, look over there," and Luyen pointed to a certain location. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over in the direction of the ancient demon spirit corpse, a powerful aura burst out from the ground, and he could faintly see a saint radiance being emitted. He asked, "When did it appear?" "After the ancient demon spirit died. Gu Jun wanted to take a look, but I stopped him and waited till you recovered." And Luyen smiled. When Lin Yun turned to look at Gu Jun, the old man revealed an awkward smile. "There's a high possibility that it might be a saint origin. But the saint origin of demon spirits is extremely bizarre and dangerous. So I wanted to take a look for you first." "Thank you then," Lin Yun replied. The 4 of them flew over together. There was a huge crater on the ground. In the crater, there was a saint origin lying in it that was emitting a powerful saint radiance. It had lost most of its life force, but the saint origin still contained great power. But if they could remove the demonic aura, the value would be unimaginable. "It's really a saint realm expert," Lin Yun said with lingering fear. "The demon sealing pillar will only attack saints. If that demon spirit wasn't heavily injured because of it, It would have been even more terrifying, and there's a high possibility it would have regained its intelligence. Gu Jun sighed. When he finished, he sent a deep look at Lin Yun. But your strength has far exceeded my imagination. You really have a lot of trump cards. But Lin Yun couldn't be bothered with the old man. If he didn't have any trump cards, he would probably be dead because of Gu Jun. How should we deal with this saint origin? Mei Zihua asked in excitement. Lin Yun briefly pondered before he said, the demonic aura inside is a hidden threat, but I believe a lot of people are willing to buy this at sky-high prices. So let's put it away for now. Haha. You guys actually managed to kill an ancient demon spirit corpse that was at the Saint Realm. A voice resounded, and this made the faces of Lin Yun's group change with their pupils squinted. They didn't even notice when this person came. On the rocks not too far away, there was a white figure seated with a white cloth wrapping around his head, only revealing his eyes. Lin Yun's gaze was fixated on the latter and began to accumulate his heavenly dome sword, intent with vigilance filling his pupils. What impressive means? Lin Yun said. Haha, you don't have to care who we are, and I'll be taking the saint origin away. It will be more harmful than beneficial in your hands. This person was completely wrapped in white, which made him seem mysterious. This person was giving off a powerful aura, and this made Lin Yun's nerves tense up. This is something young Master Lin obtained by putting his life on the line. So shouldn't you give us an explanation if you want to take it away? And Lu Yen said, this saint origin might be tainted with a demonic aura, but the value was immeasurable. Most importantly, Lin Yun almost lost his life fighting the ancient demon spirit corpse, and she even stopped Gu Jun from secretly approaching it. An explanation? The man in white smiled, and he continued, but it's a pity that I have no explanation for you guys. The man spread his palm out, and the saint origin rapidly flew over. This made Lin Yun's pupils surge with a smear of killing intent. This person was really bold to snatch it so blatantly. But before he could move, and Lu Yen tossed the fan at the person. Interesting. The man in white smiled, having no intention of avoiding Liu Yen's attack. But when Liu Yen's fan was about to reach the white-clothed man, a dazzling sword ray shining from his pupils without him doing anything. The massive dragon origin contained in the fan was struck by 9 sword rays. When the sword rays blocked Liu Yen's fan, they began to tremble before a powerful sword intent burst from the white-clothed man. The shockwave of sword intent made Liu Yen's face drastically change, and the fan was sent flying away before it could do anything. Go down. The white-clothed man's hand flicked, and a radiating sword ray turned into a gushing sword aura, sending Liu Yen flying away. What a powerful sword intent! Lin Yun's expression became grave when he saw this scene because Liu Yen was at the pinnacle of first stage profound life stage. With the inheritance saint artifact in her hand, she could even put up a fight with those at the second stage profound life stage. With the addition of her white dragon bone, she could become even more unfathomable. But the white-clothed man didn't make a move and easily sent Liu Yen flying away. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that she couldn't even put up a fight against this person. The faces of Mei Zihua and Gu Jun changed. This was the first time they saw someone's sword intent to be comparable to Lin Yun's. I don't care who you are, but this saint origin belongs to me. No one can snatch it away from me. Lin Yun's face sank, and he flicked his finger to unleash a powerful sword ray. When the sword ray flew out, it turned into a massive dragon. This was naturally Lin Yun's secret technique, the flicking divine finger. Lin Yun didn't bother concealing his strength while facing this person. He wanted to see how strong this person's sword intent was. The white-clothed person also unleashed a sword ray at Lin Yun's incoming attack. When the 2 sword rays collided, they created a series of sword cries before exploding. They were evenly matched in this confrontation. This is interesting. The white-clothed man stood up with a playful gaze. On the other hand, Lin Yun's face became grave because he knew he had run into a formidable foe. He drew the flower burial sword and charged over without any hesitation, appearing before the white-clothed man in the blink of an eye, swinging his sword at him. His speed was fast, but his sword was even faster, creating hundreds of sword rays that enveloped the other party. Ha ha ha! Great! The white-clothed man laughed and started waving his hand, unleashing countless sword rays from his body. For a moment, countless sword rays clashed around them, and the white-clothed man retreated while he fended off Lin Yun's attacks. When he took 10 steps back, the white-clothed man suddenly stopped and said, "It's time to bring this to an end." When his thumb pressed down on his middle finger, a horrifying sword intent swept out that restricted Lin Yun's movements. The sword intent he gave off also caused a violent gale to rise, and his clothes violently fluttered in the wind. At this moment, time seemed to have frozen and Lin Yun couldn't move. The sword rays around him couldn't even move. That was the heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery. This made Lin Yun's heart sink with his eyes squinted from the great pressure he felt. When the white-clothed man flicked his finger, the sword rays around Lin Yun shattered, sending the latter flying away. "All right, it has come to an end now." The white-clothed man then turned to look at An Luyen, Mei Zihua, and Gu Jun before smiling. "The three of you should behave yourselves, especially you. I have already noticed all your movements." Those words made Gu Jun embarrassed, and he awkwardly smiled. He wanted to bring out the tortoiseshell shield, but the white-clothed man had already discovered it. The white-clothed man lazily stretched his body before he sighed. "It has been a long time since I fought anyone. That brat is pretty good. It's no wonder why he's first on the Dragon Pulse ranking." Ha ha ha! His sudden burst of laughter was weird, and this made Lin Yun flustered because he had a feeling that this person knew his identity. He asked, "Senior, you know me? Who doesn't know the Nirvana Banquets champion?" The white-clothed man smiled. "I know you, but you might not know me." "Senior, who are you?" Lin Yun asked. He had a feeling that this person was deep and unfathomable to easily use the heavenly dome sword intent at complete mastery. He even had a terrifying speculation that this person's sword intent might be stronger than what he had shown. "You don't have to know who I am for now. Perhaps we will meet again." The white-clothed man looked at Lin Yun deeply, and he continued, "Haha, you have really given me a great surprise. Mei Zihua of one of the 10 musical clans, the 9-star demon Venerable and Luyen, and the Heavenly Fragrance Pavilion's elder. Interesting. Interesting. Ha ha ha." When his laughter fell, sword rays began to shine from him and he flew off before Lin Yun could even say a word. Looking at the direction this person left in, Lin Yun wore a grave expression because of how unfathomable this person was. "Young master, that person is strong." And Luyen walked over. "You're not injured, are you?" Lin Yun nodded, but his heart was in chaos. This heavenly thunder palace was really filled with hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Just earlier, that person gave him a feeling that he wasn't an enemy. "I'm fine." He held back, and Luyen replied. Lin Yun's eyes flickered as he fell into deep thoughts. He had a feeling that the white-clothed man wasn't willing to hurt them. In the end, he sighed. "Let's get going, then." "Hee, no need to hurry. You guys can leave first. I'll find a way to refine this black tortoise totem before catching up to you guys." Gu Jun smiled. "Didn't you say only descendants of the black tortoise can refine this black tortoise totem?" Lin Yun asked curiously. "About that, I'm only bullshitting. There's no harm in giving it a try. Maybe it might work." Gu Jun was still stubborn and wasn't willing to admit that he was a descendant of the black tortoise. "All right then," Lin Yun said. It would be great if Gu Jun could refine it. No matter what, it was a sacred artifact of the black tortoise's lineage. "Elder Gu, be careful. Remember to look for us because we still have to depend on you." And Luyen smiled. Hearing that, Gu Jun smiled. "Brat, you hear that? Bossin knows how to speak. Don't worry about it. With me around, no one can harm you in the heavenly Thunder Palace." Lin Yun was speechless upon hearing that because he nearly died just a moment ago. After bidding farewell to Gu Jun, they continued their journey into the depths of the heavenly Thunder Palace. Along the way, they ran into many profound life stage experts wandering around. Although the heavenly Thunder Palace was destroyed in the ancient battle, it still looked grand and majestic. During their search, they naturally found some treasures. But the moment those treasures appeared, it would spark a competition. As a result, many people died in the chaos. "Brother Lin, you're not afraid of that old man running away? He might go to the cellar himself, and there might even be demigod wine. Not to mention the Mo clan's millennium flame," Mei Zihua said with flames blazing in his pupils. "Don't worry. If those treasures really are there, the old man will definitely come and look for us." Lin Yun smiled confidently. Based on his understanding of Gu Jun, if the other party could find those treasures alone, he would definitely sneak over by himself. The old man wouldn't even tell them about it. The greatest reason for Gu Jun to be following him might be the tortoiseshell he had. The tortoiseshell was special, and the old man might have seen something. Otherwise, he wouldn't have taken the risk to come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Although Mei Zihua was feeling skeptical, he decided not to ask anything about it. They naturally ran into treasures along the way, but Lin Yun merely took a glance before continuing their journey. Those treasures were of high quality, but Lin Yun didn't feel that they were worth wasting time for. As the group of three went deeper, they would run into more buildings, and the density of demon spirit aura became denser. Just looking at the tattered ruins alone was enough to imagine how intense this battle was, and they couldn't imagine the scale of the battle. They even began to wonder if they really won the battle. "Young master, there are sounds there," and Lu Yen suddenly spoke up, interrupting Lin Yun's trail of thoughts. "It sounds like lightning, powerful lightning." Mei Zihua stammered because he didn't know how to describe the sound. "Let's go and take a look," Lin Yun said, and the three immediately changed their direction. An hour later, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. When they raised their heads, there was a lake before them, but the lake was made up of lightning magma. The Dragon Tribulation Lightning Pool. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked, because this place was actually a massive tribulation pool. The Black Tortoise's lineage actually created an artificial tribulation pool for their descendants to cultivate, and this was something even ordinary Holy Lands couldn't accomplish. This made him wonder how magnificent the Golden Era was 100,000 years ago. After all, one must know there were 35 other similar heavenly palaces, and he could feel his scalp going numb from just imagining it. If he was in the Golden Era, he probably would have the current strength of his physique at the Elysium Core realm. That was what Lin Yun thought when he looked at the lightning pool. Right then, mysterious fluctuations rippled on the lake, and a flash of fist-sized lightning shot out. It was a core that completely consisted of lightning. The inside of the core emitted an ancient and fascinating radiance. "What's that?" Mei Zihua asked curiously. "It's the Black Tortoise core," and Lu Yen was shocked, and Lin Yun also recognized it because he saw records of it on the bamboo scroll. There were legends that after a Black Tortoise's descendant reached the quasi-saint realm, they could condense a lightning heart within their bodies. Over time, the lightning heart would gradually solidify and condense into the Black Tortoise core. The moment the core was formed, it wouldn't disappear even when 100,000 years have passed. Only the Black Tortoise's descendants with outstanding talent could condense the core, and each one was extremely rare. This was because the value was unimaginable. It could be refined into an infant's body before they were born. This was a safe process, and there was a chance that the infant would possess the Black Tortoise Saint physique at birth. There were even rumors that if one refined the Black Tortoise core, they could easily grasp the lightning intent. If one was lucky enough, a single Black Tortoise core could even enable a person's physique to reach the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. It was so much so that they could even obtain the Black Tortoise's inheritance from the remnant information contained within the core. The Black Tortoise core. Lin Yun's pupils blazed with flames. He finally found a treasure that could catch his eyes. Regardless if he used it for himself or gave it away, it was extremely valuable. After all, Lin Yun was broke and had an urgent need for resources. So he didn't hesitate to reach the pool's heart and reach out for the Black Tortoise core. But just when he was about to come in contact with the Black Tortoise core, a dazzling radiance enveloped the entire pool, and a beam of light swiftly shot towards the center of Lin Yun's brows. This made Lin Yun slightly furrow his brows and raised his hand to smash the beam apart. But he was sent flying by the force that was behind the beam, and he took 10 steps back before he finally managed to regain his foothold. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw a familiar figure in the midair. It was a purple-clothed youth, with his pupils emitting a faint chill. Wuxia. By the lakeside, Huang Xuani and the other disciples of the Ming cult were also gathered. What a coincidence! I didn't expect to run into Brother Lin so quickly. Wuxia squinted his pupils, greeting Lin Yun like he was greeting an old friend. Lin Yun knew that this person was difficult to deal with, so he smiled. Indeed, what a coincidence. There's only this black tortoise core, and yet we actually ran into it at the same time. I wonder how Brother Yu wishes to divide it. It's just a black tortoise core, so Brother Lin can go ahead and take it if you want. Wuxia smiled, but he briefly paused before he continued. If you can, let me give it a try then. Lin Yun ignored Wuxia's tone, and he dashed towards the black tortoise core once more. Lin Xiao, you're really arrogant. Are you courting death? Huang Xuani roared behind Wuxia, before he dashed forth with 5 Ming cult's disciples. They all emitted a powerful aura, and even summoned their constellations while charging towards Lin Yun. You guys think I'm not around? A cold light flashed through in Liu Yan's pupils. The moment Huang Xuani's group moved, she opened the fan in her hand and tossed it out. Mei Zihua also didn't hesitate to join the battle, stopping the incoming 6 within Liu Yan. Just when the Ming cult's 6 disciples were stopped, Lin Yun came before the black tortoise core and reached out to grab it. But the moment he grabbed onto the black tortoise core, he could immediately sense that something wasn't right before lightning poured from the core into his body through his palm. For an instant, Lin Yun's right hand became numb, and the lightning energy wreaked havoc within his body. At this moment, the black tortoise core became a bomb that couldn't be shaken off, and he knew he had fallen for it. When Lin Yun came to his senses, Wuxia dashed over with murderous intent filling his pupils. Lin Yun wanted the black tortoise core, but Wuxia wanted to take this opportunity to take his life. How does it feel? Wuxia smiled, dashing towards Lin Yun. One of Lin Yun's hands was held up, and it was hard for him to get rid of the black tortoise core. Taking this opportunity, Wuxia unleashed a barrage of attacks on Lin Yun, clashing with the golden-purple dragon runes on his body. When a terrifying power swept out, it caused a splash in the lightning pool. Each of Wuxia's attacks were fatal, but Lin Yun didn't face him head-on. He only avoided his vitals being hit before resisting him with the Azure Dragon Saint Physique. Lin Yun calmly faced this situation and executed the Azure Dragon Grasp. When a lightning vortex appeared on his palm, he began to rapidly refine this black tortoise core. Others would need half a day to refine the black tortoise core, but it was different for Lin Yun. He had the Azure Dragon Saint Physique that could enhance the refinery speed of the black tortoise core, not to mention the Blue Dragon Saint Physique could digest the lightning. So he could just swiftly refine it without any reservations. 10 odd moves later, a wave appeared on the pool, and lightning began to crackle in the surrounding space. Sun and Moon Union. Wuxia's dragon origin manifested into a sun and a moon phenomenon in his palm. When he clenched his fist, the sun and moon converged into a Ming word. His punch landed on Lin Yun's chest, causing the 100,000 dragon runes to shatter. Seeing this, Wuxia sneered, pulling his right hand back. He was accumulating his energy before an ancient radiance shone out from him and unleashed an even more terrifying punch than before. But at the critical moment, Lin Yun thrust his fingers towards Wuxia, using the hand he had grabbed the black tortoise core with. This caught Wuxia by surprise, and he was sent flying away with the Ming word behind him crumbling. When Wuxia threw out a mouthful of blood, he looked at Lin Yun's right hand with disbelief. He exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Lin Yun had refined a black tortoise core so quickly, and he wasn't prepared for Lin Yun's attack at all. Senior brother, Huang Xuani and the other disciples quickly came over, and Liu Yan and Mei Zihua also retreated beside Lin Yun, and their faces were terrifyingly pale with blood dripping from their lips. Almost at the same time, Lin Yun and Wuxia both sat down on the pool to recover from their injuries with pellets. Strictly speaking, Lin Yun's injuries were more serious in comparison, especially after taking the Sun and Moon Union head-on. But Wuxia wasn't any better because his injuries weren't any lighter than Lin Yun's. Just like that, they both chose to heal their injuries, and the battle between them earlier was shocking. A stick of incense later, Lin Yun and Yuanxiu opened their eyes. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, lightning crackled on the surface of his body. He had completely refined the black tortoise core. His cultivation rapidly improved, and the golden-purple dragon runes on his body became increasingly dazzling. Brother Lin, that was impressive. Yuanxiu smiled. He was calmly chatting, as if what happened earlier hadn't happened. You're not bad either, Lin Yun said, standing up. He fell for Yuanxiu's trap earlier, and suffered for a long time afterwards. If he hadn't refined the black tortoise core in time, he would have suffered from it. Ha ha ha, as expected of the Nirvana Banquet's champion. I already guessed that you must have your confidence for entering the Black Tortoise Void Sea while being at the Dragon Pulse realm. Your heavenly dome sword intent has reached greater mastery, Yuanxiu said, probing with his eyes flickering. Why don't you take a guess? The corner of Lin Yun's lips curled into a playful smile. Ha ha ha. It's not that hard to guess, Yuanxiu replied in a playful tone. Tugging his arms together, Lin Yun said, but you don't dare. With your personality, you will want others to probe me and you won't take the risk. There was no doubt the greater mastery of Heavenly Dome Sword intent was strong. Even if there was a huge realm difference between them, there was a possibility that Lin Yun could kill him. The Heavenly Dome Sword intent wasn't something that could normally be grasped at the Dragon Pulse realm, not to mention after reaching greater mastery in it. To put it in a nutshell, Yuanxiu had a high chance of winning, but Lin Yun also had a chance to kill him at any moment. Having guessed his intentions, Yuanxiu awkwardly smiled. Brother Lin, you must be joking. While the two were talking in riddles, another black tortoise core flew out from the pool. The appearance of this black tortoise core naturally caused the surrounding atmosphere to tense up, but they still wore a friendly smile when they looked at each other. But before they could come to their senses, another black tortoise core flew out from the pool. A brief moment later, more cores flew out. This time, Lin Yun and Yuanxiu could no longer maintain their expressions, and were both surprised. Anyone could guess that this pool wasn't simple. There might be a sacred artifact down below. A black tortoise core represented the death of a quasi-saint. For there to be so many black tortoise cores, they couldn't imagine how heaven-defying the treasure at the bottom of the lake was. And this instantly made the black tortoise core no longer precious in their eyes. It looks like this dragon tribulation lightning pool isn't simple. So many quasi-saints died, so they must have been protecting something when they were alive. Brother Lin, what do you think? Yuanxiu asked. I share the same thoughts. Lin Yun nodded. Right then, 3 figures flew over and hovered above the dragon tribulation lightning pool. Holy shit! So many black tortoise cores? An exclamation came out. The ones who arrived were Ko Tianhua, Yuan Henjing, and Lady Stone. The exclamation earlier came from Yuan Henjing. Young master, there must be a treasure at the bottom of the pool, Lady Stone whispered. I know. Ko Tianhua's pupils were heated, but his face changed when he saw Lin Yun and Yuanxiu. His cultivation was the highest here at the 5th stage profound life stage. But there was no way he could defeat the two parties. Even if he could win, he would probably have to pay a great price. Yuanxiu, there must be something special at the bottom of the pool. Why don't we join hands and chase the irrelevant people away? Ko Tianhua asked with a fake smile. He had considered it carefully. As long as Yuanxiu agrees with him, they would kill Lin Yun first before he kills Yuanxiu. You think that's possible? Yuanxiu asked. Since you're here, the others won't be long. The phenomenon created by 9 black tortoise cores can be seen from 1,000 miles away. When he finished, more people began to arrive. Not long later, there were over 100 people gathered above the dragon tribulation lightning pool, and their gazes became heated when they saw the 9 black tortoise cores. But no one dared to move because they knew Ko Tianhua and Yuanxiu weren't easy to deal with, not to mention Lin Xiao was around. How unfortunate! Ko Tianhua furrowed his brows with a hint of rage blazing across his pupils. There were too many people here. Even if he wanted to kill everyone here, he didn't have that ability. But thinking of the possible treasure that might be below the lake, he declared in a cold voice, Go for the black tortoise cores first. If anyone dares to snatch them, kill them all. Ko Tianhua was the first to make a move, charging at the 9 black tortoise cores. Go! Yu Wenxiu also gave an order before charging over with the Ming cult's disciples. Both parties immediately fought over the 9 black tortoise cores, and the hundreds of people who came over also quickly joined in, instantly making the complicated situation even more chaotic. Let's go down first, Lin Yun said. The golden-purple dragon runes then began to surge on his body as they dived into the dragon tribulation lightning pool. After all, it was impossible for so many people to split the 9 black tortoise cores, so they might as well dive into the pool first and take the lead at the real treasure. And Luyen nodded her head. As a white dragon coiled around her, she swiftly followed Lin Yun. The corner of Mei Zihua's lips twitched. He didn't have a divine dragon bone, and his cultivation was only at the dragon pulse realm. It was a little tough for him to enter the dragon tribulation lightning pool, but he still gritted his teeth and followed after them. It didn't take long for the competition between the 9 black tortoise cores to come to an end. Ko Tianhua only managed to seize 3, and he was furiously looking at the black tortoise cores in the hands of others. But he couldn't be bothered about that now. Dive into the pond now. Ko Tianhua coldly looked at those people before diving into the pool with Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone. Senior brother, what should we do now? Huang Xuanyi asked. Yu Wenxiu briefly pondered before he replied. Ko Tianhua and Lin Yun aren't that easy to deal with, but there must be treasures within the dragon tribulation lightning pool. We'll quickly dive in. After multiple splashes, everyone came to their senses and dived into the dragon tribulation lightning pool. Within the dragon tribulation lightning pool, Lin Yun was enveloped in dragon runes, while pushing his movement technique to the limit to go further down the pool. He wanted to know what was hidden within this pool. He was like a dragon as he dived down the pool, and the lightning magma within the pool would occasionally emit a powerful lightning arc. Those lightning arcs were powerful when they landed on the body, and anyone without sufficient strength wouldn't even be able to last in the pool for half an incense of time. Further away from Lin Yun's group of 3, there was a large group of people, and everyone knew that there were treasures within the dragon tribulation lightning pool. They're quick. Lin Yun casually glanced behind. He entered the pool first, but they weren't that far away. If there were treasures at the bottom of the pool, a battle would be unavoidable. As he sank down, he finally arrived at the bottom of the pool and discovered waves of powerful energy. A brief moment later, Lin Yun discovered that there was a massive vortex at the bottom of the pool, and the vortex was surging with silver brilliance. He knew that should be it. He came to the edge of the vortex and entered it without any hesitation. When he passed through the vortex, his vision opened up at the bottom of the pool. This was a square paved with stone slabs. The stone slabs were also engraved with ancient runes. All the saint runes had converged together to form a massive black tortoise diagram. Looking at it closely, he could see the diagram rippling, making it look as though it was alive. This was only a misperception caused by the ripples. In reality, the black tortoise didn't move at all. There were many people scattered around the black tortoise with their legs crossed together, but none of them were alive. This made Lin Yun surprised because all these people might have been at the quasi-saint realm, and the black tortoise cores should be their remains. This made him wonder what these quasi-saints were protecting for them to even die here, but he had a feeling it had something to do with the black tortoise engravement. Right then, a quasi-saint's remains exploded, turning into a black tortoise core that flew towards the vortex. Seeing this, Lin Yun waved his hand and the black tortoise core flew into it, but he had learned his lesson this time. He didn't directly grab onto it. He wrapped it around with his dragon origin before sealing it and placing it into his interspatial pouch. This was a weird feeling because he had obtained a black tortoise core so easily. Taking a closer look, there were at least dozens of remains here, and he couldn't imagine the sheer number of black tortoise cores. After all, just a single black tortoise core was extremely valuable in the outside world. I see. Right then, Yu Wenxiu and the others arrived, along with Ko Tianhua's party soon after. The other profound life stage experts also quickly followed after them. So many quasi-saints. This is really a treasury. Ha ha ha. This place is really filled with fortune. There are so many black tortoise cores. Just a few will make our trip in this palace complete. Everyone was excitedly looking at the remains. Looking at the quasi-saint remains. All their eyes were filled with greed. Very quickly, everyone pounced towards the square. They all summoned their constellations. Under the heavy fluctuations of dragon origin, all the quasi-saint remains exploded with multiple black tortoise cores flying out. Soon enough, this place fell into a chaotic fight, and every black tortoise core would spark an intense fight. Lin Yun's gaze flickered. He wanted to find something unusual about this square. But because the surroundings were too chaotic, even his sword heart couldn't perceive anything. He retracted his gaze and looked at An Luyen. We can compete for some black tortoise cores. You have the white dragon bone, so you will greatly benefit from refining the black tortoise core. An Luyen's body had been transformed by the white dragon bone, and she was stronger than many cultivators at the same level. If she could refine the black tortoise cores, it would further strengthen the white dragon bone. In fact, this was also what he needed. If the two saint physiques wanted to combine, he would need a lot of body-refining treasures. Aside from that, he also wanted to know if the black tortoise core could stimulate his sword-intense improvements. Good. And Luyen's pupils were filled with excitement. She knew how precious the black tortoise cores were. Lin Yun and An Luyen swiftly charged forth, snatching black tortoise cores. This made Mei Zihua briefly stunned, and his face became pale. He felt powerless while looking at those black tortoise cores. The battle was too intense, and he didn't dare to use his musical instrument because it was no different from courting death. Ha ha! Charge! Ko Tianhua grinned, dashing forth with Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone. Yuanxiu looked around and hesitated because this region was weird. But if they didn't join the competition, the black tortoise cores might be gone. So, after a brief hesitation, he ultimately made the decision to charge forth and compete for the black tortoise cores. A brief moment later, this square became bloody, especially after Ko Tianhua's party joined in. They were brutal and they would kill anyone who made them unhappy, aside from competing for the black tortoise cores. It didn't take long for this entire region to be covered in blood, making this square reek of blood. But no one had noticed it. As the blood penetrated into the black tortoise engraving, the saint runes on it began to light up. In the depths of the square, there was a 10-foot-high silver statue absorbing the blood from within the surrounding water. 8. Lin Yun protected himself with the dragon runes and obtained another black tortoise core. But because he had reservations against Ko Tianhua and Yuanxiu, Lin Yun didn't dare to speed up his pace. Instead, he chose a stable method. Many people were anxious about the black tortoise cores, and they were left in a pathetic state when the lightning entered their bodies. If they weren't careful, they might even lose their lives on the spot. Lin Yun came over to An Luyen and asked, "How many did you get?" 5. And Luyen said excitedly, "Could be considered a fairly good harvest." After all, the battle here was too chaotic, and there were a lot of people competing for the cores even if there were a lot. There was no limit to people's greed, and many people had no intention of stopping after obtaining a few black tortoise cores. It was fairly smooth for An Luyen and Lin Yun because no one dared to come after them due to their fame. "Young master, that brat has almost obtained 9 black tortoise cores," Yuan Henjing whispered beside Ko Tianhua. They only obtained 9 after joining forces, and that was equivalent to Lin Yun's harvest. But Ko Tianhua didn't take it seriously and smiled. He has a strong physique, not to mention the Azure Dragon Saint physique, so this place is suitable for him. Don't bother about him for now. I'll deal with him when he's fat. Yuan Henjing instantly understood what Ko Tianhua planned to do. The latter wanted Lin Yun to help him collect black tortoise cores before snatching it away. Ko Tianhua briefly pondered and said, "You and Lady Stone pay attention to Yuanxiu. There's something weird about him, so don't let him get in the way." "Okay." The two nodded their heads before they silently approached the Ming cult's disciples. Yuanxiu naturally detected their presence, but he merely ignored them with a smile and continued to leisurely collect more black tortoise cores. Lin Yun didn't pay attention to Ko Tianhua's schemes, since he had already noticed someone eyeing him. He was actually looking forward to it because he could adapt to this region better than others thanks to the Azure Dragon Saint physique. If they dared to make a move against him, he didn't mind teaching them a lesson. After all, he had been unhappy with them for a long time. As time passed, the number of quasi-saints began to decrease. The already intense battle became even more bloody, and the density of blood here became even more terrifying. But everyone was still competing for the black tortoise cores, and none of them paid any attention to the changes happening on the black tortoise engraving on the square under the blood. Deep within the square, there was a silver statue quietly swallowing the blood from the surrounding water. Weird. There seemed to be some changes on the engraving on the floor. Mei Zihua noticed the changes in the engraving on the stone slabs since he couldn't join the battle. When most of the quasi-saints were reduced to black tortoise cores, the engraving on the stone slabs became even brighter, especially under the blood within the water. It looked like a black tortoise was slowly awakening. This made Mei Zihua surprised, and he raised his head to look at Lin Yun. When he looked at Lin Yun, he saw that Lin Yun was still collecting the black tortoise cores. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and swim closer to the engraving. Half a stick of incense later, and Luyan approached Lin Yun and said, "Young master, 9 cores now." "Good." Lin Yun smiled. He had collected 18 black tortoise cores. It was more than enough for him to reach the pinnacle of the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. They had a lot of harvests, and all the quasi-saints were practically gone. It was a pretty good time for them to stop. But right then, 7 figures flew over. The one leading the party was a black-clothed man. He looked at Lin Yun and Lin Luyan with greed, as expected of the Nirvana Banquet's champion and bossin, to collect so many black tortoise cores. How envious! The competition for the black tortoise cores had almost come to an end, and they could only target others if they wanted more. Similar scenes were happening around the surroundings, and Lin Yun wasn't the only one being targeted. That meant that it wouldn't be easy for them to get away. Lin Yun was briefly stunned, and a cold light flashed across his pupils. He said, "Interesting. I have yet to target others, and yet I'm already being targeted. Hand over half of your black tortoise cores or all of you will die." The 7 who heard that were stunned. They had the advantage in numbers, and they were all at the pinnacle of the 3rd stage profound life stage, and the leader seemed to be at the 4th stage. So wasn't Lin Yun's tone a little too arrogant? The leader spoke, but before he could finish, Lin Yun already charged over with 100,000 dragon runes enveloping him. As a dragon roar echoed from his body, Lin Yun was like an azure dragon charging forth. The azure dragon saint physique could enable him to freely move around within the pool. He could even absorb the lightning energy within the surroundings. On the other hand, it was impressive if the other party could bring out 60% of their strength within the pool. When he threw a punch, 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes manifested into a dragon's head and charged forth. This scene made the face of the black-clothed man sink, and he was instantly covered in a layer of black scales that gave off metallic flickers. Evidently, he had a powerful physique. But when the 2 punches collided, a powerful shockwave swept out, causing the surrounding water to explode. Sword! Lin Yun's forehead shone and his sword intent began to gush out. While he was being enveloped in a golden radiance, he shredded the incoming dragon origin into pieces. He didn't take a single step back in the previous clash, but his opponent took several steps back. What a powerful sword intent! The black-clothed man's pupils lingered with fear, and he knew that he couldn't underestimate Lin Yun. With no hesitation, he charged forth and clashed with Lin Yun head-on. And Luyan also dashed out, showing great agility, and faced 6 enemies at the same time. The strength she displayed was even more unbelievable than Lin Yun's. Myriad demon eyes, and Liu Yan's pupils turned into a kaleidoscope, and the 6 were pulled into an illusion before they could even respond. This illusion was made up of countless crimson fans, and there was an afterimage of hers standing on each fan. When they tried to maintain their consciousness, the blood fans swiftly left wounds all around their bodies. By the time they broke free from the illusion, the profound moon fan flew from her hand. The rotating fan was like a blade, leaving a line across the 6 of their necks. Their faces were pale, and they quickly held onto their necks in a panic. But Luyan gently raised her brow and charged towards them, snatching their black tortoise cores. You guys want to leave? Simultaneously, the black-clothed man beside Lin Yun was knocked away by the flicking divine finger with a hole created in his chest. When blood began to flow out from his chest, this instantly made the black-clothed man panic. When he saw his 6 companions' necks nearly severed and chose to flee, he unwillingly threw 3 black tortoise cores behind. Here, take it. Lin Yun wasn't polite and took the 3 black tortoise cores. Right then, and Luyen came forth. She had obtained 14 black tortoise cores from those 6. She said, "Half of the black tortoise cores on him is definitely more than 3. It's enough," Lin Yun said. He knew that he would have to reveal his trump cards to kill that person, not to mention there were others eyeing him. So he didn't want any more trouble. Right then, the black-clothed man who fled was knocked flying back, leaving Lin Yun and Luyen stunned. But before they could do anything, that person's body blew apart, leaving his heart behind. A silver claw then reached out and grabbed the heart before gulping it down. This was the silver statue at the bottom of the pool coming to life, and the demonic runes on it began to crackle with lightning. Lin Yun's face changed because he already noticed that there was something unusual about this place. After all, there must be a reason why so many quasi-saints died. "Where's Mei Zihua?" Lin Yun quickly retreated within Luyen, and he could see everyone fleeing for their lives as this region started falling into chaos. "He was still around just a moment ago," and Luyen replied. This made Lin Yun furrow his brows, before he immediately used his sword heart to search the surroundings. A brief moment later, he opened his eyes and said, "I can't see him. Let's quickly leave this place." The 2 quickly headed up the pool. Behind them was a group of profound life stage experts. Behind them was a corpse shrouded in silver light chasing after them. "That seems to be a demonic corpse at the Saint Realm," and Luyen said nervously, "I'm not too sure about it. Perhaps it might be a silver-eyed demon spirit, but this demon spirit is unlike the others. Let's talk about it again after we leave this place." Lin Yun had interacted with a silver-eyed demon spirit back at the ancient barren battlefield, and he knew how terrifying it was. The martial techniques they practiced were devilish and ancient. It was completely different from the Divine Dragon era's martial Tao. Then again, it might also be a saint of the Black Tortoise's lineage who became a monster after his death and was corroded by the demonic aura. Not many people knew about the demon spirit clan's means in the Kunlun realm. When they broke free from the square and passed through the vortex, only then did everyone feel relieved. "We don't have to be so anxious. That corpse was definitely a saint when it was still alive. So it might give birth to a saint-grade core." A voice resounded. It came from Ko Tianhua, who spread his voice out through dragon origin. But he didn't stop there and continued. "A saint of the Black Tortoise clan has more than 1 core, at least 9 and at most 32. The saint-grade cores are way better than the quasi-saint cores." Yuanxio's face changed a little and he smiled. "Well, it might not be impossible. We have to give it a try no matter what." They wanted to take this opportunity to calm everyone down before the silver corpse came out to kill it. "We won't be joining." Lin Yun pulled Luyen to the side because he had a weird feeling from the silver corpse. Since these people were so greedy, they would probably suffer greatly because of it. Not long after everyone came to an agreement, a bizarre roar came from the vortex and a silver demonic corpse dashed out. Lin Yun was surprised to see the clothes on this demonic corpse because the clothes it wore belonged to the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage. But there was a silver line on the forehead of this demonic corpse, and he could faintly see an unopened vertical eye. This was the reason why he felt weird. "Let's go." Just when Lin Yun fell into deep thoughts, Ko Tianhua and the others dashed over because the temptation of saint-grade cores was too great. This demonic corpse might have been strong when it was alive, but it was currently equivalent to a profound death stage, and it had yet to regain its intelligence. Ko Tianhua and Yuanxio stood at the front, while everyone else assisted from the side, and they actually managed to suppress this demonic corpse. "Something is wrong. Retreat." Lin Yun pulled Luyen back. The commotion created was great, with Yuanxio and Ko Tianhua showing great strength. That was especially the case for Ko Tianhua, whose cultivation was at the 5th stage profound life stage, not to mention he even grasped the quasi-heavenly dome blade intent. However, because they were at the bottom of the pool, and he couldn't display as much fighting prowess as he could have if he was in the outside world. After all, he was the disciple of the Whitebone Blade Saint. But Lin Yun had a feeling this demonic corpse wasn't simple. Unlike other demonic corpses, there were many unusual aspects of this demonic corpse. This scene practically confirmed Lin Yun's speculation. Just when everyone was about to defeat the demonic corpse, the vertical eye on the demonic corpse's forehead opened up. When a shocking silver demonic light shot out from its vertical eye, a ferocious demonic aura spread out from its body. Under the demonic aura, dozens of people were sent flying away, and half of the people were nearly severed into two. Damn it! This isn't a saint of the Black Tortoise clan, but a silver-eyed demon spirit. Xianxia squinted his eyes and couldn't be bothered any longer. He didn't even hesitate to turn and run for his life. Ko Tianhua shivered with a terrifying chill within his pupils. He didn't even hesitate to turn and run for his life. He no longer wanted any saint-grade cores. With that, a massacre occurred. Everyone finally came to their senses. This demonic corpse was on a whole different level from those they have faced before. Lin Yun and Luyen had already retreated to the side. When the silver-eyed demon spirit opened its eyes, they were the first to charge to the surface. No matter what the hell this monster was, this wasn't something they could deal with. Black Tortoise, secret key. Right then, the silver-eyed demon spirit's eyes became clear, and it began to struggle upon seeing Lin Yun's figure. But very quickly, its pupils were corroded with demonic aura once more, and the silver-eyed demon spirit's face became sinister once more. The silver-eyed demon spirit no longer cared about anyone and charged in Lin Yun's direction. When Lin Yun and Luyen emerged from the surface of the pond, they swiftly landed on the shore, along with a splash of lightning magma. This instantly made them heave out a sigh of relief because they were finally safe. But it was a different case for most of the cultivators who came here because the majority of them lost their lives. It was fine if they were killed by the silver-eyed demon spirit, but it was a grievance for those who died in the hands of fellow human cultivators. On the shore of the Dragon Tribulation lightning pool, there was still an endless flow of people attracted by the Black Tortoise cores. When they saw Lin Yun and Luyen coming out, they were briefly shocked before their expressions were replaced by disappointment. After all, since someone came out, this meant that all the treasures must be gone. Leave here quickly. Lin Yun and Luyen fled without any hesitation. Everyone left according to their speculations as Xianxia, Ko Tianhua, and many others emerged from the pool. But compared to Lin Yun, they were in a more embarrassed state, and they didn't even have the time to catch their breath. Just when everyone was baffled, the pool exploded and the silver-eyed demon spirit was hovering in the air, flickering with lightning and its demonic aura spreading out. Under the demonic aura, everyone felt a great pressure, and there were even some who fell to the ground. At this moment, they couldn't even leave, even if they wanted. We're finished. Ko Tianhua and the others had despair in their pupils. Although their strengths had returned to their peak after leaving the pool, the silver-eyed demon spirit also became more powerful. That brat is really fast at running. Ko Tianhua furiously roared. Lin Yun and Luyen had already fled. But to their surprise, the silver-eyed demon spirit merely glanced at everyone for a brief moment before it turned into a silver streak of light and chased after Lin Yun's group of two. When the pressure suddenly disappeared, Ko Tianhua and the others let out a breath of relief. Ko Tianhua couldn't help smiling. I still thought that brat was safe, but he's finished now. Xianxia's eyes began to flicker as he fell into deep thoughts. He was pondering as to why the silver-eyed demon spirit was chasing after Lin Yun. Could it be that there was something on Lin Yun that attracted its attention? The more he thought about it, the more likely he felt it was possible, and this was why the silver-eyed demon spirit ignored them. Then again, it was only a possibility, so he might be mistaken. The demon spirit might be attracted to Lin Yun's Azure Dragon Saint physique, and perhaps the saint blood could help it recover even faster. Suddenly, Xianxia thought of something and looked at Ko Tianhua with a smile. He asked, Brother Ko isn't going after them to take a look? Don't forget his head is worth a demon feather order. Do I look like an idiot to you? Ko Tianhua sneered. But as soon as he spoke, he began to hesitate. The silver-eyed demon spirit might be terrifying, but it might not be impossible for him to confront it. Perhaps the silver-eyed demon spirit would leave behind Lin Yun's corpse after it was done killing him? But Wuxia merely smiled and left with the Ming cult's disciples. Young master, what should we do? That Wuxia is a little vicious, so doesn't fall for his words, Lady Stone said. I know, Ko Tianhua said, but his eyes were flickering with reluctance. Far away, Lin Yun and Luyen fled for an hour before they heaved out a breath of relief, but they still continued to fly in midair. They were like two streaks of light soaring across the horizon, and they didn't let down their vigilance. Suddenly, silver demonic radiance shone in the sky, and they both could sense a demonic aura approaching. What's going on? Lin Yun's face changed. They already fled, so why did the silver-eyed demon spirit chase after them? Right then, he suddenly thought of something and wondered if Gu Jun was right. He had something on him that attracted the demonic corpses. Could it be that fragment of tortoiseshell? He didn't see anything unusual about it, but the old man probably noticed something. You go ahead. I'll lure it away. Lin Yun soon made a decision and fled in another direction. It also happened just as he had expected. The silver-eyed demon spirit didn't even bat an eye at Luyen and chased after him without any hesitation. When Lin Yun noticed the silver-eyed demon spirit chasing after him, it further confirmed his speculation. But this silver-eyed demon spirit was even more terrifying than the demonic corpse he faced previously. Not to mention Gu Jun wasn't there, so he had no way of dealing with it unless he brought out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. But using the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella would be accompanied by phenomena, and someone might notice it. At that time, all his secrets would be exposed. Young master! And Luyen became anxious upon seeing this scene, and she tightened her grip on the profound moon fan with uneasiness appearing within her pupils. She couldn't afford to let anything happen to Lin Yun, so she quickly made her decision. She no longer hesitated and quietly flew in the silver-eyed demon spirit's direction. Lin Yun pushed the divine sun-chasing art to the limit like a sun, emitting a blazing radiance down from the sky. His current speed was so fast that the surroundings became distorted, and even heaven and earth had combined together in his eyes. But the silver-eyed demon spirit constantly emitted a black demonic radiance that was like a dye that swiftly spread across this distorted space. Seeing that he could no longer flee, and he might even be caught in the demonic aura, Lin Yun took in a deep breath before his gaze became eerie. Since he couldn't escape, he might as well fight to the end. If he had no other choice, then he could only bring out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella to kill it. The moment he turned around, the silver-eyed demon spirit already pounced over. When Lin Yun drew the flower burial sword, his sword intent began gushing out, and he swiftly exchanged 10-odd moves with the silver-eyed demon spirit. As sword rays were constantly being shattered by the silver-eyed demon spirit, it threw out a punch that made Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood. The difference in strength was too great, and there was nothing he could do at all. Lin Yun's pupils finally had fear reflected because he realized he had underestimated the silver-eyed demon spirit, and he might really have to bring out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Brat, what are you standing there for? Waiting for death? Get out of the way. Right then, Gu Jun's roar resounded. Lin Yun had never felt Gu Jun's voice being so intimidating before. He quickly reacted by slamming his palm on the ground and using the force behind him to soar to the sky. At this critical moment, he brushed past the silver-eyed demon spirit and was already 1,000 meters away in the next breath. But before he could take another step forth, a powerful suction force appeared from his back. The silver-eyed demon spirit was dragging him over with a wave of his hand. Accompanying it was a majestic power that couldn't be resisted, and Lin Yun was being dragged over. Although he used his sword intent to resist, he was still slowly moving backward. But Lin Yun was surprised because he couldn't see Gu Jun anywhere. Brat, hold on for a while more. Run! Gu Jun's voice resounded. Lin Yun nearly threw out a mouthful of blood when he heard that because Gu Jun really never disappointed him. Even if he wanted to run, could he? Azure Dragon descend. Rage flashed across Lin Yun's pupils and turned around as 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes flew out from his body. When the golden-purple dragon runes left his body, they manifested into a 100-foot-long azure dragon to clash with the silver-eyed demon spirit's suction force head-on. A bizarre scene then occurred, and the azure dragon was distorted under this powerful suction force, slowly shrinking in size. Under the suction force, the azure dragon let out a wail before it was ultimately crushed by the silver-eyed demon spirit. But Lin Yun had long expected this scene. When the azure dragon was crushed, Lin Yun executed the azure dragon grasp with his palm and pushed out. As thunderclouds covered the sky, it looked as though there was an ancient azure dragon within them. When Lin Yun's palm descended, a massive claw shrouded in a thunderstorm descended upon the silver-eyed demon spirit. This made the silver-eyed demon spirit let out a scream, and the demon spirit's pupils shone with a demonic light. The demonic light pierced through the claw and was still flickering with silver lightning. Then, the demonic light formed a beam that charged into the sea of lightning, destroying the azure dragon within the thunderclouds. As a shockwave spread out, the thunderclouds were swept away, leaving behind the demonic light and lightning that still wreaked havoc in the sky. How brutal! The corner of Lin Yun's lip twitched. This was the first time he had seen someone resolving an attack in this manner. This silver-eyed demon spirit did not seem to be much different from the demonic corpses from earlier and hadn't reached the profound death stage. Then again, it wasn't their cultivation when they were alive but current cultivation. But this silver-eyed demon spirit was unbelievably stronger than the previous demonic corpse. Just when Lin Yun wanted to bring out the azure dragon's sun-moon umbrella, countless thunderbolts descended from the sky. The entire sky was like a silver lightning lake, and the water consisted of lightning magma. As multiple lightning bolts descended from the sky, a figure hovered in the sky like a saint. Gu Jun. Lin Yun was surprised and wondered if this old man had gotten stronger. But it felt weird because the old man's original cultivation was at the pinnacle of the nirvana stage, and he could reach the quasi-saint anytime. Not to mention he also grasped the great Saint Tune. But he had just sealed his cultivation at the profound life stage for the time being. But he could now unleash more power. The black tortoise totem? Lin Yun's eyes lit up, and he soon thought of something. 100,000 thunderbolts. Heed my order. Gu Jun hovered in the air with his hands clasped together as 100,000 thunderbolts condensed to form a thunder-black tortoise. The tortoiseshell was flickering with a black luster, and the runes on it were filled with a chill. But that wasn't all. There was a demonic snake coiled around it, and its pupils were flickering with black lightning. The thunder-black tortoise looked as though it traveled through time from the golden era to the present. It then teleported over to the silver-eyed demon spirit and sent it flying away when they collided. The demonic aura released by the silver-eyed demon spirit was like snow slowly being dissolved, and its aura had greatly declined. Gu Jun, are you still going to claim that you're not a descendant of the black tortoise? Lin Yun said. After Gu Jun sent the silver-eyed demon spirit flying away, he carried the black tortoise totem and charged forth. He seemed to have completely refined the black tortoise totem, and it had become a staff in his hand. This sacred artifact might have shrunk in size, but it was still powerful. When Gu Jun and the silver-eyed demon spirit collided, an earth-shattering battle occurred, and a giant black tortoise appeared behind them. On the other hand, a silver radiance shone with demonic radiance covering the entire sky. When the silver radiance shone down, the ground looked as though it was covered with silver lightning as multiple demonic beams that have reached 1,000 feet soared to the sky and created multiple cracks. Seeing this scene, Lin Yun was both surprised and relieved. He quickly sat down and circulated the blue dragon bone to produce more dragon runes to swiftly replace the already shattered ones. By the time Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he had recovered 100,000 dragon runes and healed his injuries. As he let out a breath, no one could tell he was heavily injured earlier. When he saw Gu Jun returning, Lin Yun asked, "You resolved it? In your dreams. Run." Gu Jun didn't bother looking at Lin Yun and limpingly ran for his life. Only then did Lin Yun realize one of Gu Jun's legs was broken with blood flowing out. When Lin Yun's face changed and raised his head, he could hear a demonic howl that made heaven and earth tremble. Lin Yun quickly chased after Gu Jun without any hesitation. But even after Gu Jun became limp, he still had a terrifying speed, and Lin Yun had to exert great effort to barely catch up with him. "I'm really impressed by how fast you are when you're already limp," Lin Yun said. "What do you know about? This is my capability. You can try to make yourself limp and see if you can catch up to me." Gu Jun smiled. "Shut up." Lin Yun glanced at the old man. "Hee hee." Gu Jun smiled. "But how did you lure this monster over?" "Mei Zihua, that unlucky brat, wasn't as unlucky as you." "Mei Zihua? Where did that fellow go?" Lin Yun was briefly stunned before he replied, "I don't know. It ignored everyone else and chased after me. It's really lured over by you. Shit, let's run separately." Gu Jun glanced at Lin Yun with disdain before running in another direction. Lin Yun couldn't be bothered by Gu Jun, and could only blame himself for blurting that out. He should have long guessed what kind of person this old man was. Thus, he could only muster all his strength to run at full speed. He had to shake it off quickly, or he wouldn't even have anywhere to go in the heavenly Thunder Palace. As a silver demonic ray descended, the silver-eyed demon spirit descended from the sky and glanced in two different directions with a struggling expression. But in the end, the silver-eyed demon spirit decided to chase after Gu Jun. An hour later, when Lin Yun noticed the silver-eyed demon spirit wasn't following behind him, this made him feel baffled, and he began to wonder if he really shook it off. But just when he was pondering over it, Gu Jun appeared out of nowhere and smiled. "I finally found you. Where's the silver-eyed demon spirit?" Lin Yun asked. "Look behind you." Gu Jun nudged his lips. When Lin Yun turned around, his face instantly became pale because the silver-eyed demon spirit had appeared once again. "You lured it over?" Lin Yun roared. "What are you talking about? Do you think I'm that kind of person? I'm just afraid that something might happen to you. After all, Saint Elder and the Profound Fairy won't let me off if anything happens to you." Gu Jun said. "Get away from me if you care about me," Lin Yun rebuked. As he spoke, he began to distance himself from Gu Jun. When he distanced from Gu Jun, the silver-eyed demon spirit went after Gu Jun and ignored him. And yet, this old man still claims that he isn't a descendant of the Black Tortoise? But Lin Yun had underestimated how shameless Gu Jun could be. He was following behind Lin Yun. "Go away!" Lin Yun roared, looking at the terrifying demonic aura behind him. Squinting his eyes, Gu Jun smiled. Don't think that you can shake me off. You have a lot of treasures, and it's definitely the safest to follow you." Perhaps because Lin Yun managed to kill the Wind Edgelord's party. This made Gu Jun firmly believe that Lin Yun must have a trump card or he wouldn't have come to the Black Tortoise Void Sea alone. This instantly made Lin Yun's face become black. The silver-eyed demon spirit suddenly made a move. When its palm descended, the two left at the same time, and the spotted hit was instantly corroded by the demonic aura, creating a huge crater on the ground. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched. This silver-eyed demon spirit possessed the Black Tortoise's inheritance and the strength of the demon spirit clan. It was genuinely a monster, so they would have to give up running away now. Gu Jun calmly took out a shield and raised it above his head like a house. And this made Lin Yun's eyes light up. If he couldn't beat it, why couldn't he hide? He stomped his foot on the ground and quickly dashed over. Since this old man made him suffer so much, he naturally wouldn't see this old man hide alone. But just when he was about to charge over, the tortoiseshell shrank in size and it only fits a single person now. Thus, Lin Yun collided with the tortoiseshell head-on, and he had blood dripping from his nose. "Come in quickly, we'll hide together." Just when Lin Yun was about to hold onto his nose, the tortoiseshell opened up and Gu Jun waved his hand at him. But just when he was about to head over, Gu Jun's pupils were suddenly filled with horror, and he quickly placed the tortoiseshell down. This instantly made Lin Yun's face turn dark because the silver-eyed demon spirit had come over, and Gu Jun was unreliable at this critical moment. Lin Yun stomped his foot on the ground and soared to the sky. The sword heart was no longer that invincible when facing such a powerful enemy because the silver-eyed demon spirit was too fast. When a demonic aura swept out, It had already suppressed his sword heart. On the ground, the tortoiseshell was like a rock slowly fleeing away. With no choice, Lin Yun could only bring out his full strength and deal with the silver-eyed demon spirit. After several exchanges, this made Lin Yun know the huge gap between them. If this silver-eyed demon spirit didn't open its third eye, he might have still been able to put up a fight. But after the silver-eyed demon spirit opened its third eye, this made it an invincible existence in the heavenly Thunder Palace. Just when Lin Yun was about to lose his ground, flute music suddenly echoed that sounded like an ancient rhythm, like a phoenix spreading its wings, creating ripples in the surroundings under the sound waves. The flute sounded majestic, like the descent of a saint with an invincible momentum. This was the great saint tune. As crimson clouds covered the sky under the flute melody, a vermilion bird shrouded in a sacred aura dashed over along with the melody. The flames on the vermilion bird could curb the demonic aura while charging towards the demon spirit under the control of the melody. When Lin Yun turned around, he saw Mei Zihua flying over, stepping on a rainbow, and blowing his flute. At this moment, Mei Zihua looked like a celestial, creating such an earth-shattering phenomenon through his music. A song later, the silver-eyed demon spirit was sent flying away by the vermilion bird, covering it with scorching wounds. Mei Zihua lowered his flute and smiled. Lin Xiao, do you remember what I said previously? With me around, no one can kill you in the heavenly Thunder Palace. But Lin Yun wore a grave expression and was afraid that Mei Zihua would continue bragging. He said, "Let's get going. The silver-eyed demon spirit isn't as simple as you think. Don't worry about it. I have my ways to deal with it." Mei Zihua smiled confidently, and his confidence made Lin Yun shocked. The silver-eyed demon spirit charged over once more, and under the demonic radiance from its third eye, it was gradually healing from its injuries. This naturally made Lin Yun's heart skip a beat, but Mei Zihua was calm as he said, "Brother Lin, don't worry, and just watch me." He was confident in himself, and showed no signs of backing away after seeing the demon spirit charging over. But he didn't play the flute nor use his great saint tune. But when the silver-eyed demon spirit was 2,000 meters close to him, Mei Zihua finally moved. He waved his hand and an ancient thunder black tortoise's aura came from his back. As countless silver thunderbolts converged, multiple saint runes appeared before creating a massive black tortoise painting. At the same time, Mei Zihua's aura began to rise and instantly reached a horrifying height. Did Mei Zihua also possess the black tortoise's bloodline? Lin Yun instantly squinted his pupils with shock in the depths of his pupils. "Come!" Mei Zihua waved his hand as rings of shackles began to spread out from his wrist before forming into 9 silver chains engraved with saint runes. The chains were swift and instantly bound onto the silver-eyed demon spirit, instantly causing the demon spirit to let out a scream with its demonic radiance swiftly dissolved. What power! Lin Yun was shocked because this silver-eyed demon spirit seemed to be terrified of the silver chains. But there was an endless flow of silver energy pouring into the silver chains from the black tortoise phenomenon. After a while, lightning flames ignited on the silver chains that made the silver-eyed demon spirit let out an even louder scream. This instantly made the silver-eyed demon spirit's body shrivel up, and the demonic aura on its body swiftly dissolved in the form of black miasma. This immediately brought joy to Lin Yun's face, and he knew Mei Zihua probably went to obtain this treasure during the time he was missing. Did that mean he found it at the bottom of the pool? Wasn't he a little too fortunate? "Brother, I can't hold on any longer. Quick! Give him a sword on its forehead." Mei Zihua immediately wore a strained expression with his face becoming pale. But the silver-eyed demon spirit was running amok, dragging its silver chains and trying to pull Mei Zihua over. This naturally frightened Mei Zihua and he quickly asked for help. Lin Yun took a deep breath and didn't dare to be careless. He drew the flower burial sword and unleashed the heavenly dome sword intent. When he directed it with his fingers, he activated the glorimetal spirits in his sword before controlling it and plunging it into the silver-eyed demon spirit's forehead. Once the demonic radiance coming from the silver-eyed demon spirit was extinguished, it threw out a mouthful of blood with its demonic aura declining. "Lin Xiao, don't kill it!" Gu Jun yelled. coming out of the tortoiseshell. When Lin Yun raised his head, the silver-eyed demon spirit's pupils gradually recovered their clarity, and no longer had any demonic radiance. Now, it looks like an ordinary cultivator. Did that mean he killed the wrong person? Come back. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked. The flower burial sword flew into the sheath as Lin Yun and Gu Jun both appeared beside the silver-eyed demon spirit. Mei Zihua also recalled the silver shackles, but his face was terrifyingly pale. I never expect that I'd see a descendant of my clan after 100,000 years. The silver-eyed demon spirit raised its head to look at Gu Jun, revealing a gratified and amicable expression. This naturally made Lin Yun shocked, and he began to wonder what was going on. This is a secret technique of the demon spirit clan, demon seeding. It can convert another race into a demon spirit, and they will be enslaved for life. Seeing Lin Yun's doubt, the silver-clothed elder explained with a smile. But this sort of method is time-exhausting, and it will generally be used on those who are at the pinnacle of the saint realm. Then, earlier, Lin Yun said guiltily, "You don't have to feel guilty, and I apologize for that. Even if you don't kill me, I won't live for long. I would rather die than live in this manner. You have helped me to be free, and I should thank you for it." Then again, that includes the young friend who used the black thunder chains. Lin Yun nodded his head, but he still couldn't help feeling a little sad. "How are the descendants of my clan faring?" the silver-robed elder asked, looking at Gu Jun. But Gu Jun let out a sigh and explained, "All the descendants of the Black Tortoise clan are at the Eastern Sea. The thunder lineage might not be extinct, but it's withering. I'm here for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. Senior, do you know where it is located?" "The Black Thunder Saint Cannon?" the silver-robed elder recalled, and he said, "Back then, I resisted with all I could, but I still couldn't stop the destruction of the Heavenly Palace. If the Black Thunder Saint Cannon hasn't been taken away, it should be in the Black Thunder Saint Pool." "The Black Thunder Saint Pool?" Gu Jun asked as he fell into deep thought. "It should still be around. The Black Thunder Saint Pool is located in the depths of the Black Thunder Saint Palace, the grand worship ground," the silver-robed elder said. He then briefly paused before he asked, "Is this young lad also a descendant of the Black Tortoise clan?" "He's not, but the Black Tortoise secret key to the demigod wine cellar should be with him," Gu Jun said. "The demigod wine cellar?" Lin Yun pondered, but he put aside his doubts for now and said, "Senior, do you know if there are any more silver-eyed demon spirit in the Black Thunder Saint Palace?" "There are." The silver-robed elder wore a painful expression and continued, "There are at least 3. They have all lost their consciousness, and they have been completely converted to silver-eyed demon spirits. I hid under the lightning pool and relied on the suppression of the Black Thunder chains to suppress myself and barely retain a wisp of consciousness. But that's all to it." As he spoke, the silver-robed elder's body slowly began to dissipate. This scene made Gu Jun's face painful and his eyes became watery. "Don't feel sad for me. Since there are still descendants of our clan around, I believe my old brothers who died in the battle at least showed some value." The silver-robed elder comforted, before he suddenly dispersed. When he dispersed, there were 36 silver black tortoise cores hovering in the air, and each of them was shining brightly, emitting a terrifying saint radiance. With a painful expression, Gu Jun sobbed, "You can have them. I don't think it's appropriate." Lin Yun naturally wanted them, but they were the remains of the Black Tortoise clan. Since Gu Jun possessed the Black Tortoise clan's bloodline, Lin Yun naturally wouldn't compete with him. "Take them. Do you think I have the courage to refine these Black Tortoise cores?" Gu Jun sighed. It might not feel much to others, but these Black Tortoise cores were no different from the blood and flesh of his relatives to him. So how could he possibly refine them? If the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage was prosperous, it could be regarded as an inheritance for them. But Gu Jun had personally witnessed the death of the silver-robed elder, and refining these Black Tortoise cores was no different from consuming the blood and flesh of his relatives. "Give me some time," Gu Jun said as he sat on the ground. But when Lin Yun casually threw a jar of wine over, the old man took a gulp before he said, "I don't want this. Give me a jar of Dragon Clan's wine. This made Lin Yun surprised, and he wondered if he was genuinely sad. But he still handed a jar of wine over and said, "This is the last jar I have." That was really the last jar of Dragon Clan's wine. Even though he had been sparingly drinking them, most of them were drunk by the old man. He had long finished the Millennium Flame, and he had no more Dragon Clan's wine now. As Gu Jun gulped down the wine, he took a deep breath before saying, "This is great. Look at how stingy you are. You'll have an eye-opening experience later when we're in the demigod wine cellar." Lin Yun knew that Gu Jun was bragging again, but he concentrated on collecting the Saint-grade black tortoise cores. Right at this moment, a painful groan resounded. When Lin Yun and Gu Jun turned around, they saw Mei Zihua shaking his dangling hand, and he awkwardly said, "This arm seems to be crippled." He did restrict the silver-eyed demon spirit earlier, but he didn't expect that he would have to pay such a great price, and his face was ugly. "Heh, your arm is crippled? Come, let me take a look at it." Gu Jun was no longer depressed as his eyes lit up and walked over. When he examined Mei Zihua's arm, the arm was weakly dangling down, and even the muscles had withered. He then grabbed Mei Zihua's arm and swung it around with a serious expression. "This arm? It really seems to be crippled now. How is it?" Mei Zihua asked nervously. He had already noticed something strange when he activated the Black Thunder chains earlier. The chains were incredibly heavy, and it was painful for his arm when the profound lightning sacred flame blazed. He was nearly dragged over by the silver-eyed demon spirit. If Lin Yun hadn't helped him out, the outcome might have been completely different. When he slightly recovered his strength, he was shocked to see that he couldn't muster any strength in his arm. "Does it hurt?" Gu Jun swung his arm around, but his arm was like a sleeve flinging around. "It doesn't hurt." A glimmer of hope ignited in Mei Zihua's heart, and he asked, "Can it still be saved?" "It's fine." Gu Jun smiled. "Can it be saved?" Mei Zihua rejoiced. But with a gloating smile, Gu Jun replied, "You won't be able to play the flute in the future, but you can still barely play the zither with one hand. How pitiful the descendant of one of the musical clans is crippled just like that. Don't call yourself Saint Hands in the future. You can consider calling yourself One-Armed Demon Zither." Mei Zihua immediately panicked when he heard that, and he asked, "Senior, can it really not be saved?" Nodding his head, Gu Jun replied, "It's crippled. Speaking of which, you're a musician and don't know anything about the Black Tortoise inheritance. So why did you go touch the Black Thunder chains? Where did you get your confidence from with your physique? It's too late now, and I suggest you amputate it." "What?" Mei Zihua fell into despair when he heard that. Right then, a hand fell onto his right arm, and it was from Lin Yun. When Lin Yun removed his hand, he said, "It's not as serious as he said." "Really?" Mei Zihua asked, but he didn't believe it. Taking a sip of wine, Gu Jun smiled. "You have a way? I don't believe it. Not only are his meridians destroyed, but his muscles and bones are also damaged by the Black Thunder sacred flame. Aside from the Witherwood Saint Pellet, I can't think of any other way. Even if we can find a Witherwood Saint Pellet, it will be too late at that time. If we don't amputate it now, the inflames might spread throughout his body. At that time, he'll have to amputate his manhood." Mei Zihua was completely dumbfounded when he heard that, especially the last part. It even made him feel a chill run down his spine with his lips trembling. "Brother Lin, is that true?" Mei Zihua asked. "Strictly speaking, that's true." Lin Yun nodded. Gu Jun wasn't lying, and Mei Zihua could be saved with the Witherwood Saint Pellet. But that wasn't the only solution. His blue dragon bone could also use a similar effect. But saving someone would exhaust him more than harming someone, and it would take the blue dragon bone a long time to recover. "It's really heavy." Lin Yun picked up the Black Thunder chains and found that it was really heavy. It was strenuous for him, even with his physique, and he might injure himself if he wasn't careful. If the Black Thunder's sacred flame ignited, there was no way Mei Zihua could endure it with his physique. But didn't he refine this treasure? This should be a Glory Saint artifact, and it had a long inheritance that was effective against the ancient demon spirit clan. could be used to restrain the enemy, and it would be more powerful than the flower burial sword. Roughly looking at it, Lin Yun found two glory spirits, the glory fire and glory metal spirits. This should be a two-spirit glory saint artifact. Brat, close your eyes. It won't hurt and it will only take a moment. When Lin Yun raised his head, he saw Gu Jun pulling out a saint blade, and he was trying to find the best position to amputate Mei Zihua's arm. Mei Zihua's face was so bitter, it was as though he wanted to cry. He was in despair now and said, "Senior, be more careful with that. Don't worry about it. It will be fast." Gu Jun smiled. This scene made Lin Yun's lips twitch, and he asked, "What are you guys doing?" "Brother Lin, didn't Senior Gu say that the Yin flames will spread if I don't amputate immediately?" Mei Zihua said with his face flushing. "I'm trying to save him here." Gu Jun said, "Why don't you amputate that leg of yours as well?" "Go away," Lin Yun coldly said, chasing Gu Jun away. Mei Zihua was also really bold to dare take the old man's words seriously. "Don't move." Before Mei Zihua could do anything, Lin Yun placed his hand on his shoulder and activated the blue dragon bone, pouring countless blue radiance into Mei Zihua's arm. This immediately made Mei Zihua's arm crackle, and his face soon became pale from the pain. As Mei Zihua's forehead was covered in sweat, he yelled out in pain, "Ouch, ouch, ouch. It's really effective." Gu Jun was shocked. What he said earlier wasn't nonsense because it was better for Mei Zihua to amputate as quickly as possible. Anyhow, he could recover that missing arm when he returns to his clan, and a great saint could attach a new arm for him. If it was too late, the Black Thunder sacred flame would spread. At that time, not even an emperor could save him. This was the reason why Gu Jun was taken aback. The more he looked at it, the more amazed he became because Mei Zihua's arm was slowly awakening like a dead tree coming back to life. A while later, Mei Zihua's expression gradually relaxed and he could feel his arm recovering. "Give it a try," Lin Yun said, releasing his grip on Mei Zihua's shoulder. "It's okay now," Mei Zihua said excitedly. He then turned to Lin Yun and said, "Thanks for saving me." Gu Jun rolled his eyes and had a rough guess in his heart. After all, he wasn't as simple-minded as Mei Zihua. He smiled. "Brat, why don't you treat my leg as well? I suggest you amputate it along with that third leg in the middle." Lin Yun immediately sat on the ground. Upon hearing that, Mei Zihua burst into laughter and said, "That sounds like a good idea." Gu Jun's face turned dark when he heard that. After some time, Lin Yun began to refine the Saint-grade black tortoise cores, while Gu Jun and Mei Zihua treated their injuries. Lin Yun circulated the Azure Dragon Saint art, and a thunderstorm vortex appeared in his palm, absorbing one of the black tortoise cores. When the Azure Dragon grasp was formed, lightning could be heard coming from the black tortoise core. There was a saint radiance being emitted, trying to resist the vortex. However, the resistance posed no problem to Lin Yun, and his Azure Dragon Saint physique wasn't the same as before. When he activated the Azure Dragon intent as well, the vortex became even more powerful and the Saint radiance enveloping the core slowly crumbled. When boundless and pure black tortoise aura flowed into his body, Lin Yun's body began to start trembling with a dragon roar echoing out. In the next moment, the pure essence of black tortoise energy coursed through his body. More accurately, it should be thunder black tortoise energy. The moment the energy entered his body, the golden purple and blue jade dragon runes went out of control and began to devour the energy. Their instincts were telling them that this energy could make them stronger, and it didn't take long for him to finish refining the black tortoise core. So fast! Lin Yun was surprised. Ever since he refined the divine azure blood in the Three Lives realm, it was rare for his body to show a thirst for something. Did that mean these black tortoise cores weren't simple? Then again, that was only for the saint-grade cores, since there wasn't such a reaction when he refined the quasi-saint ones earlier. This could be considered a fortune in disguise. Let's continue to refine them. Lin Yun didn't think too much and continued to refine more cores. As he refined more of the cores, new dragon runes were gradually being produced, and he broke through his limit. After he refined 18 cores, the increased number of dragon runes gradually slowed down because they were stuffed. When Lin Yun opened his eyes, the depths of his pupils was flickering with lightning, and there was even a hint of silver light. He let out a breath and examined himself before realizing that the number of golden purple and blue jade dragon runes had each reached 110,000. The increase wasn't a lot, but it had a significant meaning because he broke through the bottleneck. Once he broke through the bottleneck, the upcoming path would be easier for him because he just needed to accumulate more. Who knows, he might be able to accumulate 200,000 or even 1,000,000 dragon runes. Lin Yun began to wonder if he couldn't achieve the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, because the number of dragon runes was too little. Now that he looked at it, there was a high possibility of this. After his two saint physiques combine into the Azure Dragon Divine Physique, the golden purple and blue jade dragon runes would transform into a whole new dragon rune. So if he didn't have enough accumulation, he wouldn't be able to combine them. My cultivation has also increased, and my dragon pulses seem to be at 23,000 feet now. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked when he examined himself. Based on his estimation, his dragon pulses would have to reach 30,000 feet to make a breakthrough to the 10th pulse dragon pulse realm. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would become after reaching the profound life stage. Right at this moment, Gu Jun also opened his eyes. He had already expelled the demonic aura that was in his leg, and smiled when he bumped gazes with Lin Yun. "We got a pretty good harvest. Come, have a drink." As he spoke, he threw the jar of wine over to Lin Yun. When Lin Yun grabbed the jar of wine, Gu Jun wore a smile and proudly reached for the black thunder chains. "Hey, this is pretty dangerous, so let me keep it safe for now. I'll bear the pain." But his smile soon froze because Lin Yun snatched the black thunder chains the moment he moved. As Lin Yun held onto the jar of wine, he looked at Gu Jun with a smile. "Thanks, but no thanks. I believe youngsters like us should bear the pain of a two-spirit glory saint artifact." Hearing that, Gu Jun threw out a mouthful of blood because Lin Yun was becoming more shrewd. The Black Thunder Chains was a genuine two-spirit glory saint artifact, engraved with the glory fire and glory metal spirits, weighing as much as 10,000 cauldrons. There was no doubt that this was a supreme treasure. Mei Zihua naturally wouldn't dare to touch it anymore because he nearly lost half of his life because of that, but Lin Yun naturally wasn't afraid with his physique. Even if he activated the Black Thunder sacred flame that was within it, he could recover with the blue dragon bone. Looking at Lin Yun, Gu Jun said, "I'll tell you honestly, if you don't have the bloodline of the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage, using it won't land you in any better state than Mei Zihua." But Lin Yun naturally wouldn't fall for that so easily and replied, "I have the Azure Dragon Saint physique, and I can bear the consequences of using it. If I can find the Black Thunder Saint cannon, I should be able to form the Black Thunder Saint seal, and I might be able to refine it." Gu Jun snorted when he heard that, but kept quiet. Right then, Mei Zihua opened his eyes and swung his right arm around. He even took out a zither to test if his arm was working normally. After he tried and played a beautiful melody, he rejoiced, "Brother Lin, I'm all right now. It's all thanks to you this time. I have something to discuss with you as well. What do you think of entrusting these Black Thunder Chains to me?" Lin Yun asked. "I don't want them. You can have them. I don't want to touch them anymore, even if they're a powerful Glory Saint artifact." Mei Zihua already had a phobia of the Black Thunder Chains, and quickly shook his hand. "You're really weak. Isn't it just nearly cutting off your manhood?" Gu Jun said in disdain. Mei Zihua's face turned black when he heard that, and he said, "Old man, you can just shut up. I was nearly doomed because of you. It's all thanks to Brother Lin. You heartless ingrate. If it's not for me, you wouldn't even be able to maintain your manhood." "How heartless?" Gu Jun said with a sneer, and the sorrow he revealed made Mei Zihua confused for a moment. "Don't listen to his crap. I'll be keeping them for now. With this two-spirit glory saint artifact, we will have a higher chance within the Black Thunder Saint Palace," Lin Yun said, looking at the Black Thunder Chains. An hour later, a crimson figure appeared before the three of them. "Young master!" It was An Luyen who chased after Lin Yun. When she saw Lin Yun, she had joy flushing from her pupils. Lin Yun gave her a smile, and let out a breath of relief when he saw that she was fine. After all, and Luyen was left behind when he had to lure the silver-eyed demon spirit away, and he was pretty worried about her safety. Young master, where's the silver-eyed demon spirit? And Luyen looked around, but she couldn't see the silver-eyed demon spirit anywhere. When she looked from afar earlier, it looked as though this region had nearly collapsed, especially when Gu Jun fought the silver-eyed demon spirit with thunderbolts raging and the aura of the black tortoise filling this region. Even the mountain trembled, and this made everyone who saw it within 10,000 miles have their hearts tremble. It's all thanks to Zihua. If not for him, I'm still unsure if we'd even be alive. Lin Yun nodded his head with a smile, and Luyen looked at Mei Zihua and said, Young Master Mei is really powerful. It looks like I'll have to depend on you more in the future. Looking at her, even Mei Zihua couldn't help having ripples in his heart. But after recalling what happened earlier, he smiled. It's still all right. I'm just fortunate. That's because he's lucky. You don't know, he nearly lost his... Gu Jun smiled. Mei Zihua's face sank when he heard that, and this made Luyen even more interested. But when she pondered it again, she instantly knew it must be something awkward, so she smiled. Where are we going now? This made Mei Zihua let out a breath of relief, and he smiled. We should be going to the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Lin Yun nodded his head in agreement. The Black Thunder Saint Cannon was within the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Not to mention the demigod wine cellar was also there, so he had to go there no matter what. But he could also predict that there would be a lot of people gathered there as well. Oh right, young master, I saw Ko Tianhua and the others. They probably wanted to come after you, but they hesitated for a long time before ultimately choosing to leave. And Luyen said, recalling it. Oh, Lin Yun smiled. It was really a pity that they didn't come. He knew that Ko Tianhua must still be eyeing the Demon Feather Order, but he also knew how terrifying the silver-eyed demon spirit was. After all, it was practically invincible within the Heavenly Thunder Palace. If he wasn't careful, he might lose his life here. So it was within his expectations that Ko Tianhua wouldn't dare to follow them. There's no need to hurry. We'll deal with him again after reaching the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Let's go. Lin Yun stood up. They had already delayed a lot of time, so they had to catch up with others quickly. Otherwise, nothing would be left for them by the time they reach it. There might probably be many others who are similar to Gu Jun. Lin Yun inwardly pondered, knowing it would be dangerous. Not to mention that there would also be many experts on the demonic ranking over there, so he might be in a dangerous situation. While thinking about it, several people rose to the sky and headed towards the Black Thunder Saint Palace. The remaining journey was smooth, and they could see treasures appearing along the way, which naturally sparked a battle amongst many experts. But Lin Yun didn't even take a glance at them and used the fastest speed to head towards the Black Thunder Saint Palace. The sky gradually became dark after 2 days and 2 nights. They could occasionally see lightning flickering in the sky. There was also a massive tortoiseshell as huge as a palace engraved with various runes. That was the remnant phenomena of ancient deities, and the phenomena would still occasionally appear even after 100,000 years. Occasionally, it would even emit a terrifying aura. The thunder-black tortoise energy. For people stood together on a tower, and Gu Jun lamented while looking at the phenomena. When Lin Yun raised his head, he could feel a suppressive aura, even with his heavenly dome sword intent. He knew that wasn't just pure thunderclouds. It was also mixed with horrifying demon spirit aura and a demonic aura that made the thunder-black tortoise aura even more terrifying. Overwhelming demonic clouds. Lin Yun muttered to himself. He had an ill premonition. There are more 5th stage profound life stage experts gathering together, and there are even some at the 7th stage profound life stage. Mei Zihua said cautiously. He had powerful mental energy. If Lin Yun didn't use his sword intent, Mei Zihua's perception would be the strongest, and there would be many people hiding in the darkness. From someone who would be scared by everything he saw to being cautious, Mei Zihua had grown a lot on this trip to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. But Mei Zihua hadn't even detected his own changes, but Lin Yun noticed them. These people born with a golden spoon were terrifying because they would grow swiftly after sufficient life and death experiences. The Black Thunder Saint Palace shouldn't be far away. Everyone, let's split up, but be careful. Run if there are any dangers, Lin Yun said. Then he continued, Lian can follow me. He had a lot of secrets that couldn't be revealed to Mei Zihua and Gu Jun, but he could trust in Lian. Ha! Gu Jun sneered. In my view, you're the true heir of the Black Tortoise clan. Compared to you, I look like a counterfeit. There was a deeper meaning in Gu Jun's tone because the Black Tortoise was the most lustful divine beast amongst the four. And Lian raised her head and smiled. Elder Gu, you must be joking. Young master is only worried for my safety, and you have the purest Black Tortoise's bloodline around. When Lian spoke, Gu Jun immediately wore a smile. He replied, That's for sure. But Bossin, you can follow me if you can believe me. No one knows this Black Thunder St. Palace better than me, and it's safest to follow me. Mei Zihua briefly hesitated, before he coughed twice and said, It's also fine to follow me. I have a lot of hidden trump cards, and I can even use my life to protect Bossin. But Lian merely stood beside Lin Yun with a smile and said nothing. Brat, are you looking for trouble? Gu Jun glared at Mei Zihua, displeased by what he said. Mei Zihua might be a little afraid of Gu Jun, but he didn't back down this time. He replied, I'm just worried about Bossin's safety, and you're already old. You can't always take care of everything. Who are you calling old? I? Who said it? Ha! Your guts are really small, but you're pretty lustful. I should have amputated your manhood earlier. Don't push it. It didn't take long for the two to start quarreling, and Mei Zihua's face became red from the argument. But Lin Yun merely flew out with Lian following behind him. An hour later, Lin Yun and Lian stopped, and they could see a massive barren land covered with ravines. The ravines reached tens of thousands of feet long with terrifying lightning magma at the bottom of it. Above the barren land were torrential flames and a demonic aura. This made them feel insignificant in comparison. When they raised their heads, they could see many corpses piling up along with many rusted weapons lying on the ground. With a glance, anyone could tell that this place was a battlefield, and a terrifying battle probably took place here. After all, the owner of the Heavenly Thunder Palace waged a terrifying war with the demon spirits. Young master, where's the Black Thunder St. Palace? And Lian looked around. She could only see a tattered battlefield but couldn't see any buildings. There wasn't even a slightly higher mountain here. After all, everything was destroyed in that battle 100,000 years ago. I have no idea. It looks like we have to cross this region to find the genuine Black Thunder St. Palace. Lin Yun said. Aside from those two, there were many experts gathered around here. But everyone was gauging how dangerous this place was. After all, this was where the main battle took place, and the phenomena here was frightening. Lin Yun and Lian traveled through the barren land, carefully avoiding the various dangers along the way. This place was dangerous, and they would lose their lives here if they weren't careful. A shocking scene appeared when they crossed the barren land. And Lian was surprised and too shocked to say anything. It was a spectacular scene that couldn't be described with any words. There was a majestic statue reaching 10,000 feet. The statue's hand was raised to the sky, and it seemed to be lifting something to the sky. The ground was covered with white bones, but no one could recognize if they belonged to the demon spirits, human cultivators, or Black Tortoise's descendants. The bones were rotten and boundless, looking like an ocean of bones. The bone sea covered the statue's waist, and everyone could feel their scalps going numb while looking at it. No one could imagine how many people died at that time. When Lin Yun and Lian descended from the sky, Gu Jun and Mei Zihua quickly followed behind them after discovering that the other two were far away amidst their astonishment. Mei Zihua raised his head and asked in shock, Oh my God, is this a person or a statue? Isn't this a little too terrifying? This is a forbidden technique of the 8-9 divine art, celestial body, the pinnacle of all body-refining techniques. This might be the Palace Lord, Black Thunder Martial Emperor. Gu Jun sighed. 8-9 divine art? The 8-9 divine art had a total of 72 transformations, and Lin Yun's divine tortoise transformation was just one of them. So if it was really the forbidden technique of the 8-9 divine art, It might really be able to achieve something as horrifying as this. As Gu Jun spoke, he suddenly became quiet with sorrow filling his pupils. He had also shown this expression when he fought with the silver-eyed demon spirit before. He fell onto his knees and gave 3 kowtows in the direction of the statue. No one said a word. When he got up, Mei Zihua asked, "Senior Gu, what's the matter? You see that sea of bones? They're practically all descendants of the Black Tortoise's lineage, but they're all controlled by the demon spirit clan with a demonic aura. The Black Thunder Martial Emperor was forced to resort to the forbidden technique to protect the Black Tortoise St. Palace, killing all his fellow clansmen along with the demon spirit clan." Gu Jun sobbed. Lin Yun became silent when he heard that, and couldn't help looking at the statue with respect. After all, who could have imagined that the Black Tortoise clan declined because of this? This also showed how brutal the battle was for the Black Thunder Martial Emperor to have no other choice but to kill his fellow clansmen as well. "Young master, the Black Thunder St. Palace should still be there," and Lu Yen said. When Lin Yun looked in the direction and Lu Yen pointed out, he saw lightning flickering from the Black Thunder Martial Emperor's palm, and he could faintly see a majestic palace over there. "Let's go. I'm afraid someone has already noticed the palace." Gu Jun recollected his thoughts and sighed. They didn't hesitate to soar to the sky, breaking through the thunderclouds and coming to the palm of the Black Thunder Martial Emperor. His hand was like an endless plain, and this was because there was a Space Saint rune engraved on the palm, and the Black Thunder Saint Palace was located on the palm. There were over 1,000 people gathered on the palm, and they were all emitting powerful auras. With just a glance, anyone could tell that they were mostly all cultivators at the 4th stage Profound Life stage, and there were even old men at the pinnacle of the Profound Life stage. The various Holy Land geniuses were also around. The Heavenly Dao sects Xiao Yuanqi, Divine Phoenix Mountains Ji Lingfeng, Heavenly Flame sects Qi Yanhua, Ming Cults Yuanqiu, Myriad Lightning sects Yifeng, and Divine Dao sects Lin Qingyang were all here. Aside from that, there were also many seniors who sealed their cultivation to come here, and they were all on the same level as Gu Jun. But no one dared to carelessly make a move, and their eyes were glued to the palace's entrance. It was a massive bronze gate. When Lin Yun's party descended from the sky, their presence instantly attracted everyone's attention. That was especially the case for Lin Yun, who was only at the Dragon Pulse realm. "He's not dead." The faces of Ko Tianhua's group of 3 sank when they discovered Lin Yun's presence. Ko Tianhua wanted to secretly follow Lin Yun, but he shrunk back when he saw the commotion created by the silver-eyed demon spirit. After all, the silver-eyed demon spirit was practically invincible in the lightning pool, and that gave him a huge phobia. If they caught the attention of that monster, there was no way they could survive, even if they had 9 lives. How did he manage to get rid of the silver-eyed demon spirit? He's actually still alive. Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone were also surprised. After all, they had personally sensed the terrifying demonic aura from afar, and they were certain that Lin Yun would die a terrible death. This was the reason why they didn't go over to take a look. It was natural for the 3 of them to be shocked upon seeing Lin Yun alive and well. Not far away, Yuanxiu was also surprised when he saw Lin Yun. The latter was clearly only at the Dragon Pulse realm, so how was he alive? Lin Yun naturally wouldn't place their gazes in his heart. They would have never expected that not only was Lin Yun alive, but his strength also underwent a great transformation. Not only did his 9 dragon pulses reach 23,000 feet, but the number of golden purple and blue jade dragon runes also grew to 110,000. Not to mention he had obtained a 2-spirit glory saint artifact. Even before entering the Black Thunder Saint Palace, Lin Yun's harvest had far exceeded everyone else's. But that wasn't all. He was still left with 18 Saint-grade Black Tortoise cores. "Lin Xiao, come over here." Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi called out to Lin Yun when they saw him. The demonic cultivators who could come here were all experts on the demonic ranking, and Lin Yun still had a Demon Feather Order bounty on his head. Since both of them had a good relationship with Lin Yun, they naturally wanted to help him. "Let's head on over." Lin Yun didn't refuse and walked in their direction. When Luyan saw Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi, she asked, "Why didn't you guys go into the Black Tortoise Saint Palace?" There were over 1,000 people gathered on the palm of the Black Thunder Martial Emperor, and there was no shortage of ruthless people. Not everyone here would put the Holy Lands in their eyes, and one had to be a saint disciple at the bare minimum to intimidate them. There's a lightning barrier enveloping the palace. We all tried what we could, but we were still unable to break it open. So we can only wait and see if anything will happen. Ji Lingfeng explained. How long will we have to wait? Any rough estimation? Maybe 10 days or half a month. We might even have to wait for a month. But the Black Thunder Saint Palace is right before us, so we can afford to wait. Xiao Yuanqi smiled. When Enluyen heard those words, she finally knew what was going on. When she looked at the Black Thunder Saint Palace, there was a screen layer covering the bronze gate, and it was covered with lightning runes. But the screen was just as Xiao Yuanqi had said. It was slowly dissipating. Before the bronze gate, there were some fresh corpses lying in front of it. Taking a rough look at it, Lin Yun noticed that this barrier wasn't as strong as he had imagined, and many people here had the strength to break it. But the risk was too great, and no one wanted to expose their trump cards. This was the reason why everyone would rather wait for it to disappear. As time passed, more experts began to gather, and this place gradually became more bustling. This made everyone gradually run out of patience. After all, if more people entered, the competition would be even more intense. No one wished to see more people entering the palace. Everyone, I have an idea that might be able to let us enter the Black Thunder Saint Palace in advance, Ko Tianhua said, rolling his eyes. This made everyone's eyes light up, and they couldn't help looking at him. Ko Tianhua, don't beat around the bush. If you have a way to let us enter in advance, we will surely give you face when we compete for treasures. Someone said. If the Nirvana Banquet's champion, Lin Xiao, is willing to make a move, he can surely break the screen. His cultivation might be low, but the sharpness of the heavenly dome sword intent isn't something we can imagine. Ko Tianhua smiled. That does really seem to be the case. Sword intent is sharper than other martial intents, and it can even cut space apart. So if he's willing to make a move, there's a high chance that he can succeed. Many people agreed with what Ko Tianhua said. Ji Lingfeng's face sank, and he coldly said, Ko Tianhua, shut your mouth. Do you want Lin Xiao to die? Even if he can break apart the barrier, he won't be able to bear the backlash of the Black Thunder Sacred Flame. Even those at the 5th stage Profound Life stage died. Ha! This isn't a place a Dragon Pulse realm like him should come to, and he deserves it even if he dies. Ko Tianhua sneered. Not to mention he still has the Demon Feather Order on his head. Does he really think he can survive within the Black Thunder Saint Palace? Does he still have a chance of survival? At that time, let me see if you guys can still protect him. If he can make contributions now, we might consider letting him live for a while longer. He can give it a try. Yuanxiu smiled. As one of the Holy Land geniuses, the situation instantly became bizarre, since he stood on Ko Tianhua's side. From the side, the heavenly flame sex Yan Qihua briefly pondered before he smiled. If Brother Lin is willing to help, this screen shouldn't be a problem for him. After all, we have all witnessed the strength of Lin Yun's sword intent at the Martial Dao Tea Party. In that instant, all the Holy Land geniuses directed their attention to Lin Yun. This made Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng feel great pressure because those people were too shameless. They were all jealous of Lin Yun's strength and wanted him to die here while making use of him to open the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Lin Yun's face sank, while coldly looking at Ko Tianhua. This person was really getting on his nerves. Lin Xiao, hurry up, Ko Tianhua roared. Just because you're the disciple of the Whitebone Blade Saint? Who the hell do you think you are to order me? Lin Yun coldly replied. He couldn't be bothered to be polite with his tone. Since Ko Tianhua was courting death, he would just fulfill the latter's wish. People tended to bully those who were weaker than them, but did they really think he was a pushover just because he was at the Dragon Pulse realm? Then, what use do we have for you? Ko Tianhua squinted his eyes. He was still worried that he wouldn't have an opportunity to kill Lin Yun. Right then, 3 figures descended from the sky. These 3 people wore playful smiles as they examined the Holy Land geniuses. Lin Yun was the first to detect those three with his sword heart, and this made his brows lock together. He was familiar with the two god generals. They were the two whom he had defeated at the Martial Dao Tea Party. But there was still another person standing amongst them, and he was donned in a golden crimson robe with cold flames blazing in the depths of his pupils, making him seem eerie. This person should be the strongest of the three god generals, the fire god general. This made Lin Yun's face slightly change, and he wore a playful expression. Since the three god generals were here, it wasn't his turn to stand out. The three god generals are here. Who knows if they've already been here a long time and have been waiting here. Everyone had fear lingering within their pupils when they saw the three god generals. The three wore a Netherman Saint armor and were far stronger than many people. That was especially the case for the fire god general, who had long reached the profound life stage. When their gazes fell onto those three, the fire god general sneered. Is this how far the Eastern Desolation has fallen? A mere screen layer and you guys have to force someone at the Dragon Pulse realm to deal with it? I can deal with it myself. The fire god general had a strong stance, ridiculing all the geniuses in the Eastern Desolation when he opened his mouth. Not to mention he even claimed that he could destroy the barrier. This instantly made everyone feel uncertain because they had no idea what the fire god general was planning. When everyone's gazes fell onto the fire god general, their attention was shifted away from Lin Yun. Wait! But just when the fire god general was about to make a move, Ko Tianhua suddenly stood out. What's the matter? You want to have the honor of doing it, the fire god general said with a playful smile. Since the fire god general is willing to make a move, the barrier is naturally not an issue for you, and I don't think anyone can compete with you over the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. But before that, allow me to kill someone, Ko Tianhua said indifferently. Who is it? Nirvana Banquet's champion, Lin Xiao, Ko Tianhua coldly said, his voice causing an uproar in the surrounding area. I won't compete with you for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, but I want his head, Ko Tianhua said. The fire god general didn't say a word, but the two other god generals' faces changed because they recalled how they were defeated by Lin Yun at the Martial Dao Tea Party. If Lin Yun didn't appear, they wouldn't have suffered such humiliation at the hands of the Autumn Mountain Lord. If it wasn't for Lin Yun, they wouldn't have become a laughingstock at the Martial Dao Tea Party and be punished when they got back. This was the reason why they wanted to kill Lin Yun when they saw him. As the fire god general's eyes flickered, he smiled. You can kill him if you have the ability. You don't have to report to me. The Blood Moon sect also can't use the Demon Feather Order. Big brother, there's no need for you to give him to Ko Tianhua. I can easily crush him with a hand. Eo Feng gritted his teeth. He and Yen Songming were filled with hatred for Lin Yun. There's no need to hurry. He's just an insignificant character, the fire god general said, sweeping his gaze through the crowd. No one knew what he was thinking. Ko Tianhua charged towards Lin Yun, along with Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone. The three were at the profound life stage, especially Ko Tianhua, who was at the 5th stage profound life stage with his name on the demonic ranking. Everyone's expressions became nervous. The three god generals and the Holy Land geniuses watched as Ko Tianhua's party slowly approached Lin Yun. Even with Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng around, it was practically impossible for them to protect Lin Yun. In the end, the Black Tortoise Void Sea wasn't something Lin Yun, who was at the Dragon Pulse realm, could barge in on. Otherwise, he wouldn't be in this awkward situation. Lin Xiao, you leave first. Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi's faces changed, but they didn't hesitate to stand before Lin Yun. No need. I'll face them myself. Lin Yun stepped forth after whispering to Liu Yan's ears. When he stepped forth, he faced Ko Tianhua's group of 3 alone. Lin Xiao, it's time for us to settle the score between us. Ko Tianhua indifferently looked at Lin Yun. I won't stop you if you're courting death, Lin Yun said without an expression on his face. Ko Tianhua's group of 3 was already starting to get on his nerves, and a murderous aura began to accumulate within his pupils. If Ko Tianhua remained alive, there would be an endless amount of people trying to come for his head because of the Demon Feather Order. The surrounding voices died down, and their gazes fell onto Lin Yun. The three god generals were also feeling uncertain because of Lin Yun's arrogant words. After all, this wasn't the Martial Dao Tea Party, and everyone here in the Black Tortoise Void Sea had a higher cultivation than him. "You're courting death," Yuan Henjing behind Ko Tianhua said, and his hand reached out. When a crimson radiance burst from him, he already arrived before Lin Yun, wanting to suppress him with a wave of his hand. He was at the fourth stage, Profound Life stage. When his Profound Life aura empowered his dragon origin, this allowed his dragon origin to reach a terrifying height. He also had a swift speed and quickly reached Lin Yun in the blink of an eye. His palm was enveloped in crimson radiance, and his dragon origin became violent. If his hand really descended, no one doubted that the power of this attack could easily take Lin Yun's life. As a dragon roar echoed from within Lin Yun's body, 110,000 golden-purple dragon runes left his body and easily shattered the crimson palm. In the next second, the dragon runes condensed into an azure dragon shrouded in a thunderstorm and enveloped Lin Yun, sending Yuan Henjing flying away. The azure dragon gave off an immense pressure, and this shocked everyone at the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Yuan Henjing's face also changed, and a saint blade appeared in his hand with a flip of his wrist. But when Lin Yun flicked his finger, a powerful sword ray flew out, empowered by the heavenly dome sword intent. What a powerful sword intent! Everyone was shocked. They knew that Lin Yun had grasped the heavenly dome sword intent, but they didn't expect he would have such a powerful secret technique. They instantly had a feeling that the mark on the back of Lin Yun's hand probably had a huge origin. Lady Stone's face changed, and she wanted to take a step forth. But the moment she moved, a sword ray knocked her back and 9 sword rays flew over just when she wanted to retaliate. She immediately waved her hands in a panic and quickly retreated, being forced to take several steps back. On the other hand, Lin Yun didn't even move a single step right from the beginning. This made Yuan Henjing's face sink, and he charged forth once more. But the moment he moved, Lin Yun flicked his finger with his left hand. As boundless sword intent condensed into a sword ray, it flew out and shattered the space its path. This caught Yuan Henjing by surprise, and he took several steps back. Just by flicking his fingers, Lin Yun forced Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone back. This naturally made them feel aggrieved, and they were forced back whenever they wanted to charge forth. Everyone in the surroundings naturally noticed that something wasn't right. Lin Yun might only seem to be at the Dragon Pulse realm, but his heavenly dome sword intent wasn't something that could be grasped with his cultivation. Under his heavenly dome sword intent, Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone couldn't get close to him, no matter how they tried. Unless both of them could forcibly break through Lin Yun's heavenly dome sword intent and shatter it, they would only take a one-sided beating. There was also a possibility that they had to wait till Lin Yun exhausts his sword intent. But Lin Yun seemed to handle them with ease, so they could only dream about that possibility. Putting it in a nutshell, it wasn't hard to accomplish it. Suddenly, a massive white bone hand appeared, blocking the incoming sword rays. When the sword rays clashed with the white bone hand, it caused an explosion, and it only took a split second for the white bone hand to be blown into countless fragments. But the white bone hand had successfully blocked the incoming sword rays. It was Ko Tianhua who finally made a move, and this naturally made Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone feel relieved. Impressive. Ko Tianhua gritted his teeth. Lin Yun let go of his hands and said, "It's nothing, but it's more than enough to kill you." Ko Tianhua smiled. "These pitiful tricks might be able to deal with others, but do you think these pitiful tricks can deal with me? You can't even protect yourself, and you want to kill me? How impudent." Everyone nodded their heads and didn't feel anything wrong with what Ko Tianhua said. In their view, the sword intent released by Lin Yun was extraordinary, but it would only make others feel unreal. They all felt that Lin Yun would lose terribly if he faced a real expert, such as Ko Tianhua. As long as Ko Tianhua could block the incoming heavenly dome sword intent, he could easily inflict serious injuries on Lin Yun with just one strike based on his cultivation at the 5th stage Profound Life stage. This was because Lin Yun had grasped the Azure Dragon Saint physique. If it was someone else at the 9th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm, one strike was all Ko Tianhua needed to kill them. "Come and try it, then," I only need one sword to kill you. Lin Yun waved his hand and the flower burial sword appeared in his hand. Drawing it out. Donned in his blue robe, this only made him seem even more unfathomable. Others might be afraid of your heavenly dome sword intent, but not me, Ko Tianhua coldly said, carrying a slender saint blade behind him. He was qualified to say those words, due to his cultivation, not to mention he was the disciple of the Whitebone Blade Saint. His blade intent had long reached the quasi-heavenly dome blade intent. As soon as he finished, he drifted forward. This was a bizarre movement technique because his body seemed agile, and he didn't leave behind any afterimages in his path. At the same time, a powerful killing intent spread out that made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. Even when he disappeared from everyone's sight, they could still sense his murderous aura. Lin Yun drew his sword, and Ko Tianhua was forced to show himself under the sword ray. As the flower burial sword vibrated, Ko Tianhua's hand was like a bone hand as he used 2 fingers to clamp onto Lin Yun's sword. He coldly said, "Doesn't look impressive after all." This scene made Luyan and Mei Zihua, who were not too far away, have a drastic change on their faces, and they quickly became nervous. But Gu Jun gulped down a mouthful of wine before he murmured in confusion, "Did I make a mistake?" Everyone took a deep breath because they didn't even see how Lin Yun drew his sword. But not only did Ko Tianhua clearly see it, he even easily caught Lin Yun's sword. If the trajectory of a swordsman's sword was seen through by others and couldn't be pulled back in time, there was no difference from a death sentence. Not to mention Lin Yun was facing Ko Tianhua. Looking aloof, Ko Tianhua scoffed. "So what if you have the heavenly dome sword intent? I don't even need to draw my blade to deal with you, and you want to kill me?" All of a sudden, Lin Yun did something that no one had expected. He released his grip on the sword and took a step back. As the flower burial sword lightly shook in the air, Lin Yun indifferently said, "You're already dead." The moment he was done speaking, blood began to splash out from Ko Tianhua's chest. Ko Tianhua's face was terrifyingly pale, and he muttered, How is this possible? It only takes a sword for me to kill you," Lin Yun said indifferently. At this moment, Ko Tianhua finally realized what happened. Lin Yun had executed 2 swords, and he only managed to catch the second. The first sword had already stabbed him, shattering his heart and wanting to claim his life. This instantly made Ko Tianhua furious, and he drew his blade from his back. "I'll kill you!" Lin Yun took a step forth to grab onto the flower burial sword and swung his sword down. A decapitated head then fell to the ground. Ko Tianhua's head was like a ball rolling on the ground until it reached Yuan Hengtian and Lady Stone. But Lin Yun didn't sheath his sword, but had a thunderstorm explode around him. When he divided into 2, the 2 of him swung his sword, executing the Azure Dragon sword art, unrivaled a thunderstorm slash. The 2 sword rays intertwined to form a cross and landed on the screen covering the Black Thunder St. Palace, and the lightning runes on the barrier became dim. By the time Lin Yun sheathed his sword, the screen shattered. "He's right. My sword can shatter the screen, and you guys can give it a try if you don't believe it." Lin Yun swept his gaze over the cultivators of the demonic ranking before his gaze ultimately fell onto Yuanxiu. The surroundings fell into a dead silence following his words, and everyone still hadn't recovered from their shock. Anyone could hear the intimidation within Lin Yun's tone, and he was clearly saying Ko Tianhua was their example if anyone wanted to come for his head. Ever since he stepped onto the Black Tortoise Void Sea, he was questioned by many people and they looked at him as if he was a walking treasure vault. It was as though they could claim his head to exchange for the precious demon feather order. Lin Yun was already long annoyed by that, and he knew he wouldn't be able to intimidate anyone if he didn't kill anyone. There was a reason why his gaze fell on Yuanxiu. It was because he could feel the ill intentions coming from these Holy Land geniuses. Then again, they were all suppressed by him, so which of them didn't want him dead here? Yuanxiu had a thick face, and he pretended not to see the hostility within Lin Yun's pupils. He even nodded his head in Lin Yun's direction with a smile. "Young master." When Yuan Henjing and Lady Stone came to their senses, they were shocked as they looked at Ko Tianhua's headless corpse. "Lin Xiao, how dare you? That's the disciple of the White-Bone Blade Saint. Yuan Henjing coldly looked at Lin Yun. The White-Bone Blade Saint was a famous expert in the Eastern Desolation's demonic path. He was one of the 9 Black Mountain Saints, and he was known to be invincible beneath the Emperor realm. Everyone was also shocked by Ko Tianhua's death, and the reason why they didn't dare to provoke the latter was because of his master. Even if they fought with Ko Tianhua, no one would take his life and would only injure him to give the White-Bone Blade Saint face. But the moment Yuan Henjing finished speaking, he was dragged over by a powerful force before a hand fell onto his head. The next moment, Yuan Henjing let out a scream as crimson demonic runes flowed out from his head. The fire god general was grabbing onto Yuan Henjing's head with one hand, torturing him like a toy. He smiled. Where did you get so much crap from? Only he's allowed to kill Lin Xiao and not the other way around? Am I right, Lin Xiao? This sudden scene surprised everyone because Yuan Henjing was an expert at the 4th stage profound life stage, and yet he couldn't even put up a resistance against the fire god general. As Yuan Henjing's life force gradually disappeared, his body began to shrivel, which made everyone feel a chill run down their spines. This instantly made everyone nervous, and they finally remembered the fire god general was a lot more terrifying than Ko Tianhua. This also caught Lin Yun's attention, and he already stuck the sign of a madman on the fire god general. The fire god general had no feud with Yuan Henjing, but he suddenly made a move and even wanted to torture him to death. That's the truth of this world, Lin Yun said, raising his head. Hee. The fire god general smiled. It seems like we're the same kind of person. How about having a little fun with me? I heard my 2 brothers suffered in your hands, so I naturally have to do something as the big brother. As he crushed Yuan Henjing's head, blood and brain juice splashed around, causing everyone's faces to become pale. When Yuan Henjing died, the fire god general suddenly charged over before Lin Yun could say anything. Lin Yun swiftly responded by pouring the 110,000 dragon runes into his palm with the dragon origin in his violent palace boiling. When he circulated the dragon phoenix world annihilating sword cannon, a heavenly dragon and a divine phoenix appeared above his violet palace. When they exchanged a move, they both took 3 steps back. The fire god general instantly felt that Lin Yun wasn't just using the Azure Dragon Saint physique. He should have practiced a dragon spirit cultivation technique that was comparable to the Holy Land disciples. The fire god general knew that if it was only the Azure Dragon Saint physique, that attack of his should have been able to easily destroy most of the dragon runes. It looks like the disciple of the heavenly fragrance divine mountain is truly extraordinary. I'm afraid that Ko Tianhua wouldn't have been your opponent even if he drew his blade. The fire god general smiled. But my Blood Moon sect was invincible in the Kunlun realm back then, and were not any weaker than the heavenly fragrance divine mountain. As the fire god general slowly raised his hands, his vitality began to erupt like a volcano. A crimson radiance also began to shine from him, and an ancient roar echoed from within his body. A terrifying demonic phoenix then appeared on him. The demonic phoenix Saint Physique, Gu Jun exclaimed with his face changed. Even the surrounding demonic cultivators and Holy Land geniuses had a drastic change on their faces. The demonic phoenix Saint Physique was an ancient body-refining technique that could transform the physique of a cultivator into a natural Saint Physique. It was one of the Blood Moon sect's ancient inheritances, but it was said that the demonic phoenix Saint Physique was long lost. This was because it wasn't only a body-refining technique, but it was rather comprehensive with movement, sword, palm, secret, and even forbidden techniques. Manipulating the demonic phoenix Saint Physique, the fire god general threw a punch forth with his right hand, transforming into a demonic phoenix's claw. When he threw his punch forth, a demonic melody began to echo from the Black Thunder Martial Emperor's palm. Countless demonic phoenixes flew out from the fire god general's body, and he was like the sovereign of all birds accepting the bow of his servants. The fire god general instantly arrived before Lin Yun, and they both exchanged 3 attacks. 3 attacks later, Lin Yun took several steps back and was surprised because the attacks weren't as strong as he had imagined. This was a bizarre feeling, and he could sense that the demonic phoenix Saint Physique was powerful, and that he shouldn't be able to take it head-on. But after refining the Saint-grade cores and the number of dragon runes broke through the restriction of 100,000, his Azure Dragon Saint physique seemed to have undergone a certain transformation. Not bad. You're actually fine after taking 3 attacks from me. The Fire God General's pupils blazed with flames, and this piqued his interest because Lin Yun was worthy of being his opponent. It was just that Lin Yun's cultivation was a little too low, and he couldn't play too much. Demonic Phoenix Sky-Shattering Palm. The demonic phoenix spread its wings behind the Fire God General, and his aura began to climb. With a wave of his hand, a palm descended from the sky. He wanted to suppress Lin Yun and make the latter acknowledge his defeat to take revenge for the embarrassment of Aofeng and Yen Tsangming. Azure Dragon Claw. The Azure Dragon Sword Soul was summoned out from Lin Yun's Sword Ocean, and he calmly faced the palm with the Azure Dragon Sword Art. As the Azure Dragon Sword Soul merged with the golden-purple dragon runes, it manifested into a golden dragon claw as he drew the flower burial sword from its sheath. As the Azure Dragon roared, thunderstorms began to envelop the claw, and it faced the Fire God General's attack head-on. When the 2 attacks collided, it looked like a battle between 2 ancient beasts, and the Fire God General was sent flying back under this attack. Although Lin Yun didn't move, there were cracks spreading out from the ground beneath him, and the Space Saint rune on the Black Thunder Martial Impero's palm was affected. When the entire ground trembled, Lin Yun executed the Azure Dragon Tail without giving the Fire God General any time to think. The 100-foot-long sword aura he unleashed was like a dragon's tail lashing out, causing space in its way to distort, and soon reached the Fire God General in the blink of an eye. This made the Fire God General's face change, and he swiftly threw a punch. When his punch collided with the sword ray shattered while the Fire God General took this opportunity to draw some distance. When he landed on the ground, he slightly furrowed his brows because he was bleeding from his palm. Just a moment ago, he was nearly caught in the sword ray. It had been a long time since he felt something like this. The fight between them might be intense, but everything happened in the blink of an eye as the surroundings fell dead silent. Everyone was shocked when they witnessed the Fire God General's strength, and saw that Lin Yun was also strong. The Fire God General was already famous before entering the Profound Life stage, and yet Lin Yun didn't fall into a disadvantageous position when he fought the Fire God General. Come again! The Fire God General smiled, and he swiftly charged towards Lin Yun. Everything happened too quickly, and the Fire God General was more serious in the fight this time. This time, Lin Yun's sword was knocked away before he could even perform any sword techniques. What? Lin Yun was surprised. Don't be too surprised. You only need 1 sword to kill Ko Tianhua, and I only need a palm if I want your life. I'm just playing with you, so don't take it too seriously. The Fire God General smiled with a demonic radiance gushing out of his pupils. When the ancient demonic phoenix let out a cry, a dazzling crimson light shone from his body as the demonic phoenix's aura swept out. Under his laughter, the Fire God General's hands were like a pair of demonic phoenix wings that could cover the sky with a slight movement. As he charged forth, each of his palms was targeted at Lin Yun's vitals, and the power contained within them made everyone's scalps go numb. In just 10 moves, he already forced Lin Yun into a dangerous position. 10 moves later, they both exchanged a palm, and the Fire God General laughed. Kneel! He released his aura at the Profound Life stage and made everyone in the surroundings feel suffocating. But when their palms collided, it was the Fire God General that was knocked flying back as 9 dragon pulses reaching 23,000 feet each appeared behind Lin Yun. The dragon pulses covered the sky, and this left everyone dumbfounded. How is this possible? Dragon pulses over 20,000 feet? Are you kidding me? Isn't this a little too exaggerated? His dragon pulses were only over 10,000 feet in the past. So how did they suddenly go to 20,000 now? The Holy Land geniuses were stumped and couldn't comprehend this. Sword! Lin Yun roared, and the flower burial sword flew over before thrusting towards the Fire God General at a tricky angle. This scared the Fire God General, and a few strands of his hair were sliced, even though he managed to dodge the attacks. Azure Dragon Claw! Lin Yun remained in the same position, and he raised his right hand. The flower burial sword reacted as if it was held by someone and performed the azure dragon claw, manifesting into a dragon claw that pressed down. After the fire god general barely managed to avoid the attack, Lin Yun quickly followed behind with the azure dragon tail, unleashing a dragon's tail. The flower burial sword was too close, and a 100-foot-long sword ray exploded. This caught the fire god general by surprise, and he was enveloped by the sword ray. The 100-foot-long sword ray was like a dragon's tail slamming into the fire god general. This made everyone's faces change because everything happened too quickly, and no one could imagine this. But their shock only lasted for a brief moment before the fire god general pushed his palms to the side and unleashed his cultivation, shattering the sword ray. As the flower burial sword trembled in midair, it was knocked back and Lin Yun gently held onto it. He said, "You'd already be a dead person if I was at the profound life stage. But you're not, right?" The fire god general smiled. "Fire god general, it has come to an end here. We're not invisible. But you won't be able to take Lin Zhao's life with us around." Xianxia and Ji Lingfeng flashed to the side and appeared before Lin Yun. They could sense that the fire god general wasn't playing around, and he was trying to use Lin Yun to intimidate everyone. He might be wearing a smile, but her pupils were filled with murderous intent. This made the fire god general briefly stunned before he smiled. "How dare two flies who have just reached the profound life stage speak to me in this manner?" At the 7th stage profound life stage, when the fire god general unleashed his full cultivation, he didn't hold back and the armor he wore began to glow. This instantly made Xianxia and Ji Lingfeng's pupils squint because they recognized the armor. It was the Glory Saint artifact, the Netherman Saint armor. Before they could even respond, they were sent flying by the fire god general with a punch before they were caught by two elders. How is this possible? Ji Lingfeng and Xianxia were shocked. The fire god general might have reached the profound life stage long ago, but they never expected that his cultivation would be so terrifying. This scene made everyone's hearts jolt, and even those at the 7th profound life stage were intimidated by the aura the fire god general was giving off. Under the empowerment of the Netherman Saint armor, the fire god general was practically invincible, and no one could stop him. Right then, a small gap appeared in the door and a figure swiftly slipped through it. This person was Yu Wenxiu. His attention was on the bronze gate the entire time. So he immediately took his chance while everyone's attention was attracted by Lin Yun and the fire god general. Many more demonic cultivators also charged towards the Black Thunder Saint Palace. But before they could get close, they were killed by the fire god general. The latter was too powerful after he fully unleashed his cultivation. His hair fluttered violently in the wind, and he emitted a powerful aura. Those demonic cultivators were instantly killed without having their corpses left behind, and this instantly made everyone in the surroundings become quiet. Everyone was intimidated by the fire god general, and they couldn't help gulping down a mouthful of saliva. "Who dares to move?" the fire god general said coldly. "Don't mind me saying this up front. If I don't obtain the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, don't blame me for starting a massacre, and all of you will die." When he finished, he waved his hand and wanted to kill Lin Yun before entering the Black Thunder Saint Palace, just like how he killed the demonic cultivators earlier. But before his attack could land on Lin Yun, it was stopped by a totem. Gu Jun wielded the black tortoise totem, and he looked at the fire god general. "Young man, you're too arrogant." The fire god general furrowed his brows while looking at Gu Jun and the black tortoise totem in his hand, and he gradually became excited. "Big brother, there's something weird about Yu Wenxiu. He won't ruin it for us, will he? It's fine if he's after the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, but..." Ao Feng and Yen Songming transmitted their voices over, as though the three of them weren't here for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. "I'll keep you around for a little longer." The fire god general glanced at Lin Yun before entering the Black Thunder Saint Palace with Ao Feng and Yen Songming. This instantly made everyone else feel relieved, and they quickly entered the Black Thunder Saint Palace. Even if they didn't compete for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, there would still be other treasures around. Ji Lingfeng and Xianxia were injured, but after swallowing a pellet, They bade their farewells to Lin Yun in a hurry before rushing into the Black Thunder Saint Palace. They would naturally not be so easily intimidated by the Fire God General, and they naturally had to compete for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. It didn't take long for the surroundings to be empty. "Are we still going into the Black Thunder Saint Palace?" Mei Zihua asked as he looked at Lin Yun. And Lu Yen didn't say anything, but her gaze fell on Gu Jun. She asked, "Senior Gu, what do you think?" The Fire God General was strong, and this naturally made Mei Zihua and Lu Yen cautious. After all, he was at the 7th stage Profound Life stage and had the Netherman Saint armor, not to mention he had 2 helpers. So they naturally had to be cautious because not even all the Holy Land geniuses added together could suppress him. "Let's not enter. It's too dangerous inside. Just give me the tortoiseshell. Anyways, it makes no difference if I obtain the Black Thunder Saint Cannon instead of you guys," Gu Jun said cautiously. "Well, that works." Lin Yun took out the tortoiseshell and handed it over. Gu Jun was briefly stunned because he didn't expect Lin Yun to be so straightforward. When he received it, he still couldn't believe it. "Brat, what tricks are you playing?" Gu Jun asked in a hesitant voice. "I don't need the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. Just let me take a glance if you obtain it. Then again, you have to return the tortoiseshell to me because this was given to me by my senior brother, and it has a special meaning for me," Lin Yun said. He didn't need the Black Thunder Saint Cannon but wanted to walk his own path. So he had to absorb the strengths of other martial techniques. The Fire God General gave him great pressure, and the latter was only at the pinnacle of the Profound Life stage. If that was the case, how strong would the strongest genius of the various Holy Lands be? Lin Yun recalled the woman from the Divine Phoenix Mountain who rode the carriage and used the Phoenix Heart Song to break through her bottleneck. He had to quickly head to the Heavenly Tao sect and find his senior brother. He couldn't afford any more delays. As for the Black Thunder Saint Palace, Gu Jun was a descendant of the Black Tortoise clan, so he naturally had a higher chance of obtaining the Black Thunder Saint Cannon than everyone else. Since Gu Jun helped him block an attack from the Fire God General, Lin Yun decided to trust him once. As Gu Jun's facial expression became serious, he said, "You guys can just immediately leave the Black Tortoise Void Sea and head to the Profound Spirit Island. Members of the Sacred Alliance is there, and no one dares to do anything in their territory." Right then, a figure descended from the sky. It was a black-clothed man with a bamboo hat on. This person briefly looked at Lin Yun and was surprised. When he saw Ko Tianhua's headless corpse, his footsteps paused, and he turned around. "You're actually not dead? I already said that I won't die even if you do." Lin Yun nearly forgot about this person, but he never expected that this person would be so late after the Black Thunder Saint Palace opened up. "You and that old friend of mine are sharing more similarities. He's also tough to kill," the man in black said in an eerie voice. "You're as well," Lin Yun said with a playful smile. He had roughly guessed the identity of this person. If this person was really who he thinks he was, this person would be really tough to kill. After all, everyone who was defeated by him, they were either dead, devastated, or shaken behind by him. But this person wasn't dead, and he seemed to have received some sort of opportunity. Mei Zihua and Lu Yen could sense the tension between them, and they both became nervous. But right then, a peal of crisp laughter resounded, and the woman whom Lin Yun met back on the Black Tortoise ship appeared. "Haha, what a coincidence that everyone's here." The moment Gu Jun saw this person, his face became pale. This woman was as beautiful as before, like a fairy who came out of a painting. This made Lin Yun lock his brows and wonder if this woman had been together with the man in black. After all, it was too much of a coincidence for them to appear together, and the man in black also turned to look at the woman in puzzlement. "The Black Tortoise secret key?" The woman's gaze briefly stopped on the tortoiseshell before she smiled. "It's a coincidence for us to meet. We came together on the Black Tortoise ship and ran into each other at the Black Thunder Saint Palace again. Why don't we head in together? Old beggar, lead the way." She waved her hand at Gu Jun with a smile plastered on her face. This startled Gu Jun, and he quickly returned the tortoiseshell to Lin Yun. He awkwardly smiled. "This doesn't belong to me, and I'm already getting on in age. I'll not be going, then." It's more suitable for youngsters like you to go. But just when he wanted to flee, the woman raised her brow and smiled. Everyone from the Black Tortoise's lineage are all talented, so why call yourself old? Come over here. She revealed a bewitching smile, and this made Gu Jun's legs tremble. He didn't dare to get close, nor did he dare to move. This made Mei Zihua and An Luyen curious. They couldn't understand why Gu Jun would be so terrified of this woman. But as Mei Zihua had a favorable impression of this woman, he smiled. Brother Lin, why don't we go in with this big sister? It's fate that brought us together, and we won't have to fear the fire god general, even if we run into him. You guys go. I'm not going anywhere. Gu Jun shook his head. I didn't say that I'm going together with you guys. The man wearing a bamboo hat had no interest in this, and headed towards the Black Thunder Saint Palace alone. Haha, the Black Thunder Saint Palace isn't simple, and there might be demonic corpses. Young lad, why don't you reconsider? The woman smiled, placing his hand on that man's shoulder. The man wearing a bamboo hat was surprised because when the woman's hand fell onto his shoulder, he didn't even realize it. But it was already too late when he wanted to dodge, and this immediately made him ponder about the origin of this woman. Lin Yun furrowed his brows, and his heart sank. At this time, even a fool could tell that this woman wanted to force them inside together, so they had no right to refuse at all. The faces of Mei Zihua and An Luyen also changed, and they looked at the woman with a hint of fear within their pupils. This was a piece of bad news, and they couldn't help turning to look at Lin Yun. Haha! Since it's so lively here, count me in as well. A burst of hearty laughter resounded, and the white-robed man who snatched Lin Yun's saint origin earlier appeared. He was covered in a white cloth like before, and only his eyes were exposed. In terms of dressing alone, this man was even weirder than the man wearing a bamboo hat. When this person appeared, the woman removed her hand and they both exchanged a gaze with a smile. The white-robed man briefly confronted the woman before the woman smiled. How can I address you? Tian Xing, the white-clothed man said. What about you? Tian Xian. You can call me Madame Tian. The woman smiled. Lady. Sweet. Mei Zihua muttered, and the woman gave him a smile that instantly made him feel uncomfortable. Madame Tian, since you're such a beauty, can I ask about your husband? The white-clothed man asked in a slight surprise. My husband is deceased, so let's not mention him. Madame Tian smiled. A widow? Lin Yun inwardly muttered, but he couldn't see through the identity of this woman, as well as the white-clothed man. But he was certain they both sealed off their cultivations, and their actual strengths were stronger than Gu Jun. Gu Jun was already at the pinnacle of the nirvana stage. So did this mean these two were at least quasi-saints or saints? Lin Yun's face changed, and he didn't dare to think more about it. But he didn't have to be too concerned in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. These two had to be careful instead. After all, if they couldn't control their strength well, their outcome would be uncertain. Lin Yun and the others would be fine, but those with a higher cultivation would die faster, and the remnant deity's power wouldn't care about your identity. This was also the reason why saints weren't willing to come here, even if they could seal their cultivation. At the thought of that, Lin Yun's expression eased, and he said, The two of you must be here for the Black Thunder Saint Canon, and I do possess the Black Tortoise secret key. If you guys need it, I can offer it with both of my hands. I won't be entering the Black Thunder Saint Palace. You can come with us. There's only one Black Tortoise secret key. So who are you going to give it to? Do you want us to fight amongst ourselves before determining? Or are you planning to make us fight amongst ourselves? The white-clothed man smiled. Let's go, then, Lin Yun said with a wry smile. As the bronze gate gradually opened, Lin Yun and An Luyen entered first with Gu Jun and Mei Zihua following behind. The man wearing a bamboo hat briefly hesitated before following after them, but he clearly kept a distance between himself and Lin Yun's party. As for the white-clothed man and Madame Tian, they walked together and followed after everyone else. When they passed through the bronze gate and stepped into the Black Thunder Saint Palace, an ancient aura blew towards them, as though they had gone back to the golden era. There were many passages in front of them that were like spiderwebs. If there were stone gates obstructing the way, they could just push the door open and walk in. Which passage are we taking? Lin Yun asked, looking at Gu Jun. Gu Jun was a descendant of the Black Tortoise clan, and he was definitely more familiar with this place than him. Even if Gu Jun had never been here before, his intuition was definitely better than his. Lin Yun's words instantly drew everyone's attention to Gu Jun, and this placed the old man under great pressure, especially when the woman looked at him with a squinting smile. But this made Mei Zihua begin to wonder if his charm wasn't as strong as the old man's. Back on the Black Tortoise ship, the woman had treated the old man differently, so this naturally made him jealous. Actually, we don't have to bother Senior Gu. I have an idea. Mei Zihua coughed and said modestly. Seeing that Mei Zihua was going to put on an act again, Lin Yun couldn't help feeling speechless. Haha, that sounds like a good idea. Gu Jun let out a breath of relief and smiled as he looked at Mei Zihua. Go on. You can lead the way. Mei Zihua pondered for a long time before he said, These maze-like passages should be the star formation art of the Mo clan, and I have some research in it. Oh? This young friend is proficient in star formation art. I'm genuinely surprised. The woman's eyes shone brightly after hearing what Mei Zihua said. Haha, I just know a little. Mei Zihua wore a smug smile, and he continued, There are 8 passages ahead of us, and each one can lead to the main hall. But if we pick the right one, it can save us a lot of time and trouble. These 8 passages represent the 8 gates, so we'll be fine if we pick the life gate. I'm guessing this one. Mei Zihua pointed to a passage. But this instantly made Gu Jun's face change, and he awkwardly said, I don't think that's the right passage. Why not? Senior Gu, why don't you pick one? Then, Mei Zihua asked, and this instantly placed Gu Jun in a dilemma. Let's go with this, then. The woman smiled. Young brother, you can lead the way. Lin Yun had no opinion about it because he also didn't have a better option right now. Thus, they executed their movement techniques and headed into the passage that Mei Zihua pointed out. Although they ran into some troubles along the way, they were able to deal with them easily. Along the way, they would run into some secret chambers, but they merely took a few glances at them before continuing their journey. Lin Yun also had no other thoughts right now. He only wanted to shake off the woman and white-clothed man. Otherwise, he wouldn't have any sense of security. As for the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, his desire for it had greatly dropped. The journey was just as Mei Zihua said. They didn't run into any troubles along the way, and they came to a stop an hour later. Before them was a purple jade platform that was over 10,000 feet high. They could see lightning flickers at the top of the platform. There was an ancient hall there, and that should be the main hall. How fast? Lin Yun muttered to himself, and the journey was smoother than they had expected. It appears that the old man knew the right path, but they would have probably ran into some trouble if they took the other passages. He had no idea what the old man was guarding against. But was that woman really so terrifying? In the dark space, Lin Yun squinted his eyes and looked at the woman with doubt. The woman was standing there, chatting with the white-clothed man, and their topic revolved around the inheritance of the Black Tortoise clan. The two were knowledgeable about the past and present, along with a deep understanding of the Black Tortoise clan. Sensing his gaze, the woman looked over and gave him a smile. Her smile looked familiar for some reason, but he couldn't recall when he saw it. She had a similar temperament to Yu Weiwei, but their appearances were different. Aside from that, she was nothing like anyone he knew. So where did this person come from? Lin Yun shifted his gaze away, and they soon came to a massive hall. This place had a radius of 1,000 miles, with towering stone pillars, looking majestic. The dome looked like there were stars revolving, and the Black Tortoise constellation could be seen in that ancient starry sky. Standing before it, Lin Yun felt insignificant, and there was lightning flowing at the top of the stone pillars, like cocoons enveloping countless treasures. They were either artifacts, martial techniques, pellet recipes, or various scrolls. This was a treasure vault. This shocked Lin Yun because he had visited many ruins before in the past. But this heavenly thunder palace definitely had the most treasures, and it was extremely complete. This was a place the Black Thunder Martial Emperor used his life to protect, and not even the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage had enough time to take anything away. "Young master, is this the Black Tortoise Vault?" And Luyen curiously looked around. Even if she had seen a lot, she couldn't help feeling shocked. "Oh my God! This is too unbelievable!" Mei Zihua exclaimed. Right then, countless people flew over and more people began to appear in this hall. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and noticed that they were all Holy Land geniuses, along with demonic cultivators on the demonic ranking. But they were completely shocked when they arrived. "Young master, look over there," and Luyen pointed in a certain direction. On the other end, there was a throne leaning against a wall, and there was a massive Thunder Black Tortoise diagram on the wall. On the throne was the crystal statue of a woman, and she was wearing a crown. It wasn't a feminine crown but an actual king crown. On this golden-purple crown, there was a golden-purple divine dragon coiling around it, overflowing with light. The dragon looked noble, like an ornament decorating the crown and making it look magnificent. It was simply too beautiful. Even Lin Yun couldn't help exclaiming because this was a golden-purple dragon crown. This was a supreme treasure of the Dragon Clan, and the Black Thunder Martial Emperor probably married a woman possessing the dragon's bloodline. So the value of the crown was immeasurable. This crystallized, mysterious woman was also wearing a golden-purple dragon armor, and no one dared to look at her directly. If they took several more glances at her, it would make them feel the impulse to go down on their knees, so this meant that this woman was probably at the Emperor realm when she was alive. But for some reason, seeing that crystal statue made Lin Yun think of Su Xiao. There were two statues standing on both sides in front of the throne, and those statues were wielding a golden-purple halberd with dragons engraved on the halberds. The golden-purple dragon crown. Just when Lin Yun was examining the crystal statue, countless gazes fell onto the crown the crystal woman statue was wearing. After all, there was a high possibility that the crown she wore was a sovereign saint artifact. "It's really the golden-purple dragon crown. Oh my God! It's the supreme treasure of the Dragon Clan. It's so beautiful." Lin Yun was surprised. For some reason, he had a strong desire for the golden-purple dragon crown. Just when everyone indulged in it, Lin Yun was the first to make a move and rapidly rushed over. "Ha! Not fast enough." The man wearing a bamboo hat glanced at Lin Yun and charged over as well. "Quick! Stop them. The golden-purple dragon crown might be a sovereign saint artifact." Everyone in the hall went insane, and they charged towards the golden-purple dragon crown. The entire hall instantly became chaotic because no one could stop the temptation of the sovereign saint artifact. But the white-clothed man and Madame Tian weren't too interested in it. Their eyes were on the starry sky. The starry sky looked like liquid, decorated with the Black Tortoise constellation. It was as though the starry sky had a lethal temptation that attracted their attention. A brief moment later, the white-clothed man smiled. "Madame Tian, you're not interested in the golden-purple dragon crown? It's a sovereign saint artifact that we're talking about. That belongs to the Divine Dragon Empire, and it'll be a hot potato in anyone's hands. No one can use it without the royal clan's bloodline." Madame Tian smiled. "Madame Tian, you seem pretty familiar with the Divine Dragon Empire. After all, not everyone knows about the royal clan's existence." The white-clothed man said with a deep smile. "Are we considered ordinary people?" Madame Tian said with a playful smile. Not commenting on it, the white-clothed man smiled. "Madame Tian, who do you think can obtain the golden-purple dragon crown?" Gracefully standing there, Madame Tian revealed a bewitching smile. "Who knows? Perhaps that Nirvana Banquet's champion or that young lad with the bamboo hat. Who knows, perhaps young master may also has a chance." Everyone was charging towards the crystal statue, and their gazes were on the golden-purple dragon crown. Even if it wasn't a treasure, just its beautiful appearance alone was enough to make many people tempted. That was the same for Lin Yun because he had a feeling that the value of this golden-purple dragon crown wasn't at all inferior to the Azure Dragon Sun-Moon umbrella. There was even a possibility that the crown was even more valuable. Lin Yun and the man with a bamboo hat rushed to the front, and they both arrived before the throne in just 10 odd breaths. But just when they were close, two figures immediately charged towards Lin Yun. There were many profound life stage experts here, but there weren't many who reached the pinnacle of the 7th stage profound life stage. These two should be from the Ming cult or Heavenly Flame sect, and they had sealed their cultivation before entering like Gu Jun. Facing the attacks of two pinnacle profound life stage experts, Lin Yun's face sank. But he didn't turn around, nor did he have any desire to fight them head-on. He yelled, "Old man, still not going to help? That bastard!" Gu Jun cursed. He had been watching Lin Yun. When he saw Lin Yun stopped by two pinnacle profound life stage experts and had no intention of retreating, he furiously cursed out. He then turned into a shadow and faced the two pinnacle profound life stage experts' attacks head-on. When a powerful dragon origin shockwave swept out, everyone was shocked to see Gu Jun blocking the two pinnacle profound life stage experts' attacks head-on. "Who are you?" The black-clothed man and the other middle-aged man were surprised because they didn't think anyone could block their joint attacks. After all, they weren't ordinary cultivators at the profound life stage but were both at the pinnacle of the nirvana stage and had sealed their cultivation. So they naturally had an advantage against those who were at the same cultivation. "Haha! I'm your father!" Gu Jun was in a foul temper ever since he met Madame Tian, and he was naturally even more unhappy that he had to help Lin Yun. Before the black-clothed man and middle-aged man could respond, a loud howl echoed that made everyone feel a huge mental blow. Great Saint Tune! The faces of those in the pinnacle profound life stage who wanted to chase after Lin Yun changed. On the other side, the man with a bamboo hat was also hindered by Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng. The two weren't willing to make a move against Lin Yun, so they could only go after the man with the bamboo hat. But even when facing two enemies, he wasn't at the slightest disadvantage. When the saint artifacts fell on him, it only produced a metallic collision along with countless sparks. But his palm glowed with a golden radiance and manifested into a dragon's claw with his nails becoming sharp. At the same time, many people fought for the treasures on the pillars. With that, the entire vault fell into chaos with dragon origin fluctuating out. After all, they could immediately leave now as long as they grabbed something, and no one bothered hiding their strengths any longer. But Lin Yun didn't care about that and sent a few people flying away before he came to the throne. Sorry about this. He first apologized to the crystal statue before reaching out towards the crown. Haha. It's better to come on time than to come early. Lin Yun, we meet again. Just when Lin Yun was going to reach out for the golden-purple dragon crown, a peal of smug laughter resounded. When Lin Yun swept his gaze through, he saw Ao Feng and Yen Songming charging at him from both sides. They were both at the 4th stage profound life stage and donned the Netherman Saint armor. Under the empowerment of the Netherman Saint armor, both of them could actually unleash their strength at the pinnacle of the profound life stage. This made Lin Yun's face change because he never expected that they would be here so quickly. Facing these two god generals who had gotten a lot stronger, Lin Yun didn't dare to treat them lightly and flicked his wrist, unleashing 9 chains from his wrist that clashed with their palms. When the collision took place, purple lightning flickered, and he relied on this two-spirit glory saint artifact to fend off their attacks. When Ao Feng and Yen Songming landed on the ground, their faces were pale, and they staggered a few steps back before they managed to regain their foothold. So this naturally made the two surprised, and they exclaimed, "How is this possible?" Lin Yun didn't even bring out his sword nor released his heavenly dome sword intent. He relied on the 9 chains to catch his opponents by surprise. Ao Feng and Yen Songming should rejoice that Lin Yun hadn't refined this treasure. Otherwise, it would be uncertain if they would still be alive now, even with the Netherman Saint armor. But his footsteps ultimately stopped and the 9 chains returned to Lin Yun. As expected of the Nirvana Banquet's champion, you really have a lot of treasures, but I'll be taking the golden-purple dragon crown. The fire god general sneered as he walked towards the throne. Whenever Lin Yun wanted to move, the two god generals would unleash their attacks and prevent him from approaching. Right then, several demonic cultivators dashed out. They had been hiding themselves all along. The fire god general might be strong, but they couldn't resist the temptation of the golden-purple dragon crown, and there were many people willing to put their lives on the line. You guys are courting death. The fire god general's pupils became red, and he activated the Netherman Saint armor. As the Saint runes bloomed, the Netherman Saint armor was a lot stronger in his hands than the other two god generals, not to mention his strength was at the pinnacle of the profound life stage. In the blink of an eye, those demonic cultivators were knocked flying away, and some who had weaker cultivation died on the spot. Who dares to stop me? The fire god general snorted and swept his gaze around. When he took a step forth, he left behind multiple afterimages with flames blazing within his pupils, reaching out for the golden-purple dragon crown. But just when he came in contact with the golden-purple dragon crown, a dragon roar reverberated. This caused the entire vault to start trembling, and the dragon on the crown opened its eyes with lightning flickering within its pupils. At the same time, a boundless dragon aura swept out that made the fire god general throw out a mouthful of blood before he was sent flying away. Big brother! Ao Feng and Yen Songming immediately gave up hindering Lin Yun and rushed towards the fire god general. This made the faces of everyone in the hall change because no one expected the golden-purple dragon crown to possess such a horrifying power. The fire god general's facial expression was dark with blood dripping from his right hand, and the wound was so deep that even bones could be seen. When another dragon roar echoed, the golden-purple dragon crown came to life, as if it had been awakened after 100,000 years. The dragon then turned into a golden-purple divine dragon that was about an arm's length and emitted a horrifying dragon aura that shuttled around the hall. No one could grab it no matter how they tried, and their bodies would blow apart if they came in contact with it. Holy shit! So terrifying? Everyone's faces changed, and they were afraid to come in contact with the golden-purple divine dragon. Then, they turned to look at the fire god general and wondered how strong he was. Was he really only at the 7th stage profound life stage? Even the other profound life stage experts would be blown apart if they came in contact with it, but the fire god general only suffered some light injuries. It made no sense even with the Netherman Saint armor on. Don't come after me. Gu Jun was terrified when he saw the golden-purple divine dragon coming in his direction, and he quickly ran towards Lin Yun. Lin Yun tried to reach out to the golden-purple divine dragon, but he failed to grab it. The golden-purple divine dragon ignored him and continued flying around the hall, as though it was finding an owner, but it looked like it was just shuttling around without any pattern. That was really dangerous, Gu Jun said with lingering fear. When the golden-purple divine dragon flew towards the man wearing a bamboo hat, that man didn't hesitate to reach out for the dragon. When a dragon's roar echoed from his body, a golden dragon's aura swept out, and his hand turned into a golden dragon's claw. When the man who wore a bamboo hat came in contact with the golden-purple divine dragon, the dragon began to struggle in his hand and emitted terrifying lightning flickers. But that man merely relied on his powerful physique to resist the lightning. What a powerful physique! That's the Dragon Clan's body-refining technique. The Golden Dragon's lineage? What is that fellow's origin? Exclamations resounded from the surroundings because they didn't expect there would be such a monstrous genius amongst them. On the other hand, Lin Yun finally confirmed who this person was, and his previous speculation wasn't wrong. While everyone was being amazed, the man was sent flying away, and the golden-purple divine dragon broke free of his grasp. This made him take several steps back before he fell onto the ground with one knee and threw out blood from his mouth. Although the white-clothed man and women said that they weren't interested in the golden-purple dragon crown, their gazes followed the golden-purple divine dragon. When the dragon flew out again, the white-clothed man and woman exchanged a glance before they smiled. They both had reservations about each other and didn't dare to move. In reality, they had reservations just by being here alone because they were powerful. If they faced the golden-purple dragon crown and had to retaliate, they might have had to bring out more of their cultivation, and it would be dangerous at that time. The surrounding atmosphere became weird as everyone's gazes fell onto the golden-purple divine dragon. None of them dared to move, but a decisive light flashed across Lin Yun's pupils with sword rays surging on him before he dashed forth. In the next moment, he landed before the golden-purple divine dragon, and no one dared to stop him. Instead, they all had mockery in their pupils because even the fire god general couldn't subdue the dragon. So Lin Yun's act was no different from courting death. Under everyone's watchful eyes, Lin Yun made his move and grabbed onto the neck of the golden-purple divine dragon. As a dragon aura burst out, lightning began to flicker on the dragon, and Lin Yun was forced to retreat. He was placed under great pressure, but he firmly held onto the dragon with no intention of giving up. "I don't believe I can't deal with you." Lin Yun's face was pale with beads of sweat rolling down his forehead from the piercing pain coming from his palm. But his gaze was firm, and he started pouring his sword intent into the dragon. At the same time, he also circulated the two body-refining techniques to restrain the dragon aura that was being given off by the golden-purple divine dragon. As a dazzling radiance shone from Lin Yun's palm, the terrifying lightning and powerful dragon aura caused ripples to spread out within the surroundings. Space also began to distort, and Lin Yun's palm began to start bleeding. Facing the powerful resistance from the golden-purple dragon crown, the sword intent within Lin Yun's pupils grew even more ferocious, and the 100,000 golden-purple dragon runes became berserk before pouring into the golden-purple divine dragon. When the dragon runes he poured shattered, the blue dragon bone continued to produce more dragon runes. Just like that, Lin Yun lasted longer than the man wearing a bamboo hat, and those who were laughing at Lin Yun quickly became shocked. Interesting. How did he manage to achieve an endless amount of dragon runes? The woman muttered to herself with her pupils filled with surprise. Perhaps he has a divine dragon bone, the white-clothed man said. But the woman shook her head and smiled. I have personally investigated him, but he doesn't have a divine dragon bone. If he does possess a divine dragon bone, he'd be dead by now. When the white-clothed man heard what she said, a chill flashed within the depth of his pupils. The woman also gave the white-clothed man a playful smile. Under countless gazes of disbelief, the lightning and dragon aura released by the golden-purple divine dragon began to decline. It seems to have acknowledged Lin Xiao. How is this impossible? Exclamations resounded from the surroundings because this was something that even the fire god general failed to do. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the golden-purple divine dragon transformed back into a crown and fell into Lin Yun's hands. This was an unbelievably beautiful crown, and the top of the crown was a golden-purple divine dragon's engraving shrouding the 4 vertical golden-purple metal pieces. There was one on the forehead, 2 by the ears, and 1 at the back of the head. It looked like a helmet, but it wasn't that tightly enclosed. Furthermore, it looked beautiful and emitted a noble aura. This wasn't something that could come from a helmet. The golden-purple divine dragon was adorned on the crown, and its pupils were 2 gems. It's really heavy. Lin Yun descended from the sky and held onto the golden-purple dragon crown with great difficulty. It wasn't physically heavy, but it seemed to carry a certain destiny. It was just like how the crown of an emperor couldn't be worn by beggars. Holding onto the golden-purple dragon crown, Lin Yun would carry the destiny of the divine dragon lineage's royal family. Golden-purple dragon crown. He's actually holding it. Everyone in the surroundings were briefly stunned before they looked at Lin Yun with disbelief. On the other hand, the Holy Land geniuses were disappointed. Even Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi sighed, but they weren't exactly too surprised. They could only say that it was as expected of Lin Xiao. The atmosphere in the hall suddenly changed with a murderous aura enveloping the entire hall. You're unworthy of it. The fire god general became furious and was the first to make a move against Lin Yun. When he made the move, everyone else dashed over, charging toward Lin Yun. There was no exception that they were all pinnacle profound life stage experts. Damn it! Lin Yun cursed, finding himself in an awkward position. He couldn't even move a bit, not to mention wielding his sword because this golden-purple dragon crown was too heavy. In the end, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and could only place the golden-purple dragon crown on his head. No! The white-clothed man could no longer maintain his composure, and he yelled, "Carry on watching." Madame Tian smiled as she stopped the white-clothed man with one hand. You dare stop me? The white-clothed man became furious with horrifying sword intent shining within his pupils. But the woman wasn't afraid and looked at him in the eyes with flowers blooming in her pupils. The two were facing off with each other as a terrifying destructive aura shone in their pupils. It was as though everyone in this hall would be erased if they made a move. While they were facing off, Lin Yun finally wore the golden-purple dragon crown with dazzling golden-purple radiance shining from his body, accompanied by a powerful descending pressure. When he wore the crown, it was as though he became the lord of this world, and even Saint Lords had to bow to him. A metal piece covered his forehead, and there was a crimson ancient rune engraved on it, as though the king had returned after 100,000 years. The golden-purple dragon crown. Lin Yun clenched his fist and couldn't help wearing a smile. This naturally made the Fire God General and everyone else rushing over towards him surprised. Time for you guys to learn a lesson. A cold light flashed within his pupils when he looked at the Fire God General's group of 9 coming in his direction. Facing these 9 pinnacle profound life stage experts, he didn't have the slightest fear within his pupils. He swiftly soared to the sky before pushing his palm forth. Accompanied by a divine dragon's roar, Lin Yun's pupils became golden purple, and his palm instantly sent the 9 people coming at him flying away. Aside from the 3 god generals, there were 6 others that rolled on the ground and threw out blood. This instantly left everyone in the hall stumped. This was the power of the golden-purple dragon crown? Lin Yun had just worn it and hadn't refined it, but it could already allow someone at the Dragon Pulse realm to easily defeat a few people at the pinnacle of the profound life stage. Wasn't this a little too unbelievable? How did he manage to do it? For the first time, the woman was surprised. Meanwhile, the white-clothed man gradually calmed down and even wore a smile. Lin Yun gave him a lot of surprises, but he would rather not have those surprises because he nearly had a heart attack. As for Lin Yun, he had no idea that he had just brushed past the gate of hell. Everyone in the vault was shocked by the strength Lin Yun displayed. After all, Lin Yun merely used one palm to send 9 pinnacle profound life stage experts flying away. Aside from the 3 god generals who possessed a glory saint artifact, the remaining 6 were heavily injured and could no longer put up a fight. Many people's gaze began to flicker as they looked at the golden-purple dragon crown on Lin Yun's head. Lin Yun might have been strong before, but that was incomparable to now, and it was all thanks to the golden-purple dragon crown. Damn it! The Fire God General's face was pale, and he dashed forth once more. As the Netherman Saint armor shone with a crimson radiance, Crimson Saint runes were activated, and a powerful dragon origin charged forth under the crimson aura. Good, come. Lin Yun raised his brow and stomped his foot on the ground before he soared to the sky. The golden-purple dragon crown shone brightly, and a golden-purple dragon coiled around his fist before he clashed with the Fire God General's Glory Saint artifact head-on. Along with a huge explosion, a powerful current swept out and Lin Yun only took 2 steps back before he regained his foothold. This meant he actually took the Fire God General's attack head-on. Ha ha ha! Lin Yun laughed. Previously, he was in a disadvantageous position when he fought with the Fire God General. After the Fire God General brought out his full strength, the immense power gave the Fire God General enough strength to suppress him. That suppression naturally made him unhappy and felt as though he was bound by something. Thus, his attacks were greatly weakened as a result. But now, the Fire God General couldn't get the upper hand, even if he used his Glory Saint artifact. Lin Yun had yet to refine the golden-purple dragon crown and black thunder chains. But in terms of origin, the golden-purple dragon crown was a lot stronger. After Lin Yun seized the golden-purple dragon crown, he made a strong comeback. Who said that the Black Tortoise Void Sea wasn't for those at the Dragon Pulse realm? On the contrary, the Fire God General's face was dark. After they clashed head-on, he was fearful of the golden-purple dragon crown's power. One must know that he had used his cultivation, martial Dao, and Netherman Saint armor. He could be considered an invincible existence within the Black Tortoise Vault, and no one could stand in his way. But Lin Yun appeared out of nowhere and became his greatest obstacle. Lin Xiao, hand over the golden-purple dragon crown, and I can let you pick 5 treasures in this vault. The Fire God General took a step back with a cold light flashing across his pupils. Hearing what the Fire God General said, Lin Yun smiled. You're really interesting. Is your name written anywhere in this vault? Let me tell you, You can dream about getting the golden purple dragon crown. You must be getting over your head. Let me teach you a lesson. A murderous aura raged within the fire god general's pupils, and he lost it completely. This was because he could hear from Lin Yun's tone that he wanted to monopolize all the treasures in this vault. As a crimson radiance shone out from his body, crimson flames blazed within his pupils, and the flames were blooming like a bright moon. The Netherman Saint artifact also released a horrifying demonic radiance that allowed his aura to undergo a great boost. This made everyone's faces change because the fire god general seemed to have restrained himself. If they weren't in this vault, he would probably unleash an even greater power. I have long noticed that you're not at the profound life stage. But in the Black Tortoise Vault, you can only lie down on the ground. Lin Yun's eyes shone brightly, and he dashed forth. When they clashed within the Black Tortoise Vault, one activated the Netherman Saint armor, while the other relied on the empowerment of the golden purple dragon crown. They instantly exchanged 3 moves, and they both took 3 steps back. Blood dripped down the fire god general's lips, and he was shocked while looking at the golden purple dragon crown on Lin Yun's head. As for Lin Yun, he raised his head and coldly looked at the fire god general. Humph! Lin Yun didn't let the fire god general go so easily. Lightning began to crackle around his body while coldly looking at the fire god general. When a terrifying aura swept out from the golden purple dragon crown, Lin Yun dashed forth with an even faster speed. As explosions echoed within the hall once more, the fire god general threw out a mouthful of blood, and he was sent flying away. With just one move, the fire god general was defeated, and he flew back before colliding against the stone pillar. Ao Feng and Yen Songming's faces changed when they saw this scene and wanted to attack Lin Yun. But Lin Yun suddenly turned around and pushed a palm forth while enveloped in lightning. When a golden purple divine dragon flew out, Ao Feng and Yen Songming's auras crumbled before they could even get close. Kneel! Lin Yun coldly roared, instantly forcing the 2 down on their knees with just one palm. Under his dragon aura, Ao Feng and Yen Songming couldn't put up resistance at all. The golden purple dragon crown. Everyone looked at Lin Yun with fear and rage, but they were powerless to do anything since the crown was too powerful. Does anyone still want to face me? Lin Yun coldly looked around. I'm not a mad killer, but don't blame me for being ruthless if anyone wants to entangle me. When he finished, he clenched his fist from afar. This instantly made Ao Feng and Yen Songming scream out in pain before they were sent flying away. Lin Yun initially wanted to crush their heads, but the Netherman Saint armors actually protected them. Even so, the 2 of them felt extremely uncomfortable. They were like livestock being lifted to the air, and fine cracks appeared on their Netherman Saint armors. With a gentle shove of his hand, Ao Feng and Yen Songming were sent flying away. Seeing this, both demonic cultivators and Holy Land geniuses quickly ducked. The fire god general's face was dark, and he had to soar to the sky to catch them both. When he landed on the ground, he gritted his teeth and threatened, Lin Xiao, how dare you? Are you really not afraid that my Blood Moon sect will kill you when we get out of the Black Tortoise Void Sea? You think I'd still dare to compete with you for the golden purple dragon crown if I was afraid of your Blood Moon sect? Lin Yun said indifferently. His words made the fire god general's face dark with reluctance filling his pupils. The surroundings also fell silent because no one dared to say a word about Lin Yun. But they couldn't help feeling reluctant when the golden purple dragon crown was in Lin Yun's hands. The fire god general's gaze became dim, and he sneered, You're really interesting. There's no way the golden purple dragon crown can make you invincible. Xianxia, how long are you still going to keep hiding? Everyone was stunned and wondered if Xianxia was here. But they soon figured it out because Xianxia was the first who dashed into the Black Thunder St. Palace when Lin Yun fought with the fire god general. So he should have been here a long time ago. Ha ha! A peal of laughter came from a pillar. Xianxia took 2 steps forth, holding onto a bone flute in his hand. He smiled. Lin Xiao, you can't protect the golden purple dragon crown by yourself. You're arrogant. But don't tell me you want to kill all of us here. Leaping down the pillar, Xianxia continued. Don't tell me you don't have that capability. But do you have the guts to do it? Yuanxiu was obviously changing the concept, but his words were vicious, putting Lin Yun in a position against everyone. It was as if he was saying that Lin Yun would have to kill everyone here if he wanted to keep the golden purple dragon crown. As expected of Brother Yu, your method is still as low as before. I don't need to kill anyone, and you guys can come at me if you want the golden purple dragon crown. I'm curious to see who has the courage to do it. Lin Yun smiled. Even the Fire God General was defeated, so who else would dare to confront Lin Yun? As the stalemate continued, Yuanxiu smiled. I'm curious. How long can you wear the golden purple dragon crown? You have yet to refine it, and you won't be able to last long with your physique. Why don't you come and give it a try then? Lin Yun coldly looked at Yuanxiu. There's no need to hurry. Yuanxiu toyed around with the bone flute and continued. I roughly scanned the place earlier, and there are many treasures here, but there aren't many Glory Saint artifacts around, and the Black Thunder Saint cannon is nowhere to be seen. So the real Black Tortoise Vault might be the starry sky above us. Everyone's faces changed when they heard that, and the Fire God General was surprised because Yuanxiu really knew a lot. But the secret to entering this starry sky secret realm might be in the golden purple dragon crown. It's fine if you want it, but you have to open the starry sky secret realm, Yuanxiu said. When he said that, everyone turned their unfriendly gazes to Lin Yun. Lin Yun was already the target of everyone to begin with, so everyone's hostility towards Lin Yun naturally rose along with Yuanxiu's instigation. Lin Yun had no fear in his gaze, and he said, What starry sky secret realm? I have no idea what you're talking about, but I have already made myself clear. There are many treasures here, and you guys can compete for them. But you're also welcome to come after me as long as you can bear the price. Lin Yun had a strong stance, and this made many people feel reluctant. Right then, a burst of laughter resounded. When Lin Yun turned his gaze over, he saw the white-clothed man and the woman appear. The starry sky secret realm isn't something you guys can dip your hands into, so you guys can leave now, the woman said, and her voice was unquestionable. Who are you? The sudden appearance of the white-clothed man and woman shocked everyone. You want us to leave? I'm afraid you guys don't have that ability in this Black Tortoise Vault. Since Yuanxiu dared to threaten Lin Yun, he naturally had his confidence in doing so. He also roughly guessed that these two might be experts of the older generation. But so what? Let's go together. These two people are together with Lin Yun, and they want to occupy this place for themselves. Yuanxiu coldly smiled. Just when everyone fell into a dilemma, he was the first to unleash an attack. Raising the bone flute to his lips, the two statues before the throne began to move as Yuanxiu blew his flute. A powerful ancient aura swept out from them, and they dashed forth with their halberds. What an ignorant junior! The woman smiled and suddenly raised her hand to her lips before giving a gentle blow. As boundless petals flew out, everyone was sent flying away before they could even get close. As flower petals swept out, even those who were standing further away were sent flying away. The white-clothed man merely swept his gaze, and his sword intent started gushing out as well, knocking away the flower petals targeted at the heavenly Tao sect's disciples, and this made those disciples feel lingering fear. When everyone fell to the ground, they threw out a mouthful of blood, and their faces became pale. They all suffered a huge blow, and standing back up was difficult for them. The white-clothed man then flicked his finger and shattered the knees of the two statues, causing them to fall to the ground. No matter how Yuanxiu blew his flute, he couldn't control the statues again. This instantly enveloped everyone in fear because they had clearly unleashed their powers that far exceeded the profound life stage. But they didn't suffer any backlash. So how did they manage to do it? This instantly made everyone in the hall look at the white-clothed man and woman in fear. As for Yuanxiu, the woman waved her hand and his bone flute fell in her hands. After briefly toying with it, she tossed it to the man wearing a bamboo hat, making the latter baffled. Was this lady acquainted with him? The man wearing a bamboo hat was baffled, before he suddenly recalled the woman wanting to travel with him when they entered the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Favorite Yuanxiu was still confident just a moment ago, but the situation had turned around in the blink of an eye. The white-clothed man and woman immediately appeared when they were planning to go after the Black Thunder Saint Canon. The moment they appeared, everyone was shocked and thoroughly intimidated. They were only at the pinnacle of the profound life stage, but the strength they displayed left everyone dumbfounded. It was true that the white-clothed man and woman were only at the pinnacle of the profound life stage, but the strength they could use far surpassed that. Yuanxiu knew that these two were seniors, and they might even be saints. But his confidence came from the black tortoise void sea, so he didn't place them in his eyes. As a result, he took a resounding slap to his face. "Who the hell are you? Don't you know we're disciples of the Holy Lands?" Yuanxiu struggled back to his feet and coldly looked at the woman. But the woman wore a playful gaze and smiled. "Even saint disciples didn't dare to let out a fart in front of me when I was younger. Even their holy sons and maidens were nothing in my eyes. With your strength and talent, I'm afraid that you can't even enter the inner sect of the Ming cult, not to mention a direct disciple of a saint. Do you think you're qualified to represent the Holy Land? How outrageous!" The woman waved her hand, and boundless dragon origin gushed out, which instantly sent Yuanxiu flying away. As the fire god general's pupils flickered, he laid low and shook his head at the other two god generals, signaling them not to stand out. The surroundings also fell into a dead silence because the white-clothed man and woman were too terrifying, and they were a lot stronger than Lin Yun with the golden-purple dragon crown. Lin Yun was strong with the golden-purple dragon crown on, but he wasn't invincible. At the very least, many people felt there was a possibility they could defeat him. Not to mention he didn't refine the crown, so he couldn't wear it for long. "Lin Xiao, I'd like to borrow something from you." The woman smiled, and her smile was so beautiful that it made many people feel charmed. It was hard for them to imagine someone like her was so domineering a moment ago. The white-clothed man also directed his gaze over. He didn't say a word but merely quietly looked at Lin Yun. "Madam Tian, don't tell me you want my head?" Lin Yun asked in a half-caution and half-joking tone. He was prepared to take out the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella at any moment and immediately execute it if she dared to cross his bottom line. "You're overthinking it." The woman smiled. "Don't worry, I have no need for your head or the golden-purple dragon crown. Take out your Black Thunder secret key." Lin Yun's eyes flickered because that could be discussed. He looked at the white-clothed man and the woman. He couldn't afford to offend either of them, so he asked, "To whom?" "It doesn't matter. You can just take it out." The white-clothed man smiled. Lin Yun took out the tortoiseshell. But before he could do anything, the tortoiseshell flew between the white-clothed man and the woman. They were both competing amongst themselves, but they ultimately did nothing and allowed the tortoiseshell to hover in the air. "Remember to return it to me once you guys are done using it," Lin Yun said. The woman smiled, then glanced at Gu Jun with a smile. "Old beggar, I need to borrow something from you. A drop of your heart's blood." Lin Yun's heart sank because the heart's blood was the essence of a person's body. If this person possessed a special bloodline, the heart blood was definitely the purest. So she wanted a drop of the saint blood. The old beggar's legs trembled, and he quickly stood behind Lin Yun. "Save me!" Unless he consumes a powerful saint elixir or something with great nourishment, it would take a long time for him to recover. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and said, "Madam Tian, aren't you taking it too far? Get out of the way. I'll kill him and take it myself." "What if I don't get out of the way? I can only kill you then." The woman smiled, causing a great contrast to her appearance. This instantly made Mei Zihua and An Luyen become nervous. Mei Zihua smiled. "Big sister, you're joking, right?" "I'm not joking." "Lin Xiao, are you going to get out of the way?" The woman smiled. "Young friend, get out of the way. A drop of his heart blood won't take his life." The white-clothed man was more amicable when he exchanged a gaze with the woman. For some reason, Lin Yun felt that this person's words could be trusted, so he got out of the way. "Brat, you sold me out," Gu Jun cursed. But the moment he said those words, his face became pale with a petal embedded in his heart, and a drop of blood flew out, shrouded with lightning. His breathing instantly became weak, and he nearly fell to the ground. But Lin Yun quickly turned around and supported him before turning to look at Madame Tian. He could sense that this woman was dangerous, and he didn't even notice how she made the move. I knew that I couldn't escape this fate the moment I first saw you. Gu Jun furiously stared at the woman. Ha ha! Madame Tian kept the blood and sent the black tortoise secret key to the starry sky. When the starry sky was embedded into the chest of the black tortoise, the entire constellation began to distort and a spatial vortex appeared. If one carefully looked at it, the vortex was shrouded in lightning, and it gave off an ancient aura. At this instance, everyone could sense a powerful aura coming from it. There's still the starry sky secret key. The Black Thunder Saint Cannon is in there? I'm afraid it's not that simple. There might be other treasures. Perhaps there might be demonic corpses in there. Under the surrounding discussions, Lin Yun looked at the vortex because this was his greatest objective for coming here. But it was a pipe dream because he couldn't afford to offend the white-clothed man or woman. Young friend, do you want to come along? The woman glanced at Lin Yun. Don't agree if you don't want to die. I know the origin of this tortoiseshell, so I'll get it back for you. A voice resounded in his ears just when Lin Yun was hesitating, and he raised his head to look at the white-clothed man. This was because the white-clothed man was warning him. My strength is insignificant, so I'll not join the fun. Lin Yun rejected it. Big sister, what do you think about bringing me along? Mei Zihua smiled. He wasn't too concerned with the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, but he was breathtaken by her beauty. Not to mention he was confident in himself, and he was confident that this woman had a good impression of him. No can do. The woman smiled and brutally rejected Mei Zihua. As two streaks of light soared to the sky, the white-clothed man and woman entered the vortex without any hesitation before the vortex slowly closed. Mei Zihua was depressed and sighed. Who knows when we can meet again after this parting? Ha! Gu Jun was weak, and he smiled with self-mockery. Lin Yun had a feeling that Gu Jun naturally discovered something. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so cautious against the woman. But just when he was going to ask about that, Gu Jun weakly said, Why are you dawdling? He's stupid, but are you stupid as well? Quick! Go and sweep all the treasures here. Hearing that, Lin Yun immediately exchanged a glance with An Luyen, who immediately understood what he meant. They soared to the sky and headed towards a pillar. The treasure on the pillar was enveloped in lightning, and it wasn't easy to try and break it apart. Holy shit! Everyone came to their senses and immediately adjusted their breathing before they joined in the competition. There were a total of 38 stone pillars, and there were only 3 Glory Saint artifacts. The others were jade slips, pellets, saint elixirs, cores, or crystal rocks. Even if they weren't Glory Saint artifacts, they were still extremely valuable to the outside world. Lin Yun and An Luyen rushed towards a Glory Saint artifact each. As for Mei Zihua, he was slightly slower and it was already too late for him to compete for a Glory Saint artifact. As golden light flashed, Lin Yun's figure was like a sword coming to a stone pillar and seizing a string of Buddhist beads. These secret treasures were precious, but Lin Yun didn't have much interest in them. Aside from possessing a Buddhist aura, it was also enveloped in lightning that made it seem domineering. This was an excellent treasure in subjugating demons. When Lin Yun landed on the pillar, lightning began to flicker around him, and he was shrouded in an ancient dragon aura. Many people glanced at him, but they ultimately chose not to clash with him head-on. Thus, no one competed for the Glory Saint artifact on the pillar he was standing on. But for the other pillars, there were at least 7 to 8 people competing for the treasure. Lin Yun didn't want to waste too much time breaking the restriction and used a brutal method, throwing out a punch at the lightning enveloping the beads. Accompanied by an explosion, Lin Yun didn't avoid it and allowed the impact to sweep through him. But the dragon aura enveloping him easily blocked the incoming shockwave. Lin Yun only took 3 steps back before he regained his foothold. When the lightning around him dissipated, a string of beads appeared before him. This brought a smile to his face, and he took it without any hesitation. Just like that, he had easily obtained a Glory Saint artifact. Then again, the journey over wasn't smooth, and many people died along the way. Even Lin Yun was in danger several times, but he was ultimately the last one standing. Lin Yun didn't waste time examining it and immediately stored it before looking in Liu Yan's direction. She was ganged up on by several Holy Land geniuses, trying to stop her from retrieving the Glory Saint artifact. That was a silver fan with the length of half an arm. It was also engraved with floral runes and had a slender appearance. Those people ganging up on Liu Yan were familiar faces. They were Yu Wenxiu, Yan Qihua, Yi Feng, and Lin Qingyang. They were all familiar faces who were in the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. As for Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng, they weren't around, giving him face. Just when Liu Yan was struggling to hold on, Lin Yun was enveloped in a golden brilliance as he grabbed onto Liu Yan. He roared, "Back down!" Yan Qihua and others were reluctant, but they didn't even have the courage to face Lin Yun. So they briefly hesitated before cupping their hands and swiftly left for the other pillars. Not long later, Yu Wenxiu was the only one left, and he coldly looked at Lin Yun. "You think I'm afraid of you?" But Lin Yun didn't even bat an eye at Yu Wenxiu and gave him a slap. Yu Wenxiu could never imagine how powerful the golden-purple dragon crown was. When Lin Yun raised his hand, Yu Wenxiu was horrified to find himself immobilized. When a slap resounded, Yu Wenxiu was immediately sent flying away and smashed into a stone pillar. Yan Qihua and the other Holy Land geniuses weren't that far away. They felt a breeze blowing past them before they threw out a mouthful of blood and fell to the ground. This instantly made the corner of their lips twitch with lingering fear flickering within the depths of their pupils. Yu Wenxiu fell to the ground and threw out a mouthful of blood. As his face became terrifyingly pale, the other Ming cult's disciples quickly came forth to help him. "Get lost! I don't need anyone's help!" Yu Wenxiu furiously shoved everyone away, and he no longer had his confidence from before. When the other Holy Land geniuses saw this scene, they were feeling lucky. Although they were willing to see Lin Yun's death, they had no intentions of becoming his enemy. They could only say that Yu Wenxiu was finished. "Let's go for the other treasures." They swiftly made up their minds and headed for the other pillars. There were a lot of treasures here, so they could still obtain some valuable treasures, even if they couldn't obtain a Glory Saint artifact. Based on their strength, they were more than capable of going for the other treasures as long as they didn't compete with Lin Yun. Lin Yun looked at the silver fan enveloped in the lightning. This fan looked extraordinary, looking ancient and beautiful. It looked like a piece of art. "It's pretty beautiful," Lin Yun smiled. Without mentioning the power of this Glory Saint artifact, just the appearance alone was attractive. "But the restrictions are a little troublesome." And Liu Yan said, "Do you like it?" "Of course I do." And Liu Yan smiled. "I'll take it for you," Lin Yun said, and he repeated what he did with the beads using brute force to shatter the lightning. When everything calmed down, and Liu Yan was shocked while looking at Lin Yun. This all felt like a dream to her. She sneaked a peek at Lin Yun, and her face flushed. Lin Yun looked really beautiful, and her heart throbbed rapidly. Taking a step forward, Lin Yun was shocked when he held onto this fan. This fan was actually two fans overlapping together. When he opened it up, there was a fire phoenix and blue luan bird engraved on the fans. This was a Paragon Phoenix fan. "Lian, you're really lucky. This is a two-spirit Glory Saint artifact." Lin Yun smiled as he retrieved the fan. "What?" And Liu Yan was stumped. She was taken aback when she received the fan from Lin Yun. This all felt like a dream to her. "Thank you, young master." When Lin Yun raised his head, the competition over another Glory Saint artifact had reached its peak. The Fire God General was fighting with the man wearing a bamboo hat. The Fire God General should hold the advantage. But because he didn't rest after being injured several times and didn't have time to rest, the man with a bamboo hat held the upper hand, relying on the Golden Dragon clan's body-refining technique to clash with the Glory Saint artifact head-on. Is that fellow trying to become a saint through his physique? Lin Yun inwardly thought, but he didn't go over to join the fun. After taking another 4 to 5 treasures, Lin Yun staggered and Liu Yan quickly held on to him. "Let's go. It's time to leave," Lin Yun said, and Liu Yan was obedient and leaped from the stone pillar with Lin Yun. When they landed on the ground, Lin Yun and Enluyan flew towards Gu Jun. Lin Yun asked, "Are you all right?" The old man had a drop of heart blood forcibly taken away, and he was weakly sitting on the ground. There was nothing Lin Yun could do to help. His blue dragon bone could help treat injuries, but it couldn't do anything about the heart's blood. "I won't be dying anytime soon." Gu Jun opened his eyes. "Lead the way." Lin Yun nodded. Gu Jun was briefly stunned before he glared at Lin Yun. "You actually remembered." Lin Yun was asking him to lead the way to the demigod wine cellar, and Gu Jun was surprised about it. He thought that Lin Yun had already forgotten about it after so many things happened. "Hee, wait for me." Mei Zihua chased after them. He had been secretly paying attention to Lin Yun. He didn't dare to waste too much time competing for treasures, fearing that Lin Yun might leave without him. The result was just as he had expected. Lin Yun didn't even bother calling him. Just when Lin Yun's party was about to leave, Yuanxiu suddenly opened his eyes, treating his injuries beneath the stone pillar with a murderous aura filling his pupils. As he roared, his voice echoed throughout the entire hall. "Nirvana Banquet's champion Lin Xiao, you're barely holding on, right? And you're still trying to leave so blatantly." As a matter of fact, many people discovered that Lin Yun was leaving, but no one dared to stop him. But they stopped when they heard what Yuanxiu said. After all, what Yuanxiu said was a possibility because Lin Yun didn't refine the golden-purple dragon crown, and he should be reaching his limit after so long. Otherwise, he was capable of sweeping through everyone with his strength, so why didn't he snatch all the treasures away? Since Lin Yun didn't choose to do that, this made everyone find it strange. "Ha! You think you can hide it from me?" Yuanxiu said coldly as he stood up. Lin Yun's face was dark, and he looked at Yuanxiu. "You're starting to get on my nerves. I have gone easy on you multiple times, but do you really think I don't dare to kill you? Heh. Talk about that if you can protect yourself." Yuanxiu sneered, and he immediately charged over. He couldn't be bothered to waste time on nonsense with Lin Yun. Once he appeared before Lin Yun, he unleashed 10-odd moves in the blink of an eye that were directed at Lin Yun's vitals. Lin Yun didn't make a move, but executed the divine sun-chasing art. As fluctuations spread out in the surrounding space, Lin Yun began to move and multiple afterimages appeared where he stood. No matter how Yuanxiu attacked, he couldn't even touch Lin Yun's clothes. "That's enough." Lin Yun snorted. He suddenly made a move as all his afterimages overlapped. As the golden-purple dragon crown shone brightly, he held onto Yuanxiu's wrist, which left the latter stunned. Yuanxiu couldn't believe that Lin Yun could still use the crown. This made no sense. As Lin Yun's thoughts rapidly processed, he gently twisted Yuanxiu's wrist, causing the latter to let out a miserable scream before his entire arm was ripped off by Lin Yun. Lin Yun had shown no mercy to him before his right hand manifested into a dragon's claw, and he threw out a punch. His punch created a hole in Yuanxiu's chest, and the latter flew out like a ragdoll before colliding with the stone pillar. But he wasn't that fortunate this time and collapsed to the ground, dying a terrible death. "Lin Yu, you devil!" The Ming cult's disciples surrounded Yuanxiu's corpse. They were furious, but none of them dared to take a step forth. As expected of the Nirvana Banquet's champion. "Let me come face you." The man wearing a bamboo hat who was fighting the fire god general suddenly descended from the sky and appeared before Lin Yun. "You're pretty bold with the guts to come over." Lin Yun sneered. "Why not? Even if you're that person, I'd still dare to fight you." The man wearing a bamboo hat said coldly, and he stepped forth to clash with Lin Yun head-on. He had his own judgment, and he believed that Lin Yun must be facing some troubles or he wouldn't leave so early. The fire god general's face changed while remaining on the stone pillar, glaring at Lin Yun as if he wanted to kill him with his gaze alone. He would have charged forth as well in the past, but he became cautious after suffering so many times in Lin Yun's hands. Even if he was second only to Lin Yun, he still didn't dare to act rashly. 10 moves later, the golden body of Lin Yun's opponent shattered like a saint artifact. His opponent took several steps back, with his cloak and bamboo hat destroyed, revealing a familiar face. He was Qin Song, who was defeated by Lin Yun and had his dragon bone dug out at Profound Wither Island. "It's him," He's Qinsong, Tian Xuanzi's disciple and formerly first on the Emperorian ranking. I thought he was dead after he lost to Flower Burial. After all, there wasn't any news about him. Many people recognized Qinsong, and they were shocked to see him. But Qinsong's face was pale when he heard the surrounding discussions, especially when he heard Flower Burial's name. So it turned out everyone already knew about it, and he clenched his fist before hammering the ground in a grievance. Ha ha ha! Lin Xiao, do you still have the strength to even put up a fight? The fire god general laughed from the stone pillar. He planned to probe Lin Yun and dashed over. But before he could even get close, 9 chains flew out and sent him flying away, causing him to throw out a mouthful of blood. Lin Yun shook his wrist and the 9 chains were like pitch-black, venomous snakes. The 9 chains combined into one and flew out like a dragon. His attack created a hole in the fire god general's Netherman Saint armor before pinning him to the stone pillar, terrifying everyone. 3 experts stood out, but Wuxia died. Qinsong's Dragon Clan body refining technique was broken, and the fire god general was greatly humiliated. He had probably never suffered such a huge loss in his life. He waved his hand and the chains separated into 9 before coiling around his wrist. Let's go! Lin Yun swept his gaze out, and he left after a cold snort. Everyone merely looked at Lin Yun, but they didn't dare to act rashly. With that, Lin Yun intimidated everyone in the hall by himself. But when Lin Yun's group flew out and descended from the high platform, Lin Yun immediately fell to one knee. Seeing Lin Yun throw out a mouthful of blood, and Lian was completely terrified and said, "Young master, are you all right?" "I'm fine. I'm already used to it." Lin Yun had blood dripping down from the corner of his lips, and his face was pale. But he couldn't get up after trying several times. This could be considered the consequence of using the Sovereign Saint artifact. He didn't use it rashly without refining it, but he still had to pay some price, no matter what. The golden-purple dragon crown was too heavy, and Lin Yun couldn't even remove it, even if he wanted to. It wasn't heavy physically, but this crown contained a certain destiny. It was the sovereign destiny belonging to the royal lineage of the golden-purple dragon clan. Although it had acknowledged Lin Yun, he had yet to refine it. So this meant he would have to bear the destiny by wearing it on his head. This was the reason why Lin Yun suddenly wanted to leave. If Wuxia hadn't stopped him, he would at least have no problem removing it. So Wuxia naturally deserved to die. We have to help him remove the crown or he'll be crushed to death. Gu Jun held onto his chin while looking at the golden-purple dragon crown, but he was cautious and didn't dare to get close. "Let me do it." Mei Zihua smiled, taking a step forth, wanting to help Lin Yun remove the golden-purple dragon crown. "Don't." The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched, but it was already too late. When Mei Zihua came in contact with the golden-purple dragon crown, he was sent flying back and threw out a mouthful of blood. A long time later, a groan resounded, so he probably slammed into a wall somewhere. Lin Yun opened his mouth. He was really speechless and wondered when that fellow could be reliable. A crown isn't something that just anyone can touch. You overestimated yourself. Gu Jun sneered with his eyes flickering, but no one knew what he was thinking. "Elder Gu, do you have a solution?" And Luyen was pretty calm, supporting Lin Yun with both her hands. "I do," Gu Jun replied. "What is it?" "This." Gu Jun instantly became hesitant. But Lin Yun could tell that this old man was probably bragging, and he said, "Lian, come and give it a try." And Luyen possessed the white dragon bone, and she was a woman, so she naturally had a higher chance than Mei Zihua. Lin Yun speculated that only women of the dragon clan could touch it. If An Luyen couldn't remove it, he could only think of another solution. Anyhow, Gu Jun was too unreliable for him to trust. "Young master, bear with it for now." And Luyen nodded and signaled Lin Yun to lower his head. She then took a deep breath in the dim surroundings before stepping forth. When she came in contact with the golden-purple dragon crown, lightning began to flicker on the crown, but it didn't shake her away. This surprised Gu Jun, but he fell into deep thought before nodding his head. This brought joy to An Liuyen's pupils, but she was calm and activated the white dragon bone, while slowly lifting the golden-purple dragon crown with her boundless dragon origin. Her movements were slow, with her forehead covered in beads of sweat. But she firmly stood on the ground, and anyone could tell it wasn't easy for her. She was bearing great pressure when she tried to remove the golden-purple dragon crown from Lin Yun's head. The moment the golden-purple dragon crown left his head, Lin Yun took a step back and stood up before taking the crown from Liu Yan's hands. And Liu Yan's face instantly became pale before she collapsed to the ground. Lin Yun reached out and gently took her into his embrace. "Are you okay?" Lin Yun asked. As Liu Yan's chest heaved to catch her breath, her face had a charming blush. She replied, "It's good as long as the young master is fine." On the other hand, Gu Jun had disdain on his face upon seeing this couple and couldn't help cursing Lin Yun for being a scumbag. "I nearly lost my life today because of it." Lin Yun smiled, looking at the golden-purple dragon crown in his hand. "But also because of it, we obtained 2 treasures." And Liu Yan smiled. Lin Yun nodded his head and put away the golden-purple dragon crown to briefly rest. A brief moment later, Lin Yun opened his eyes and had almost recovered under the blue dragon bone. But Gu Jun was still feeling a little weak. That drop of heart blood affected him too greatly, and the woman was really ruthless. "You already know about that woman?" Lin Yun asked. "I don't, but I can tell she's terrifying. She sends a chill down my spine. Unlike Bossin." Gu Jun sighed. "Elder Gu, you're being too polite." And Liu Yan smiled. "Let's go, then." Lin Yun found Mei Zihua's location. When Mei Zihua woke up, his body was still aching as lightning flickered throughout his body. The corner of his lips twitched. "Where am I?" Seeing him like this made Lin Yun feel heartache for him. After all, Mei Zihua was injured because he was anxious to save Lin Yun. He asked, "Young Master Mei, are you all right?" "Young Master Mei? Who's young Master Mei?" Mei Zihua asked in a trance-like state. "All right. He has officially become a fool," Gu Jun said with disdain. "All right, let's quickly leave this place. Who knows when the white-clothed man and woman might show up? Where's the demigod wine cellar? Lead the way." Lin Yun looked around. Far away, there was still an intense ongoing battle in the hall. Judging from the looks, they should be fighting for some time, and no one knew who would be the ultimate winner. The last Glory Saint artifact was inside, which Lin Yun left behind on purpose. With that Glory Saint artifact, they would have to fight for a long time and wouldn't disturb him. But that white-clothed man and woman were an uncertain factor. "Come with me," Gu Jun said with a grave expression. He asked, "Where's that fool?" Liu Yan, look after him. "I'll lead the way," Lin Yun said after a brief pondering. Only he still had the strength to fight amongst the 4 of them, so he didn't have a choice. After all, he couldn't abandon Mei Zihua here. While Lin Yun's group of 4 went to look for the demigod wine cellar, the battle in the vault reached its climax. The fire god general and the man wearing a bamboo hat were heavily injured, so the last Glory Saint artifact was obtained by Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng, who joined hands together. The remaining treasures were divided amongst everyone else. The 3 god generals obtained roughly 3 to 5 treasures, and they could only watch as everyone else competed for the other treasures. This naturally made the fire god general reluctant to give up, but his injuries were serious and there was nothing he could do to kill everyone here. "Let's leave this place." The fire god general's face was terrifyingly dark. "Big brother, are we gonna leave just like that? These are all treasures." Ao Feng and Yen Songming were reluctant to give up. "It's fine to let them keep them for the time being. These people have already been taught a lesson, and no one can stop the rise of the Blood God sect." The fire god general coldly looked at everyone with a hint of ferocity in his pupils. When he finished speaking, he turned around and left. He initially thought the Black Tortoise Void Sea was a stage for him, but he never expected that it would become a shackle for him instead. If he wasn't in the Black Tortoise Void Sea, Lin Yun wouldn't be able to do anything to him, even if he had the golden-purple dragon crown. Thinking about it, the fire god general's face sank, and he clenched his right fist. At the same time, the Ming cult's people slowly left with Yu Wenxiu's corpse. Among the 6 holy lands, they suffered the greatest loss. Not only did they fail to obtain anything, Yuanxiu even died here in front of so many people. On a stone pillar, Xiao Yuanqi and Ji Lingfeng stood together, side by side. The two might have obtained a glory saint artifact, but they didn't have any joy on their faces. Ji Lingfeng even sighed. Brother Lin has offended too many people this time. I wonder if he can get away. Yuanxiu actually died just like that? Xiao Yuanqi sighed. He was still in a trance. He deserved it, thinking that he was smart. If I was Lin Xiao, I would have killed him as well. Ji Lingfeng had a similar temper to Lin Yun, and he also had no good impression of Yuanxiu. Let's just hope that Brother Lin can arrive sooner. The Fire God General won't let this matter rest so easily. Xiao Yuanqi said. Qin Song laid on the ground and fell into deep thoughts while looking at the bone flute given to him by the woman. But he had lost his interest to compete for the other treasures. The Black Thunder Saint Palace was like a maze. Under Gu Jun's leadership, Lin Yun and Lu Yen came to an underground palace. They couldn't imagine that there was such an underground palace beneath the Black Thunder Saint Palace. The underground palace was unexpectedly empty, and there wasn't anything else aside from paintings on the wall. An hour later, everyone could smell a faint aroma from the surroundings. Wine! Mei Zihua woke up, and his expression became clear. His pupils were shining brightly as he looked in a direction. After all, Mei Zihua's mental energy was a lot stronger than Lin Yun's. He also had a keen sense when it came to alcohol, so he could sense something others couldn't. He actually woke up. Gu Jun was somewhat disappointed after seeing Mei Zihua. After all, he planned to bluff a few treasures from Mei Zihua when his conscience wasn't clear. Hehe. Come, follow me. This place is also arranged according to the star formation art. Mei Zihua became energetic, and he headed in a direction. This brat got it right again. Gu Jun was surprised. Lin Yun and Lu Yen followed behind Mei Zihua, and it didn't take long for them to arrive at the demigod wine cellar. When they entered the demigod wine cellar, they could see countless wine bottles filling their sight, and Lu Yen was feeling a little dizzy with her face blushing as though she was drunk. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and saw that this ancient wine cellar was massive. It was much larger than the wine cellar he found in the past. At the center of the wine cellar there was a pool. The diameter of the pool was about 100 feet, and there was a vivid black tortoise statue at the heart of the pool with water gushing out of it. There were also 10-odd lightning snake statues around the black tortoise statue with water gushing out from their mouths. As the water gushed out from their mouths, those thunder snakes were swimming around, looking extremely horrifying. By the poolside, there was a crystal statue of a woman placing a jade flute by her lips. At every corner of the wine cellar, there were many tightly sealed wine cabinets in every corner of the wine cellar, and the cabinets had many exquisite wine jars and cups. There were those made of crystals, porcelains, jades, and metals. Many jars and wine bottles were treasures, and anyone could tell that they were extraordinary. They were probably all spatial treasures. Lin Yun swept his gaze and became interested in the pool because it seemed to be connected to various wine cabinets. If one looked at it as an entity, it would look like a complicated array with many complicated saint runes. As for the crystal statue, Lin Yun could feel that this statue wasn't ordinary. There seemed to be divine runes within the statue. Could this be the method used for brewing saint wines? This entire wine cellar is an array. The moment it's activated, it can brew various wines, and it's really weird. This seems to be the method of the Mo clan. Mei Zihua exclaimed. This is the demigod wine cellar? Lin Yun asked with his pupils shining brightly with excitement. Brother Lin, why don't I play a song first and see if I can cause a rapport with the crystal statue? Who knows? Maybe it might be activated. Mei Zihua said in excitement, unable to contain his emotion. Don't. But as soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yun, Gu Jun, and Liu Yan's faces changed. The wine was Gu Jun's life, and he glared at Mei Zihua. Brat, I'll kill you if you mess around. Do you think only you have grasped the great Saint Tune? Lin Xiao defeated you at the Nirvana banquet? But did he say anything? I'm only asking about it casually. Mei Zihua awkwardly smiled. Lin Yun looked around and saw that there were words on the wine cabinet. He saw Incineration Moon, Dragonflame Wine, Thundercloud Wine, and many others. There was no doubt that they were all exquisite wines. Not to mention he even saw the Millennium Flame. "Old man, is there any of the demigod wine you mentioned?" Lin Yun asked. "There is," Gu Jun said with certainty. He immediately got rid of his weakened state and became excited the moment Lin Yun mentioned demigod wine. This place was the sacred ground of the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage, and this place was a forbidden ground from 100,000 years ago. The demigod wine was the greatest secret. Others only knew about the Black Tortoise Vault, but many people didn't know about the demigod wine cellar. According to the rumors, demigod wines were extremely precious. It could allow you to enter a certain state to grasp a higher level of martial intent, and it could also prolong one's lifespan. If someone took a few sips, even someone at the Samsara Edict realm had a high chance of reaching the quasi-saint in a short while. As for those who were already at the quasi-saint realm, they would have a 30% chance of reaching the saint realm. It might only seem like 30%, but one would stand at the top of the pyramid after reaching the saint realm. After all, anyone beneath the saint realm were all ants. This was a transcendent realm, and many people would be stuck, unable to reach the saint realm for centuries or even a millennium. In the demigod wine cellar, Lin Yun's group of 4 was excited because everything in this cellar belonged to them without any interference from outsiders. That was especially the case after Gu Jun verified the existence of the demigod wine. The three's faces changed, and they were a lot more excited than before. If there wasn't any demigod wine, the value of this wine cellar would greatly decrease. As for Lin Yun, he had drunk a lot of high-quality wine, and the effects of drinking them again would greatly decline. Then again, it was worthwhile to be drunk for good wine. That was especially the case for the Mo clan's Millennium Flame, and the taste made Lin Yun reminisce for a long time. If demigod wine really existed, Lin Yun would definitely undergo a great boost in his strength. At the very least, he was confident that he could reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm. "Where's the demigod wine?" Lin Yun asked. Gu Jun stared at the crystal statue for a long time before he said, "The demigod wine will need that crystal statue to play a melody before the array can be activated. That's the only way to obtain the demigod wine." "It looks like my speculation is right." Mei Zihua's eyes lit up. "Ha! I advise you not to mess around. You don't have the corresponding score, and you will die if you're not careful." Gu Jun sneered. Hearing that, Mei Zihua awkwardly smiled. He was a little afraid of this old man. "How can we retrieve the wine, then?" Lin Yun looked at a wine cabinet in a corner. There was a lot of great wine he had never drunk before. There's a restriction on the wine cabinet, and not even a quasi-saint can do anything to those restrictions. Back then, this wine cellar was managed by a butler, and no one could come in to obtain any wine. Gu Jun explained. The moment he said that, Lin Yun and Lu Yen and Mei Zihua became silent. Not even quasi-saints could destroy the restriction. Did that mean that they could only look at them? "Let me give it a try." Mei Zihua refused to believe it and walked towards a wine cabinet. But surprisingly, Lin Yun and Gu Jun didn't stop him. After taking 3 steps out, Mei Zihua was placed in a difficult position because he was initially putting on an act and wanted someone to stop him. Mei Zihua was a fool, and he was casually talking about it because he knew how bizarre this place was. According to previous experience, Lin Yun and Gu Jun would definitely stop him, and he could retreat according to their words. But neither Lin Yun nor Gu Jun spoke, especially Gu Jun, who looked at him playfully. In the end, Mei Zihua gritted his teeth and continued forth. But he didn't dare to get close to the wine cabinet. Just 10 feet away from the pool, his body suddenly started swaying like he was drunk. Lin Yun squinted his eyes and carefully examined Mei Zihua. There was an invisible fog covering the water fountain. It was a golden alcohol aroma shrouding all the wine cabinets. Couldn't be seen with the naked eye, but it did exist. Anyone who stepped forth would fall for it, and even someone like Mei Zihua with a strong mentality could barely last for 10 breaths. "Is young Master Mei all right?" And Lu Yen asked. "He won't die. He'll only be asleep for 10 days to half a month. That fellow was getting in the way, so it's good to let him lie down for a while," Gu Jun said indolently. Lin Yun dashed forth. But when he was getting close to the wine cabinet containing Millennium Flame, his face changed and quickly retreated. He had some conscience, so he picked up Mei Zihua as he retreated. This way, Mei Zihua would recover a lot faster. Even I can't last for long, Lin Yun said. The alcohol aroma was everywhere, but it was no threat to him. It would only make him drunk. Even his sword intent couldn't isolate the alcohol aroma, and his powerful physique could only allow him to last for a longer time. There's no solution. Lin Yun held onto his chin. Are you stupid? So what if you can last long? I already said there are restrictions on those cabinets that even a quasi-saint is helpless before it. Gu Jun smiled. Elder Gu, you must have a way, right? And Luyen smiled. Of course, but I'll give you guys a disclaimer. I want 90% of the wines here, and you guys can divide the remaining 10% amongst yourselves. As for demigod wine, I'll give you a few droplets. You'll die if you drink too much at your current cultivation. Gu Jun held onto his chin and stated his terms. How long does it take for you to recover your heart's blood? Lin Yun asked. About half a year? Why? You're suddenly worried about me? Gu Jun smiled. You shouldn't be able to exert more than the profound death stage cultivation, right? Lin Yun smiled. Gu Jun's face suddenly changed, and he angrily said, You bastard! You're threatening me? 30%. Lin Yun said. But before Gu Jun could reply, he continued, 70% for me and 30% for you. I give up. You can just kill me, Gu Jun said furiously. Right then, An Lian quickly stepped forth, and she comforted, Elder Gu, what are you talking about? The young master still has to rely on you with the restrictions. Didn't the young master take care of you along the way here? When that woman wanted your heart's blood, the young master even stood before you. Definitely not 70, Gu Jun muttered. And you're asking for 90% just earlier. And Luyen chuckled. I'm just talking about it. Gu Jun's face flushed. Lin Yun didn't want to waste time with Gu Jun, and he said, You can take 40%. After all, you brought us here. If we can obtain the demigod wine, you can have 70% of the remaining wine, and I'll only take 30%. He had a feeling that demigod wine wasn't that simple. But it would be another story if they could obtain it. That's more like it. But why do you need the demigod wine? Gu Jun asked cautiously. Lin Yun didn't answer him, but looked around. Actually, I have roughly found out how to break the restrictions. What? Gu Jun was alarmed. I don't believe you. Why do you think I tried to dash over, then? The key probably lies in that crystal statue. Since the restrictions and the array are one, that crystal woman should be the heart of the array. Lin Yun smiled. How do you know that? Gu Jun exclaimed, and he soon realized he had a slip of the tongue. Lin Yun smiled when he heard that because he had guessed it. He knew that he would be tricked by this old man if he wasn't shrewd. He said, Let's talk about it again after we obtain the demigod wine. If we don't manage to get it, the other top-tiered wines will be enough for you to drink for a long time. You know that I have already taken a huge step back, and I can let you have half of the other wines. Besides, you're of no help here. Without me, you also won't be able to come here, right? Those words made Gu Jun fall silent for a long time. All right, we're all into this together, and there's no need for us to be so calculative. Don't you know how I am as a person? You just need to keep your tricks to yourself. Bosson didn't treat you badly in the Heavenly Star Pavilion, right? I remember you still owe her a lot of money. Lin Yun said with his brow raised, and this made An Luyen smile upon hearing that. At this moment, Gu Jun really wanted to give himself a slap. He regretted taking so much from the Heavenly Star Pavilion, since he could only be manipulated by this couple now. All right, Gu Jun gritted his teeth. I'll break the restriction, so you find a way to retrieve the wine. Gu Jun then took out an eru and started playing it. He played ancient sacrificial music that sounded like rumbling thunder. This made Lin Yun surprised because Gu Jun was pretty good at it, and he almost forgot Gu Jun was a grand musician who'd grasped the great Saint tune, and he might even come in contact with the surface of the Saint King tune. Even Mei Zihua was pale in comparison to him. Very quickly, the crystal statue began to move, and she also blew out a melody as well. The saint runes around the pool began to bloom, and the restrictions on the wine cabinets were swiftly being broken. The closed cabinet doors began to open. With a single thought, the black thunder chain flew out from Lin Yun's right hand and the 9 chains flew out like agile serpents. Very quickly, the chains came to the cabinet where the Millennium Flame was stored. The chains coiled around a wine jar and flew back. When Lin Yun held onto the jar, he could feel the heavy weight, signifying that this really was a spatial treasure. Lin Yun was also worried something might happen, but he didn't have such concerns anymore. Lin Yun passed the jar over to An Luyen before he continued to retrieve more wine. There were Dragonflame wine, Burning Heart wine, Thundercloud wine, Azure Lotus wine, Blue Luan wine, and True Origin wine. There were a lot of them. The Dragonflame wine was of fire attribute, and it was useless to Lin Yun. Even so, he could use it to strengthen his vitality and temper his saint physique. There were some that he drank before, and their effects would decline if he drank them again. But the Blue Luan wine and Thundercloud wine were of wind and lightning attributes, and they were perfect for his Azure Dragon intent. The Azure Lotus wine was brewed by legendary sword immortals, and the True Origin wine could strengthen one's cultivation. They might be wine, but they were comparable to or far surpassing Saint Pellets. When Gu Jun was done with a song, Lin Yun already collected all the top-tiered wines. These wine jars and cups are one with the array. Should we transfer it and place them back? Lin Yun looked at Gu Jun. His meaning was obvious because if the jars and cups were placed back, the array could continue to brew fine wine. But Gu Jun held onto the Eru and briefly hesitated before he said, "No one will come here anymore." His tone sounded sad, but Lin Yun had no idea how to comfort him. After all, it was inevitable for Gu Jun to feel emotional due to his identity. "Alright, we already said 70% belongs to me." Gu Jun furiously glared at Lin Yun. The corner of Lin Yun's lips twitched because he was still giving sympathy for this old man earlier. He went straight into the topic, demigod wine. The demigod wine is in the tortoiseshell of the black tortoise. Gu Jun weakly said. Playing that song earlier made him increasingly exhausted. His face was ugly, and he awkwardly said, "But I can't play the Black Thunder score anymore in my current state. Let me do it. Give me the score." Lin Yun asked for the score and immediately looked through it. He briefly closed his eyes before he placed the score aside while roughly remembering it. "Can you do it?" Gu Jun asked suspiciously. "I'm the Nirvana Banquets champion. If I can't do it, no one else can." Lin Yun replied. "Who will go and retrieve the demigod wine?" Gu Jun asked. Lin Yun turned to look at An Luyen because there wasn't anyone else. An Luyen naturally knew what Lin Yun meant, and she nodded her head. Retrieving the divine indigo bamboo flute, Lin Yun played the black tortoise score. It didn't take long for the crystal statue to play together with him. As dazzling radiance shone from the black tortoise's statue, the runes began to intertwine on the tortoise shell and emitted a powerful aura. Seeing this, An Luyen took a deep breath. But just when she was about to stop, Gu Jun spoke out, "Wait, take this first. It can seal off the wine aroma." Gu Jun took out a jade bottle and handed it over to An Luyen. This made An Luyen look at the old man with a playful smile because he said nothing when Mei Zihua wanted to give it a try earlier. "Also, those snakes will launch an attack at you," Gu Jun warned. And Luyen instantly became speechless when she heard that because Gu Jun only talked about that now. If they went according to the initial plan, it wouldn't be that easy for Lin Yun to obtain the demigod wine. But at least he was still reliable and didn't talk about it after she went over. Gu Jun looked a little embarrassed, so he awkwardly said, "Bossin, be careful." Nodding her head, and Luyen swallowed a pellet from the jade bottle given to her by Gu Jun before she came to the lake's heart. The 10-odd snake statues suddenly became alive, launching various attacks at An Luyen. And Luyen furrowed her brows because those serpent statues were harder to deal with than she had imagined. They were shrouded in lightning, and they could even breathe out lightning. She tried several times, but she couldn't get close to the black tortoise statues no matter how she tried. When Lin Yun saw this scene, his heart sank because An Luyen's strongest means were in her eyes and illusions were useless against those serpents. Whenever she clashed with those serpents with the profound moon fan, sparks would fly around. As a decisive light flashed across in Liuyan's pupils, she forcibly charged towards the tortoiseshell. The price she paid was being bitten by several serpents with lightning flickering around her body and blood flowing out from her wounds. But Liuyan managed to land on the tortoiseshell, gritting her teeth before slamming her palm against it, causing it to shatter like a chessboard. Lin Yun's face changed, and his heart became chaotic. After all, the serpents in the pool became violent, and even the crystal statue opened her pupils with black energy boiling within her pupils. When Lin Yun raised his head, he was decisive and placed the divine indigo bamboo flute on the ground before charging over. It turned out that the cracks on the tortoiseshell were slowly closing up. Ah! And Liuyan was shocked, and the joy on her face disappeared. She clearly saw the demigod wine earlier. Just when she was baffled, Lin Yun landed beside her. When a sword ray was unleashed, Lin Yun executed the heavenly dome sword intent and shattered all the incoming snakes. She realized that Lin Yun decided to give up on the demigod wine for her safety. Sheathing his sword, Lin Yun pulled Liuyan's hand and left. Young master, the demigod wine. And Liuyan struggled, and she fell into a dilemma while looking at the cracks slowly healing on the tortoiseshell. I'm fine. You're more important than the demigod wine. Lin Yun comforted Liuyan. Hearing that, Liuyan's eyes became red, and she didn't know how to respond. Right then, a beautiful melody resounded. Came from Mei Zihua, who had regained consciousness. There was a zither by his lap, and the score Lin Yun placed to the side hovered before him. He was the descendant of one of the 10 musical clans. He was even playing it better than Lin Yun. The crystal statue reopened its pupils and played the flute by her lips once more. As the tortoiseshell cracked open beneath Lin Yun and Liuyan's feet, it revealed a white wine jar. They could even see the wine in the jar. It was the demigod wine they dreamt of. Young master, the demigod wine. And Liuyan rejoiced, quickly reaching out for the jar. Afterwards, Lin Yun swiftly returned with Liuyan in his embrace. When he landed on the ground, he staggered and felt dizzy. He immediately sat on the ground to adjust his breathing. He was lucky that he didn't go in there for long, or who knew what the consequences would be if he fell into the pool. Bossin, are you all right? Gu Jun quickly came over, blaming himself for what happened to Liuyan. But in reality, he couldn't be blamed for this matter. He might be a little stingy, but he had no intentions of harming anyone. Liuyan's face was pale, but her face was covered with a smile. She replied, I'm fine, and it no longer hurts. Elder Gu doesn't have to be so nervous. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, Liuyan quickly handed the demigod wind over. Young master, the demigod wine. Reaching out to take it, Lin Yun and Liuyan looked at each other, with the latter looking a little bashful. This naturally made Gu Jun a little sour in his heart. But he had to be honest that he might not be able to give up on the demigod wine as decisively as Lin Yun. It was no wonder that Liuyan was so devoted to him. But Gu Jun still couldn't help cursing Lin Yun in his heart. Haha, it's still on me at the crucial moment. Mei Zihua smiled. Brother Lin, do you remember what I said? You won't die with me around. Hee, of course. Young Master Mei is the best. And Liuyan chuckled. Haha, not bad. Mei Zihua replied modestly. Everyone has contributed to the demigod wine, so let us share a cup first. Lin Yun sat down and placed the demigod wine before everyone. I don't want it anymore. Gu Jun was still blaming himself for what happened to Liuyan earlier. This made Lin Yun feel that Gu Jun was a responsible person. But he knew Gu Jun had nothing to do with what happened to Liuyan. Liuyan naturally knew what Lin Yun was thinking, so she dragged Gu Jun over. She smiled. Elder Gu, come on. Young master is treating you to some wine, so give him some face. Her gentle voice sounded as though it could melt the hearts of anyone. And this made Gu Jun sigh because she was on Lin Yun's side. Since they had already invited him, this demigod wine would belong to him as long as he agreed to it. Gu Jun merely hesitated for a moment before he finally agreed to it and sat back down. Seeing this, and Luyan smiled as she sat beside Lin Yun and called Mei Zihua over. With that, the four of them surrounded the demigod wine. After the four of them sat down, and Luyan took out all the top-grade wine Lin Yun had collected earlier. Their trip had come to an end, so it was time for them to sort out their harvests. Amongst all the wine, Lin Yun only took the Thundercloud wine, Blue Luan wine, Azure Lotus wine, and the Millennium Flame. He had taken less than 20% of the wine in total. As for the remaining 80%, 50% would go to Gu Jun, 20% to An Luyan, and 10% to Mei Zihua. An Luyan initially didn't want to take any, but Gu Jun and Mei Zihua insisted that she take 20%. Bossin, I have already taken 10%, so you have to take 20% no matter what, Mei Zihua insisted. Gu Jun also nodded his head and said, Bossin, don't refuse it. You have taken good care of me in the past, and you deserve the 20%. I'll accept them then. And Luyan smiled and retrieved the 20% that belonged to her. Old man, are you happy now? Lin Yun smiled. You got 50% alone, and all of us combined might not be comparable to you. You guys have harvested in the Black Tortoise Vault while I got nothing. Not to mention I even got a drop of heart blood forcibly taken from me. Gu Jun said in an aggrieved tone. The demigod wine should be able to help you recover. Mei Zihua said. That's for sure. Gu Jun's pale face became excited, and he continued, with this demigod wine, I can become a quas-saint on the spot. Thinking about the demigod wine, everyone couldn't help feeling excited. After all, the value of this demigod wine was a lot higher than the other wines. Lin Yun briefly looked around before he turned to Gu Jun. Old man, can this place undergo the tribulation? Lin Yun had an idea when he heard Gu Jun could become a quasi-saint on the spot. Since Gu Jun could make a breakthrough, why couldn't he give the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm a try? With the help of the demigod wine, Lin Yun was confident in reaching the limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm. But hearing what Lin Yun said, Gu Jun and Mei Zihua's faces changed. They simultaneously asked, You want to try and reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm? Lin Yun nodded his head without saying anything else. But his response made the two take in a cold breath with shock on their faces. The limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm only existed in legends, and only a monstrous genius standing at the top of the pyramid could give it a try. Gu Jun briefly pondered, then replied, That's for sure, but have you considered it well? The demigod wine might be able to help in making a breakthrough, but can you bear the limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm? I heard that those transcendent monsters in the Holy Lands have Saint Realm Elders guarding them when trying to reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse Realm, not to mention they needed various means for safety. Even so, it was extremely dangerous and the success rate was very low. That's true, so you have to think this through, Brother Lin. Mei Zihua nodded. I have already come so far. Since I have a chance in trying to reach the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse Realm, I naturally won't let it go. Old man, tell me where I can undergo my tribulation. Lin Yun smiled. Are you sure about that? Why don't we wait till we're out of the profound Thunder Saint Palace? I have already made up my mind. All right then. Gu Jun no longer tried to persuade Lin Yun, and looked at the pool. There should be a Thunder Secret Realm beneath this pool, so you can undergo your tribulation there. In ancient times, the disciples of the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage would undergo their tribulations here, since there were a lot of benefits. Just how many things are you still hiding? Lin Yun asked, looking at the pool. It's useless, even though I have a lot of secrets. After this trip, the Black Thunder Saint Palace will probably disappear for good. Gu Jun smiled. Why is that? Lin Yun asked. With a depressed expression, Gu Jun said, This Black Thunder Saint Palace was supported by the Black Thunder Martial Emperor, so it should have been destroyed in ancient times. Now that the Starry Sky Secret Realm has been opened, the Black Thunder Saint Cannon will surely be taken by those two. Without the Black Thunder Saint Cannon, the Black Thunder Martial Emperor will no longer need to support the palace. But it's a pity that it fell into the hands of an outsider. Talking about it, Gu Hun took another mouthful of alcohol. He risked his life coming here because of the key Lin Yun had, and there was a high possibility of obtaining the Black Thunder Saint Cannon. As a descendant of the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage, he naturally hoped to retrieve it. The descendants of the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage have already declined outside the Eastern Sea. I initially wanted to revitalize the Thunder Black Tortoise's lineage with the Black Thunder Saint Canon. Gu Jun sighed. Seeing this, An Luyen tried to comfort him. Elder Gu, you don't have to feel too sad about it. You might still have a chance in the future. Thank you, Bosson. But it's all right, and I didn't hold any hopes in the first place since it has been so many years. Gu Jun smiled. Perhaps there might still be a chance. Lin Yun said all of a sudden after a long time. What do you mean? Gu Jun asked with his eyes lighting up. Let's talk about it later. I can't be certain for now. Lin Yun smiled. He didn't know who the woman was, but he had a feeling the white-clothed man might have some connections with him. If the white-clothed man obtained the Black Thunder Saint Canon, there was a possibility he might share it with him. Speaking of which, what did you guys take from the vault? Gu Jun changed the topic. I'm pretty lucky and obtained a Saint Pellet. This might only be a 7th grade Saint Pellet, but it's a long-lost pellet. It's a genuine ancient Saint Pellet. Mei Zihua smiled. Young master helped me to get this. And Luyen smiled while retrieving the Paragon Phoenix fan. Two-spirit glory saint artifact. Gu Jun and Mei Zihua exclaimed. The Paragon Phoenix fan consisted of 2 fans, one with the fire phoenix engraved on it, and the other had a blue wand engraved. When activated, it would shine with red and blue radiance respectively. When An Luyen opened the 2 fans began to revolve around her. As she reached out, she held onto a fan each. Seeing this, Gu Jun and Mei Zihua couldn't help feeling envious. This Paragon Phoenix fan is a perfect match for Bosson. You have no idea how many Holy Land geniuses will be envious of you. Gu Jun smiled, holding onto his chin. It's perfect. This sort of artifact is too rare, and just one is precious enough, not to mention it comes as a pair. Mei Zihua praised. Compared to An Luyen's Paragon Phoenix fan, his ancient Saint Pellet was nothing in comparison. I got a string of Buddhist beads along with a few other miscellaneous treasures. Lin Yun took out a string of Buddhist beads. The beads were forged with indigo divine dragon wood, and each bead had a bizarre rune on it. At the same time, one could hear mantras coming from the beads with lightning flickering on them. It was already emitting a ferocious and overbearing aura before Lin Yun even refined it. You're really lucky, Gu Jun said, examining the beads in Lin Yun's hand. This should be a powerful treasure of the Buddhist cult, the thunder demon subduing beads. If used well, it can summon the phenomenon of the Lesser Thunder Monastery. It can be used to suppress enemies with higher cultivation than you, and it's especially effective against the fiend clans. Speaking of which, the value of this might even be higher than Boss and's Paragon Phoenix fan. Really? And Luyen asked with her eyes shining brightly. Of course, this is a Buddhist cult's treasure meant to kill. No ordinary Buddhist cult's disciples can obtain it. Gu Jun explained. Turning to look at Lin Yun, An Luyen rejoiced. Young master is really lucky. Lin Yun gave An Luyen a smile. This was really a surprise. Now that he thought about it, he also had the Black Thunder chains and Myriad Scales armor in addition to these Buddhist beads. If he refined all of them, he would have 4 Glory Saint artifacts, including the Flower Burial Sword. This meant he would be fully armed with Glory Saint artifacts, and just thinking about it alone was enough to make him feel excited. He couldn't imagine how powerful he would become at that time. Not to forget, he still possessed the Azure Dragon Sun Moon umbrella. Old man, can you really become a quasi-saint after drinking the demigod wine? Lin Yun asked. What's the matter? You don't believe me? It's even easier than reaching the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Gu Jun said. Good. I have something for you, and I need you to help me remove the imprint on it after reaching the quasi-saint realm. Lin Yun said before retrieving the Myriad Scales armor. He wanted to use this Glory Saint artifact for a long time because he didn't have any other treasures that could protect himself with. Where did you get it from? Gu Jun asked in a surprised tone. Why don't you take a guess? I bet you can guess it. Lin Yun smiled. Gu Jun briefly pondered before he exclaimed, The Wind Edge Lord. Lin Yun nodded his head as a form of acknowledgement. You're really bold. But speaking of which, how did you manage to kill him when he's wearing the Myriad Scales armor? Gu Jun asked. The Myriad Scales armor was even stronger than the Netherman Saint armor, and even someone at the pinnacle profound death stage would have a hard time killing the Wind Edgelord while being at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Why don't you take another guess? Lin Yun smiled. Get lost. Gu Jun furiously glared at Lin Yun. Haha, relax. I'll have to trouble you with the Myriad Scales armor. Then, Lin Yun smiled. Mei Zihua was shocked while seeing this from the side. If he counted the golden-purple dragon crown, he couldn't imagine Lin Yun's harvest. What do you plan to do with the golden-purple dragon crown? That will make you a public target. Since you can't refine it, why don't you let Saint Elder safeguard it for you? Gu Jun asked. Let's talk about that later. Lin Yun smiled. He already thought of who to give the golden-purple dragon crown to. He wanted to give it to Su Xiao the next time they met. He couldn't find another person that fits the golden-purple dragon crown better than Su Xiao, and her destiny should be able to wield the crown. If it was someone else, they might not be able to bear the weight of the sovereign destiny. Lin Yun took out several exquisite cups and personally filled them with the demigod wine. The wine was gold-colored, and it emitted a tempting fragrance that made everyone excited. They could practically foresee how strong they would become after refining the demigod wine. As for Lin Yun, he didn't pour a cup for himself, but planned to refine it after entering the Thunder's secret realm. You guys drink first and wait for my good news, Lin Yun said, stowing the demigod wine. Gu Jun stood up to see him off, and he even gave Lin Yun a pellet that could isolate the alcohol aroma before falling into hesitation. I'll get going, then. Lin Yun smiled and walked towards the pool. But just when he was about to get close to the pool, Gu Jun suddenly called out to him and gritted his teeth. I'll give you another drop of my heart's blood. You can't refine the Black Thunder Chain without the Black Tortoise's saint blood. Treat it as I owed you, so you better not be killed by the lightning. When Lin Yun turned around and received a drop of blood, he raised his head to see An Luyen and Mei Zihua watching Gu Jun. For once, the old man was reliable. Don't worry about it. I won't die. Lin Yun held onto the heart's blood and said, turning to look at the pool. He knew that the three were worried for him. After all, anyone knew how dangerous it was to reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm, and those who tried had someone protecting them. But this was Lin Yun's path as a swordsman, fearlessly walking forward without any hesitation. In a nutshell, you only live once. Lin Yun jumped into the pool under the nervous gazes of Gu Jun, An Luyen, and Mei Zihua. A long time later, when Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he found himself in a world filled with primal chaos, where there was no heaven or earth. He was just floating in this empty world, looking around as he murmured, "This is the Thunder Secret Realm? It's a primitive secret realm fully constructed with lightning." As his vision slowly returned to him and his physique adapted to this space, Lin Yun soon calmed down. He had undergone 9 tribulations, so he knew how dangerous it was. He also knew that he could only rely on himself to make it through the tribulation. Thus, he decided to take it slowly. After calming down, Lin Yun first took out the Thundercloud wine and Blue Luan wine before taking a sip of each one. The moment the wine entered his mouth, they swiftly merged into his body. The dragon origin within Lin Yun's body began to rumble, and his thunderstorm intent was rapidly rising. Most importantly, the liquid in the wine had fused into his body. The entire process was smooth, and the alcohol aromas were ultimately converted to mental energy that entered his sword ocean. Under the nourishment of the alcohol aromas, his azure dragon intent swiftly reached the pinnacle of the 5th grade. How powerful! If it's someone else, their thunderstorm intent would probably immediately reach the 5th grade. Lin Yun was inwardly shocked, since he still hadn't drunk the demigod wind yet. Without any hesitation, he began to gulp down the 2 wines until he formed a resistance from them and could no longer have any improvements. Wines were like saint elixirs, and the effects would diminish the more you consume them. With the help of the 2 wines, Lin Yun's thunderstorm intent swiftly broke through the shackles of the 5th grade and reached the 6th. Within the Kunlun realm, There were many geniuses born with a saint physique. Their parents might be saints and their grandparent might be an emperor. Thus, this blessed them with extraordinary talents, and they could reach an unprecedented height at a young age. But Lin Yun believed that he would catch up to them one day before shaking them behind him. He would become the unrivaled sword god in the world. He wanted to reach the limit and forge his own path as a sword god. Let's give the demigod wine a try. Lin Yun poured a cup of demigod wine for himself. This was a wine that no one could imagine, and he gulped it down just like that. Without any hesitation, he poured 2 more cups of demigod wine for himself and gulped them down. When the demigod wine entered his body, it suddenly charged towards his soul. Lin Yun might be drinking the demigod wine, but his soul was slowly absorbing it. Then, it coursed throughout his body. It was a drastic difference from those top-tiered wines he drank. Lin Yun nearly became drunk on the spot, but he relied on his powerful willpower and soul to resist it. His soul consciousness was under a bizarre realm, and Lin Yun could feel his body becoming light, as though his consciousness had left his physique. As intoxication continued to sweep through his consciousness, he started to feel blurred and merged into this space. Under this state, he felt like he was the creator of the world, and he could even create the sun and moon with a single thought. Lin Yun's mind suddenly blew apart. When he opened his eyes, it felt as though a split second had passed or 100,000 years. His sword intent, physique, and cultivation rose to an unbelievable height. His heavenly dome sword intent that had reached greater mastery took a further step and was infinitely close to complete mastery. The golden purple and blue jade dragon runes have reached 150,000. His 9 dragon pulses also grew to 25,000 feet before he reached a limit. But Lin Yun could sense that he had yet to completely digest the demigod wine within his body. It had merged into his body, becoming his foundation in the dragon pulse realm, awaiting him to reach the samsara edict realm. Suddenly, a rumbling bolt of lightning appeared. It wasn't dazzling, but the rumbling thunder echoed within the surroundings. When Lin Yun raised his head, it felt as if the world had been excavated with silver radiance shining in the depths, containing a powerful aura. Is the final tribulation finally going to arrive? Lin Yun looked at the sky. He should be feeling nervous, but he was surprisingly calm instead upon seeing its arrival. He could feel his heart pumping with a hint of anticipation on his face. As primal chaos finally split apart, a dazzling brilliance shone, and Lin Yun squinted his pupils. He instantly recalled the sword of the beginning. Back then, when he created this sword, this was what he imagined, the first gleam of radiance in the universe. But he couldn't comprehend or mimic the actual thing. Thus, he could only try and mimic his glory with his sword Tao as a foundation. He had yet to use this move for a long time because when it was first created, he wasn't even at the Empyrean realm. But it was still the sword technique he created, and it was deeply imprinted within his mind. While he was in deep thought, heaven and earth began to start rising and he found himself in a barren land. That radiance suddenly froze before manifesting into a person. Basking in the powerful radiance, that person said, "Ruler of the Nirvana Tao, heir of the firmament Saint Cloth, I can finally see you again." "Senior, you are?" Lin Yun tried to probe the identity of this person. "You have seen me before," that person replied. Hearing that made Lin Yun fall into deep thoughts before his eyes lit up. He yelled, "You're the Black Thunder Martial Emperor." "That's right," that person said, and began to look around before he continued. "I'm afraid this place won't do well if you want to try and reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm." "Why?" Lin Yun asked with his face changed. "This secret realm was created by me for my descendants to undergo their tribulations, and the lightning here contains the aura of Black Tortoise. It has a chance of allowing one to obtain the Black Tortoise Saint realm. But it's useless for you," the Black Thunder Martial Emperor said. "What does it have to do with the tribulation, then?" Lin Yun wasn't too bothered because he already possessed 2 saint physiques, and he didn't need another one. "I am only a wisp of my remaining will left in the world, and this secret realm can't exist for eternity. 100,000 years is too long. There is no longer a sufficient amount of black tortoise saint aura to support this space and connect it to the outside world. The Black Thunder Martial Emperor said. This? Lin Yun froze because wouldn't that mean all of his effort would go down the drain? There was only one chance for him to reach the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm, and Lin Yun wasn't sure if he would get another chance. Senior, what do you mean by the ruler of Nirvana Dao earlier? I haven't even touched the surface of it, not to mention grasping it. Lin Yun changed the topic. Did I make a mistake then? The Black Thunder Martial Emperor had confusion on his face, but then said, You're too weak now, but you'll reach that height sooner or later. You have practiced the Dragon Phoenix World Annihilating Sword Cannon. You're the heir of the Iris Sword Saint. Since ancient times, only two people have grasped the Nirvana Dao. One is the Blue Dragon Divine Ancestor, who founded the Divine Dragon Era, and the other is the Iris Sword Saint, who was capable of slaying deities at the Saint Realm. You are the third. And I am right. After understanding the story behind it, Lin Yun no longer dwindled on that and sighed, Senior, please send me out. But the radiance merely flicked and didn't say a word. A long time later, the Black Thunder Martial Emperor said, Perhaps you were brought here by fate, and perhaps helping the successor of Nirvana Dao is my fortune. Do you know why the Iris Sword Saint didn't join the battle in ancient times? The Black Thunder Martial Emperor asked, just when Lin Yun was baffled by what he said. I do. Lin Yun nodded. Zhang Ling was aggrieved when he talked about that. But he left some words behind. That person might not return, and the third ruler of Nirvana Dao will appear when crisis descends on the world once more. The Black Thunder Martial Emperor continued. Is that person referring to the Blue Dragon Divine Ancestor? Lil Purple mentioned that they all believed that person would return, but he was nowhere to be seen when the final battle took place. Although the Divine Dragon Era won, no one was sure if they truly won from the result. Who's the enemy? Is it the Demon Spirit clan? Lin Yun asked. Yeah, but they're not the only ones. The Black Thunder Martial Emperor said in a disappointed tone. You're too weak now, so let me help you forge a foundation that can clear your path to the top of the pyramid. But before Lin Yun could reply, the Black Thunder Martial Emperor turned into light and disappeared into that smear of radiance. As lightning continued to appear, 1,000 feet of lightning tore apart the horizon and space. When the bolt of lightning fell on Lin Yun was immediately sent flying away with his flesh ripped apart. The lightning that fell on him was like fine lightning serpents drilling into his wound before coursing throughout his body. Lin Yun's body trembled in fear because this was too terrifying, and it was more terrifying than all the tribulations he experienced together. The pain also made him scream out as he rolled on the ground. In just an hour, hundreds of thunderbolts fell onto him. His flesh was ripped apart. His skin was torn, and his flesh was like mud as lightning coursed throughout his body. This is just the beginning. I'll give you my last gift before dying. You will thank me when you make it through this whole ordeal. A person's will is often stronger than their physique. Ruler of the Nirvana Dao, compared to the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm, you should think about what kind of sword you want. The Black Thunder Martial Emperor's voice gradually became weak before his voice faded away. His last strand of consciousness disappeared, turning into the last tribulation of this secret realm for Lin Yun. What kind of sword do I want? Lin Yun's consciousness gradually faded under the pain, but the Black Thunder Martial Emperor's words echoed within his body. When he reopened his eyes, Lin Yun already had an answer. He wants a sword that can pierce through the 9 heavens. If he couldn't return, then so be it. He wants a sword that will shine for eternity. When Lin Yun reopened his eyes, he was clear about what kind of sword he wanted, and his sword ocean began to start boiling. My sword will never admit defeat. Lin Yun muttered to himself, and his blood began to start boiling. His emotions became pure will that supported him undergoing the baptism of this tribulation. His physique might not be able to resist the tribulation, but his sword and sword intent did not fear death or lightning. That was his path towards being a sword god. The thunderbolts did not stop because of Lin Yun's awakening. On the contrary, the thunderbolts became even more ferocious, and Lin Yun was lying on the ground. His body was in a mess, and even his bones had suffered destructive damage. The blue dragon bone was powerful, but it was barely keeping up with his injuries because they were too heavy. The thunderbolts fell too quickly, and he still hadn't completely treated his injuries. His injuries became more serious and continued to pile up. They even reached the limit of the blue dragon bone and even overexhausted it. Regardless of the azure dragon Saint Physique or the blue dragon Saint Physique, they weren't enough to resist the descending thunderbolts. He didn't know how much time had passed, but his withered body gradually glowed. A black tortoise aura also began to appear within his sword heart, and the boundless lightning contained a boundless threat. Each strand of lightning contained the black tortoise saint aura of the Black Thunder Martial Emperor that brought a glimmer of life. As long as he could bear it all, the black tortoise aura accumulated within his body would nourish his body. Lin Yun, who was lying on the ground, sat with his legs crossed and formed a seal with the black tortoise aura filling his body. He also activated the two saint physiques as the golden purple and blue jade dragon runes manifested into an azure dragon and a blue dragon that coiled around him. While Lin Yun sat with his legs crossed, and he was like a divine sword that could subdue the two dragons. No matter how many thunderbolts fell, he stood like a divine sword and wasn't wavered by the thunderbolts. On the contrary, the thunderbolts tempered his sword intent, purifying it. The flow of time in this secret realm was slow, and Lin Yun didn't know how much time had passed. Perhaps 10 years have passed, or perhaps 100 years have passed. His consciousness was in chaos, but Lin Yun knew that he couldn't collapse now. His journey as a sword god had just begun. The sword sect was in danger, and his master might die at any moment. He wanted to save his sword sect and his master. He wanted to stand before Su Xiao one fine day to fulfill his promise. This was the motivation that kept him moving forth. Suddenly, silver lightning flickered in the sky and condensed into 9 ancient lightning serpents, with each reaching 10,000 feet. As the lightning serpents intertwined together, they ultimately formed into a ferocious beast with 9 heads. This was an ancient ominous beast comparable to divine dragons, the 9-headed Hydra. The 9 heads were terrifying as they stared at Lin Yun with lightning flames of different colors flickering within their pupils, and they each felt terrifying. Is this the last part of the tribulation? Lin Yun's eyes flickered, and he had no trace of fear in his pupils. The sword intent within his body roared, and the 2 dragons beside him became furious. This naturally made the 9-headed Hydra feel challenged as its 9 heads furiously roared before rushing at him with the last wisp of energy left behind by the Black Thunder Martial Emperor. When the 9-headed Hydra dove at him, this plunged Lin Yun into great fear. This was the Emperor aura that was left behind by the Black Thunder Martial Emperor. It was too terrifying, and he had never felt something like this before. It naturally drew out the fear within Lin Yun's heart. His legs began to wobble and wanted to lower his head from looking at it directly. But under this suppression, his sword intent was nourished under the pressure and slowly broke through its shackles without fear. There was no suspense, and the 9-headed Hydra fell onto Lin Yun. His body began to evaporate, since this power wasn't something that could be resisted. In the end, he was only left with his skeleton. His flesh and blood were gone, and there were only ashes left on the ground. The skeleton was seated on the ground shrouded in a blood mist. But the skeleton also didn't last long and gradually disintegrated, soon reducing to a pile of ashes. The 9-headed Hydra ravaged for a long time. Only the 9 different colored flames from its pupils remained. The 9 colored black thunder sacred flames were shrouded within the blood mist, and this continued for a long time. If one carefully looked at it, they would be able to see the blood mist from the surroundings gradually condensing under the 9 colored sacred flames. The ashes on the ground also began to gather. He might have lost his old body, but his new body was being reborn within the flames and ashes. As the 9 colored lightning flickered, the blood mist gathered and a new physique was soon formed under the 9 colored sacred flames. The body was exactly like Lin Yun's old body. However, he was emitting a majestic aura from his pupils. What's going on? Lin Yun looked at his body in a daze. His current body had returned from Lin Xiao to Lin Yun. Looking at his hands, Lin Yun could sense a terrifying power coursing through his body. The 9 lightning flames were stored in 9 acupoints within his body. Lin Yun was then surprised because he recognized the Black Thunder sacred flame. Was this the surprise the Black Thunder Martial Emperor mentioned? But it felt even stronger than the ordinary Black Thunder Martial Emperor, and he faintly had a guess as he thought of the majestic Emperor aura. If 9 wisps of Black Thunder sacred flames were combined with it, it would form into the Black Thunder Emperor flame. Was it a gift from the Black Thunder Martial Emperor? Wasn't this grace a little too huge? With a single thought, the golden purple and blue jade dragon runes appeared at the same time, and they reached 180,000 each. This made him slightly raise his brow. Also, each of his dragon pulses have reached an exaggerated size of 30,000 feet. Lin Yun picked up his interspatial pouch and changed his clothes before he began to examine his body. There was nothing unusual about his body. His Azure Dragon Saint physique and Blue Dragon Saint physique had gotten a lot stronger than before as well. Even the demigod wine that lingered within his body before still remained, awaiting him to make a breakthrough to the Samsara Edict realm. How amazing! Lin Yun sighed, flicking his finger. The entire heaven and earth began to tremble, and a terrifying sword intent burst out. The entire space was filled with his sword intent, and Lin Yun was shocked to discover that his sword intent had reached complete mastery through this temperament. Oh my God! Lin Yun was completely stunned. He couldn't conceal the excitement within his pupils. It had only been just a while, and his heavenly dome sword intent had reached complete mastery. In addition to his Azure Dragon intent reaching the 6th grade, even he had no idea how strong he had become. Based on his current strength, he was even confident in facing those at the pinnacle of the 7th stage profound life stage. Even without the golden purple dragon crown, Lin Yun could still face those people head-on. I'll consolidate my cultivation first. Lin Yun calmed himself down and sat with his legs crossed together. He had returned to his initial appearance, and the purple mark on his forehead made him seem even more bewitching. He was consolidating his sword intent and dragon origin. As the dragon origin surged within his violet palace, it was like an erupting volcano that emitted a terrifying power. When the power filled his body, Lin Yun was trying to test the limit of his physique. He wanted to try to control the 9 lightning flames because there was a pattern to everything. With the great boost in his strength, it had far surpassed Lin Yun's control. In many cases, once people gained power far beyond their control, regardless of wealth or strength, bad things were prone to happen. If he ran amok, even good things would become bad. Lin Yun was excited, but he was calm in his heart. Just a moment ago, he had completely digested the energy, and this meant he had gained complete control over it. Lin Yun sat on the ground, and the aura he released began to increase. This situation lasted for 7 days before his sword intent and dragon origin had become stable. This made Lin Yun let out a breath and slowly stood up. Sensing the violent power within his body, it felt like he was an ancient dragon that had awakened. He took a deep breath before he pushed his palm forth. This was only pure energy, but it felt as though there was a mountain being pushed in front of him. Far away, space began to distort. This enveloped Lin Yun in shock, and he muttered, "Luckily, my sword intent also made a breakthrough. Otherwise, it would look a little weird for a swordsman like me to attack my enemies with my fist." But he was suddenly teased by what he thought. This caused the corner of his lips to curl up, and a gentle breeze blew across his face. After all, that was pretty cool, wasn't it? Who said swordsmen couldn't fight with their fists? Lin Yun felt as though he had the physique of a beast, and he could smash anyone apart with a punch. The last remnant of energy left behind by the Black Tortoise Martial Emperor gave his body a drastic transformation. He tested out various sword techniques in this tattered secret realm, along with various secret techniques before he stopped. His strength had undergone a drastic transformation, and the transformation was unbelievable. It would make anyone who underwent it feel like they were dreaming, but Lin Yun maintained his composure for a long time before he accepted reality. He was confident of killing Xianxia and the Fire God General, even without the golden purple dragon crown now. Time to refine the Black Tortoise chains. Lin Yun wasn't in a hurry to leave, and took out the blood heart essence given to him by Gu Jun before refining it. The black tortoise chains were completely refined into his body, becoming one with him and coursing within his body. With a single thought, 9 chains flew out from his palm, and each chain was flickering with terrifying lightning. When the lightning crackled, he could control the chains like extensions of his arm, and it was more convenient than coiling them around on his wrist. Lin Yun suddenly recalled the 9 colored lightning flames that he couldn't summon, and the thought of fusing them into the black thunder chains crossed his mind. As soon as he thought about it, 9 colored sacred flames coursed through his body from the 9 acupoints. When the flames spread onto the chains looked as though they had come to life, turning into pitch-black metallic lightning serpents with 9 colored lightning flames blazing within their pupils. They were like the 9-headed Hydra, and they unleashed a terrifying power within the hands of Lin Yun. It really works. The corner of Lin Yun's lips curled, and he laughed. Ha ha ha! Come again. Since this method was possible, then let the storm come more ferociously. As the dragon origin rumbled within his violet palace, it poured into his palm, and the 9 lightning serpents instantly grew to 100 feet. Ha ha ha! Let it come more ferociously. Lin Yun's face became red, and a hint of madness flashed through his pupils. The golden human within his sword sea raised its hands to the sky. The azure dragon sword soul was summoned forth. Combining with the black thunder chains, and the lightning serpents began to expand. It was as though this had lifted the restriction on the black thunder chains, and the lightning serpents grew to the size of pythons, reaching over 1,000 feet. An ancient tortoise rune also appeared on Lin Yun's palm and shrouded Lin Yun's body before forming a tortoiseshell screen. At this moment, his weight increased, and the ground cracked beneath his feet. In the next moment, sand and rocks flew along with a violent storm. When the tortoise rune bloomed, this became an unexpected surprise. Black tortoise to defend and lightning serpents to attack. Is this the true profundity of the thunder black tortoise's lineage? Lin Yun was inwardly alarmed, and his pupils were filled with joy. This was the genuine appearance of the black thunder chains. In his hands, he would let its name spread throughout the Kunlun realm and not let down the Black Thunder Martial Emperor's name. Stow! Lin Yun roared, and lightning serpents of over 1,000 feet entered his palm. The black tortoise Saint rune on him also gradually disappeared. This was a good treasure that could be used to attack and defend. Let's go out after practicing a secret technique, Lin Yun muttered, withdrawing his thoughts. He wanted to practice the nether shackle left behind by Jian Qingkong, who used it to deal with the demon spirit clan. Lin Yun had a deep impression of the nether shackle's power. Back at the ancient barren battlefield, the silver-eyed demon spirit's power was sealed by the nether shackle, and the shackle still remained 100,000 years later. His conversation with the Black Tortoise Martial Emperor brought a sense of urgency to him. The current Kunlun realm might seem prosperous, but he would run into the demon spirit clan sooner or later, and he needed to prepare trump cards in advance. Back in the demigod wine cellar, Gu Jun, Mei Zihua, and Lu Yan received huge benefits after refining the demigod wine. If it was only about the demigod wine, Gu Jun had received greater benefits than Lin Yun. After all, the higher the cultivation, the more beneficial the demigod wine would be. Gu Jun's face was rosy, even after he lost 2 drops of heart blood essence, and he was the first to awaken. He had long erased the imprint on the Glory Saint artifact Myriad Scales armor. He was waiting for Lin Yun to return it to him. At that time, Lin Yun would be covered in Glory Saint artifacts. Just the thought of that alone was enough to send a chill down Gu Jun's spine because of the sheer number of Glory Saint artifacts Lin Yun possessed. In addition to his harvest this time, Lin Yun would possess the qualification to compete with the strongest Holy Sons in the Divine Dragon era. Lin Yun might be a little weaker now because he came from a lower realm, but he had infinite potential. Perhaps he could only forge the path of a sword god for himself that no one walked on. Gu Jun felt emotional just thinking it. But what if Lin Yun became a sword god? That wouldn't change the fact he was a scumbag. That was how Gu Jun comforted himself. After thinking about it, Gu Jun smiled and happily took a sip of wine. The saint wine was different from the others he drank, and it tasted really good. But as he drank, his heart felt empty because he also wanted to be a scumbag if he could. Elder Gu, how are your injuries? And Luyen opened her eyes. Her eyes shone brightly, and her skin became even fairer after drinking the demigod wine. Gu Jun came to his senses and smiled. Not bad. The demigod wine is pretty effective. Elder Gu, have you reached the quasi-saint realm? And Luyen asked happily. Yeah, it's still not bad. Gu Jun smiled. The quasi-saint realm has 9 stages, and I managed to take a few more stages after relying on the demigod wine. What stage are you in? And Luyen asked with a smile. Gu Jun was waiting for her to ask the question. When An Luyen asked, he raised 4 fingers. This made An Luyen surprised, and she smiled. As expected of Elder Gu, to reach the 4th stage the moment you entered the quasi-saint realm. It's all right. What about Bosson? Gu Jun asked with a smile. This moment was the highlight of his life. Compared to the embarrassment of having his heart blood extracted earlier, it wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was proud of himself at this moment. There's no way I can be compared to Elder Gu. I only reached the pinnacle of the profound life stage. And Luyen smiled. Waving his hand, Gu Jun responded with a smile as well. Bosson doesn't have to be modest. The demigod wine will last for a long time. When you go back, you can choose to make a breakthrough to the profound death stage, and you can even reach the nirvana stage in half a year. As for the quasi-saint realm, your odds are high, even if it won't be easy. He wasn't trying to comfort An Luyen, but that was how magical the demigod wine was. Right then, Mei Zihua slowly opened his eyes. Unlike the two, he was still at the Dragon Pulse realm, but he gave everyone a different feeling with a powerful aura enveloping him. 13th grade Saint Spiritualist? Gu Jun asked tentatively. But Mei Zihua shook his head and smiled. Quasi-heavenly spiritualist. Hearing that made Gu Jun take a cold breath, and his facial expression became complicated. He commented, as expected of a descendant from one of the 10 musical clans. The quasi-heavenly spiritualist was equivalent to the mental energy of a quasi-saint. But there was no way Mei Zihua could confront genuine quasi-saint experts, and he had to master the specific methods. For example, he needed to promote his great Saint Tune to Saint King Tune and acquire more ancient scores. If he could find some divine abilities, only then could he be considered a genuine quasi-saint. But it was still unbelievable, and Gu Jun couldn't help feeling a little sour. Thinking about it again, it was reasonable because Mei Zihua already mastered the great Saint Tune. The 10 musical clans did not have any shortage of resources, not to mention Mei Zihua already stood in a higher position compared to many since his birth. So the demigod wine merely excavated his potential and accumulation. Congratulations, Big Brother Mei. And Luyen smiled. In the future, the young master will still have to rely on Big Brother Mei. Waving his hand, Mei Zihua smiled. This is a trivial matter. After all, I have to thank Brother Lin for the demigod wine. But that's not my greatest harvest in the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Oh! Gu Jun smiled, silently watching Mei Zihua putting on an act. My mental state. Mei Zihua sighed with a serious expression. He wasn't putting on an act. It was undeniable that he was strong, but it didn't necessarily mean he was powerful. Only those who could unleash their full power when facing danger could be considered powerful. He recalled his bold words of saying that he would ensure Lin Yun's safety and how he needed help from Lin Yun to resolve his crisis multiple times. I don't have many life and death experiences, and I have been reborn on this trip. At least I have some experience now. Mei Zihua sighed. Haha. How surprising for Saint Han's Mei Zihua to be so humble. I remember how arrogant you used to be. Gu Jun smiled, and Mei Zihua did not argue with him. Right then, the pool exploded and a person flew out, appearing before the three. But when An Luyen, Mei Zihua, and Gu Jun looked at the appearance of this person, they were left completely dumbfounded. This naturally made Lin Yun puzzled, and An Luyen was the first to respond. She smiled. Young master, you look better this way. FF. Flower. Mei Zihua stuttered as he pointed at Lin Yun. He was stuttering uncontrollably, and couldn't say flower burial like he wanted. Only then did Lin Yun realize that he was restored to his initial appearance when his body was reforged. His current appearance was Lin Yun and not Lin Xiao. Seeing that his identity was exposed, Lin Yun didn't panic upon seeing that Mei Zihua was still stuttering. He formed a seal and executed the divine tortoise transformation to change his appearance back to Lin Xiao. When Gu Jun saw this, he instantly recognized it being a secret technique of the Black Tortoise Saint canon. It seemed to be related to the divine tortoise transformation of the 8-9 Divine Arts 72 transformation. But such a secret technique was already long lost. Not to mention others, no one in the Black Tortoise clan grasped it at the Eastern Sea. He now knew how Lin Yun managed to conceal his identity from the heavenly origin mirror, but he couldn't help admitting that Lin Yun was really bold. But no matter what Gu Jun thought about it, Mei Zihua rubbed his eye and exclaimed in disbelief, "Did I just see it wrongly?" "You didn't." Lin Yun did not want to lie to Mei Zihua. He had no idea why Mei Zihua came here. Through their journey in the Black Tortoise Void Sea, Lin Yun knew Mei Zihua could be trusted, aside from having a habit of showing off. After all, a lot of people said that he was flower burial, and the Wind Edgelord even placed a demon feather order on his head. But how many people believed it? "Are you really flower burial, the champion of the 9th heavenly path, and first on the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings?" "That's me. The flower burial who slew a Saint Lord while being at the Dragon Pulse realm outside the ancient barren battlefield? That's me. The first on the Nirvana banquet and Dragon Pulse ranking? That's also me." Sometime later, Mei Zihua could no longer contain his shock. A long time later, he bitterly smiled. "Wait, I made a mistake. You're not first on the Empyrean and Elysium core rankings, but the first on all 3 rankings. In addition to your achievement outside the ancient barren battlefield, you're not at all inferior to your senior brother, Jian Jingtian." Lin Yun's gaze was deep, and he stared at Mei Zihua. He didn't know what Mei Zihua meant, but he could hear that the latter's words sounded a little emotional. Without him knowing it, the person who was forced to hide at the fleeting Cloud Sword sect had become famous throughout the Eastern Desolation. Not to mention the Eastern Desolation, but no one in the Kunlun realm didn't know about the name of flower burial. "So?" Lin Yun asked. Mei Zihua was briefly stunned, and he smiled. "Brother Lin, you're afraid that I'll disclose your secret? Don't look down on me. I admire heroes the most. Brother Lin placed your life on the line outside the ancient barren battlefield and fought a great saint to save your master, and your deed has long spread far and wide. I'll be honest with you. I wanted to befriend you a long time ago, and I actually need your help, so I followed you to the Black Tortoise Void Sea. If you're flower burial, that's even better." As Mei Zihua spoke, he had great difficulty maintaining his composure, and there were billowing waves in his heart. Everyone thought flower burial was dead or had gone into hiding, and he wouldn't show himself for the next few decades or a century. But no one would have thought that Lin Xiao was really flower burial. In just 1 year after he left the ancient barren battlefield, he rose rapidly and stepped into the top 10 of the Dragon Pulse ranking. If everyone knew about it, none of them would probably be able to accept this, not even him. But no matter what, he held no ill intentions against Lin Yun. Let's not mention Lin Yun saved him multiple times at the Black Tortoise Void Sea. Lin Yun even shared a cup of demigod wine with him. Even if he knew Lin Yun's identity at the Nirvana banquet, he would probably help Lin Yun conceal his identity. "I believe you," Lin Yun said before he turned to Gu Jun. "You've recovered? It looks like the demigod wine is really extraordinary." Gu Jun gave him a drop of heart blood essence to refine the Black Tortoise chains. If Gu Jun hadn't recovered, Lin Yun would feel guilty about it. So he naturally wore a smile when he saw that Gu Jun's injuries had recovered. "It's still all right, but in terms of the harvest on this trip, your harvest alone surpasses the 3 of us, right?" Gu Jun asked with a smile. The fact that Lin Yun was still alive meant he had successfully made it through his tribulation, reaching the legendary 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse ranking. Just this harvest was a lot higher than Gu Jun reaching the Quasi-Saint realm. The Saint realm might be uncertain, but it shouldn't be an issue for Lin Yun to reach the Quasi-Saint realm in a few decades or a century. There were countless Quasi-Saints in the Kunlun realm, but there weren't many at the 10th Pulse Dragon Pulse realm. Lin Yun merely smiled. After all, he did receive a huge harvest, and he had undergone a great boost in strength. His Heavenly Dome Sword intent reached complete mastery, the Azure Dragon intent was at the 6th grade, his Dragon Pulses were at 30,000 feet, his cultivation was at the limit of the Dragon Pulse realm. Not to mention his physique had undergone a great boost with his Dragon Runes reaching 180,000. Furthermore, he could temporarily reach the Azure Dragon Divine Physique. Here, the Myriad Scales armor. I have already erased the imprint on it. Gu Jun handed the Myriad Scales armor to Lin Yun. It's really done. Lin Yun's eyes were filled with excitement, coveting the Myriad Scales armor for a long time. He still remembered how arrogant the Wind Edgelord was with the Myriad Scales armor, and not even the Flower Burial Sword could really injure him. If the Wind Edgelord had a Sovereign Saint artifact at that time, he might be the one dead instead. You're looking down on me? Gu Jun said angrily. Elder Gu, you must be joking. I'll refine this first before we leave. Lin Yun smiled. It's true that we have to leave. Young Master, you have no idea that multiple phenomena have appeared in the Black Tortoise Vault during this period of time, and the entire vault has even showed signs of collapsing. Elder Gu speculated that those two might have fought each other in the Starry Sky secret realm, and Luyen nodded her head. That's right. Almost everyone has left, and the Black Tortoise Void Sea is a forbidden area, so we have to leave quickly. Gu Jun said sternly. I know. Lin Yun's eyes flickered. He then began to refine the Myriad Scales armor. Without the imprint, this Dragon Clan's treasure showed great intimacy with him because of his Azure Dragon Saint physique and Blue Dragon Saint physique. Not to mention he also had the Blue Dragon Bone. After he refined it, Lin Yun was fully armed with Glory Saint artifacts. The Flower Burial Sword, Myriad Scales armor, Black Thunder Chains, and the Thunder Demon Subduing Beads. Even an ordinary saint might not be so extravagant. After all, most saints would possess a treasure they used their vitality and saint energy to nourish for centuries, and their power generally far surpassed ordinary Glory Saint artifacts. Outside the Black Tortoise Void Sea, everyone had practically come out of the Black Thunder Palace. So there were a lot of people gathered outside the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and they had been staying there for half a month. Everyone naturally knew why they were there. They were all waiting for Lin Yun. After all, Lin Yun had obtained nearly 70% of the treasures in the Black Tortoise Vault, including the golden purple dragon crown. This greatly embarrassed the various holy lands and demonic rankings demonic cultivators. Lin Yun managed to suppress everyone at the Black Tortoise Vault because of the golden purple dragon crown, and no one could stand in his way. There was a stubborn one like Xianxia, and he was mercilessly slaughtered by Lin Yun. But once they were outside, they didn't have those concerns. All of the Holy Lands had their own experts who sealed their cultivation to enter the Black Tortoise Void Sea because everyone could only exert the pinnacle of the profound life stage there. But once they left, they no longer had any reservations. Now that everyone was out, the demonic cultivators were shocked to notice that there were many at the pinnacle of the Nirvana stage. The 6 Holy Lands had a shocking foundation. Even if Yen Chihua and the others weren't direct disciples of the Holy Lands, they still had a high chance of growing into a powerhouse. So it wasn't surprising that the Holy Lands would dispatch Nirvana stage deacons to protect them. To Holy Lands, they could send out quasi-saints if they were willing. But the Black Tortoise Void Sea was too bizarre. The higher one's cultivation, the stronger the shackles were on them. So quasi-saints would have to weigh the pros and cons because every quasi-saint had a chance of reaching the saint realm. If they were dead within the Black Tortoise Void Sea, it would be an immense loss to the Holy Lands. Most importantly, they didn't have much information about the Black Tortoise Void Sea. If they knew that the Black Tortoise Vault was going to appear, even saints would take the risk of coming here. There were many rumors that the Black Tortoise's inheritance could be found within the Black Tortoise Void Sea, and many saints have scouted the place. But they all returned empty-handed, and everyone gradually forgot about it. Speaking of which, it was an irony that everyone and even those at the Nirvana stage lost the golden purple dragon crown to Lin Yun, who was only at the Dragon Pulse realm. It has almost been half a month. But that fellow is still not coming out? Huang Xuani looked at the Black Tortoise Void Sea with a gloomy expression. There was a blood feud between the Ming cult and Lin Yun. Back at the Black Tortoise Vault, Lin Yun had killed Yu Wenxiu in public. So there was no way they could allow him to leave, even if he didn't obtain the golden purple dragon crown, regardless of his identity. That fellow won't die in there, right? The heavenly flame sex Yen Qihua said. That's impossible. His fortune is strong since he had just reached first on the Dragon Pulse ranking. So how can he die so easily? Even if he suffered the backlash of the golden purple dragon crown, he should have recovered after so long. The myriad lightning sex Yifeng said. Perhaps he has other opportunities? The divine Dao Pavilion's Lin Qingyang said. When he said that, jealousy filled Huang Xuani's pupils, and he said, "Isn't that fellow a little too lucky? I can't imagine what other opportunities he ran into, aside from the golden purple dragon crown." Yen Qihua furrowed his brows, and he could faintly sense what Lin Qingyang said might be right. He initially didn't want to be involved in this muddy water any longer. But there was news from his sect that the golden purple dragon crown might be a sovereign saint artifact. So they couldn't allow Lin Yun to leave no matter what. Even if Lin Yun was the disciple of the Azure Dragon's lineage and heavenly fragrance divine mountain, they had to hold him here no matter what. The Heavenly Flame sect was dispatching a quasi-saint from Heavenly Domain City. A saint from the sect was on the way, and even the sect master was alarmed. The value of the golden purple dragon crown had far surpassed their imagination. That was probably the case for the other holy lands as well. If the golden purple dragon crown was really a sovereign saint artifact, Yen Qihua wouldn't be surprised if even the sect master comes personally. Not far away, Ji Lingfeng and Xiao Yuanqi's expressions were complicated. The Divine Phoenix Mountain and Heavenly Dao sect were also alarmed by the news of the golden purple dragon crown, and this piece of news caused a huge uproar within the sects when it got back. So even if the two had a personal friendship with Lin Yun, they couldn't go against the orders of their sections. No matter what, they couldn't allow Lin Yun to leave just like that with the golden purple dragon crown. Lin Xiao is in huge trouble this time. I didn't expect the golden purple dragon crown to have such a huge origin, Xiao Yuanqi said in a helpless tone. Ji Lingfeng squeezed out a smile and said, "That fellow's fortune is too heaven-defying, but we don't have to be worried. As long as he hands over the golden purple dragon crown, the Holy Lands won't do anything to him. At the very least, his life is safe." "Are we going to snatch it from him, then?" Xiao Yuanqi smiled wryly. "Very unlikely, and it's useless for the golden purple dragon crown to be in his hands. The Holy Lands need face, so they will try to exchange it from him with treasures." Ji Lingfeng smiled. "But it's hard to say for the Ming cult," Xiao Yuanqi whispered. "If Lin Yun is really from the Azure Dragon's lineage, it's fine even though he killed Yu Wenxiu. Yu Wenxiu could only blame himself for his stubbornness. If we were in Lin Zhao's position, we wouldn't hesitate to kill Yu Wenxiu. I want to see if they have the cheek to flip the table. If they don't want their face, I don't mind standing out." Ji Lingfeng sneered. Xiao Yuanqi had received some news that Lin Xiao seemed to have a pretty good relationship with the Divine Phoenix Mountain, and he even had some transactions with them. Ji Lingfeng might not be a saint disciple, but his surname was Ji. This was where he got his confidence to challenge the Ming cult. "Haha, everyone is waiting here? What a coincidence, because I'm also waiting." An eerie voice resounded right at that moment. When all the Holy Land's disciples and demonic cultivators turned around, they saw the Fire God General's party arriving. This made Ji Lingfeng furrow his brows with a hint of ferocity flashing across his pupils. These demonic dogs still dare to show themselves? "There's another person in their party," Xiao Yuanqi said. Aside from the three god generals, there was a black-robed man beside them. This person had covered his head with a hood, looking eerie and sinister. Xiao Yuanqi suddenly thought of something and asked, "If I remember correctly, they left the Black Tortoise Vault the quickest, right?" Hearing that, Ji Lingfeng nodded his head, but his face suddenly changed, and he had an ill premonition.